This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. There is a turtle. Set a small goal first. Live for 100 days. In a pond deep in the mountains and forests. A turtle as big as a dinner plate made up his mind. He is Su-he, an ordinary boy in China in his previous life. In this life, he was reincarnated as an ordinary turtle in the mysterious world. Fortunately, he did not experience fetal confusion and still retained the memory and wisdom of his previous life. At this time, most of Su-he's turtle body was buried in the mud, leaving only 2 nostrils slowly spitting out bubbles. There were more than 20 wild wolves patrolling around the pond. The Wolf King on a hill not far away looked down at the entire pond with squinted eyes. They are all looking for turtles. There was anger and murderous intent in his eyes, as if Su-he had dug his family's ancestral grave. Su-he didn't do anything. He just took the chance of the Wolf King to transform into a demon. How stingy! There are immortals, ghosts, gods and demons in the mysterious world. But the demons here are different from the demons in Su-he's previous life. Not just any beast has the chance to cultivate a human body and become a demon. Beasts can only advance to become alien beasts. But cultivation cannot create a human body. There is a starfall every 60 years in the Xianwang realm, like a meteor shower, with light falling on the earth. Then the demon-transforming fruit will grow on the ground. The demon-turning fruit takes 3 days to grow, 3 days to bloom, and 3 days to bear fruit. The ripe fruit looks like a sweet date, wrinkled and translucent. Only by swallowing the demon-transforming fruit and digesting it can one transform into a human being and become a demon. The demon fruit has a fatal attraction to beasts. There was a starfall half a month ago, and a demon-transforming fruit grew in the mudflat next to the pool. The Wolf King led the pack and fought off all the powerful enemies around, waiting for the demon-transforming fruit to mature. But at the moment of maturity, a turtle in the mudflat suddenly stretched its neck, picked the fruit, and dived into the pond never to come out again. The Wolf King was stunned and watched the turtle escape. Then the entire wolf pack exploded, rushing into the pond like crazy and having a dog pawing and howling. Fortunately, Su-he could dive and sink to the bottom of the water. Otherwise, he would have been dismembered. These pups are pretty good at swimming. For the next 7 days, the entire wolf pack stopped even hunting. They all gathered around the pond. From time to time, wild wolves would enter the water, and they would search the pond over and over again with dogs. The wolves knew that the sh-led reptile had not escaped. The smell of the demon fruit is still lingering around. I won't give up until I find it. Su-he lurked under the water, motionless, and time passed by. Finally he couldn't hold it in any longer. So he gently slid his limbs out of the mud and swam towards the water with a slight flicker, his nostrils poking out from among the lotus leaves. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Escape. The breath he exhaled carried the smell of the demon fruit, which instantly alarmed the wolves. The Wolf King howled and led the wild wolves into the pond again. Su-he rushed to the bottom of the pool with a sudden movement. But instead of digging into the mud, he shrank into the turtle sh-l and became motionless. The wolf's dynamic vision is so good. If it digs into the mud and stirs up the water, it will inevitably be discovered. It is better to shrink into the turtle sh-l and use the natural camouflage of the algae on the turtle sh-l to hide itself. The wolves and dogs dug for a long time, but found nothing, and one after another returned to the shore unwillingly. Su-he quietly swam to the surface for air again, and the wild wolves that had just shaken off the water rushed into the pond howling. After going back and forth 5 or 6 times, Su-he finally finished breathing. The suffocating feeling of lack of oxygen completely subsided. After taking a deep breath, he lightly scratched his 4 turtle claws and sank to the bottom of the water again. If you wait a little longer, the pond will be covered with summer lotus leaves in at most 10 days, and it will be much safer by then. Moreover, with each additional day, Su-he absorbed 1 more point of the demon transformation fruit, and the taste became weaker and weaker. A giant salamander was hunting a crucian carp at the bottom of the water. The giant salamander was as motionless as a mountain and like a bluestone. The moment the crucian carp passed by, it bit into it and swallowed it whole with a flick of its head. Su-he rushed over with 4 paws, biting the crucian carp in 1 bite, and then flipped back, swiping his front paws in the water and kicking with his back feet, knocking over the giant salamander and snatching the crucian carp away. The giant salamander rolled several times under the water, and finally regained its balance and looked at Su-he in confusion. Is this turtle thing trying to steal my food? It's in my recipe too. Right? Suhi killed the crucian carp with one bite. Then threw the crucian carp aside and stared at it intently. As for the giant salamander behind, who is the prey and who is the hunter? It doesn't depend on their size. I really want to be as big as a millstone. The pack of wolves outside will be a snack in a minute. Suhi stared at the crucian carp. Not long after, a dice as big as a fist suddenly appeared, landed on the crucian carp, and began to spin. 3 o'clock. One crucian carp suddenly turned into 3. African chief. Suhi casually pulled the crucian carp aside. This dice is his golden finger for time travel. It would appear every time Suhi snatched something belonging to someone else, and the things he snatched back would multiply several times. Suhi has not fully grasped the specific doubling rule. Sometimes the quantity doubles. Sometimes the weight doubles. And sometimes the volume doubles. There were even times when it was not doubled but raised to the power. There is also a small chance that it will not be doubled in quantity, but in quality. It's like taking away the Wolf King's demon transformation fruit. It was originally just a jelly-like translucent sweet date. After the dice rolled 5, the demon fruit did not become more numerous, but changed from transparent to blood red. Bright red, plump and round, directly improves the quality of the demon fruit. This was also the reason why Suhi had already eaten the fruit, and the smell alone made the wolves refuse to leave. Suhi just wanted to improve the quality of crucian carp today. The demon transformation fruit has been swallowed, and he is now like a fetus gestating in the belly. It is the best time to develop, and he can unscrupulously improve his potential talents. After 100 days, the demon transformation fruit will be digested, and his talents will be finalized, and he will never be this good again. Opportunity. But there are too few opportunities to improve quality. It would be good if it happens once every 5 or 6 throws. 3 crucian carps floated away with the waves, but the giant salamander didn't dare to pick them up. It remembered that it had been beaten by this guy with the SHL just yesterday. It shook its head and turned to hunt again. About 2 hours later, a red carp was caught by it, and just as it was about to swallow it, the damn turtle rushed over again, and with one bite, a kick, and a stroke, it snatched the carp from it and disappeared. The giant salamander cried, like a baby howling. Suhi huddled aside, and the dice popped out, spinning and landing on 4 o'clock. The carp did not double, but this ordinary red carp suddenly exuded an attractive fragrance, and half the pond became commotion. Quality times 4. The giant salamander huddled aside and howled. His eyes suddenly changed after being startled for a moment. He rushed over like a hungry tiger and opened his mouth to bite the red carp. Snapped. Suhi slapped it to the side, and before it could express its fierce expression of grabbing for food, the turtle's head twisted and tore off a large mouthful of fish meat, fragrant in the mouth, extremely fresh and tender. The giant salamander charged again. Suhi turned over with the red carp in his mouth, and the turtle SHL blocked the giant salamander from eating. The wolves on the shore were very passionate, and their howls were heartbreaking. There are treasures under the water, but wolves can't dive. Chapter 2. How many beasts can become deceitful? The giant salamander cried. He watched helplessly as the turtle calf swallowed his red carp piece by piece. That's it. You beat him after eating the fish. Damn it. Why is it in this pond? Wouldn't it be nice if I could beat you to the big lake next door? It's so big over there that you can't even swim to the end. The giant salamander was pitiful. When Suhi wasn't paying attention, he stole a crucian carp and swallowed it quietly. Suhi was too lazy to pay attention to him and huddled motionless under the water, a bit full. The red carp with twice the quality was very strong and a bit difficult to digest. He needed a warm and sheltered place to have a good sleep. If there are no wolves on the shore, just dig a hole in a shallow beach and bury yourself in it, leaving only your nostrils to vent. This is how I hibernated every time I reincarnated as a turtle in the past 2 years. Of course, they can also sleep underwater like other turtles. Suhi discovered on the first day after breaking out of his SHL that not only could he breathe through his nose and mouth, but he could also breathe underwater. But the place he used it was difficult to describe. Butt? Or cloaca? It should be this word. Suhi's general term for biology, which is not very clear. The cloaca can not only urinate, but also suck lake water in and absorb oxygen in the water. But such breathing is weak. Better than nothing. I don't know if all turtles can do it. Or is it just his species? Or is he special because he is a time traveler? If he chooses to sleep deeply, taking in enough air, minimizing all body movements, and breathing through his butt. He can sleep quietly underwater for 6 or 7 days. Suhi rarely breathed in this way. At first, he couldn't pass the psychological test. And then he just wasn't used to it. But not being used to it doesn't mean you can't. Suhi held his breath and dug a cave at the bottom of the pool. He swam up to the surface and tossed the wolves for air. After taking in enough air, he sank to the bottom of the water and got into the cave. He slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he fell into silence and fell into a deep sleep. This pond is not big. Only about 2 acres. There are no natural enemies in the water. There are wolves standing guard outside, and they are not afraid of other predators coming. So Suhi can sleep peacefully. But this sleep was not a solid one. And she was itching all over her body. Suhi always dreamed of being caught and stewed in a casserole, with boiling water tumbling and spray licking the turtle SHL, causing burning pain. After the perm, I felt itchy again, and I wanted to peel off the turtle SHL and scratch it. As Suhi was tortured alternately by pain and itching. As time passed day by day, the wolves on the shore became more and more impatient. The patience of the wolves is not so bad. But the smell of the demon fruit that filled the pond became lighter as Suhi fell asleep. The sleeping turtle's breathing became extremely weak. The Wolf King began to become violent, and even beat the other wolves 3 or 4 times. He even forced the wolves to go into the water more than 10 times a day and search back and forth. The wolves are angry but dare not speak out. What's even worse is that no fish carcasses have floated on the water in the past few days. The wolves have nothing to pick up. They need to hunt. But the Wolf King failed to organize an effective hunt. It did not dare to stay away from the pool, and could only remotely command from the nearby hill. The hunting effect of the wolves was greatly reduced. The wolves are hungry. There were deer running around, glancing at the wolves from time to time. Those places with lush water and grass that they once dared not set foot in could now come and go at will. The wolves were suppressed by the Wolf King, and were not allowed to leave the pond. These lush green areas have become a haven for deer. Not far away, a snake had just swallowed a frog, and was captured by a goshawk that descended from the sky and flew up into the sky. The faint smell of blood filled the air. Predators are also prey, and no one can guarantee that they will survive to the next moment. The calm and peaceful days passed day by day. At the bottom of the pond, Suhi felt that he was really dead this time. He felt that there was boiling water all around. And the turtle I was peeled off layer by layer. It was probably cooked. And the whole turtle sank to the bottom of the pot. Whereabouts? Suhi woke up suddenly and looked around. Still in the pond. But the cave he was hiding in has collapsed. Crushed by him. Judging from the remaining air in his lungs, he only slept for 5 or 6 days. But Suhi had grown from the size of a plate to the size of a wash basin. And the cave he dug earlier couldn't hold him, and was stretched. My body became heavy and sank into the mud. No wonder I kept sinking to the bottom of the pot in my dreams. All around were peeling pieces of turtle SHL. Turtles also shed their SHLs, but they don't swoop out like crabs and regrow a new SHL. Instead, they retreated piece by piece. They can shed about twice a year. It gradually grows up while shedding its SHL. This is a gradual process. But this time, after 5 or 6 days of deep sleep, I shed more than 1 layer of my SHL. Moreover, the color of the retreating SHL has changed. From the gray ordinary turtle SHL, it has begun to deepen in color. There is a tendency to darken. This is a good thing. Being buried in the mud can make you more invisible. Suhague quietly poked his head out to confirm that there was no danger, and gently swam toward the surface with water. After a few days, most of the pond surface has been covered by lotus leaves. The lotus leaves have not yet grown to their maximum size. In 5 or 6 days, these green leaves will cover the entire pond. Then it is ready to bloom. Suhi is waiting for the lotus to bloom. It has an appointment with people. With his forelimbs flicking and his hind feet treading the water, Suhi put his head out of the water to look around. The Wolf King was beating 2 wolves violently. Only 3 of them were still patrolling the pond, and the rest were surrounding the Wolf King, baring their teeth and making threatening sounds. I don't know if he is threatening the Wolf King, or cheering and threatening the wolf who is being beaten. But Suhi had a vague feeling that the wolves no longer respected the Wolf King so much. After 5 or 6 days of not seeing the Wolf King, his prestige is gone. Hello, Wolf King. Goodbye, Wolf King. The Wolf King's attention was attracted by other things. Suhi had finished breathing, and had already sunk to the bottom of the water. Only then did he react. He hurriedly left the two beaten wolves behind and jumped into the pond. The water in the center of the pond was about 2 feet deep, and it was covered by lotus leaves. It was absolutely safe for Suhi to dive into the water. The underwater giant salamander is wandering happily, and it has become much livelier after not seeing it for a few days. Suhi decided to help it consolidate its memory. So he beat it up and robbed it of 2 prawns. The die falls. 3 o'clock. Shrimp times 8. 2 became 8. This time not 3 times but 3 times. But still a non-chief. Suhi wants to improve the quality of prawns. He casually moved the prawn towards the giant salamander and watched the giant salamander gobble it up in a daze. It's a pity that the dice has a virginity complex. If you snatch something that has been rolled by it, it will not roll it again. Otherwise it will be an infinite cycle. On the water surface, the Wolf King returned to the shore bitterly, looking at the calm surface of the pool. His eyes became humane and deep. After a few glances, he turned and ran deep into the woods, turning a deaf ear to the barking of the wild wolf behind him. About 2 or 3 hours later, the Wolf King came back with a small mouse-like animal as big as a cat in its mouth, shook its head, and threw it into the pond. The thing had been frightened by the Wolf King, and it swooped into the pond with a slap of its tail, hiding far away from the Wolf King. Otter? Suhi was startled, and then became furious. It's your uncle's fault. Otter. When did a wolf learn to use tools? Otters are definitely the natural enemies of turtles. The reaction speed is extremely fast, and it is not difficult to hunt turtles larger than itself. The smaller turtles smash their sh.ls, while the larger ones dig out the flesh from their limbs. It's no use shrinking into a sh.l. Brat. Your second uncle's third uncle. You are playing dirty. This otter is about the same size as Suhi. Danger! Suhi suddenly moved his limbs and rushed towards the water. When the otter was still panicking after escaping from the wolf's mouth, he bit the otter on the back of its neck, jerked it under the water, and dragged it to the bottom of the water. An otter can only hold its breath for 5 or 6 minutes, while Suhi can hold his breath for 7 days. This is its only advantage. Just after escaping from the wolf's mouth, the otter was suddenly attacked again. The otter was suddenly frightened out of his wits. His body was twisted into a knot, and he pulled his skin and looked back. He struggled to dig and kick. He didn't relax at all just because the person biting him was a turtle. The back of his neck was bitten to death, and he couldn't use any strength at all. The otter tugged on the fur, scratching Suhi's head with its front paws, and kicked Suhi's turtle sh.l with its back paws like a cat, trying to kick him away or directly tear the sh.l open. Suhi allowed it to struggle, and didn't even notice that the otter's right hind leg was torn apart by the otter's claws. She gritted her neck and pushed it into the water. He immediately turned over and rode up, pressing down firmly. His claws hooked the water plants at the bottom of the pond, and did not let go for a moment. Chapter 3: Make a Hole. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the water, making it glow red and gold. The shadows of lotus leaves and stems sway in the water, making it look like a secluded forest. Suhi's entire turtle lay limp on the bottom of the pond. The base of his tail on his left hind leg was torn by an otter, and his skin and flesh were exposed. The smell of blood caused the fish and shrimp in the pond to go crazy. Fortunately, the bleeding has stopped and the wound is now a little white. The otter next to him was completely dead, and the back of his neck was bitten by Suhi. A large piece of flesh and blood. This time, it was Suhi Laolu who made a sneak attack and clamped down on the fate of the otter, making it unable to use its agile skills. He also drowned the otter with his superior ability to hold his breath. I'm very lucky and very capable. But what about next time? The Wolf King can catch 10 otters if he can catch 1 otter in his mouth. But Suhi cannot defeat 2 otters. Turtles have never been a warlike species. The tortoise is more about patience, and is good at retracting into its sh.l to avoid danger. But the turtle sh.l cannot stop the otter. The otter knows how to attack the limbs of the turtle. When the turtle sh.l is retracted, it becomes a walnut, and when it is smashed open, it becomes a delicious food. This pond is too small. If 4 or 5 otters are allowed in, there will be no place for them to escape. We have to find a way out. A tortoise without long-term worries must have short-term worries. Either kill the Wolf King and drive away the wolves, or find a retreat that can make it invincible. I am still too weak. He was too young. Suhi had been reincarnated for less than 2 years, and his growth to the size of a basin was all due to the power of dice. The turtles that were born in the same batch as him, and survived by luck, were only about the size of a hand. As long as he is given another 2 years to grow to the size of a manhole cover, he can be unscrupulous. Even if a crocodile bites it, it will break all the teeth in its mouth. Dig a hole. Dig a hole and seal the entrance with a stone slab. Try to grab a few more giant salamander fish. Then get into the hole and grow slowly. If you're lucky, if you lose 5 or 6 points by grabbing a red carp, it might soon grow to the size of a manhole cover. Suhi lurked under the water and found a good spot to dig a hole. It was hidden among the lotus bushes and was full of plant roots. By holding the soil tightly, he could dig a huge cave without fear of collapse under the pressure of the water. After drilling in, dig out the soil above, and a big stone will fall down to cover the entrance of the hole. Not to mention that the otter couldn't get in. Even if Suhi wanted to get out, he would have to dig out the mud behind his back and open a new hole. Otters have closed nostrils in the water, making it impossible to smell and find him. If there is too much movement, Suhi will be woken up. Turtles have very keen hearing. After Suhi made a plan, he plunged into the bottom of the pond, waved his claws to break through the mud, and started digging. The sky gradually darkened, and the bottom of the water was the first to fall into darkness. The sounds of wolves howling one after another, pairs of eyes glowing green in the darkness, and the violent atmosphere was particularly permeable. Suhi huddled at the bottom of the pool and couldn't see it. He was digging a hole 50 miles away, on an inconspicuous island on Tinghai Lake. A sword light fell and transformed into an old man and a young man, a sloppy old Taoist priest and a corner boy. The boy held a bronze mirror in his hand and looked at the flickering light spots on it. He was somewhat discouraged and said, "Master, I heard that there are 18 demon-transforming fruits growing in Haihe Lake, and they are all colorless fruits." He put away the mirror and showed a bit of envy. "Grandmaster, when do you think our Qingyuan mountain will be able to grow the green demon-transforming fruit?" "Yesterday, I followed the patriarch to meet Taoist priest Qinghe of Xianxing Temple. A green fruit grew on their territory and was eaten by the old mastiff that had been raised in the sect for more than 10 years. The 2 little Taoist boys were showing off in front of him. It was as if they were the ones who ate the fruit." Tonger's eyes flickered. "Master, do you think it's possible that our Qingyuan realm demon transformation fruit has produced red fruits, and we missed it? This precious mirror can only view colorless and cyan demon fruits. What about the legendary red fruits?" The sloppy old man took a bite of the big chicken drumstick, and his mouth was full of oil. "How dare you think about it? Little kid, every 60 years when a star falls, the demon transformation fruit falls from the sky to the ground and is born. It takes 60 years to become an ordinary fruit. It takes 3,600 years for a green fruit to appear. A red fruit has never appeared. It is only speculated that it may be produced after more than 10 or 200,000 years. It is said that such a fruit does not exist. But if it does exist, can our Qingyuan sect be able to defend it?" This place belongs to Qingyuan Gate, the pond where Suhi is located, and the Tinghai Lake, which is 100 miles in radius, are no exception. The old Taoist gave Tomer an idea. "If you think about all the things that you don't have, you might as well think about how to make the roasted chicken more delicious. Once you've cooked it, I'll reward you with 3 melons and 2 dates, which will be enough for you to show off for half a lifetime. Go! Look around and see if the turtle boy is here. The old man will be here on July 7th as promised." Last year the old man got very drunk and talked nonsense. On this small island, I preached to a group of fish bastards for 3 days. 3 days later, when I woke up from the drunkenness, I discovered that there was actually a turtle here listening attentively. After a while, the turtle was so spiritual that it actually thanked him as if it had become wise. The old Taoist was overjoyed and wanted to take it away directly. But it can't bear to cut off its opportunity to transform into a demon. The starfall is coming once in 60 years, and all beasts from all over the world have the opportunity to transform into demons. If you take it away, you will ruin this opportunity. There are regulations in the cultivation world that humans are not allowed to participate in the competition for the demon transformation fruit. The old Taoist agreed to visit it again on the 7th day of July this year, when the lotus flowers are in full bloom. If it is lucky enough to swallow the demon-transforming fruit, it will take it back to Professor Hausheng. If it is still a beast, keep it as a pet. Today is July 7th. The boy climbed up and looked around. There are schools of fish in the sparkling lake, small turtles swimming as gracefully as if they are flying, and water birds soaring leisurely. Only the little turtle that the patriarch loved was missing. Searched carefully and still couldn't find it. The turtle broke the appointment. The patriarch was probably stupid. No matter how spiritual the turtle was, how could it understand the agreement when it couldn't gain wisdom without taking the demon transformation fruit? He ran down the small mound and shouted as he ran. Master! Master! Are you stupid? You and the turtle agreed that the lotus will be in full bloom on July 7th. How does it know when it is July 7th? This year, Master Su fighting with others has caused spring and summer to come late around Qingyuan Mountain. And the lotus flowers haven't bloomed yet. The sloppy old man suddenly froze, holding a chicken butt in his mouth with a look of shock on his face. I am a wise man who has made a mistake despite all my considerations. He sighed and said, This is no fate. I have specially set aside time to come here today. I have to go to Sanha Wasteland in the middle of the night to host the opening of this year's wasteland. It is impossible to wait for the lotus flowers to bloom. This lotus flower can't be open for at least a month? The old Taoist picked 2 lotus leaves, carefully wrapped the half-eaten roast chicken, and stuffed it into his arms. He stood up and held out the fairy sword. Tonner blinked. Master, are you going to break your promise? Aren't you going to look for that little turtle? With my experienced magical powers, I can find it at a glance. Right? Bah! The old Taoist snorted and raised his head arrogantly. It's the one who came to me. Is it okay for me to look for it? Who is a seeker? Who is the evangelist? Isn't it possible that the turtle's son went through all kinds of hardships and 99 and 72 difficulties to prostrate himself in front of the old Taoist and sincerely bow to him? Master is so arrogant. The boy's eyes rolled. What if the little turtle had bad luck and ate the blue demon fruit? The green fruit can shape a demon genius with great talent. The old Taoist snorted disdainfully. So what? Who can practice to this level and not be a genius? What if I eat red fruit? The old Taoist fooled Tonner to the point of collapse. What is this little head fantasizing about every day? What happened to the red fruit? Red fruit is amazing? A fruit that only exists in legends. Would I care about it? Is it possible that he needs an experienced Taoist to kneel down and teach him the Dharma? The worst case scenario is to have a bloody fight with other sects. Snatch them over and accept them as teachers. And let the old man accept a closed disciple. The old man couldn't bear the luck of being able to eat red fruits. Anyway, the old man's bones were rotten, so he was not afraid. The old Taoist lightly stomped his feet on the ground. Then he took the little boy and jumped onto the sword and flew straight into the sky. The wind blew, and the stone he stamped on shattered to the ground, revealing a stone turtle statue in the center that had been chopped with an axe. The turtle stretched its limbs and stretched its neck, closed its eyes slightly, and looked at the bright moon, taking in its breath. The old Taoist gong took part in creation, and the turtle carved out of just 1 foot actually contained a set of breathing techniques. The breeze blows through the stone turtle's nostrils, just like the turtle's breathing, which may be long or short, rapid or slow. At this moment, Suhi was digging a hole in a small pond 50 miles away. Chapter for the Eagle. This is a long-term residence, and the design is very difficult to dig, especially the place chosen by Su. He is full of plant roots, while ensuring that the cave is strong. It also makes excavation more difficult. This is not the amount of work that can be accomplished in one day. The scratches on the hind legs by the otter have been glued together, and will heal in at most 2 days. After this long sleep, my recovery ability has improved a lot. Suhi emerged from the half-made cave, took a breath at the surface of the water, and then quietly dived to the bottom. A carp swam recklessly in front of him. A naked provocation. Suhague's head stretched and retracted like a sharp arrow, and he had already clamped the carp's body. He swung his head and smashed it onto the pebbles at the bottom of the pond, knocking it unconscious. Fish life is tenacious and not easy to kill. Coma is enough. Turn the carp over and bite off the spine in 1 bite, tearing the fish flesh slowly. There is a bit of earthy taste in the mouth, and the fish scales always stick in the throat. Suhi's favorite thing is shrimp. The extremely fresh and delicious taste bursts in his mouth, and he enjoys it. The key is that shrimp SHLS also supplement calcium. There is no food of this quality that can be doubled, so it can only be used to fill the stomach. The giant salamander has gone somewhere, and there is no way to rob it. Suhi suddenly thought of a question. The dice will only appear if you have snatched or stolen something. So does killing the prey count as robbing its life and freedom? The carp didn't die, so the dice didn't appear? Live creatures cannot be rolled. Suhi pulled open the carp's head with his claws and took out the heart in 1 mouthful. The fresh fish heart was beating in his mouth. I snatched the heart of a fish. Suhi kept hinting to himself in his heart. But the dice did not appear. Sure enough, there is no bug. Suhi summarized the rules. Only if you rob the target's external belongings will it count. The giant salamander quietly came out of nowhere, holding 2 prawns in its mouth and peering at Suhi's carp. Suhi glanced at it. Prawn quality ×3. Carp quality ×2. Crying giant salamander ×1. Suhi found a rule that could be used reasonably. The carp he killed could not roll dice. But if the carp was snatched away by the giant salamander, he could just snatch it back. It can definitely help the bandits to respect themselves. After having a delicious meal, Suhi got back into the half-finished cave, buried the entrance with mud, and slept until sunset on the 3rd day. The Wolf King on the shore stared at the pond without blinking. It's very patient. The eyes of the wild wolf next to me turned green. I don't know whether it was because it was hungry, or because it was getting late, and the wolf's eyes had opened up. Suhi climbed out of the cave, after confirming that he was safe. His body became a little heavier, and he could see that he was much darker again in the setting sun. Not only the turtle SHL has turned black, but also the skin has turned black. At this moment, it looks like a pure black turtle. If there is a little more gloss, it will look like an inked turtle carved from jet jade. Sort of. Lost? In this world? White is respected. White snake. White peacock. White deer. If some magical beasts are white to show their holiness. What does my black color mean? Booking a villain? Fortunately, as it turned darker, the skin became much tougher. The wounds left by the otter had completely healed, leaving only light flesh-colored traces on the dark skin. The strength also became stronger. Suhi broke through the water with one stroke of his 4 legs and suddenly jumped out, nearly twice as fast as before. Suhi had eaten good food before, and he never lacked for high-quality dice. But the physical improvement effect is not that exaggerated. It just makes him grow much faster than ordinary turtles. After swallowing the demon transformation fruit, you can obviously feel the rapid evolution of your body. Exquisite foods that were previously indigestible can now be completely absorbed. Thinking of food, I felt hungry again. And I also felt a little itchy and wanted to chew on a teething stick. But turtles have no teeth. They had a big fong when they first hatched, but they fell out in 5 or 6 days. But Suhi definitely felt the itching in his gums. Is this going to evolve teeth? Suhi was a little worried. Isn't this the evolution of an alien beast? Does the demon transforming fruit with improved quality no longer have the effect of transforming demons? Suhi was worried. So he snatched back half of the carp from the giant salamander and chewed it carefully to relieve the feeling of tooth itch. He glanced at the prawns at the bottom of the pond again, wanting to eat more and evolve. Improve your digestion ability and digest the demon transforming fruit as quickly as possible, to avoid long nights and many dreams. Look at the green lotus in the pond. It will take more than half a month to bloom, and the pond will be full of flowers in a month at most. The time agreed upon by the sloppy old man is coming soon. The senior sermons are not to be missed. Suhi planned. Bah! An eagle's call came from high in the sky. Suhi subconsciously shrank into the turtle SHL. This is instinctive. It turned out that when I was still struggling to make a living in Tinghai Lake, I was almost caught by an eagle several times. I have also seen several tortoise carcasses that were badly damaged by eagles. The eagle cannot break open the turtle SHL, but it will drop it from a height of 100 meters. No matter how strong the turtle SHL is, it cannot withstand such a toss. Suhi huddled under the water, with his limbs slightly retracted, leaving the eagle with nowhere to start. If it were on Earth in the previous life, a tortoise of this size wouldn't have to worry about the flying eagle. But this is the mysterious realm, and giant eagles with wings spread 2 to 3 feet are not uncommon. The water rippled, and a swimming snake dived into the water next to it. It was not avoiding the eagle, but trying to hunt Suhi. There was something wrong with this guy's brain, and he blamed Suhi for being motionless and using only one paw to lightly move the water to keep his balance, making the snake think there was a fish in front of him. The eyesight of swimming snakes is too poor, and they cannot sense snakes. They rely more on the fluctuation of water patterns to judge the things ahead. Suhi had encountered the wandering snake that came to his door more than once. Tasty. Green snakes swarmed towards Suhi, opening their mouths to prey. A sudden fishy wind blew above their heads. The goshawk hovering in the sky swooped down at some point and tore a pair of eagle claws into the water. The target is the snake. Rejoice. This eagle is not very big, with a wingspan of about 1 foot. It was a bit difficult to pick up Suhi, but he knew it and went straight to the snake. There are many goshawks here. The diameter of Tinghai Lake next door is hundreds of miles in diameter, and there is a large river flowing through it. which supports so many living things. Goshawks perch on the high mountain southwest of Tinghai Lake. Suhi misses Tinghaihu very much. Although there are ferocious beasts in the lake, the water is very fast, and the breath will be washed away by the water in a moment. As long as you are careful, it will be safer. Unlike being blocked by a group of wild wolves in a small pond now. Also beware of the Wolf King letting otters hunt for turtles. The goshawk was a little above the water, grabbed the colibrid, flapped its wings and flew back to its nest. An idea flashed in Suhi's mind. The turtle's head shot out instantly, biting the snake's tail. This stewardess is taking me for a ride. The struggling snake was stretched straight in an instant, and the goshawk was pulled downwards. But an inexplicable surprise burst out in its eyes, and it smelled the smell of the demon transformation fruit. This goshawk's wingspan is more than 1 foot, nearly 4 meters. It should be no problem to bring a snake weighing 2 pounds, and a turtle weighing 20 or 30 pounds. From the small pond to the high mountains where the goshawks live, they must pass by Tinghai Lake, which is the perfect time to move. The goshawk flapped its wings and flew up with difficulty. It was only 3 to 5 feet above the ground and flew westward with difficulty. The Wolf King on the ground exploded instantly when he smelled the scent of the demon transformation fruit, roaring and chasing after him. The speed is actually not inferior to that of a weight-bearing goshawk. Hello, Wolf King. Goodbye, Wolf King. Don't give away the Wolf King. The goshawk is very fast, leaping over ponds and flying over hills, flying in arcs, and flying smoother and smoother with a light breeze in the air. The wolves chased desperately on the ground. Seeing the turtle in the sky getting further and further away, the Wolf King roared angrily and bared his teeth. Goodbye to you. Suhi waved his paw and was in a good mood. At this moment, there was a crisp sound of pop. The snake couldn't bear the pull of goshawk and Suhi. Broken. Suhi fell to the ground with a thud and didn't react for a long time. Fortunately, we were almost at Tinghai Lake, right at the shallow mud pit. Good news, it hurts but doesn't hurt. Bad news, there is Crocodile Beach ahead, and a group of crocodiles are looking in this direction at the same time. Suhi suddenly heard the howling of wolves behind him, and the wolves chased after him. A chill shot from the turtle's SHL to the tip of its tail. Chapter 5 Yaya came in. It was a bit regretful. Turtle was best at endurance. He should have compared his character with the wolves in the pond. It's not Brother Flathead. Why are you so reckless? Suhi stretched his neck and looked around hastily. 1 mile to the northwest is Tinghai Lake, but the way is blocked by crocodiles. 2 miles to the east is a small pond with a pack of murderous wolves. Less than 100 meters to the southwest, there is an abrupt rocky mountain. The mountain is not high, only about 20 to 30 feet high, and the rocks are rugged. Go up the mountain. Suhi made a decision in an instant. This was the only way. He couldn't cross hundreds of crocodiles to reach Tinghai Lake, and he couldn't fight against a pack of wolves. There was no cover in the grassland in the northeast, and there was only one way up the mountain. He quickly climbed up the mountain and found a stone crevice to stick himself in. As long as he could find a suitable stone crevice and go in with only the turtle SHL exposed, no one could do anything to him. With this half snake in his mouth, he can live for several months. When the time comes when the sloppy old man doesn't see him for his appointment, he should come looking for him. Bar? Suhi flew up the mountain with half of the snake's body in his mouth. He was extremely fast. The turtle's speed could be countless times faster than people imagined. But even then, after crawling less than 10 feet, a wild wolf had already pounced on Suhi and bit him. Suhi shrank into the turtle SHL, and the wild wolf fell flat, its teeth clashing with each other. There was a buzz in his head, and he saw the turtle's head shoot out like lightning, biting its throat. It was the first time I saw a turtle that dared to resist. The turtle's mouth is like a beak, inserted up and down, locking its throat. The wild wolf suddenly couldn't breathe, struggled, roared, and jumped. Suhi gritted his teeth and refused to let go. He put all his strength into his beak and bit open the wolf's throat. Hot blood poured into his mouth and rolled into his belly, and the wild wolf rolled and struggled with him. Gradually, his movements became sluggish, and he gradually became motionless. It's dead. Suhi released his numb jaw, turned his body around with great effort, raised his head and looked down. In front of the ferocious stone mountain, there are more than 20 wild wolves and swarms of crocodiles. The two groups are clearly divided. Opposite them is a bloody turtle, whose black body has been stained red with wolf blood. Suhi raised his head slightly. A turtle assumed the posture of an army. Kill! Who dares to fight with me? Only one wolf came forward for a while. Are these guys afraid of me? He looked down and saw a girl about 3 or 4 years old holding the tail of a huge crocodile, rounding it and throwing it at the wolves. While smashing, he yelled in an arrogant voice, "Don't bully the turtle!" She had knocked down 7 or 8 of the 20-odd wolves, and none of the killed beasts dared to step forward. Suhi, Dot! Where did this little milk baby come from? It seems to be helping him. Becoming a spirit of the same kind? Don't you want to see your fellow race being bullied? He looked at the wild wolf that he had tried so hard to kill, and then at the wolves and crocodiles that Milkman had beaten so hard that they dared not approach. A strange feeling came out of nowhere. The little kid fought off the crocodiles and wild wolves with a wild killing spree, threw the crocodile in his arms to the ground, clapped his hands, and stared at the herd with his hands on his hips. "Don't bully the turtle," she warned solemnly in her grandma's voice. Convinced that the beasts were timid, she turned around and walked over, touched Suhi's turtle head, and showed an innocent smile. "Hey, I also met a beautiful turtle. Much better than Grandpa G's turtle. And he dared to fight with her. The wolves are fighting." She knelt down and looked at Suhi. "Really? I saw that you are very smart and can fly with an eagle. Unlike the bad turtle that Grandpa Gu met. We made an appointment with Grandpa Gu to meet on the 7th day of July. Yes, but Grandpa Gu waited all night and he didn't show up." Suhi blinked, not knowing why. "Big turtle, did you know there was a treasure on the mountain and ran here?" She carefully wiped off the blood on Suhi with her handkerchief, picked him up and walked to the top of the mountain. "The aura on the top of the mountain is my mother adjusting the climate." The female doll chuckled. "Mom got into a fight with someone and messed up the climate. She just finished adjusting and is taking a bath on the mountain. I'll take you to see it and wash it for you too. You're so smelly." Suhi, "Mother? Bath? Is this what a 2-year-old turtle like me can see?" Suhi didn't struggle and let the little girl carry him up the mountain. He turned around a towering rock and had an unobstructed view of the top of the mountain. There is a pavilion with a pool of water in front of it, and mist curls over the pool. A woman without a bath. "Ya, what did you do?" A cold voice came from behind. Suhi pulled his head and looked around, then suddenly froze. The speaker was a woman in her mid-20s. She was dressed in white, as bright as the autumn moon, and her robes were graceful and graceful. Her unique and independent temperament was like a white lotus emerging from the water. Calm, elegant, and clear as frost. Yuchi had just finished taking a shower, and her black hair was still wet and scattered around her chest, outlining her height. "Mom!" the little baby cried happily. "I met a big turtle, which is better than the turtle Grandpa Gu said. It can fly." Hearing the doll's voice, a smile appeared on the woman's cold face. "Children are children, innocent and cute. 3 days ago, I met Elder Gu who was leaving with his sword. After hearing that Elder Gu said that he was going to make an appointment with the turtle, and the turtle rejected the appointment. The little girl showed great interest in the smart turtle. People who are possessed by a demon usually want a turtle. Not those alien turtles that can spit water and fire, but an ordinary little turtle that is extremely smart." He even begged her to adjust the disturbed climate back, hoping that the turtle in Elder G's mouth could see the lotus flowers in bloom and come to keep the appointment. This girl was possessed by a demon. While she was bathing, she picked up an ink turtle from nowhere. The woman flicked her cattails, and a ball of clear water flowed through. Suhi's blood and stench that had been lurking in the mud all year round were cleaned away. "Mom, can I take it back to raise it?" The girl's big eyes flashed. The woman shook her head. "The demon-transforming fruit only grew a few days ago. These 100 days are the time when all the beasts are competing for the opportunity to transform into demons. If you take it back, it will miss the opportunity." The female doll hugged the turtle with a gloomy expression. After a while, she suddenly raised her head. "Mom, can you help Yaya see if she has eaten the demon fruit? She was fighting with the wolf just now. Maybe she got it." It turns out that the little girl's name is Yaya. Is it her nickname? Suhi thought. The woman smiled and touched her daughter's head. "Only animals can sense the demon transformation fruit. Mom doesn't have a celestial mirror here, so she can't see it." The demon transformation fruit is an opportunity for beasts. Unless humans see it with their own eyes, no matter how advanced they are, they will not be able to sense the aura of the demon transformation fruit. Just like in previous lives, no matter how knowledgeable you are, if you want to observe sound waves and electromagnetism, you have to rely on special equipment. Human beings themselves do not have this ability. The demon transformation fruit belongs to beasts, and cannot be sensed by humans. This has nothing to do with Taoism. It is the rule of heaven and earth. The woman put a bright red fruit into Yaya's arms. Let's go play. Mother still needs to adjust the formation. And we will go back in a while. Oh, Yaya responded, carrying Suhi and walking to the pavilion. Feeling a little down, Suhi raised his paw and pressed her chubby face. The little girl was not very interested and pressed down Suhi's paw. Don't make trouble. Turtle, you can't play with me. I'm afraid you will fall in love with me. You want to grab the demon fruit, but you can't follow me. Her eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. After snatching the demon transformation fruit, you can go find me. She placed Suhi on the ground, formed a seal with her hands to form a talisman, and pressed the talisman with her little hand to print the talisman on Suhi's forehead. With this mark, you can go to Qingyuan Mountain, and you can come and play with me. Let's have sex. You can't break the appointment. The turtle claws and the little hands hold each other, and a gentleman's agreement is established. The girl laughed happily. Let me tell you, my name is Feng Yaya. My mother's name is Su Huanyan, and my father is Feng. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. He is not a good person. When he sees you, he will definitely want to cook you and eat you. Remember to avoid him when you go to find me. Yaya, don't speak ill of your father. Mother's voice came from outside the pavilion. She watched her daughter leave a mark on a turtle and didn't object. She just quietly changed her daughter's mark slightly from a distance. A mark is a proof of identity. Can this silly girl keep any kind of proof? This is the rune mark with the highest authority. If someone catches this turtle, he can use the turtle to directly enter her treasure house. This is not good. Feng Yaya pouted and snorted. Why can't you say bad things about Daddy? He wants to eat everything. And he also wants to eat Yaya. Yaya would rather have a turtle as a father. Chapter 6 6 points. Su Huanyan's face gradually turned pale as he looked at his daughter teasing Wugui. She was in favor of her daughter finding a turtle as a friend. Even if it's not a goblin, the turtle's lifespan is long enough. Yaya is so special. She was born during a thunder tribulation, when she was going through a thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation entered her body, causing Yaya to undergo mutations. And her development speed was more than 10 times slower than that of ordinary people. A few years after he was born, he is still like a naughty boy of 3 or 4 years old. Only demons can grow at the same speed as her, and can truly be her partners. Even if this turtle cannot transform into a demon, it can stay with her for a long time as a pet. But, Daddy Turtle. Su Huanyan pointed his fingers together, and looked at Su He quietly. Perhaps because she was born in a thunderstorm, and was born close to heaven and earth. Feng Yaya was born with supernatural powers, and would often hit the mark unintentionally. All the words said inadvertently became reality. She said she didn't like Senior Brother Bone, and that Senior Brother Bone deserved to be struck by lightning. So he was really struck to death by lightning. She said that Eldarin looked kind, and would be a good mother. Eldarin, who had been single for 800 years, really gave birth to a son at the age of 800. She said that she was envious of the ruins of Xianqing Temple, and it would be great if her sect also had them. In just 3 months, the Qingyuan sect discovered ancient ruins at her feet. There are countless similar incidents. Now she says she wants to find a turtle to be her father. Fairy Su felt it was difficult to breathe, and her chest felt as heavy as 2 big rocks. Mana poured into the finger knife unconsciously, and the eyes he looked at Su, he became increasingly cold. Suddenly, Suhi's hair stood on end. Suhi suddenly felt that a huge crisis was coming, like a 10-death situation, as if he was about to face a fight that was more terrifying than a pack of wolves and crocodiles. He subconsciously shrank into the turtle SHL and glanced around, looking for the source of the crisis. Feng Yaya knocked on his turtle SHL. Hey, are you at home? Big turtle? Are you swollen? Are you frightened by something? How can you save me in the future if you are so cowardly? If I am eaten by someone in the future, will you? Come and save me! Suhi, is this how a child thinks? What a fantastic idea. Why are you being eaten? The sword light on Su Huanyan's finger paused and then retracted. She was also fascinated, and she chuckled. When Yaya said that a turtle would be a father, she subconsciously wanted to kill the turtle. But how could it be this turtle? The turtle who could force her would have to go through the thunder tribulation with overwhelming magic power, or even the power from the 5th step to the heavenly realm. Otherwise, how could he suppress her? Su Huanyan suppressed the panic and doubt in his heart and concentrated on operating the formation. I still don't know what the future holds. So I just have to concentrate on practicing. If the realm is sufficient, who would dare to have dirty thoughts? The hostility disappeared just as quickly as it came. He was frightened and thought he would die. But the hostility disappeared inexplicably. The mountain breeze is gentle. The afterglow of summer shines on the mountain top. And the pool water emits colorful brilliance under the setting sun. Feng Yaya knocked on He's turtle SH.L. sketching He's beautiful life after he defected to her in the future. I told you. Grandpa Good is a good old man. But he is too stingy. He created a breathing method for his turtle. But I asked him, and he refused to give it. Now that he has gone out to do things, you come to me. I'll take you to steal that breathing technique. He's eyes lit up. There are also health-preserving porridge from Jingantong, ginseng fruit from Qiyinfeng, water essence stone from Sword Valley. There are many things that are useful to turtles. Let's steal them all. If we can't steal them, we will go and rob them with masks on. Don't worry. They can't beat me. I'm not afraid even if I get caught. My mother is the head wife. They don't dare to punish me. He's eyes when he looked at Feng Yaya had completely changed. He put a turtle claw on the doll's shoulder and patted it carefully. Very good. I have made this friend. A baby and a turtle formed a deep friendship in just a few words. And the two made full and friendly exchanges and plans for the bandit activities in the next 100 days. Until nightfall. It was time for Feng Yaya and Su Huanyan to leave. They did not walk with their swords, but held hands and walked down the mountain. Little Milkman looked back and waved from time to time. He stood at the corner of the pavilion and nodded, seeing the two people getting further and further apart. He reacted suddenly. It's not right. This fairy doesn't want me to miss this opportunity of hundreds of days, and hundreds of beasts vying for the demon transformation fruit. But I'm such a turtle that I'm the one being fought over. Why don't I follow them, and stay here waiting to be disemboweled by the beasts, and snatch the undigested demon-transforming fruit? In particular, the fruit he ate was a red fruit with improved quality and a stronger smell. A turtle lived as a lighthouse on a high mountain. Brother, wait for me. He wanted to shout. But tortoises are all mute and cannot make sounds without vocal cords. Except when they are in heat. He almost jumped off the corner pavilion and crawled quickly to chase Feng Yaya and Su Huanyan. Feng Yaya stared with big eyes. Su Huanyan's clothes were fluttering. Feng Yaya's eyes were full of surprise. Big turtle, are you reluctant to leave me? Su Huanyan smiled. There are so many intelligent and affectionate turtles. Elder Gu met one. And Yaya also met one. Have the turtle tribe in Qingyuan Mountain become civilized as a whole? This turtle probably wants to go down the mountain. After all, there is only a small pool on the mountain, and there is no food. I saw the ink turtle crawling towards me very quickly, biting the corner of my daughter's clothes and not letting go. Su Huanyan was stunned. Feng Yaya screamed and jumped up and down, holding He with her eyes wide open. She looked at her mother cutely. Fairy Su shook her head. The ancestors have taught you that during the fight for demon transformation, you are not allowed to accept beast pets. The fight for the demon transformation fruit is both opportunity and selection. Choose the beast that is most suitable for transforming into a monster. Natural selection. During this period, it is not allowed to accept animal pets. And the disciples are not allowed to participate in the competition for the beast-turned-demon fruit. No one in the Qingyuan sect would dare to disobey the instructions given by the patriarch. Except for a person like Elder Gu who has no taboos. The little girl suddenly looked disappointed and pouted her cheeks. Okay then. She reluctantly put Suhi down. Suhi? Give up? Suhi was shocked. No. Wait. Why don't you fight? He looked at Su Huanyan dumbfounded. I have something to say to this fairy. Give us a spell. The kind that makes beasts speak words by clicking on their necks. Last year, he saw a sloppy old man click on a crane. And the crane began to speak human words. Fairy Su didn't understand his eyes, but felt that this turtle was very spiritual. This kind of spirituality cannot be achieved by swallowing the demon transformation fruit recently and gaining spiritual wisdom. It should be born this way. It is not surprising that turtles are also a unique species. The real divine turtle is one of the four spirits alongside the dragon and the phoenix. She thought for a moment and placed her green jade finger a little between Suhi's eyebrows, leaving a mark. This mark is not visible. But if Suhi is captured and asked to subdue the turtle, it will warn others that this turtle has an owner. Feng Yaya squatted down and touched Suhi's turtle SH.L. Reluctantly, she was pulled up by Fairy Su, who showed off her feet and stood up with her sword. The fairy sword carried the two of them leisurely into the clouds, their clothes fluttering in the mist. Just like fairies coming to earth. Don't take me. Suhi stopped for a moment and looked down the mountain. The wolves and crocodiles had dispersed long ago, leaving behind 7 or 8 corpses. No one dared to approach. There is also half a snake, with a die settled on it. 6 o'clock. This counts as the food that Suhi snatched from the goshawk. The die has been decided, but he went to fight with the wolf and did not harvest anything. Climb over carefully and grab the snake's tail. The dice disappeared, but the snakes didn't grow much. This improves quality. Suhi climbed up the mountain with the snake's tail in his mouth. Returned to the pool on the top of the mountain as quickly as possible. Dragged the snake's tail into the bottom of the pool, his heart beating wildly. 6 points of quality improvement. This is the first time in history. This half of the snake was broken off at the 7-inch mark, where the snake's gallbladder and heart are located. It is about 1.5 meters long and about the thickness of a walnut. The entrance is not fragrant, but has a slight spiciness. The taste of turtles and humans are different. The smell of snakes in Suhi's mouth had a spicy taste that was not spicy enough. Tear open and swallow. The snake meat is strong, but I don't dare to waste time grinding my teeth. If you don't eat the 6-point quality snake meat, you will feel guilty in your stomach. After swallowing it whole as fast as possible, Suhi let out a long belch. The sky turned dark. The chirping of insects began, and the howling of wolves and beasts could be heard in the distance. Lying on the top of the mountain and getting closer to the sky. The sky is full of stars twinkling. Suhi lurked at the bottom of the pool, and the entire sky rippled with the water, accompanied by the stars. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 7 Teeth. The golden crow chases the jade rabbit, and the pale moon replaces the white sun. Time passed day by day, and this time the sleep lasted longer. Suhi did not dream and slept deeply. It's like hibernating. He never thought he would sleep so deeply for so long. Otherwise, he would have been well prepared. Fortunately, the water in the pool on the top of the mountain also has tides. It rises and falls twice a day. When the tide is high, it is peaceful to sink into the water. When the tide is low, Suhi can breathe while sleeping. The wind on the top of the mountain was strong, blowing away the scent of the demon transformation fruit. And no wild beasts have climbed up yet. The mountain is only about 20 feet high. It is full of strange rocks and short of vegetation. There is only a patch of green bamboo growing around the pool at the top of the mountain. Except for Suhi, there are no large animals on the entire mountain. Not even mice come here. The lotus flowers at the foot of the mountain have already bloomed. Looking from the mountain, the red fields are really beautiful. There are only 3 or 5 green lotus plants in the pond on the mountain, which are still in bud. The climate here is abnormal. I don't know what month it is. Is it summer or autumn? Another day passed, and the sky became dark. There is no moon tonight, and the clouds are thick. Lightning and thunder began from nightfall, and thunder and lightning pierced the sky and lit up the entire sky. Birds returned to their nests, and wild animals entered their nests. The water in the pool on the top of the mountain was blown up by the wind, and the tiles on the pavilion made a ragged sound. The storm is about to come, and the wind is filling the building. Suddenly the wind turned into a strong wind, breaking the green bamboo and hitting Suhi's turtle SH.L, knocking off a piece of tortoise SH.L that was about to shed. Suhi didn't notice it and huddled in the turtle SH.L and fell asleep deeply. The wind blew for most of the night, and thunder struck for a long time, until late in the night. It rained heavily. Dense raindrops pounded down, mixed with hail. The weather suddenly became cold. Every summer and autumn, there will be heavy rain and even hail, and the temperature will drop sharply. 3 to 5 days before heavy rain comes. All animals can sense it and prepare for it. This year I was delayed by sleep. Suhi huddled motionless in the turtle SH.L. He was a cold-blooded animal, and would choose to huddle at the bottom of the pool even if he was awake at this time. When the temperature is too low, the body becomes paralyzed and movements become sluggish. Fortunately, he was safe where he was, and he didn't have to worry about his livelihood while he was in deep sleep. This heavy rain has been brewing for a long time, and is coming down heavily. It rained heavily for 7 days. The water in the pool on the top of the mountain has filled up, and half of the pavilion has been submerged. The green bamboos have not escaped, and all of them are soaked in the water. In another 2 days, the water from the pond will flow down the mountain top to form a waterfall. After several days of gloom, the sun finally broke through the clouds and shined on the water, making the waves sparkle and warm. After the rain, everything clears up. When Suhi woke up leisurely, he heard the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. After some sleep, the world has changed. Is this a heavy rain? Swim to the edge of the top of the mountain and look down. Tinghai Lake is spread to the foot of the mountain. The mountain has become a towering island on Tinghai Lake. The lake water lapped against the rocks, making a rumbling sound. Flash flood? Suhi looked into the distance and saw that the pond where he originally lived had disappeared and was completely connected with Tinghai Lake. Suhi was cold. What is the purpose of this torment? If you didn't bother, you would be in Tinghai by now. Sure enough, the tortoises are worse than still when they move. You will gain wisdom after taking a bite. In the future, you will be as immovable as a mountain and as stable as an old turtle. Suhi withdrew his eyes and looked at his reflection in the pool. I don't know how long I slept for. And the half-snake was so powerful. The snake's heart and courage entered my belly, which was a great tonic. Suhi changed his appearance again. He had longed for a big manhole cover. And he did it. At this moment, it seems that the single turtle SH.L is only slightly smaller than the 8 Immortals table. The whole body is dark and shiny, like a carving of ink jade. The most important thing is that he has teeth. At this moment, the turtle's head looks a bit different from before. The beak-like aquiline hook has disappeared, and small fangs have grown. If the fangs grow bigger, they will be much more ferocious. Eat more shrimps to supplement calcium, and try to make your teeth grow stronger. A tortoise as big as the table of 8 Immortals can be called a giant tortoise anyway. But having a mouth full of small milk teeth is too much. Thinking of shrimps, Suhi became hungry again. I don't know how long I slept for. I just felt so hungry that my turtle I was empty. There is not even any fruit on the mountain. So we have to go down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the expanded Tinghai Lake, which has everything you need. Just as Suhi twisted his body, a gust of mountain wind blew in, carrying a faint smell of blood. The smell of blood was mixed with a hint of decay, which was the smell of an injured animal and infected wounds. The smell was getting closer to him. Something is coming. Suhi retreated half of his body into the pond. His turtle head slightly shrunk, and looked at the direction where the breath was coming from. A huge wolf staggered up. The wolf fur was soaked, and there was a fierce light in the eyes. The left hind leg was curled up. A large piece of flesh and blood had been torn off, and it was soaked by the rain, and the wound was glowing with a terrifying white color. It's the Wolf King. Suhi looked behind it, but there were no wolves. I don't know what it has been through during this period, and it has wiped out all its own pack. Or maybe a new Wolf King was born, and it was kicked out by the wolves and became a lone wolf? The Wolf King lowered his head and looked down at Suhi, his wolf eyes full of green eyes filled with madness. Although the turtle's appearance had changed, it could still recognize it at a glance as the grandson of the turtle who had robbed him of the demon transformation fruit. It was the demon transformation fruit that gave it power and allowed him to evolve. This is all its own. A wild wolf can't think of so much, but his angry thoughts are not much different. The Wolf King roared and suddenly rushed towards Suhi. Die! Bite him to death. The change in body shape made Suhi more courageous. He stretched out his mouth to take a sip of water from the long pond, then opened his mouth and sprayed it on the face of the charging Wolf King. The Wolf King took a breath and subconsciously shook his head to avoid it. But at this moment, Suhi's shrunken neck suddenly stretched out, bit its neck, dragged it backwards, and led the Wolf King into the pond. The newly grown teeth were so sharp that they bit the throat and stained the water red with blood. Blisters appeared on the Wolf King's neck. He wanted to turn over and stand up, but was stepped on by Suhi. He struggled desperately, but couldn't get up. Suhi blinked. So weak. An ordinary wild wolf had exhausted his strength before, but now the Wolf King had no room to resist. Is the Wolf King injured and too weak? Or am I getting stronger? Suhi skinned and fleshed the Wolf King. After eating, he waited for a while and crawled down the mountain. No matter what happened to the wolves, they must be gone now. The lake has spread no matter how far it has spread, and the edge can no longer be seen. I don't know if the group of crocodiles are still there. Suhi didn't know if he could beat the crocodile, but he thought there was nothing the crocodile could do about it. The hard turtle SH.L and the huge body should not invade each other. You can go down the mountain with confidence. The smell of the demon fruit on his body is much lighter, and he is not afraid of being criticized by the public. Only by going down the mountain to grab food and dice can you have room to play. Staying on the mountain is safe, but it blocks the way forward. With a body like this, As long as he doesn't get lost around those aquatic beasts, he should be invincible. As for the beasts that have already embarked on the path of alien beasts, they have no way to transform into monsters. They cannot sense the fruit of monster transformation, and they will not take the initiative to find it. Evolve well and strive to transform into a demon as soon as possible. It would be even better if I could dominate the lake, even when the water is not rising. The diameter of Tinghai Lake is more than 100 miles. And there is also Xiangshui passing by. It is next to Qingyuan Gate, and you are not afraid of the presence of two powerful strange beasts. It is a good place to go. Suhi slowly climbed down the mountain. The lake was churning, but he could see the water was safe. Broken tree trunks and broken branches and leaves floated by from time to time, creating a scene of a flood passing through. Suhi fell into the water with a pop and swam towards Tinghai Lake. The water here is too shallow, only 1 person deep. After the flood, it is still a bank, which is not a good place to settle down, especially at the Qingyuan Gate next to it. There might be practitioners coming to control the floods. After a few spells, the floods might recede. It would be more appropriate to go to Tinghai Lake. Suhi paddled in the water with all 4 legs, and half of the shiny black turtle sh. I was exposed on the water. After swimming less than half a mile, a faint sense of crisis came. The water rippled and something swam towards him. Chapter 8. Just basic necessities. Food, shelter and transportation. Suhi suddenly turned around and saw several water snakes swimming lightly towards him. The first one was obviously a snake king. It was 2 feet long and its calves were thick. She is all green and very beautiful. Suhi actually saw a charming feeling in a snake. It also ate the demon fruit. 1 turtle and 1 snake were convinced of each other's identity at the same time. The aura of the demon transformation fruit cannot be concealed at all. The 2 sides silently faced each other to guard against each other, and no one was the first to attack. The water snakes following the Snake King quickly swam up and surrounded the Snake King to protect him. Apparently this isn't the first time. This snake can protect its own demon-transforming fruit, and the group of snakes under it plays an important role. This is nature. In the competition for the demon transformation fruit, gregarious animals will always have an advantage over solitary animals. The 9 days during which the demon transformation fruit grows alone would not be protected by animals that live in groups. The demon transforming fruit in the small pond, if not Suhi Jiahu, would definitely belong to the Wolf King. There are more than 20 wolves in that wolf pack, and they can face any threat, except Lao Lu. Suhi and the Snake King looked at each other quietly, and then slowly backed away at the same time. Neither of them had any intention of taking action. The 2 sides estimated the size and threat level, and tacitly took the other off their menus. After retreating 5 or 6 feet, the green snake suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a cloud of mist, which instantly enveloped the group of snakes. Suhi was startled and quickly dived into the water. Fighting snakes is always easier underwater than on the surface. Looking up from the water, the green snakes exhaled thick mist to wrap around the snakes, quickly dived into the water under cover, and swam away into the distance. Put a smoke bomb and it will retreat. A bit of IQ but not too much. But it spits out fog. Only strange beasts and demons can master extraordinary abilities. Swallowing clouds, spitting fire, attracting wind, drawing thunder. Alien beasts cannot transform into demons, have no interest in demon-transforming fruits, and may even resist demon-transforming fruits. This green snake can only be an ordinary snake that ate the demon fruit. After eating the fruit for just a few days, it has magical powers? Why didn't I? Suhi swam towards Tinghai Lake, complaining about himself. After several days of heavy rain, the sky is now clearing up. Fish, shrimps and crabs are swimming to the upper level to breathe. From time to time, you can encounter various species. There are old crocodiles swimming back and forth to hunt prey, causing countless splashes in the water. This area is originally a crocodile beach. Several crocodiles saw Suhi and eagerly tried to come forward. But looking at his body shape, he was a little hesitant. During this period of time, the aura of the sleeping demon transformation fruit had become much lighter, and his body had grown too much. So the crocodile couldn't do anything to him. If it were still the case, these old crocodiles would have pounced on them without any care. Suhi paddled quietly, trying to find a place where he could settle down for a long time. Wolves have wolf packs, and snakes have snake packs. Suhi wanted to find a small island and try to see if he could tame a group of turtles. There is no need to do anything else, even if it can serve as a warning while he is sleeping. It would be great. A crocodile refused to give up and wanted to cut open Su-He and steal the demon-transforming fruit. Follow along. Su-He adjusted his condition and swam forward in an unhurried manner. A few lotus flowers floated on the water. Although they were damaged by wind and rain, they looked like they had once bloomed. I slept for too long, and the lotus flowers were already in full bloom. The day he agreed with the sloppy old man has arrived. Su-He swam to the agreed island based on his memory. The crocodiles following behind finally couldn't hold back anymore. The first crocodile suddenly accelerated towards Su-He, and the crocodile opened its mouth and bit hard at Su-He's hind paw. The fishy smell hit his nostrils, and Su-He shrank away from the turtle SHL. Click! The crocodile bit the saw on the turtle SHL and broke 2 of its fangs. The shock caused a roar in his mind. The crocodile's eyes were full of confusion, and he was at a loss when Su-He turned around and bit his front paw. Pulling back, turned over. Click! The entire claw was twisted and torn off. Blood sloshed in the lake. The bloody scene did not scare away the other 2 crocodiles. Instead, it aroused their ferocity, and they roared and charged forward. Su-He shrank back into the turtle SHL and let them bite her, motionless as a mountain. After this deep sleep, the turtle SHL became even harder. The crocodile bit it, and the earthquake caused pain inside. But there was no sign of damage to the turtle's SHL. Boom! A crocodile bit on the turtle SHL. Instead of crushing the SHL, it pushed Su-He out and hit another crocodile. Su-He immediately bit the crocodile's hind leg. He kicked hard on the crocodile's belly with his hind foot and tore off a large piece of leg meat. At the same time, he dug his hind paw on the crocodile's belly. The crocodile's soft belly was immediately disemboweled by him. The intestines flowed out through the breach. The crocodile rolled and struggled, and twitched its tail to pull Su-He out. However, it did not dare to pursue him, and ran away with its tail swung with blood dripping from it. 2 of the 3 crocodiles are gone. The remaining crocodile stopped moving forward, slowly shook its tail, and quietly escaped. Su-He stood still in the water for a moment, his internal organs twitching gently, and he was convinced that the 3 crocodiles had escaped, and a sense of pride arose leisurely. The crocodile couldn't help him, and there weren't many species in the lake that could pose a threat to him. He raised his turtle head and swam proudly towards the agreed island. A heavy rain changed the appearance of the sea and lake completely, and most of the island in Su-He's memory disappeared. It took Su-He a whole day to find the small island. At this moment, only the bare mounds of the island were left alone on the water. Su-He walked around the island for a week, but did not see the sloppy old Taoist. He only saw a turtle statue immersed in the water, indicating that the old Taoist had been here before. Su-He failed to make an appointment. Su-He lay beside Shirgui and froze for a long time, and finally smiled helplessly. The island brought rocks in his mouth and placed them next to Shirgui, pretending to be a seasoned drinker. I showed up for my appointment, but it was overdue. We are destined to meet again. If I get it, I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. Having swallowed the demon transformation fruit, you will have opportunities to seek enlightenment in the future, so you don't need to worry too much about gains and losses. After 2 years as a turtle, Su-He had learned nothing else. He had long been indifferent to gains and losses, especially when you are a hatchling. There is no need to be happy about finding food, as there might be a predator hiding behind it. There is no need to worry about the prey escaping. If you have time, it is better to go look for food quickly. A beast that is immersed in gains and losses cannot survive. To survive in the wild, you need to be cautious, but also learn to be careless. Outside the realm of Qingyuan, in a special realm, the sloppy old man who was chewing a chicken, but with his mouth full of oil, suddenly stopped and raised his head. Toner! Patriarch! I seem to have done something wrong! Tomer doesn't know why. The old Taoist said somewhat solemnly. If the little turtle swallowed the demon-transforming fruit, the fruit would have its own inheritance suitable for it. If it hadn't swallowed it, it would have followed the path of an alien beast. The breeding method is not suitable for it in any way. I shouldn't leave the stone turtle behind. I hope that little turtle really breaks the promise. Or maybe the earth shook or a volcano erupted and cracked the stone turtle. If it doesn't work, water will flood it. The stone turtle is a breathing method, which is only useful in the wind. If it sinks to the bottom of the water, it will be a real ordinary statue. This place has a special boundary and is incompatible with the outside world. It seems to be a special space. Old Taoists still don't know about the heavy rain in Qingyuan. Su-He was a little excited at this moment. He was lucky and found a truly suitable water house not long after leaving the island. It was a broken alchemy furnace. The alchemy room above it disappeared, leaving only the three-legged furnace lying upside down at the bottom of the lake. The furnace body was rusted with a thick layer of rock-like material, which was inhabited by fish. The surrounding water plants sway with the water flow. This stove is very large, with a diameter of at least 5 or 6 feet. Dig a concave, shaped hole at the bottom of the lake and get into the alchemy furnace. Block the hole with pebbles, which is a good place to sleep. He decided to settle down here. What a practitioner wants is nothing more than food, clothing, shelter, transportation, a wealthy partner, and a Dharma land. He's requirements were even lower, as long as he had food and shelter. Now all he wanted was a companion, and he could tame a group of turtles for his use. This is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. The top priority is food. When they came to Tinghai Lake, there were fish, shrimps and crabs everywhere. But he found that he had no food source. Perhaps because of the different living environment. The fish in Tinghai Lake are more thieves, and it is difficult for he to snatch their food with his body shape. Generally speaking, for large turtles like their hunting methods are mostly like sitting still and waiting for the rabbit, motionless like a dead thing. Wait for prey to pass by and attack suddenly. But he needs to snatch and throw points, so this method cannot be used. I missed the giant salamander a bit. He emerged from the alchemy furnace and swam towards the crocodile beach. Based on his size, even if he found the giant salamander, he wouldn't be suitable to team up with Not surprisingly, the restaurant has to be moved to Crocodile Beach. Chapter 9. Eat, sleep and beat the old crocodile. He didn't get too close, but looked at it from a distance. There were about 100 crocodiles here. He glanced at the crocodiles whose front legs he had torn off and whose stomachs he had eaten the day before. They were not there. Mostly dead. That's how wild beasts are. It doesn't matter if they are hungry, but they must not be injured. Especially aquatic animals have higher wound infection rates. At the edge of the crocodile group, a half-sized crocodile was hunting a sturgeon. It had already bitten a 4-foot sturgeon in its mouth and was rolling around in the water, trying to tear the food apart. He swam up quietly, bit the sturgeon's spine, turned it in the opposite direction, grabbed half of the sturgeon and quickly left the battlefield. The little crocodile felt dazed for a while. It hunts far away from the crocodile group because it can't grab other old crocodiles in the crocodile group. How can it still be robbed after being so far away? Are turtles so reckless now? Look at the shape of the turtle. It didn't catch up, but tore and swallowed the remaining half of the sturgeon. He swam hundreds of meters away before stopping. There was only half of the fish in the mouth, but it was still jumping. The dice rolls. 2 o'clock. Sturgeon quality improved. I've been lucky recently, and I've rolled quality points several times in a row. The sturgeon tastes crisp and fragrant. It has teeth, and even the bones of the sturgeon can be broken into pieces. This sturgeon is not small in length, but not fat. He was only 13 full after eating. He was full of food and had nothing to do all day long, swimming aimlessly. Several little turtles swam by in a hurry, and he tried to gather them together. The little turtles panicked and even bit him. Turtles cannot communicate, have no body language and cannot make sounds. He gave up after trying for an afternoon. He planned to look around to see if he could find the green snake. Logically speaking, snakes are also solitary animals. Why do snakes have a snake king? How does it make other snakes obey? He was thinking as the water rippled behind him. He turned around and saw the half-sized crocodile that he had snatched the sturgeon from sneaking up on him quietly. He was happy. With one stroke of his 4 claws, he suddenly rushed towards the crocodile, as fast as a sharp arrow. When he rushed forward, he shrank into the turtle and hit it with a headbutt. Boom! With a muffled sound. Half of the crocodile's nose collapsed. Blood flowed all over its body, and it ran away screaming. The attack method was too monotonous. A turtle could only bite clumsily. He desperately wanted to master the magic, but don't know where to start. We have to go find a green snake. Now he is much safer walking outside. The smell of the demon fruit is no longer strong, and the crocodiles 200 to 300 meters away are not even trying to kill them. Damn it! Coming! Crow's mouth. What came was a 2-foot-long crocodile, swinging its tail and twisting its body. It came straight towards Suhi. Suhi narrowed his eyes and moved forward instead of retreating. He paddled with all 4 legs and rushed towards the old crocodile, hoping to repeat the same trick and hit it with a hammer. After hitting the old crocodile, He suddenly opened his mouth and bit Suhi. Click! Half of Suhi's body was stuck in the crocodile's mouth, and the fishy smell hit his nostrils. The old crocodile's upper and lower jaws worked hard at the same time, unable to bite and spit out the turtle. The turtle was just stuck in its mouth. Suhi hooked 2 claws on the corners of the old crocodile's mouth and tore it out. The old crocodile let out a scream and turned into a slick girl. Suhi kicked his legs and got out. The old crocodile turned around and ran away into the group of crocodiles. The other crocodiles looked at Suhi one after another. Some were eager to try. Some retreated quietly, and some went around behind to prepare for a sneak attack. Suhi was swimming outside the group of crocodiles, moving his limbs ready to take action and escape. Suhi spent most of the next half-month outside the crocodile group, and his daily life was simple: eating, sleeping, and beating old crocodiles. I endured beatings and beatings, but in the end, I survived and stood up. Over the past 10 days, hundreds of crocodiles had more or less had close contact with Suhi. The biggest difference between him and the crocodile is that he does not participate in the hunt, but has to share the crocodile's food. If the crocodile doesn't agree, it will have to fight. Suhi knew what he was doing was wrong, but he still did it. During this time, Suhi's teeth had completely grown out, and they were staggered and sharp. Even the hardest scales on the crocodile's back couldn't withstand his bite. From the beginning, they were evenly matched. Even Suhi was slightly weaker and could fight with his brains. So far, no crocodile is his rival. Suhi can now roam among the crocodiles without restraint, and he dares to steal anyone's food. At worst, there will be another fight. These past few days have been very nutritious, but I haven't thrown a lot of points. The quality improvement is basically 2 or 3 points. The best thing is to eat a lot. If you have enough nutrition, you will evolve quickly. The throat and ears had been itching since the day before yesterday. Until today, the itching in the throat disappeared, and Suhi was suddenly able to speak. Yeah. The vocal cords were just beginning to sound delicate, so Suhi didn't dare to bark too much. He was not afraid of being embarrassed by his whining voice. There were ugly old crocodiles on both sides. The eldest brother didn't laugh at the second brother. He was afraid that barking too much would damage his newborn vocal cords. Under its paws, a turtle as big as a dinner plate listened to Suhi's cry in horror. In the past few days, Suhi tried his best to tame a few of his kind and ascend to the throne of Turtle King. But without exception they all failed. Turtles seem to be born unable to accept domestication. The turtles here are dumber than those on Earth in the previous life. In his previous life, Suhi was able to feed turtles well. Suhi let go of the turtle and sighed helplessly. The water ripples behind him, and there are crocodiles that eat rather than fight. He slowly turned his head and saw a crocodile carrying a fawn in its mouth, dodging the crocodiles and swimming towards him, then placed the fawn in front of him. Suhi, the deer, struggled to escape, but was caught up by the crocodile, bitten to death, and then placed in front of Suhi. A bigger question mark appeared above Suhi's head. Suhi was stunned for a long time before he understood the meaning from the crocodile's eyes. It's for you. Is this an offering? Subdued? Suhi was stunned. He took the deer away, and the crocodile happily swam around Suhi. A dice fell on the deer carcass. 2 points. 1 deer became 2. Does it count as an offering? Is this considered a protection fee? Suhi tore into pieces of venison one after another. He ate too much high-quality meat, and then ate ordinary food just to taste the taste. I can't bear the hunger. If you eat such a small deer, you will be hungry again soon. No crocodile dared to snatch Suhi's food, even if he ate one and threw another. There was even a crocodile brought to Suhi with a python in its mouth. Today the old crocodiles are enlightened. This crocodile was severely beaten by Suhi yesterday. Suhi accepted the python. 3 points. Quality. Suhi was overjoyed, accepted the python with peace of mind, and tossed a fawn to the crocodile. The crocodile was even happier. It made a noise like a bullfrog. Suhi always felt that the voice was expressing something. The itching in my ears got worse. The python is not as delicious as the colibrid, and the meat is too old to chew. Fortunately, it is a bit spicier. After eating and doing some after-dinner activities, Suhi fell asleep leisurely. This sleep lasted another 2 or 3 days, and he was awakened by the noise of the crocodile. Crocodiles were lying on the water's surface howling, their bellies beating like drums, causing countless splashes of water. The itching in the ears disappeared, and the noise of the crocodiles actually had a unique meaning to Suhi's ears. Not a complete sentence, just expressing a certain meaning. Hungry! Want to mate! Pain! Want to mate. Eat. Want to mate. Most of it was just mindless yelling. And a few others. Half of these conscious calls are courtships. Isn't the mating season of crocodiles in late spring and early summer? What do they call this time? Will climate change this year have such a big impact on all animals? Why didn't I feel it? Turtles don't grow up until they are 7 or 8 years old. He is still a little turtle according to his age. So he doesn't have this problem. What a loss. Bah! Very nice. Chapter 10: How the Crocodile King was made. A crocodile was beaten. And this guy actually tried to steal Suhi's basking stone because of his size. Is this a big deal? Suhi has given up his identity as the Turtle King. No turtle is willing to listen to him. And Suhi can't understand why the turtle can't speak. He wants to be the Crocodile King. It is impossible to grab the basking stone of the Crocodile King without getting beaten. This was a giant crocodile with a height of 2.5 feet. Suhi had not hunted it in the past few days, so the two of them thought it was safe to do so. Originally, Suhi wanted to live in peace and harmony for another month. But if it comes to grab the backing stone, it won't be able to back down. To tame the crocodiles, you must first establish an image of being invincible. This old crocodile has hit his bottom line. Suhi ducked his head to avoid the crocodile's bite, rushed out with a water arrow with 4 claws, bit its tail, and quickly paddled the old crocodile out of the crocodile group. Using the inertia of the sprint, he pushed the water and shook himself. Pia! With all his strength, he rounded up the old crocodile and patted it on the water. During this time, Suhi had no shortage of food and became stronger and stronger. With a burst of buoyancy, it can already swing the old crocodile. The premise is to control its tail. The old crocodile instantly lost consciousness and his body lay on the water. The crocodiles watching all around retreated instantly, leaving a vacuum. The eyes looking at Suhi were filled with fear. Very well. The first step to domestication is to subdue it thoroughly. Melt fear into their hearts, so that they dare not raise the slightest thought of resistance. Even if Suhi fell asleep, hibernated, or hadn't appeared for a long time, the shadow of fear remained in their hearts. The old crocodile lost consciousness for 7 or 8 breaths, and then woke up leisurely. When he opened his eyes, he was staring at Suhi condescendingly, with a pair of turtle eyes flashing wild and domineering. Get away! The basking stone is mine! Grandma Suhi screamed, and a consciousness came out. The old crocodile probably really understood. Or he was afraid and twisted his tail and ran away. He got into the group of crocodiles and never dared to come out again. Suhi slowly climbed up to the basking stone, spread out his limbs and lay on it. It likes to bask in the sun more and more these days. The weather this year is abnormal, but the general direction has not changed. The temperature started to drop. The various fruits on the shore are also red and ripe, emitting an attractive fragrance. Autumn has arrived early. In previous years, Suhi would have to hunt for a month at most and store energy to prepare for hibernation. Calculating this year, I can finish digesting the demon fruit before hibernation, and I can turn into a human body by then. Right? Suhi suddenly felt uneasy. He was not sure anymore. In the past 2 months, I can clearly feel my own evolution, but there is no sign of turning into a demon. The green snake I met more than 20 days ago has long mastered the magic and can spit mist. And Suhi didn't even show any signs of mastering the magic. The only benefit brought by the demon transformation fruit is that the body continues to evolve. The turtle shell and skin become tougher, and the strength becomes stronger. There is no witchcraft. Could it be that when I turned into a demon and became a human being, I was just a fool who danced with an 800-pound drum, an urn, and a golden hammer? Suhi was heartbroken. He even had a bad premonition from time to time, always feeling that he could not transform into a demon or human form. This feeling is like the state of mind when the college entrance examination score was tested in the previous life, and the web page was refreshed in circles. It's like confessing to a goddess, waiting for the moment before she speaks. Worry about gains and losses. Suhi plunged his head into the water and shook it vigorously, getting rid of all the distracting thoughts. He raised his head and pushed a crocodile into the bottom of the water with his paw, snatching away its water bird. The second step of domestication. The king of food should enjoy it first, no matter who caught the prey. 3 points. Quantity. By the time the crocodile came up, Suhi had already torn off the fattest buttocks of the waterfowl and threw 3 buttless dead birds to it. The crocodile was confused, convinced that the overlord turtle wouldn't eat the bird that was thrown at him. It was thrown to him, so he carefully swallowed it without splashing as much as possible. Suhi patrolled the crocodile group and beat up 2 crocodiles that were trying to escape quietly and drove them back. He also forcibly snatched away the prey of all the crocodiles that had been hunted, tore off the fattest parts, and threw them to it twice as much except for the ones with improved quality. After a round of inspection, Suhi was full again. I'm 14 minutes full and can't take another bite. Suhi returned to the basking stone again and lay down lazily. The day passes quietly. The golden crow falls to the ground, and the crescent moon climbs the cliff. It seems to be the beginning of the month now, and the crescent moon is slightly curved. Based on the weather, Suhi estimated that it should be the beginning of September in the lunar calendar. Based on the climate and vegetation, Suhi estimated that the location of Tinghai Lake, if compared with the previous life of China, would probably be in Hubei and Hunan, if the vegetation pattern of the mysterious realm was consistent with that of China. Of course, this is just an analogy, and the two worlds are definitely not the same. According to the sloppy old Taoist's random thoughts when he was drunk, the Qingyuan sect's territory alone has a radius of thousands of miles. Qingyuan sect is not yet a big sect. There are countless sects like this, but there are about 100 of them. How big should the entire Xianwang realm be? The rules of the two worlds are completely different. Otherwise, the gravity of such a large world would be tens of thousands of times that of the Earth. Wouldn't the people here be superhuman per capita if they went to the Earth? Suhi lay on the basking stone, looking at the stars in the sky, listening to the sounds of autumn insects, and the roars of beasts in the mountains and forests in the distance. During this time, his hearing became even more acute, and he could really hear the howls of wolves 10 miles away. The beasts in the mountains and forests are busy, running for their lives, fighting, blood, delicious food. Both turtles and crocodiles are nocturnal animals, but they ate so much during the day that he couldn't eat any more. He just symbolically robbed the crocodiles of their food, ate the fat parts, and was rewarded twice as much. After a while, the night became a feast for the old crocodiles. Surprisingly, among the hundreds of crocodiles, none of them were really hungry, and there was more or less food in their stomachs. Suhi added support. Finally at dawn, I lay down on the basking stone with difficulty and fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up, the sky was overcast. I don't know when it started raining again. The rain was not heavy, but the sky was dark, and the temperature dropped so that the turtle was too lazy to move. I probably ate too much last night. But today, there were few crocodiles preying on them. So they all lay in the water and fell asleep. Everyone is very well behaved, and no crocodile dares to climb onto Suhi's basking stone. Suhi had no chance to show off his domineering aura. He waggled his tail and swam down into the water, heading towards the surface where he had met the green snake, lake, light rain, and a giant turtle paddling in the water. The giant turtle is as black as ink and crystal clear. It has a bit of a fairy world. If there is an ancient bridge behind it, and there are people passing by with swords in midair, it will be even more impressive. The place where you met the green snake was not far away. It would only take you a moment. But the water surface was calm, only wrinkled by drizzle. Suhi opened her nostrils in the water and took a long breath. Turtles have a keen sense of smell. Although it is not as good as turtles, it is much better than humans. Especially after the recent evolution, the body's functions have improved in all aspects. Suhi feels that his sense of smell has become more sensitive. So recently, he prefers to stay underwater, and it is difficult for him to adapt to the pungent smell and noise on the surface. Various smells were mixed in the wind and rain, but there was no scent of the snake's demon-transforming fruit. Suhi thought for a moment and swam in the direction the green snake had wandered that day. When animals are frightened and run away, they will subconsciously run to their nests. The snake's nest should be in this direction. Suhi wanted to find Green Snake. He's not looking for trouble. He just wants to see how Green Snake masters the magic. Both of them eat the demon fruit. So why is he being discriminated against? After swimming for 4 or 5 miles, a faint smell of snakes entered his nose. Suhi identified the direction and swam toward the smell. However, after only 2 or 3 miles, he occasionally saw snake activity. Further ahead is the shoal, with snakes nesting on the shore. It is a quiet valley near the lake. The environment here is more suitable for snakes, but it is also suitable for turtles. The faint smell of the green snake's demon-transforming fruit has spread down the wind. The taste is lighter than the last time we met. If an ordinary beast has never eaten the demon fruit, it may not be able to distinguish it. The snake demon is basically safe. In the valley, the green snake entrenched on the old willow tree suddenly raised its head and uttered its message quickly. It sensed the smell of the demon transformation fruit, which was much stronger than its own. Accompanying the scent of the demon transformation fruit is a touch of water vapor. It's that turtle. Grabbing territory? The green snake suddenly became murderous. Chapter 11 returned without success. Outside the valley, Suhi felt a warning sign in his heart. This was a sense of crisis unique to beasts. Because of being a time traveler, Suhi's beastly intuition has always been inferior to other beasts. It has only been slightly improved through recent evolution. And the speed of improvement is still the slowest among all abilities. The green snakes in the valley knew he was coming and were very wary of him. This is normal. Among beasts, predators of equal strength rarely enter each other's territory unless they want to snatch survival territory. Suhi stood at the mouth of the valley and shouted inward, "On! I have no hostility. Only friends." He didn't know if Green Snake could understand his roar and express this subjectively. They all want to be demons. At least they can activate their spiritual intelligence. Right? Didn't turtles evolve vocal cords just for communication? Perhaps just as the ears evolved to understand the roar of crocodiles. The sounds produced by the evolved vocal cords are naturally understood by all animals. The valley was silent as usual, with no response. Even the hisses of other snakes are meaningless neighs. Hostile at best. On. Me. Make friends. Suhi shortened his meaning. There was still no response from the valley. On. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your consent and come in. Suhi still didn't get a response after yelling. And the hostility in the valley continued to grow. This is a lump of elm wood, and its reaction is not as good as those ordinary crocodiles. Suhi murmured, not knowing what to do, and was quite unwilling to go back. Going in directly would probably arouse greater hostility from Green Snake, which would not be good if they started a fight. This is the opponent's lair. Suhi is not afraid of snakes if they don't use poison. He hesitated a little, his steps just starting to move. 3 venomous snakes bit at his exposed hind legs and tail at the same time. Suhi's turtle face changed instantly. He flicked his tail and saw 3 venomous snakes hanging on his body. Their sharp fangs gnawed hard at the skin, but they didn't bite in. After several evolutions, not only the carapace became extremely hard, but also the skin became tough. The bite force of the venomous snake was not strong enough to pierce the turtle's skin. The venom sprayed on the body and slid down again. Suhi immediately rubbed the venom on the grass and quickly returned to the lake to wash his back. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. There was no discomfort at the bite area. Not even itching. The snake venom cannot penetrate the skin and invade the inside. Suhi didn't believe in evil, so he caught a pheasant by the neck, stepped on its tail, and let it spray venom on him. This is a slightly venomous snake that can't even kill a chicken. Suhi didn't go into the water and kept staring at the skin soaked in snake venom. He never felt any discomfort. I tried other venomous snakes and didn't feel much. Suhi felt relieved and climbed into the valley with steps as if he didn't recognize his relatives. Venomous snakes appeared frequently all around, and hissing warning sounds were heard constantly. This time a meaningful sound appeared, generally telling Suhi to get out of the snake valley. Suhi disagreed. This place was Wei Long's warehouse. If it weren't for the green snake, all of them would be little hotties. Snake Valley is in the shape of an A. The 30 feet into the valley is narrow and dark and only about 3 feet wide. Once inside, there is a wide open area, as big as a football field. There is even a pond with an old willow tree growing beside it. There is a huge green snake coiled on the willow tree. After a few days, it has grown up again. It is obviously a small green snake, but it has the body shape of a python. It does not have a small head and a big belly like ordinary pythons. It is very well proportioned and very charming when swaying. The green snake coiled on the willow tree, lowered its head, and rustled its message at Suhi. The hiss contained no other meaning than hostility, and it didn't even utter a complete word. There is definitely no way to communicate. It has only been 2 months since the beasts ate the demon fruit, and they are still not able to talk. It would be good if you can understand the other parties, meaning using simple vocabulary. Suhi came just to see how the green snake obtained the magic and how to practice the magic. But in this hostile state, the green snake would definitely not be able to practice. You have to find a way to let it relax its vigilance. On. Snake. You are beautiful. Suhi flirted. Sand! The green snake suddenly sprayed out a cloud of thick fog, and with a twitch of its tail, the thick fog enveloped it and Suhi. Suhi immediately held his breath and closed his eyes. The green snake is non-venomous, but this one obviously cannot be treated according to common sense. Suhi can evolve teeth. Why can't the green snake evolve to be highly venomous? Suhi lowered his head slightly and tried his best to listen to all directions. Whoosh! Snakes plunder the grass. Coming! Ordinary green snakes have always fed on insects and earthworms and have no fighting power at all. I wonder what this green snake that is about to become a demon has the ability to dare to fight directly. He is obviously a timid snake at heart. But he is so reckless. Not even willing to exchange a single word. He attacks immediately upon meeting. Misstep. You should observe each other for a few more days. Suddenly, the mist shook, and a green snake rope wrapped around Suhi's body, twisting it hard. No ringing. After twisting it again, there was still no response. Suhi's turtle SHL didn't even show any signs of denting inward. High-quality meat is not free. This little snake was quite strong. Suhi suspected that even a cow could be strangled to death by it. But today the enemy was Suhi. What Suhi is not afraid of the most is tenacity and strength. If he hadn't wanted to learn the magic from the green snake, he would have snapped its neck at this moment. The snake has digested most of the demon transformation fruit. Even without the blessing of the dice, it is still a great supplement. This little snake suddenly got the demon transformation fruit and started to evolve. It is not suitable for fighting with such a huge body. If it were Suhi, he would not be so reckless. Not to mention there are thousands of venomous snakes out there for a living. Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? The green snake couldn't strangle it several times and quickly retreated. So slippery that it didn't know where it was going. Suhi listened quietly. Balu bang! There was a slight sound of water breaking on the lake surface, and the green snake entered the water. Sure enough, without experience, how could a snake go underwater to fight a turtle? Suhi closed his eyes and crawled towards the pond based on his memory. Entered the water and opened his eyes. The underwater scenery is good. The water is especially clear due to the stone bottom, and there is a gap in the center of the small lake, which is a natural tunnel. The gap was very large, 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. There was no shadow of the green snake under the water, so it must have escaped from the tunnel. Suhi paddled to catch up. The tunnel is winding, with strange rocks on both sides, and snake skins of different sizes hanging on the strange rocks. These 2 green snakes should have shed their skins here. Keep going forward along the tunnel, and when you drill out a hole, the scene in front of you suddenly opens up, which is Tinghai Lake. This tunnel connects Tinghai Lake and Snake Valley Lake. There is no trace of the green snake around, and there is no scent of the demon fruit. The green snake must have lurked under the water and swim far away, and the smell has not spread. A failed visit. Nothing gained. Of course, you can't say that. If green snake has been unwilling to cooperate, Snake Valley would be a good place to stay. Much better than the alchemy furnace prepared by Suhi. Suhi figured out the direction and swam towards the Crocodile Beach. The tunnel entrance was not too far from the Crocodile Beach, and the green snake was a real neighbor. The green snake is timid and may not dare to return to Snake Valley in the next 2 days. Go again in 2 days. Bring gifts when you go. Don't be surprised if you give gifts to many people. Suhi doesn't believe it. He can get along well with Lao Crocodile. How can he have a bad relationship with Green Snake? As long as the shameless person appears again and again, Green Snake will get used to it and no longer be hostile to him. Suhi swam toward the Crocodile Beach, and the thick blood that was still 10 miles away drifted over. The Crocodile Beach didn't know what was happening. Suhi cautiously increased his speed. As he got closer, he could hear the roar of the crocodile. Looking up, I saw that the Crocodile Beach was a mess. 2 groups of crocodiles were fighting fiercely, and the whole water was stained red with blood. Chapter 12, Dimensionality Reduction. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The 2 warring parties were Suhi's old crocodiles with gray-brown backs, and the other was an alien crocodile that was green in color and came from nowhere. These crocodiles are relatively large, generally 2.5 feet tall. Only a few of Suhi's 4 or 5 have reached this size. Each green crocodile can overwhelm 2 Sioux family crocodiles. Crocodiles will hunt their own kind, but that is when there is an extreme lack of food. Now is the time when fish are plentiful in autumn, so they cannot risk their lives just to hunt down hundreds of Sujiao crocodiles. Not a good deal. Even though the Sioux family crocodile is small, it is not easy to mess with. They are not hunting. This is war. Suhi huddled in the blood and did not step forward in a hurry. He wants to subdue these old crocodiles and really name them Sioux family crocodiles. But only if he lives well, which is very selfish but realistic. There were roars and fights in the distance, An old crocodile saw Su-hee and started croaking. That sound probably conveyed a meaning. King. Head. The most powerful. The most vicious. That's probably it. There is actually a kind of excitement in their screams. Our heads are coming. The most powerful ones are coming. You guys with green heads are dead. Su-hee's heart suddenly tightened. Was he being used as a backer? An inexplicable feeling suddenly rose up. I couldn't explain it. Responsibility? Pride? Heavy. A little embarrassing. But really great. Su-hee looked at the green crocodile opposite with an unkind look. A green crocodile saw him, screamed and came over to kill him. And the faint scent of the demon fruit blew along the wind. There is an old crocodile among them who has transformed into a demon. But instead of the alluring fragrance of the ordinary demon transforming fruit, this demon transforming fruit has a fishy smell. This is because an animal ate the demon transforming fruit and was hunted and eaten by the group of green crocodiles. The demon transforming fruit has probably been mostly digested. So there are many green crocodiles with the aura of the demon transforming fruit. They found Crocodile Beach by following the scent of the demon transformation fruit. Su-hee has lived here for so long that the smell has completely blended into this water. The first giant crocodile swam towards Su-hee first. It was 3 feet tall and was the largest crocodile Su-hee had ever seen. A terrifying feeling of oppression hit his face. Su-hee was a little excited. My heart was beating loudly. This feeling was just like the feeling when I grabbed the Wolf King's demon transformation fruit and ran away as fast as I could on a dinner plate. This is not right. This is wrong. Turtles should not like excitement. Turtles should like silence, hiding, and being the 6th child. But it feels so good. Hold head high, Su-hee roared, flicked his tail and paddled towards the green crocodile. Accelerate as fast as possible. Speed up. Shrink. Boom. With a muffled sound. The turtle SHL hit the green crocodile head on. The sky turned dark before his eyes. And Su-hee felt that his insides were tumbling. And blood flowed out from his nostrils. Its speed combined with the speed of the green crocodile was like a truck hitting a table-sized boulder head-on. His internal organs were shaking. And blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. The green crocodile opposite had his whole head collapsed in. And his body lay motionless on the lake. Woohoo! Woohoo! The Su family crocodiles screamed with excitement. It turns out that they also have empathy and will cheer for the king's victory. Su-hee suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and shook his head to relieve the dizziness in his mind. It was imperative for Snake Valley and his party to go. And they had to go in 2 days. Oogway had too few attack methods. How can a turtle beat a crocodile when it comes to biting? And not everything can fit into your mouth. Magic must be mastered. The dizziness in his head subsided. Su-hee splashed into the water and swam towards another huge green crocodile, which also had a strong smell of demon fruit. Su-hee counted and found that there were 3 green crocodiles exuding the aura of the demon fruit, including the giant crocodile he killed. These 3 were also the largest, and they were all 3 feet away. This was the result of them sharing the demon fruit. If one of the crocodiles ate the fruit alone, Su-hee would probably have to escape far away. Even if the quality of its demon transforming fruit has been improved and it has been eating high-quality food. Just 2 months is not enough for a turtle to scream at a crocodile with a complete demon-transforming fruit. The species base is too different. For mammals, species determines many things innately. Some even become monsters and are restrained by natural enemies. Whether you can break the shackles depends on the gestation in the womb, between swallowing the demon-transforming fruit and before transforming into a demon. So Su-hee couldn't wait to get the magic. The demonic skills you master now should have greater advantages after transforming into demons. And maybe they can become something like natal magical powers. As long as there is a chance. Su-hee will not give up. 2 huge green crocodiles swam towards Su-hee at the same time. The 2 crocodiles and the turtle were facing each other 7 or 8 feet apart. Su-hee was breathing long and hard, trying his best to calm the vibrations in his inner palace. The 2 green crocodiles didn't know Su-hee's death and didn't dare to act rashly. The other green crocodile, which was about to die at the first touch, was a warning to others. The 3 most powerful creatures are in a stalemate here, and the battle in Crocodile Beach is gradually changing. There are only about 30 green crocodiles, while there are hundreds of Sujiao crocodiles. Su-hee did not bother to direct the war. Let's not talk about whether the crocodiles listen to him or understand the command. Just this kind of on-the-spot change of formation that suddenly interrupts the crocodile rhythm may cause the war to fall short. It just needs to keep these 2 giant crocodiles in check, and leave the rest to the Su family crocodiles. trusting their ferocious instincts. 2 Sioux family crocodiles can beat a green crocodile, and 3 can kill it. The smell of blood in the crocodile beach became stronger and stronger. And the shrimps, crabs and fish in the lake stayed away from each other. The smell of blood will attract predators. But such a strong smell of blood will only scare away all animals. The entire crocodile beach fell silent. And even the insects and birds were too frightened by the suppressed blood to dare to speak. There is only the roar of the crocodiles and their fight. The setting sun was like blood. And finally the green crocodile couldn't hold on any longer and began to retreat. 1, 2. Thousands of green crocodiles fled. And the 2 giant crocodiles opposite Sue also cowered and prepared to escape. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot face the attacks of Sue and the crocodiles. Sue was in a daze. The 2 crocodiles facing him suddenly turned over, twitching their tails and fled away. That's how beasts are. They'll hit them if they want. And they'll do anything they can, including digging out their anuses. What's the shame in running away immediately if you can't beat him? What is a face? Not as important as a mouse. Beasts don't need dignity in face. Sue didn't chase after him. The slight cramping pain in his belly made it difficult for him to make any big moves. With the same impact force, the green crocodile was killed head-on. But he only suffered from abdominal cramps, which was already a great victory. But for beasts, failure to win is failure. This is the naked law of beasts. Among mammals, even tigers and leopards prefer to capture the old, weak, sick and disabled who have no resistance. Facing powerful prey is no longer a matter of being able to defeat it. If you get injured while hunting, it's not worth the loss. Even if a tiger or leopard is injured, most of the time it means a death sentence. Just like the crocodile whose claws were torn off by Sue that day and whose abdomen was opened. Today I had an inexplicable fight. I had abdominal cramps and even internal bleeding. Even if I beat the green crocodile, I still lost. Sue ignored the howling crocodiles and moved his limbs slowly to climb up the basking stone. The smell of blood in Crocodile Beach was very unpleasant. But Sue did not dare to leave here. The green crocodile came for his demon-transforming fruit. And it was the crocodiles who suffered the unparalleled disaster. But if Sue leaves now, the 2 giant crocodiles will definitely lead their men to hunt it. No matter how hard the turtle SHL is, how many hits can it withstand? The best way to save your life is to stay among the crocodiles. It's not fair to the crocodiles. But this is nature. And this is what Sue means by conquering them. Chapter 13, Dimensionality Reduction. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. B. The smell of blood in Crocodile Beach has not dissipated for 3 days. In the war 2 days ago, more than 30 crocodiles died here, including 18 Sioux family crocodiles and 12 green crocodiles. Bleeding more. At the end of the war, 3 more injured Sioux family crocodiles failed to resist and died. No crocodile was sad about this. After the fight, everything went as usual. Only the injured one enjoyed the pain alone. The only winner was Sue. After this battle, he truly became the king of Crocodile Beach. At first, there were only 2 crocodiles waiting for Sue to enjoy the prey first. Then 20 or 30. And then hundreds. To this day, all crocodiles know that the prey must be enjoyed by the king first. And that stone basking in the sun is exclusively for the king. They could really change their name to Suja Crocodile. Sure enough, war is the propellant of evolution. Sui's internal organs had completely healed. The recovery ability brought about by evolution made it possible for him to heal before he even understood where his injury was. With the sacrifice of the crocodile, Sui's physique is steadily improving. Everything is developing in a good direction. The only problem is that the green crocodiles have not left and are stationed in the water 6 or 7 miles away. For a crocodile, this distance is equivalent to putting its mouth directly into the Suja crocodile's rice pot. Let Sue carry the light on her back. The beast's thoughts are too straightforward. They are waiting for Sue to be alone. Sue and the others who stayed at Crocodile Beach did not dare to approach easily. Sue wanted to lead the Sioux family crocodile to kill him. But I'm afraid the casualties will be huge. And even he himself can't guarantee that he can survive the mouths of 2 giant crocodiles. Moreover, if the Sioux family crocodile accepted the tribute and took them to the war, would they be willing? After eating, Sue picked up a rabbit and lurked into the water, using the cover of the lake to swim towards the Snake Valley. Instead of going through the main entrance, he lurked under the water and dived directly through the tunnel. Sue wanted sorcery too much. To be able to defeat 2 giant green crocodiles with just the physical body without any damage, at least one needs to take a big tonic and undergo a sleep evolution. but with the green crocodile around, Suhi had to keep one eye open even when sleeping. How could he sleep peacefully? Unable to kill the two green crocodiles, Suhi had trouble sleeping and eating. It was rude to go to Snake Valley last time, so Suhi brought a gift this time. The quality of this rabbit has been doubled by the dice, so it is just right as a gift. Suhi swam through the tunnel, emerged from the water, and looked at the green snake happily. Before he could say anything, there was a sharp sound breaking through the air. Mean! Suhi quickly retracted into his SHL. With a crisp sound, a water arrow smashed into Suhi's turtle SHL, and the huge force made it tremble under the water. Witchcraft. Suhi caught a glimpse of it, and saw the green snake coiled on the willow tree, opening its mouth and spitting out a water arrow. The force of the water arrows is no worse than that of a crocodile's fangs. It has mastered a new sorcery, and the result of turning into a demon is so unfair. Whoosh! Another water arrow shot straight towards the root of Suhi's neck. This green snake was not trying to drive him away, but was really trying to kill him. Suhi turned around and greeted him with a turtle SHL. The turtle SHL made a crisp sound like a wooden fish. Hiss! The green snake roared. This is the first meaningful sound it has made since Suhi saw it. It probably means, kill the intruder. The screams of countless venomous snakes were heard. Your uncle. Suhi spit out the rabbit and shouted in the softest voice, on. Give gifts. Communicate. Friend. Hiss. Peep the treasure and die. That's probably what he meant. He felt that Suhi was spying on his baby lover or something like that. Although it is true, I just want to share it. And I am not trying to steal your demon-turning fruit, as no one else has. What you will master sooner or later. I just want to get a way to master it earlier from you. Why bother? Dang! Another sharp arrow shot out. Hiss! This snake's cry was even more malicious. Fight until death. Crazy? Looking at the giant python swimming rapidly, Suhi flicked his tail and got back into the tunnel, and swam towards the crocodile beach with a bit of depression. The snake is too narrow-minded. Suhi has only met it 3 times, and he has always been very polite. He even brought it a rabbit. Why does it have to fight to the death? Animals can't lie. And the green snake is very hostile to Suhi. Green snake, who had been restrained the first 2 times, actually wanted to fight to the death this time. Those dozen giant pythons were probably newly subdued by green snake, just to target Suhi? How inexplicable. Why do you have so many enemies when you are so good? Could it be that I have a constitution that invites disaster? The small pond was surrounded by wolves for half a month. After escaping, he fought with the crocodiles for more than half a month. He finally subdued them. Another group of green crocodiles came and wanted to make friends. They all brought gifts to the door, but the green snake wanted to fight with them. He will fight to the death. Who did I offend? After getting out of the tunnel and swimming towards the crocodile beach, the air was filled with a faint smell of the rancid demon fruit of green crocodiles. It makes people feel unhappy. Suhi suddenly realized something while swimming. Is that green snake perhaps a misunderstanding? Suhi killed the giant green crocodile, and his body was stained with its putrid smell, making the green snake think that Suhi was a predator hunting monsters? This is unjust. Suhi wants to kill those green crocodiles. Suhi was restless until these guys died. This misunderstanding is huge, and we need to find a way to resolve it. It would be great if Green Snake had his spiritual wisdom turned on. With his spiritual wisdom turned on, it would be easier to coax him and make a hero to save the beauties or something. Suhi, who was swimming, slowly became still. To the east of me, there are a group of crocodiles who are peering at my body. And to the west of me, there is a green snake that masters black magic and wants to fight me to death. Awesome. Suhi suddenly changed direction and swam toward the water where the green crocodile was. Not getting close, but just letting his scent spread out. Half a quarter of an hour later, the green crocodile, which was napping on the water with only its head exposed, suddenly opened its eyes and looked around in a panic. It suddenly smelled the turtle's breath and thought that the turtle was coming with a group of crocodiles. After searching, only Suhi was found alone on the distant sea. The air was quiet for a moment. The turtle seemed to have noticed them and turned around and ran away. The crocodile couldn't think of much, and subconsciously didn't want to escape from the turtle in its mouth. Goo! The 2 giant green crocodiles roared at the same time, leading all the green crocodiles in pursuit. In water, turtles are not as fast as crocodiles. Chase! Kill! Escape! The green crocodiles were chasing each other, and there was even a giant green crocodile, who led several green crocodiles on a detour to block Suhi's road back to the Crocodile Beach. Unfortunately, the turtle panicked and escaped by diving into a tunnel at the bottom of the lake. The green crocodile in the lead felt that it was normal. This was how a turtle should be. And it should honestly run away and hide when being hunted. It chased Suhi into the tunnel with the green crocodile. As we walked along the tunnel, we heard the roar of a turtle in front of us before we even got out of the water. On. Run away. The treasure snatchers are coming. Suhi jumped out of the water and was met by a water arrow. He didn't care, shrank his head, and ran to the shore as hard as he could. He was not pretending. Behind him were nearly 20 crocodiles chasing him, one of which was a 3-foot-long giant crocodile. Any turtle would be frightened and incontinent. Before the green snake could fire its second water arrow, the green crocodile had already jumped out of the water, and the smelly scent of the demon-transforming fruit hit his nostrils. Green Snake immediately understood the situation. He opened his mouth and spit out a thick fog, covering a large area of water. Suhi was shrouded in fog and couldn't even discern what was happening 1 foot away. Can't see clearly, can't smell, can only hear sounds. This thick fog is not poisonous, but it blocks sight and smell only for outsiders. The green snake hissed, and giant pythons slid into the fog. Their clear target is the green crocodile in the water, and they are obviously not affected by the fog. The sound of struggling and roaring was loud. The python had nothing to do with Suhi, but the crocodile did not have a hard SHL. As long as the python was entangled in the chest and abdomen, death was only a matter of time. Snapped. In the thick fog, a crocodile tail hit Suhi. Suhi turned his head and bit it, shaking it with all his strength. Pia! The sound of fractures was heard clearly, and the crocodile was thrown to the shore, howling, twisting and struggling to stop moving. After knocking down one, Suhi lay motionless. The thick fog shrouded everything, and he couldn't see clearly. Even if he dived into the water and looked up, he could only see half of it, which affected his performance too much. At this moment, a battle was raging in the lake, and the water was as loud as a cannon. Suhi didn't want to go to the muddy water. This is the war of Snake Valley. The cry of the old crocodile is accompanied by the sound of snakes. The sound of fighting over water can be heard everywhere. Suhi listened attentively, and the thick fog in front of him suddenly disappeared. It didn't mean it disappeared, but it no longer affected Suhi. The green crocodile still couldn't see or smell it. The green snake lifted its restrictions. On the shore, I saw a green snake coiled around a 3-foot-long giant crocodile, strangling it with all its strength. The giant crocodile kept rolling, knocking the green snake against the rocks on the shore. The green snake is dripping with blood, crispy skin. Even a stone can't bear it. The green snake is painful to eat, but he didn't dare to let go. Another crocodile next to him bit a giant python in one bite, making the green snake scream anxiously. Hiss! The green snake cried out for help, wanting Suhi to join the war and help other snakes. Suhi ignored it and instead swam to the side of the green snake, biting the hind leg of the giant crocodile entangled by it, and spinning in the opposite direction with the giant crocodile. Click! One leg was torn off by Suhi. Chapter 14, Dimensionality Reduction. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. See? This giant crocodile walked very uneasily. 3 of its 4 legs were torn off by Suhi, and it was strangled by the green snake. Not even a complete bone could be found when it died. It was much easier to kill the giant crocodile, and then the other green crocodiles. The giant python and green snake strangled them above, and Suhi fiercely blocked the tunnel below. Only 70% of the giant pythons in Snake Valley died, and nearly 20 green crocodiles were killed. Suhi surfaced leisurely. The thick fog had dissipated, and the green snake no longer attacked with water arrows. No matter how polite a turtle is, it can't compare to a display of fangs. In front of the green snake, he tore off 3 limbs of the giant crocodile and then blocked the entrance of the tunnel. A turtle blocked 10,000 crocodiles from being able to get away. The bloody battle made the green snake truly realize Suhi's fighting power. This is not a tortoise that surrenders with a hair in its mouth, trying to hide in the corner to peek at its demon-transforming fruit. This is a giant turtle with unparalleled combat power. Showing your fangs to animals is far more effective than pleasing them. Suhi and Green Snake looked at each other for a moment, then turned around and crawled from the mouth of the valley to the Crocodile Beach. On! And crocodiles. Follow me. Green Snake hesitated for a moment, twisted its body and followed, and at the same time hissed an order and took away the few remaining giant pythons in Snake Valley. Climb out of Snake Valley and enter Tinghai Lake. with Crocodile Beach in the distance. Green Snake refused to move forward and even wanted to take the giant pythons back to Snake Valley. It was a local snake born and raised here, and knew that there were countless crocodiles in front of it. Is this turtle sent to kill these crocodiles? How can it be done? This is death. The green snake cowered and saw the turtle floating in the water and roaring at the crocodile. On. Come and hunt with me, little ones. Upon hearing Wang's voice, the Sioux family crocodiles howled excitedly and looked at the Snake Valley python with greedy eyes. Sioux slapped a crocodile into the water. On! Idiot. That's an ally. The crocodiles don't know what allies are. But the crocodiles know that the king does not allow them to hunt these long insects. Maybe the long insects are the king's prey? Green Snake. This turtle is the king of the crocodiles. He has a group of killing machines of his own. After devouring the demon transformation fruit for 2 months, his already open but limited spiritual intelligence was greatly shocked. Turtle. Crocodile. King. There seems to be something wrong somewhere. But it doesn't seem like there is anything wrong. It tried to swim towards the inner lake with a group of crocodiles led by Sioux. The more it swam, the more frightened it became. These crocodiles were heading towards the entrance of the Snake Valley tunnel. Just when the green snake thought that Sioux was trying to trick it out and lead the crocodile to rob the Snake Valley, the fishy smell of the green crocodile entered its mind through the snake's letter and nasal cavity. There are really green crocodiles ahead. Not many. A giant crocodile and 6 ordinary green crocodiles were the team that had previously detoured to block Sioux return to Crocodile Beach. Sioux took the crocodile underwater. It swam in front, and the belly of the giant green crocodile was visible in the distance. Sioux suddenly accelerated and pushed forward, knocking over the giant green crocodile and tearing off a large piece of flesh in its creaking nest. The hunt is about to begin. Taking the Sioux family crocodile to find a group of green crocodiles led by 2 giant green crocodiles is a war. And the Sioux family crocodile may not obey the command. But there is only 1 giant green crocodile and 6 ordinary green crocodiles on the opposite side. This is hunting. The giant green crocodile was suddenly attacked, turned around in a hurry, and whipped out its huge tail with a pop. The huge force sent Sioux flying out, bouncing on the lake's surface like water floating on the water. As the world was spinning, Sioux felt a green shadow flash before his eyes, and the green giant crocodile's frightened and angry roar could be heard. What followed was the roar of the Sioux family crocodile, and the frightened green crocodile splashing water and running away. The hunt is about to begin and end in a moment. There are too many crocodiles in the Sioux family, and there are only 7 green crocodiles. The giant green crocodile is also entangled and strangled by a green snake. The green crocodiles were running rampant in the Crocodile Beach the day before yesterday. Sioux used a small plan to annihilate them all, when there is not much difference in strength. Sioux, who has human wisdom, is definitely a dimension-reducing blow against these beasts. The Sioux family crocodile was unscathed and used the Snake Valley to wipe out the green crocodiles, and consumed 70% of the giant pythons in the Snake Valley. It also greatly reduced the green snake's hostility towards him. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not above board. Even despicable. But very practical. Sioux has no hostility toward green snake. They are both beings who want to transform into demons, and they will get along with each other for more than 100 years in the future. There is no need to make enemies. But Sioux still hopes that his neighbor will be weaker, and then weaker. It would be best to become a vassal. If in the future the green snake becomes wiser and thinks about everything today. So what? It was all a manifestation of ignorance when he was a beast. Will he still hold a grudge? It can't be that I, a turtle, set up a trap for you. Right? At that time, I was just an unintelligent beast. Crocodile Beach has returned to its former peace. Eat. Sleep. Sioux no longer hunts crocodiles. He is so well behaved that there is no need to do so. Of course, the occasional friendly education does not count. Snake Valley is open to Sioux. At least Sioux, he wouldn't be faced with a water arrow when he went there again. Sioux often lay down and slept under the willow tree, with a green snake coiled on the tree. Occasionally, its tail would hang down and brush against Sioux's turtle SHL, tickling it. The green snake is a female snake. Sioux often stayed in its Snake Valley, but he didn't find out how the green snake got its inheritance. As time passed, Sioux liked to bask in the sun more. The water level in Tinghai Lake began to return to normal. The crocodiles moved into the lake with the water level, and Sioux's exclusive basking stone disappeared. Most of the time he threw himself on the water, like a crocodile, and remained motionless. As the water level dropped, another rock was exposed. But Suhi didn't like it. It was a vertical platform with no slope, so it was a bit difficult to climb up. During this time it has grown a bit, but there has been no breakthrough growth. Normally, it would be difficult for a fish with 3 times the quality to make him fall into a deep sleep again. A fish with 4 times the quality would be able to sleep for at most 2 or 3 days. The growth rate is not as good as the previous 2 months. Energy requirements for growth increase. 2 sword lights flashed across the sky, circled around and landed on a high platform in the water, transforming into 2 young men wearing Qingyuan sect costumes. Junior brother Yulin, this place is nice. There is no one around except a group of old crocodiles. It's just the right place for you to practice. The young man he called Yulin looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Both of them are disciples of the Qingyuan sect. Autumn has already entered, and the first snow will arrive in more than a month at most. According to Qingyuan sect's custom, when the first snow comes, the teaching of this year's new disciples will also begin. Yulin is the Fu Lu instructor this year. This is his first time teaching. In the past few days, as the leaves have turned yellow and the temperature has dropped, he has become too nervous to go. His face turned pale at the thought of facing dozens of pairs of eyes in the audience. This is even scarier than letting him hunt the same number of strange beasts. In desperation, he went to ask his senior brother, who brought him here. Junior brother Yulin, do you see the old crocodiles below? Think of them as junior brothers and sisters who are new to the class. You can speak whatever you want. Once you get used to it, you can treat the junior brothers as old crocodiles as well, and you will not be nervous in teaching. This is how a senior brother got here back then. He patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. Senior brother won't peep. You can talk freely. If you don't understand something or don't know how to talk about it, write it down and we can discuss it later. Yulin's eyes were filled with gratitude. Senior brother wields his sword and walks away. Yulin licked his dry lips, took a deep breath, and said to the crocodiles with all his strength and emotion, Junior brothers and sisters, I am Yulin of Chuanjing Tang. You can call me senior sister Yulin. No, senior brother Yulin. I am. Let's explain the talismans. Even facing a group of crocodiles, he was extremely nervous. Suhi's 2 tortoise eyes widened to the extreme, and he growled lowly to keep the crocodiles quiet. He silently approached Yulin and quietly dived into the water. Thank God for the gift. He is going to attend the class. A dice fell from the sky and started spinning on top of Yulin's head. 4 o'clock. Stealing food is an unexpected windfall. But stealing art is not. I just don't know how to calculate the dice here. Conjuring 4 feathers to teach? Wouldn't this scare this young man into fainting on the spot? Chapter 15 Inheritance. The talisman is the world. Yulin said bold words in a timid tone. He didn't dare to look at the crocodile below, and raised his head slightly to look diagonally upward. Everything in the world can be described with talismans. And even theoretically speaking, it can be constructed with talismans. Build a whole new world. His voice was nice and his course schedule was good, but he was a little timid. Fortunately, he finally found some form after hesitating for a long time before speaking. You can muster up the courage to look at the water. There are swarms of crocodiles, but 30% are looking at him in confusion. 30% are minding their own business, and 30% are sleeping. This class is a group with poor results. This is probably the worst session that Yulin will have in his entire career. Such a classroom atmosphere immediately made him nervous. I won't lie to you. As if to make his words more convincing, he jumped up. The talisman is everything. The wind is coming. He drew a spiritual talisman in the air with his halberd finger. In an instant, a strong wind blew up, and the waves hit the shore. Rain is coming. Another talisman came out, and suddenly a heavy rain started pouring from the clear sky, turning him into a drowned rat. The sudden heavy rain caught the crocodiles off guard, and they howled one by one. Yulin suddenly felt even more at a loss. I wave my hands, and don't know how to maintain discipline. Ong! Sui roared at the right time, and the crocodiles became quiet. Yulin cast a grateful look, and when he saw Suhi's appearance, he showed a bit of surprise. Did you eat the demon fruit or do you want to advance to the alien beast? Thank you. I will introduce you to Junior Brother Lu some other time. Junior Brother Lu loves you the most, alien beast. You and he can definitely become friends. Habayashi decided that during the time he was teaching at Crocodile Beach, this turtle would be Saicho. He waved out a few runes, and his clothes that were wetted by the rain became dry for a moment, and even became clean and elegant. I'm in a great mood. and even my condition has improved a bit. This is the talisman! If this was demonstrated in front of the new junior brothers and sisters, it would surely attract a lot of exclamations. Right? Yulin felt a little proud in his heart. Each spiritual talisman is composed of runes with different functions. Yuan talisman, descriptive talisman, and fixed talisman are the three major elements that make up the talisman. 720 yuan talismans are the foundation of the talisman. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, water, fire, wood, earth. Each yuan talisman is the origin of all things. The descriptor determines the power and nature of the talisman you write. It is also a thunder talisman, and the descriptor determines whether it is the nine heavens divine thunder or ordinary thunder and lightning. Immersed in the teaching, Yulin seemed to have flipped his own switch. There was no crocodile in his eyes, and he just wanted to teach. He drew symbols in the air with his fingers. A rune flashed with lightning and condensed in midair. It was the thunder rune, one of the 720 yuan runes. This is the thunder element talisman. Adding different descriptors to it will form different thunder talismans. 9 heavens divine thunder, palm thunder, yang thunder, yin thunder. Yulin quickly painted and called, forming one thunder talisman after another. They were all different and emitted completely different auras. But even an outsider could tell that they were all based on the Lei Yuan talisman that Yulin originally drew. The descriptor describes the characteristics of the talisman, and the talisman is the mechanism of the talisman. When the talisman works and under what circumstances, it is all determined by the talisman. He added gestures with his halberd finger to each thunder talisman. I want this talisman to take effect immediately, so I'll split the stone in front of me. The thunder talisman took shape, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, cracking a stone into pieces. I want this talisman to be activated when it encounters water. Another talisman was formed, and the spiritual talisman was struck out by him. It rushed everywhere, but nothing happened until it was bounced into the lake. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the lake, and 7 or 8 crocodiles immediately foamed at the lake and turned their bellies. Yulin was shocked. Ugh! Sorry! He was suddenly at a loss and hurriedly took out 7 or 8 bottles of elixirs and stuffed them into the crocodiles' mouths. After a while of fussing, the crocodiles rolled their eyes and woke up leisurely. He didn't dare to demonstrate randomly, scattered the magic talismans in the air, looked at the crocodile sheepishly and said, Everyone, do you understand? Crocodile replied. They were all frightened by the thunder just now, and now they quietly emerged from the water and looked at him without knowing why. Yulin was silent. They were just crocodiles. They couldn't understand me or understand my lessons. He was so low-pitched, and suddenly raised his head. They are crocodiles. They will not feel wronged if they are struck by lightning. Does that mean it doesn't matter what I do? Anyway, they don't understand. His face twitched, and he suddenly pointed at an old crocodile. Huh? This junior brother raised his hand, but he has something to say. The crocodile watched in confusion as its front paws were raised uncontrollably. And then, the whole crocodile was pulled out of the water by an invisible force. The posture was like a kneeling disciple rising up and politely asked questions. It wanted to struggle, but couldn't move, and looked at Su He with a horrified expression. King, save me. Wang didn't have time to talk to him. Wang was being a good student and listened extremely carefully. There was even a turtle claw scratching back and forth, copying the thunder talisman that Yulin had just painted on the water surface. The crocodile was stunned. My king, we are being toyed with by this man. But Wang listened to the Taoist lectures so seriously. Why did my king betray the clan? Its huge body and petite brain can't understand this. Su He did not discover the complex psychological activities of the crocodile. He knew what the dice did. Learning efficiency. Just now, Yulin drew a total of 11 spiritual talismans, and Su He completely memorized them in this moment. You can even use your claws to follow Yulin's priorities in drawing the talisman, and then drag and drop, completely replicating the process of drawing the talisman. The crocodile didn't speak, and Yulin automatically filled in the question. Huh? You want to ask why the talisman you copied with your tail couldn't attract thunder? Yulin asked the crocodile in surprise. Crocodile. Of course it's because you have no magic power. Yulin laughed, as if he had suddenly become enlightened, no longer afraid of lectures, or had given up on treatment completely. He threw the crocodile down and began to teach with a lively dance, starting from thunder talismans to weapon forging, from alchemy to dual cultivation, and even seriously discussed with the crocodile the feasibility of cross-species dual cultivation. Su He didn't realize how he had made such a big turn. It wasn't until the full moon climbed up, and a few drops of autumn dew condensed that he shivered violently. His soul returned to his body, and his face gradually turned pale. Who I am? Where am I? What did I do? I lectured on talismans here for a whole day. Not only did I lecture, I also danced. When I was excited about the lecture, I even lifted my pants and peed on the stone steps in public. His neck turned to Suhi section by section like a puppet. This may be a demon, and in the future it may turn into a human form and remember what happened today. Silence! Suhi shuddered, feeling a wave of malice coming. And the turtle's sh. I was about to grow hair. Suhi immediately slit his limbs, dived into the bottom of the lake, and ran away without looking back. Yulin looked at his back, with a pale face and trembling all over. He finally fell down, and was about to drown in the lake. But he was gently caught by a fairy sword. The fairy sword exuded a soft sword light, and carried him flying in the direction of Qingyuan Mountain. The malice subsided. Suhi dived under the water, feeling inexplicably excited. Opportunity! Sure enough, some people are eager to squeeze into Kyoto, and some people are born in the capital. Even the choice of the birth point of the beast is crucial. Being born around a sect will always encounter various opportunities inexplicably. Sloppy old Taoist. Shy Yulin. The old Taoist was drunk and bragging for 3 days, and told him about his experiences in the mysterious world for 3 days. Yulin's training class took him to appreciate the scenery of spiritual practice. There will be many opportunities like this for a long time. Suhi's heart was beating loudly. She couldn't suppress her excitement, and she just wanted to find someone to share it with. My feet unconsciously rode to the Snake Valley tunnel, followed the tunnel, and swam out to the lake. Silence fell. Snake Valley is peaceful. The full moon hangs low and is hazy. On the willow tree by the lake, a green snake coiled its body and hissed at the moon. An inexplicable charm rippled around the green snake, as if there was a hazy moonlight surrounding it. Suhi came closer unconsciously. The moonlight shrouded it smoothly. Boom! The scenery in front of him changed drastically. He saw a snake. A white snake, covering the whole world. The snake flew high into the sky, plunged into the water, and swam freely among the endless waves. Inherited. Green snake is accepting the inheritance. The demon-transforming fruit it ate contained the heritage of a white snake. Suhi was shocked when he saw the white snake turning its head slightly and looking at him in the huge waves. It seems that white snake has discovered an uninvited guest. At this moment, a mountain-like dice crashed down, landed on the head of the boundless snake, and began to spin. Chapter 16, Making Trouble. The moment the white snake looked at it, Suhi felt as if the whole world was crashing on him. Knock it out instantly. I woke up suddenly, still in the small lake of Snake Valley, but the moonlight no longer shrouded it. This is the inheritance of the green snake, and it was expelled. A dice fell quietly in front of Suhi. 5 o'clock. It's a pity. If he could stay in the green snake inheritance, Suhi should be able to learn the inheritance 5 times faster. Suhi was suddenly startled. There is something more on his mind, making trouble. Make waves by making waves. The inheritance that green snake got this time was to make waves. Suhi didn't see the first half of Xingfeng, but only saw the latter part, and then got this inheritance. Making waves can control the current to create huge waves. Of course, this is White Snake's ability. As soon as I received the inheritance, a small splash of water danced. No bigger than a splash of water. Suhi could now raise his paw, as if he were grabbing a ribbon or a lake of water. No, this is not making trouble. Making waves can set off huge waves, but it cannot pick up the water like a ribbon. This is water control. The Zhuolang inherited from the white snake was rolled out as 5 points by the dice, and turned into a magical power, like waterbending. Supernatural power. It's not magic. It's supernatural power. Just like eating and drinking. It seemed to be Suhi's innate ability. There is an essential difference between magic and magical powers. Magic skills are learned. Magical powers are innate. If you insist on saying that, eating, drinking, pooping and urinating are all supernatural powers. But they are just too ordinary. But from another perspective, for plants, it's amazing. That thing can actually eat. Supernatural power. Supernatural powers are natural abilities that cannot be learned or taught. It is impossible for a man to teach his magical powers to others. Just as it is impossible for a bird to teach a cat to fly. But magic can. Dice can not only improve learning efficiency, but also advance the stolen inheritance. I just don't know how this advanced multiplier is calculated. The captured prey can be accurately increased by 5 times. whether it is quality or quantity. At least it is a real item. How does black magic accurately calculate 5 times, or the 5th power? Suhi slowly sank into the water, and thought to himself. It wasn't until the western edge of the full moon that the moonlight on the green snake gradually dissipated, and it slowly regained consciousness, with confusion in its eyes. The green snake glanced at Suhi and ignored it. He had become accustomed to it during this period, and the turtle often stayed with it. In the past few days, green snake's eyes have become more and more alert. This is a sign that the 100 days are approaching. The demon transformation fruit is almost finished digesting, and the wisdom is gradually opening up. The green snake swam down from the tree and got into the lake, waving its tail to stir up the water. It wanted to make waves but didn't. Green snake is not discouraged. He must learn slowly to inherit the magic. In the past 3 months after eating the demon transforming fruit, he will receive a magic inheritance every full moon. The first 2 magics were mastered after more than a month of hard training. Making trouble this time is more difficult, especially when it comes to making waves. I always feel that something is missing, and it is difficult to master. Maybe because it's not a water snake? Emerald snakes can swim, but they are not water snakes. Suhi sank into the water, turning his head around and looking at his body. The more you calm down, the more you can feel the changes in your body, as if the ability to control water flow is integrated into every inch of your body. He can control any water flow that comes into contact with him, even the tip of his tail. The well-matched combination of turtle and waterbending is much more effective than simply making waves, stealing an incredible inheritance. Suhi poked the green snake and climbed ashore, using his claws to draw a water element symbol on the stone. The talisman is a direct expression of the essence of all things in the world, and observing the talisman is enlightenment. Taking away the inheritance of green snake's Wulong, leaving it with a water element talisman can be considered as compensation. The worst thing is to give it high-quality food a few times before hibernating. Suhi dived into the lake and diverted water back to Crocodile Beach. I don't know whether it's because he just got the magical power or because he was affected by it, but Suhi prefers to stay underwater, controlling the water flow coiled around the body like a snake, as if the entire body was merging with the lake water. In the past, I could only paddle through the water with the webs between my claws, but now every stroke is filled with waterbending powers. The water seems to be solidified, just like holding on to a cable underwater, and the speed more than doubles. This magical power should still be practiced and developed. Maybe he won't need to paddle when traveling in the future, and he can travel around the world with a wave of water. When they returned to the Crocodile Beach, the crocodile's overnight hunting was basically over. After eating some crocodile tribute, Suhi suppressed the surprise in his heart and forced himself to take a nap. During this period of time, I didn't eat food that was 5 or 6 points higher in quality, but when I added up, my body also accumulated a lot of energy. After hoarding for a while, you can fall asleep again. In the past 2 days, the turtle SHL has shown signs of loosening and molting again, and the next evolution is coming soon. This time it should be a longer sleep, or even merged with hibernation. The demon transformation fruit is almost finished digesting. 3 poles above the sun. The sun shines on the lazy Crocodile Beach. Just when Suhi thought that Yulin was no longer afraid of giving lectures and would never come again, 2 fairy swords belatedly arrived. It fell on the bluestone and turned into 2 people, Yulin and a young man about 20 years old. He was a young man who looked gentle, but was disliked by others. Suhi was vaguely repelled by him. Beastly instinct. Yulin came down and pointed at Suhi and said, "Junior brother Lu, this is the turtle I told you. You see? It has eaten the demon transforming fruit. But is it a beast that will transform into a demon?" When junior brother Lu saw Suhi, his eyes lit up. "It's really majestic and extraordinary. Let me test it." He took out a small mirror from his arms. This is a Tianji mirror specially used to view the demon transforming fruit. If any beast eats the demon fruit, it can also be illuminated by it. There was no reaction on the Tianji mirror. It couldn't show the red fruit. The sloppy old man had already said that. Junior brother Lu shook his head. "It's a pity. This is the first black turtle to advance to an alien beast. It has not swallowed the demon transformation fruit." Yulin's clenched hand slowly opened, but his face showed a bit of regret. "What a pity. If you don't know how to transform into a demon, then no one will know about yesterday's social death." The look he looked at Su, he became kind again. "Then you will still be my chief." Junior brother Lu put away the Tianji mirror and handed it over to Yulin. "Since you are not a beast-turned monster, then junior brother will not delay senior brother's practice here. Senior brother, don't forget to inform junior brother When the class starts, I will go and support senior brother. Junior brother Lu knows that I am practicing here. Yu Lin's face turned red, and he handed over to his junior brother, watching him walk away with his sword. Yu Lin was quiet for a moment, then suppressed his shame and started teaching for the day again. Yesterday I just briefly explained the runes, which was the beginning. Today we will explain each rune one rune from the very basics. Although it was just a practice class, he still took it extremely seriously. He really regarded the crocodiles in the audience as his junior brothers and sisters. He did not miss any details, and even handled a fight between students with dignity. The two crocodiles got into a fight for some unknown reason, and were hung upside down on the lake by the finger of his halberd, while the small ruler slapped the crocodile's buttocks. This day's class ended early, probably because of yesterday's practice. I relaxed a lot today. As soon as the sunset rose in the west, he ended the day's lessons and left with his sword. Night falls again. A figure slowly walked out from behind the rocks on the shore. It was junior brother Lu who had left with his sword in the morning. At this moment, he was looking at Su He with a frown and approaching step by step. Chapter 17. People do not harm tigers, but tigers harm people's hearts. His eyes were slightly lowered, with a somewhat gloomy look on his face. He stared straight at Su He and murmured to himself, "It's not a demon or a strange beast. This is a divine beast. At least he has the blood of a mythical beast." There are only two ways to practice animal cultivation. One is to transform into a demon or a strange beast. Divine beasts don't come from cultivation. They come from blood. Dragon, phoenix, unicorn, turtle, golden crow, moon toad. There are countless mythical beasts in legends, but few of them can be seen with your own eyes. Junior brother Lu gritted his teeth. Why did a divine beast appear after I decided on my natal beast? Su He looked at it and slowly backed away. This man was hostile to him. Extremely hostile. The kind that will never stop until death. How inexplicable. Why didn't you show up earlier or later? You showed up after I decided on my natal beast. Is it because I, Lu Ming, am not worthy of you? Lu Ming was born in Qingyuan Sect's beast-controlling valley. This lineage does not focus on swordsmanship and talismans, but on beast control practice. Cultivating natal beasts. The beast is me and I am the beast. Lu Ming's natal beast was just contracted 3 days ago, and it was a white tiger with extraordinary talent. But no matter how talented an ordinary beast is, can it be higher than the bloodline of a mythical beast? 3 days? Just 3 days late. If I had discovered this turtle 3 days ago, I would have taken this turtle as my natal beast even if I had risked my life. But it's too late. According to the beast control method, one person can only contract one natal beast in one realm. With Lu Ming's talent, he wouldn't be able to reach the next level in a few hundred years. Lu Ming couldn't afford to wait for hundreds of years. And there is a turtle with the blood of a mythical beast in Tinghai Lake. Such news cannot be suppressed at all. Sooner or later, Yusho Valley will know that this turtle will be customized as a natal beast. But I am the #1 true successor of the beast control valley of this generation. Lu Ming felt his teeth itch with hatred. He took out a talisman pen and drew a series of talismans in the air, hitting Su He's head. No one can try to take away my magical turtle. Even if it cannot be my natal turtle, it can only be my pet. The slave bee's seal. The talisman of life and death. The cage. I'll see who comes to snatch it. If you dare to snatch it away and make it your natal beast, I, Lu Ming, don't mind having multiple servants. The natal beast and its owner share the same origin. The natal beast is someone else's pet whose soul has been contracted, so he cannot run away. He couldn't understand these talismans, but the alarm bell rang loudly in Su He's heart. His animal instinct told him that being sealed by these talismans would be worse than death. Su He turned around and ran away, but was caught up by the magic talisman, which stamped on his forehead one after another. But just as they were about to make contact, a talisman on Su He's head lit up. It shattered all of Lu Ming's pet spirit talismans. It was the talisman that Su Huanyan left on him more than a month ago. It has no effect except to prevent others from taking Su He as a pet. Lu Ming's face instantly turned purple. It's just an ordinary warning talisman, but it can shatter his talisman. The person who leaves the warning talisman behind is unattainable. Damn it! This should be because a second-generation ancestor discovered this magical turtle early, but was unable to sign the natal beast. So I asked the elders to leave a talisman on the turtle, and only waited until he had done enough to sign the natal beast. This man is so selfish. He discovered the mythical beast, but did not report it to the sect. If he reports, the divine turtle will definitely be accepted by the beast control valley. And this generation of disciples can compete to conquer it based on their ability. The successful person gives the discoverer a generous thank you. This man knew that if he was placed in the beast control valley, I would conquer him first. So he hid it here secretly. Who did it for the younger generation? Eldarin? Elder Chio? The other two elders of the beast control valley won't. They will only think of me if there are good things. Or was it done by a senior from another branch of the sect? Mean! The turtle was robbed. And Lu Ming's face turned even darker. Animal pets cannot be forcibly taken away, as the warning rune will be triggered. A disciple who has already decided on the animal of his destiny breaks through the elder's warning rune and forcibly takes the beast's pet, which offends the elder to death. A trace of cruelty flashed in the corner of Lu Ming's eyes. If you can't take it back, destroy it. If his white tiger can swallow this divine turtle, his talent will definitely improve a lot. The natal animal is closely related to its master, and the white tiger's improvement is his improvement. The road is a bit gentler. There is a warning from the elders. So you can't just let the white tiger eat it. Gotta think of a way. Lu Ming sat quietly by the lake for a moment, and his eyes gradually brightened. Feng Ya, the little princess of the head family. I don't know why I have been staying in the beast control valley these past few days. I heard that I have an appointment with someone outside. The 100 days are coming, and I will wait for the person he agreed to there. The beast controlling valley was the closest. So she stayed in the beast controlling valley. A little girl who doesn't grow up and has a low mind. But she has a good moral character. As long as she uses a little trick, she can overturn the beast taming valley and let all the beast pets run away. As long as the white tiger takes the opportunity to come out, swim along the elephant water, happen to encounter a baby turtle, accidentally kill it and eat it. It is not an unacceptable mistake. Right? This is just the instinct of a strange beast. It is natural for animals to eat each other. It's best to get yourself another proof of alibi, such as making a mistake and being imprisoned by the law enforcement agency. Perfect. After all, he couldn't leave even if he was imprisoned. How could he instruct by who to make mistakes? Of course, for the safety of the white tiger, it was best to do something to the turtle. Lu Ming waved his talisman pin, and a talisman fell on Suhi's turtle SH.L. He deliberately avoided the turtle/head with the warning rune. 1 10,000 June talisman and 1 locating talisman are enough. The more talismans you use, the easier it is to reveal your flaws. The locator talisman is used to locate the location. The 10,000 June talisman is activated when it encounters a white tiger, no matter what means the turtle has. When it is suppressed by the magic talisman and cannot move, just let the white tiger devour it. Stay there and wait for me. The white tiger, to eat you. After he finished speaking, he sneered and walked away with his sword. He wanted to plan something sooner rather than later. He first tried to find a way to hold Yulin back, so that he could not teach the crocodile again. Yulin would find the talisman he left on the turtle SH.L. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Suhi narrowed her eyes and watched him leave. Sure enough, the instinct of beasts is the most trustworthy. This person has no good intentions. No wonder I didn't like him at first sight. He had the smell of animal resistance. This man must have been in constant contact with all kinds of beasts. But most of them left an unpleasant aura on him. Saliva, urine, hair. Suhi drew the talisman Lu Ming left on the turtle SH.L. from memory. I don't recognize the first spiritual talisman at all. But the second spiritual talisman is based on the earth element talisman. Suhi couldn't understand the specific function. All spiritual talismans related to the earth will have the earth element talisman as the core. For example, gathering spiritual energy, sorting out earth veins, increasing rice production, earth escape. Combined with what Lu Ming said when he was talking to himself, the locator should be the talisman that Suhi didn't recognize at all. With the earth as the core, it is the Wanjun talisman. As the name suggests, it weighs 10,000 pounds. It should have the function of suppressing, sealing, and restricting. Suppress me, and let the white tiger devour me. A cold light flashed in Suhi's eyes. Thinking of Lu Ming's previous actions, Lu Ming probably wanted to adopt him as a pet, but was blocked by the runes left by Su Huanyan. If the pet failed, he wanted to destroy him. The third uncle of the second uncle. Did I provoke you? Suhi turned around and went to snatch the crocodile's prey. He swallowed a few prey with improved quality, piled up the energy in his body, and then shed his SH.L. to take off the turtle SH.L. that he had cast the magic talisman on. Then, it's just a white tiger. There are no magic talisman restrictions. It's not difficult to kill it. If that doesn't work, Suhi looked at the hundreds of Sioux family crocodiles in the crocodile beach. Even if your white tiger is a strange beast, I don't believe that hundreds of crocodiles can't kill you. Then, Suhi looked at the sword light that cut through the sky, leaving only a little light. Suhi fought with beasts, and even though he almost died several times due to dangerous situations, he never hated any beast. Only for Lu Ming. I don't know why I always feel like I can't have smooth thoughts without squeezing him to death. Sturgeon. 2 o'clock. If the quality is not good enough, throw it back to the crocodiles. Rabbit. A little. Wild wolf. 3 o'clock. Suhi grabbed one crocodile after another. The Sioux family crocodiles were confused. They didn't know what happened to Wang today. He actually took the initiative to snatch their prey. But after snatching it, he refused to eat it and threw it back. The same prey was thrown back by him, and it immediately emitted an alluring fragrance. Provoked the crocodile to snatch. Until I grabbed the 12th crocodile. Deer cake. 4 points. Quality. Suhi devoured all the little milled deer without leaving any. The deer's blood was so warm that it made her whole body feel warm. 2 hours later, Suhi closed her eyes. Chapter 18 Hunting Time. This sleep can last for a long time. But Suhi forced himself to wake up after only 2 days of sleep. The turtle L hadn't fallen off yet, but the itching sensation on the entire turtle I had reached its extreme. It would take another 2 or 3 days at most. Will shed its L. But Suhi couldn't wait any longer. I picked up a piece of water and kept washing the turtle L. And at the same time, it kept hitting and rubbing against the rocks. Finally, the tortoise LS fell off piece by piece. The green light flashing on 2 of the clips were the 2 spiritual talismans left by Lu Ming. A locator. A talisman. Suhi's turtle L is the best carrier for the talisman. A flash of inspiration flashed in Suhi's mind. Maybe I should save all the tortoise LS after shedding their LS. Not to mention whether they can be used as weapon refining materials in the future. Collect them to avoid leaving hidden dangers outside. In a world where there is spiritual practice, there is no doubt that there are methods of using body tissue to curse and locate people. 2 days have passed, and Lu Ming's white tiger will come to kill him at any time. Suhi has already chosen a burial place for it. There is a shaped cave on the hill at the bottom of the lake just 2 miles away. The cave is not small, but it is dark and scary. In fact, there is nothing inside. Just some fish and shrimps. The turtle L carrying the Wanjun talisman is embedded at the top of the cave. And the locator and other turtle LS are buried at the bottom of the cave. A simple trap. It's good if it works, but it's not a big deal if it doesn't. When animals fight, they always strive for bravery. Of course, small means such as sneak attacks are more important. This is the foundation of using small to make a big difference. After burying the tortoise L, Suhi immediately went to Snake Valley and invited the green snake out with a wild boar cub with a quality of 2 points. After not seeing the green snake for 2 days, it became more alert, and its hissing contained more meanings. He was actually able to have a few words with Suhi. It was hidden among the water plants with its emerald green color. And Suhi went back to his usual profession and burrowed into the mud. Both snakes and turtles are patient predators. The 2 beasts remained motionless, and Suhi suppressed his sleepiness. Until the 3rd day, a wild aura came straight towards Suhi from far to near. Coming! 500 miles away. The Qingyuan Gate Law Enforcement Hall is holding the prison. Lu Ming carried the lunchbox and delivered meals to the prisoners in the prison. The confinement at Qingyuanmen is not about being locked up in a room for reflection, but about guarding the prison. The sex enemies, prisoners, and evil spirits are suppressed in the prison. Guarding the prison. Being unable to leave the prison. Clinging to one place is no different from confinement. Of course, you can't get close to the real prison. The real prison guards are specially trained disciples of the sect. These disciples who are in solitary confinement are just here to do odd jobs. Lu Ming had just finished delivering meals to the guarding disciples. He was sitting under the big tree with blank eyes, but a smile on his face. Everything is as planned. Sure enough, with a little trick, the spoiled little princess of the head of the family overturned the Beast Control Valley. At this time, the Beast Control Valley was ablaze, and countless beasts escaped. His white tiger escaped from the Beast Control Valley in panic half an hour ago. Now we are heading towards Tanghai Lake quickly. Lu Ming used the white tiger vision to watch all the way. The white tiger is its natal animal, so Lu Ming can certainly share its vision. although I cannot control or direct. It is enough to be able to see. The white tiger is heading in a straight line, relying on the locator it left behind. Lu Ming sweated for it. Be quick! Faster! This time Feng Yaya released many beast pets. And she must not let other beast pets find the turtle first. The locator indicates that the turtles are ahead. The white tiger jumped into the water and swam directly to the location. Lu Ming licked his lips. There was no problem in the water. The turtle's sh. I was engraved with 10,000 talismans, which was enough to suppress it. Even in the water, it could only be bitten and devoured by the white tiger. It is just a cub of a mythical beast that has not yet mastered magical powers. It is not difficult to kill it. Lu Ming! Suddenly someone shouted. Lu Ming came to his senses with a jolt. Immediately broke off the white tiger's synesthesia. Stood up and responded. Yes! Suhi held his breath and concentrated. Close. Closer. Suhi burrowed under the mud and remained motionless. But the green snake swayed gently with the water plants, completely integrating itself into the environment. Roar! With a roar, a white tiger broke through the water and dived into the water. This is a giant white tiger whose body alone is 2 feet long. The wild aura rushes towards his face with every move he makes. As the white tiger roared, 3 stars appeared between its eyebrows. Suhi's heart suddenly clenched. This is a 3-star strange beast. Suhi had only seen a strange beast once, which was the sloppy old Taoist's mount. It was a camel that was more drunk than the sloppy old Taoist. When he was drunk, a mysterious moon appeared between his eyebrows. Demon star, Xianyu, and eclipse sun are the 3 levels of alien beasts, which correspond to the 3 realms of human beings transforming into mortals, transforming into demons, and stepping into the sky. The 3 stars between the white tiger's eyebrows indicate that it has turned 3 times. It cannot be measured by common sense. Suhi and Qing's snake were even more cautious and did not dare to make any strange noise. Fortunately, white tigers breathe with their lungs and cannot smell underwater. The white tiger dived into the cave with greed in his eyes. He could smell the smell of a turtle just now on the shore. This is a great supplement. The owner's locator is here, and the turtle has burrowed into the soil. The white tiger dug its claws and pulled out a few pieces of tortoise SHL from under the soil. The white tiger was a little confused. At this moment, a water arrow shot through and exploded on the rock above its head. The rock was splashed, and a piece of tortoise SHL fell from the top, floating on the white tiger. As if a switch was triggered, the 10,000 talisman on the tortoise SHL lit up. It's like a heavy mountain pressing on the white tiger's back. The white tiger suddenly collapsed, and the entire tiger was crushed into a U shape. Well done! Green Snake succeeded in one attack and immediately ran away. Its location has been exposed. I wonder what the white tiger is capable of. It is the first priority to escape and save its life. Roar! White tiger roared, spitting out a lot of bubbles from his mouth and nose. He scratched the ground with his claws, wanting to jump up and tear the green snake apart, but being pinned to the ground by the tortoise SHL. Man said he couldn't even roll over when he stood up. Qingyuan Gate, the prison. Lu Ming, who was talking to the law enforcement disciples, clenched his fist slightly. Beautiful. The 10,000 June talisman he left behind has been activated, and the white tiger should have started fighting with the turtle. This 10,000 talisman can only be activated when it is touched by the white tiger. The white tiger at least jumped on the back of the turtle. A white tiger plus a 10,000 talisman with a gravity of hundreds of thousands of kilograms. No matter how magical the turtle is, it will only end up being eaten by the white tiger. It's a pity that he was entangled by this law enforcement disciple and couldn't watch it with his own eyes. One of life's great regrets. Under Tihai Lake, the white tiger was lying on the ground, struggling hard to dig the ground but unable to get up. And his spine even made a creaking sound. It stared at the green snake angrily. Roar! With a roar, a shadow erupted from his mouth. But it was a ghost figure, dressed in gray cloth strips. When it came out, even the surrounding lake was dyed black. It can be vaguely seen that this was once a woman, but now she looks hideous and extremely filthy. Ghost. This word suddenly popped into Suhi's mind. This should be Baihu's puppet. The demon ghost came out and immediately attacked the green snake. It floated over Suhi's head, and Suhi bit it. Click. The teeth met, and the bite was empty. The teeth penetrated the body of the ghost, but they couldn't bite. This ghost is illusory and has no entity. The demon ghost was attacked and stabbed Suhi on the turtle SHL with a dagger in his backhand. There was a gritty sound, But the dagger did not penetrate the turtle L. Roar! The white tiger roared again, bubbles billowing in his mouth and nose. It is a strange beast. Although it cannot activate spiritual intelligence, its IQ is only higher than that of ordinary beasts. But he also knew that he was in a trap. This turtle is the prey that the owner asked him to hunt. The prey unites with a long worm to fight back. The white tiger roared, and the ghost dropped Suhi and swung his dagger to kill the green snake. The white tiger is not stupid. He can feel that the green snake is a greater threat to it than the turtle. This green snake can do magic. You can pin it down here and shoot it to death from a distance. The green snake circled to avoid the attack of the demon. This ugly thing is unreasonable. It can hit snakes, but snakes cannot hit it. The green snake twisted its body to avoid the demonic dagger, shook its head, and shot a water arrow. The water arrow penetrated through the demonic shadow and could not hurt it. Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around and rushed towards Baihu. To capture the thief and capture the king. Kill the villain first and kill the tiger. Chapter 19 Tell you secretly. Suhi bumped into it and was slapped back by a claw. The white tiger's sharp claws scratched the turtle L and made a harsh sound. Turtle L. Injured. This was the first time that the turtle I could not completely block an attack. Fortunately, Suhi shrank his head quickly. Otherwise, he would have been hugged by Baihu. Of course, Suhi was not without achievements. He bit the white tiger's elbow and tore off a piece of flesh and blood. Blood spreads at the bottom of the lake. Qingyuan Gate. The prison. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly condensed. He sensed that Baihu was injured, and his breath couldn't help but suffocated. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. After all, we are capturing a turtle with the blood of a mythical beast. How can anyone not be injured? Being suppressed by the 10,000 June talisman can still hurt the white tiger. This turtle's bloodline is probably terrifyingly pure. Good thing. The more powerful it is, the higher the talent will be improved after the white tiger devours it. Correspondingly, you will also get greater benefits. Good. The white tiger has a ghost. It can attack from a distance and defend it from a short distance. But the turtle will definitely die. I hope the white tiger will move quickly so that other beasts will not smell the blood of the mythical beast and come to snatch it. Listening to the sea and the lake, Suhi heard a scream behind him. And the demon abandoned the green snake and hurriedly returned to the protector. The dagger stabbed straight towards the base of Suhi's tail. Mean! The body turned sideways, and the tortoise L skirt saw blocked the dagger. At the same time, he subconsciously bit the demon's arm. After one bite, it was cold and fishy, and half of the bite was suddenly empty. Suhi's eyes lit up. This demon becomes physical at the moment of attack. Can be bitten. On. He made a meaningless cry. But Green Snake understood immediately and curled up like a spring. The moment the demonic demon stabbed Suhi's claw with another dagger, a water arrow pierced the lake water and pierced the demonic demon's head. The resentment in the demon's eyes suddenly became confused and empty. The entire sack body burst like a blister and dissipated. Lu Ming's expression in the Qingyuan sect changed instantly, and he sensed the dissipation of the white tiger ghost. My heart couldn't help but beat loudly. How could this happen? He had tried so hard to help White Tiger choose the ghost, and even secretly used the ghost sect technique to practice it. Although he was still immature, he was not afraid of being struck by a knife or an axe. How could a mere beast destroy the ghost? Is it possible that the turtle's bloodline is special and ignores the ghost's deformation? If so, his heart beat faster. So as long as the white tiger swallows it, will it also inherit this ability? The excitement on his face was almost uncontrollable. No. He found an excuse to dismiss the law enforcement. He needed synesthesia. He wanted to see the white tiger eating the turtle with his own eyes. Roar! Good-do-do. The white tiger roared and drank a lot of lake water. It is not an aquatic animal. It can only dive because the tiger itself can swim. And then it can hold its breath and dive down with the powerful lung capacity of the 3-star alien beast. After exhaling several times, I was already choking on water. But after all, it has a strong body, and it would probably take at least a few hours to drown it. Suhi didn't dare to wait. The white tiger is just a pet. And there is Lu Ming outside who can fly with a sword. Who knows when that guy will come? Delay will lead to change. On. He growled low, greeted the green snake, paddled towards the white tiger again. At the same time, the two claws danced out 2 water ribbons, and the jelly covered the white tiger's claws. As soon as the white tiger was captured, It was buffered by the water belt and the turtle sh. I was not damaged again. Sui lowered and raised his body, and the turtle's head popped out instantly, biting the base of the white tiger's neck. The moment the white tiger came over with its claws, he pulled back, tearing open a piece of flesh and blood at the base of its neck. Arteries burst and blood spurted out. Roar! Snapped. Sui was slapped out again by a claw. His internal organs were shaking, and his eyesight went dark. Lu Ming and the Qingyuan sect suddenly stood up. His expression changed greatly. He sensed that Bai Hu was seriously injured. How come? How can it be? How could the turtle hurt by the 10,000 June talisman hurt the white tiger? Based on my perception that day, it was said that the turtle was suppressed by the 10,000 June talisman. Even if it had no restrictions, it would not be white tiger's opponent. Where is the mistake? Are those pets that were let loose competing with the white tiger? White tiger is the most powerful pet in this generation. But it can't beat four hands with two fists. Is it possible that all the pets released by Feng Yaya are targeting white tiger? Am I self-defeating? Brother law enforcement, please wait a moment. There is something wrong with my white tiger. Let me take a look. Opposite him was a young man wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. Junior brother Lu. Don't worry. There was an emergency in the beast control valley, and many pets ran away. Maybe the capture team injured junior brother's natal beast, and they captured it and rested it for a few days. Before he finished speaking, Lu Ming's eyes were dull, and he went out. What a rude guy. The law enforcement disciple's face turned a little colder. Even the chief disciple of the beast control valley shouldn't treat him so lightly. The struggling white tiger's eyes flashed slightly and became lively. Lu Ming came to share the vision. As soon as Lu Ming opened his eyes, he saw that they were full of blood. It was the red lake water that blocked his sight. Before he could figure out the situation, he heard a sharp sound of water breaking. Immediately afterwards, "Bo!" Like a ripe grape exploding. Darkness suddenly filled my eyes. In the prison, Lu Ming suddenly came to his senses. His face was as dark as ink, and he was blind. One of the white tiger's eyes was shot out. This is revenge. Being able to shoot arrows must not be the magical power of the turtle. It is the disciples of the beast control valley who are capturing the escaped beast pets. Deliberately shoot my white tiger blind. Which disciple of the beast control valley doesn't recognize my white tiger? Envy? Cut off my path? Lu Ming was furious and stood up with his sword to rush out of the prison. But he was covered by a legal net by the law enforcement disciple Duo 2. How presumptuous! Junior brother Lu wants to escape from prison. Escape from prison in Qingyuan sect is a serious crime. Even if you are wrongfully imprisoned here, you can appeal or claim compensation, but you are not allowed to escape. Otherwise, not only will your justice not be redressed, but your crime will be increased to 3rd level. Lu Ming was imprisoned on the ground. He raised his eyes and stared at the law enforcement disciple. Without any excuse, he ran the method and became aware of it again. The white tiger struggled under the water, unable to even roar. The throat artery and trachea were bitten off, and the trachea bubbled uncontrollably, and the lake water poured into its lungs. Lu Ming followed the remaining tiger eyes and tried his best to see through the red lake water. Saw it. There was no one on the other side. Only a turtle that shook its head and bit fiercely. Lu Ming was stunned. This turtle was not suppressed by the 10,000 June talisman. Its aura didn't become stronger. So how did it break the 1 June talisman? Is it Yulin? Yulin was not deceived by me and went to give lectures again? Did he see the talisman I left on the turtle sh? Murderous intent flowed through Lu Ming's heart. Yulin can't stay. That's not right. He doubted it. Even if this turtle is not restricted by the 1 June talisman, it cannot be a match for the white tiger. Why would the white tiger be bitten to the point of death by it? The white tiger struggled, and when he looked through the tiger's eyes, he saw the turtle sh. Pressing heavily on the white tiger's back. The 1 June talisman shines brightly. Lu Ming was stunned and at a loss. I didn't know where to clarify my thoughts. And when I heard the sound of sharp arrows breaking through the water, my eyes suddenly fell into darkness. And the only tiger I was shot out. Just listen to the roar and roar of the turtle. Lu Ming, who was in the Qingyuan sect, suddenly woke up. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face was as white as paper. Heart. That turtle broke the white tiger's heart. White tiger will not survive. The white tiger is his natal animal. If the white tiger dies, the owner will be implicated. Serious injuries are still a trivial matter. No matter how serious the injury is, Kinji Wanman can still save it. The white tiger is gone, and the road is broken. Turtle! Lu Ming covered his heart, fell to the ground, and roared with blood seeping between his teeth. Evil beast! If you cut off my path for no reason, I will kill you. There are also the Qingyuan disciples behind you, and the despicable elders, whose disciples have taken possession of the turtle. Turtle! He shouted. Eh? A grandma's voice came. Does senior brother Lu also have a beautiful turtle? Two law enforcement disciples at the gate of the prison escorted a little girl in with helpless expressions. Feng Yaya. This escort was a bit unique. They coaxed Feng Yaya in with a bunch of candied haws. The little ancestor didn't know why he went crazy. He burned down the cage in the Beast Control Valley and released most of the beasts. The master was furious and punished him to come to the prison to work hard and reflect on his mistakes. Is this punishing her? This is punishment and prison. What mistake did my prison disciple make? Feng Yaya jumped up to Lu Ming. Secretly tell me, senior brother, that I also have a turtle. It's in Tinghai Lake. He and I have agreed to come see me in 100 days. Senior brother Lu is feeling so uncomfortable. Is your little turtle taken away? She patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and said comfortingly, Don't worry, senior brother Lu. My mother put a warning rune on my turtle head, so I'm not afraid of being taken away. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly opened wide. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 20 Eat its flesh. The water was murky, but it did not affect Su He and Green Snake's vision. One is wallowing in the mud all day long, and the other does not rely on sight to obtain information. The turtle and the snake looked at each other in confusion, looking at the white tiger, who was no longer struggling. It's dead. It took the combined efforts of 3 people to kill Su He, Qing Snake, and Lu Ming. Lu Ming made a great contribution, but if it weren't for his 10,000 June talisman, Su He and the Green Snake would not be able to defeat the white tiger. Even underwater, the 3-star alien beasts are not something they can be hostile to right now. The Green Snake coiled the tip of its tail and tried to shoot a water arrow. The water arrow shot into the white tiger's forehead. It only broke through the flesh and was stuck on the hard forehead bone. A water arrow that can penetrate rocks cannot penetrate the bones of a white tiger. The white tiger was motionless. It was indeed dead. Su He and Green Snake rushed towards the white tiger at the same time, stopping on either side of the tiger, baring their teeth and looking at each other threateningly. They both want the body of the 3-star alien beast. Ordinary beasts devour the treasures of heaven and earth, strengthen their bodies, until they break the limit and condense demon stars in their bodies. These are the strange beasts. At this time, a star will appear between the eyebrows of the alien beast. It is a 1-star alien beast. The demon star slowly rotates in the body of the alien beast, providing the alien beast with extraordinary power. When the alien beast continues to advance and reaches its limit again, the demon star reverses, and the 2nd star between the eyebrows appears. By analogy, every time the alien beast advances to the demon star, it will be reversed once, and there will be an extra star between the eyebrows. Therefore, several star alien beasts are also called several turn alien beasts. Until the 7th turn of the demon star, the alien beast reaches its limit. The demon star shattered to form the mysterious moon. The demon star beast has advanced into the mysterious moon beast, and what appears between the eyebrows will also be the mysterious moon shape, like a sleazy alcoholic camel. It is roughly the rules of heaven and earth. Whether it is an alien beast, a demon, or a human being, there are 3 major realms, and each realm is divided into 7 smaller realms. The monster star, mysterious moon, an eclipsed sun of alien beasts, and the transformation of humans and monsters into mortals, demons, and the sky. As the sloppy old Taoist mentioned, the first level of human and demon realm, transformation from the mortal, also known as the 7-step transformation from the mortal. It is divided into 7 small realms: heart aperture, divine object, true blood, mind aperture, bone sacrifice, spiritual awakening, and yuan gathering. 3-star alien beasts are already equivalent to the true blood realm of human transformation. The entire body has undergone qualitative changes and is different from ordinary things. Especially this is a tiger, which is a great tonic. Both Green Snake and Su He wanted to eat. Especially now, when hibernation is coming. It is the time when you need to eat a lot. A snake and a turtle stared at each other with evil intentions. After 2 breaths, Su He sighed and flinched. This damn moral concept. Green Snake is here to help him. He can't kill Green Snake and keep it to himself. If only ordinary beasts had done this. He suppressed the animal nature in his heart that wanted to take it all for himself, and gave a low, high sound. As big as a tiger. Half a person. Fast food. By who is dead. But there is Lu Ming behind him, who wants to eat quickly and run away after eating. The green snake agreed. Slithered onto the white tiger. Strangled it with all its strength. And wanted to squeeze the white tiger into a long shape and then swallow it in one gulp. This is how the python eats. If the prey is too big to be swallowed in one bite, all its bones are crushed and stretched before swallowing. He is gone. This white tiger is a 3-star exotic beast. The tiger's bones are indestructible. Several times harder than his turtle SHL. Even the 10,000 June talisman didn't crush the bones. How could a green snake do anything about it? He stepped forward and took off the white tiger's heart. This is a real supplement. But it is a pity that it is only a tigress. Otherwise, if it were supplemented with 2 years of turtle growth, as long as it is fresh meat, there is nothing that cannot be eaten. I'm really hungry. It doesn't matter if it's not fresh. After not eating for 4 or 5 days, He's stomach was empty. He moved his internal organs to leave more room for his stomach. After a gluttonous meal, with tiger heart and guts, and at least 40 kilograms of tiger meat in his belly, he was able to fill his throat. When he turned his head, he saw the green snake staring at him with a fierce look and bared teeth. The snake was vomiting rapidly. This guy couldn't swallow the whole tiger, and he couldn't tear off the tiger meat. He was already full of anger, and was ready to attack Suhi at any time. Suhi thought for a while, tore off a large piece of meat, and threw it towards it. The green snake immediately gave up the threat, pounced on the tiger meat, and swallowed it in one gulp. You see? This snake looks like a dog. To feed. To devour. Suhi discovered that this green snake was actually more edible than him. Moreover, meat and vegetables are not taboo. Even hair is eaten. Never had a full meal. 2 sword lights pierced the sky and stopped on the water. Suhi and Ching snake stopped moving at the same time and looked up. The tiger's blood dyed the lake red. And from this angle, the entire sky presented a strange atmosphere. On the 2 sword lights, 2 young men, one fat and one thin, appeared. The 2 of them were ordered to capture the escaped pet. When they arrived here after chasing the scent, they saw a horrifying scene under the lake. Senior brother. The one being bitten and devoured below is probably not senior brother Lu's white tiger. Right. The thin young man looked at the tattered white tiger that was eaten by Suhi and the green snake with a look of shock. The fat man swallowed and nodded. It's the white tiger. It's unmistakable. Senior brother Lu's natal animal. The 2 looked at each other. Everyone understood what the other party meant. This matter is serious. Senior brother Lu's natural white tiger was killed. But there is no aura of senior brother Lu around. Why doesn't he come to help? The natal beast and its master share weal and woe, and both prosper and suffer. How could senior brother Lu allow the white tiger to be killed? The fat senior brother shook his head. You don't know. Because of Ju, your sister Qiao's incident, senior brother Lu was imprisoned for 3 months. The Qingyuan gate is closed, and even the natal beast is not allowed to come out if it is killed. At the bottom of the lake, Suhi's eyes lit up. Junior brother Thin. Dot! What should we do? Capture this green snake and the big turtle? The pet from the beast control valley escaped, and Lu Ming's natal beast was killed. Someone had to take the responsibility. The little daughter of the head of the family can't escape. But because of her status as a confinement, she can't really be put in a town jail. Then this snake and turtle deserve bad luck. The fat senior brother looked at his junior brother in shock. Are you crazy? This is the green snake in the Snake Valley that swallowed the demon fruit. He was responsible for monitoring the demon-transforming fruit in the Qingyuan sect and recognized this green snake. This time, only 18 demon-transforming fruits grew in the realm of Qingyuan. But only 6 of the beasts that swallowed the demon-transforming fruits survived. The rest either couldn't bear the smell of the demon-transforming fruits and blew themselves up, or died. The beasts scramble. Are you using it as a scapegoat because you're afraid that the law enforcement elder won't slap you? Junior brother Slim suddenly understood. Demons are naturally favored, and any beast that can transform into a demon can at least reach the realm of demon transformation. Moreover, the demons are simple, bring back good teachings from the sect, and have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. Moreover, demons have a long lifespan and can serve the sect for a longer period of time. Every demon-turned-beast is a treasure of the sect. Then this turtle can't be captured, Junior brother Thin said thoughtfully. I saw this turtle tearing its flesh and feeding it to the snake from a distance just now. I'm afraid it's not a pet that the green snake accepted. This green snake will definitely turn into a demon, and its status will not be lowered in the future. So there is no need to offend him. Animals are simple, but also bear grudges. Especially wolves and snakes. The fat senior brother nodded. But he was a little confused. He closed his eyes and practiced the method. Then his eyes suddenly opened, and a flash of light flashed. "Come out!" he shouted in a low voice, and with a backhand move. The tortoise SHL of the 10,000 June talisman that was pressing on the white tiger broke out of the water. The fat senior brother pointed out the function of the forbidden 10,000 June talisman, held the tortoise SHL in his hands, and suddenly realized, "I will say that it is impossible to kill the white tiger with the current green snake and this turtle alone." This is someone's attempt to specifically target senior brother Lu. This talisman must be handed over to the law enforcement hall. With a few clicks of his fingers, he completely imprisoned the 10,000 June talisman to prevent it from dissipating over time. Then he used a backhand move to summon the locator tortoise SHL from under the white tiger. After doing the same, he raised his hands to the green snake and said, "This white tiger, fellow snake tribe Taoist, is the natal beast of the senior fellow in the sect. My 2 senior fellow apprentices need to take it back. I hope fellow Taoists don't blame me." Sooner or later, the green snake will transform into a demon. So the etiquette should be in place now, so that the green snake will not complain when he recalls what happened at this moment. Chapter 21: The Last Sleep Before Hibernation. After saying H, low and not waiting for the green snake to respond, a shield floated out with a few fingers. The shield turned into a small boat when it faced the wind. It burrowed under the white tiger, picked up the white tiger and flew upwards. The green snake rustled and vomited its message. Suhi jumped into the water, tore off a big mouthful of tiger meat, and fell into the lake again. A gentleman can bully others, and these two seemed to be easy to bully. The two of them were startled by the sword light, and laughed. They stopped laughing but admired the turtle's courage. This tortoise must have followed the path of a strange beast. And a strange beast must also practice cultivation. Cultivation is like sailing against the current, so it requires such care and daring. "Senior brother, no matter how the white tiger dies, the green snake will never be able to escape its involvement. If senior brother Lu comes out, he will probably cause trouble for the green snake." "Right." The green snake and the turtle were probably not deliberately lured to destroy their bodies. "It doesn't matter." The fat senior brother shook his head and said, "Senior brother Lu has already placed a ban on Snake Valley, so senior brother Lu can't enter." Most disciples don't know this, and even he only just found out about it. The ban cannot stop the beasts, and it will not affect the beasts' fight for the demon transformation fruit, but it will block humans, lest anyone interfere with the fight for the demon transformation fruit. Although he does not understand the meaning of this, it is that demons are of great benefit to the sect. So it is more important to control the demon transforming fruit and let the tame beasts in the sect take it. At last, he must protect all the beasts that swallow the demon transforming fruit. Human beings, why should we let wild beasts fight for us without any hindrance? Or even encourage this kind of competition in disguise? The two of them walked away with their swords, and Suhi's whole turtle under the water breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe for now. Snake Valley is protected and safe. 3 days ago, my body's savings had reached its limit, and I couldn't help but feel sleepy. Now I had a full stomach of tiger meat, and my eyelids were as heavy as if they were affixed with 10,000 talismans. Go to Snake Valley and have a real deep sleep. This should be the last deep sleep before hibernation. Maybe this deep sleep will be connected with hibernation, and they will sleep together until spring next year? After all, hibernation is only a month and a half away. In previous years, at this time, preparations have already been made for predators to accumulate energy for the winter. Suhi tore into 2 pieces of the tiger meat that he had snatched away. He couldn't eat any more, so he simply shook his head and threw it to the green snake. Head wagging his tail, he swam towards Snake Valley. Snake Valley. Safe. Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why does green Snake Valley have protection, but I have nothing? Who hasn't eaten the demon fruit? Why treat them differently? The green snake lazily followed behind Suhi, swimming very slowly. Most of its body was filled with tiger meat, and it could no longer swim. Fortunately, the newly acquired inheritance of making waves was somewhat familiar, and it could be pushed forward by the water waves. Okay. Snake Valley is very suitable for hibernation. There is no wind in the valley, and the small lake is full of sand. Suhi dug a hole by the lake and buried the entire turtle body, leaving its nostrils open for ventilation. The body is half wet and half dry and feels very comfortable. The green snake climbed into a cave on the cliff with difficulty. It was a snake's nest. It looked warmer, but the entrance of the cave was only as wide as a water tank, and Suhi couldn't get in. Before Suhi fell asleep, he heard the green snake's breathing become longer and lighter, and it also fell asleep. Now Green Snake can sleep peacefully next to Suhi. This is absolute trust. The bright moon, willow trees, and autumn dew condensed, and the Snake Valley fell into silence, except for the rustling of poisonous snakes. It's late at night, when snakes are hunting. Qingyuan Gate, Law Enforcement Hall. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall looked at the two tortoise SHLs with a gloomy expression, and everyone in the hall did not dare to express their anger. This incident is extremely bad. The Qingyuan sect never prohibits competition among its disciples, but this kind of competition is considered to be healthy. How can we allow young people to cause trouble? At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, and the disciple was just being naughty. Now it seems that from the time Feng Yaya caused a scene in the Beast Control Valley to the time Lu Ming was imprisoned, it was all planned, just to target Lu Ming's natal beast. In other words, in order to target Lu Ming, the number one true successor of the Beast Control Valley, the natal beast, and its master share wheel and woe. A sneak attack on the natal beast is an attack on the master. This is common sense. Fufeng, go and interrogate Feng Yaya and ask why you released the beasts in the Beast Control Valley. Xiao Lai, take the tortoise SHL to the Beast Control Valley to find Elder and to identify the hand of the spiritual talisman. The fixed talisman in this spiritual talisman has the aura of the white tiger. If the spiritual talisman is to be activated by the white tiger, it must be someone close to Lu Ming. Take this man down. He has several suspects in his mind, but law enforcement requires evidence, and he must deal with despicable people with dignity, and crush them with irrefutable force. You two go to listen to Haihu and find that turtle again. I will use my means to retrieve its memory and see who is sneaking behind it. Brother Fat and Thin both handed over their hands at the same time. Yes. After hesitating for a moment, the fat Taoist priest said again, Uncle Master, the turtle has been taken over by the green snake. We will take the turtle back directly and remove the memory. We are afraid that the green snake will have a grudge in the future. The head of the law enforcement hall glanced at him and said calmly, No need to pay attention. Just catch him. Demons will definitely achieve the realm of demon transformation, so they should be treated favorably. However, Lei Yulu should also make him know the rules of the sect. If he had this opportunity, he would just give the green snake a beating and plant an idea in his still ignorant mind. The rules of the sect cannot be touched. The two of them took the order and left, but they came back half an hour later, saying with a look of shame on their faces, Uncle Master, that turtle has a very good relationship with the green snake. He is already sleeping in the Snake Valley. There is a restriction, and we can't get in. In the first seat of the law enforcement hall, Silkworm's eyebrows were gathered together. At this moment, Xiao Lai returned with a strange look on his face. He returned the tortoise SHL and handed over the investigation records. He opened his mouth to say something but said nothing. The head frowned even more. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating? Xiao Lai cupped his hands and said, going back to the first seat, Elder and said that these two spiritual talismans were made by junior brother Lu. Heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidney. While sleeping, a turtle anatomy diagram slowly unfolded in front of Suhi. Flesh, bones, tendons. Everything can be seen clearly. The heart beats loudly, sending a stream of blood to the whole body with every beat. This is inside my body, Suhi immediately confirmed. The intestines and stomach are peristaltic, and there is no food in the stomach. I have been sleeping for an unknown period of time, and all the tiger meat I have eaten has been digested. But the accumulated energy is too much, and I don't feel hungry at this moment. Did this deep sleep awaken the ability to see inside? Suhi carefully inspected it. The bones were hard, the internal organs were strong, and the little brother was majestic and healthy. Examining it inch by inch, there was a dark yellow space in the center of the heart, inside which a little turtle was sleeping quietly. The tortoise was very small, but it was domineering. Its tortoise I was as black as ink and glowing with light. Its limbs were covered with scales. There were majestic dragon horns on its head, and there were intertwined fangs in its mouth. Dragon turtle? Overlord? Black turtle? Anyway, it's not Xuanwu. Xuanwu is a snake and a turtle. What is this thing in my heart? Suhi was shocked. Before he could take a closer look, he felt sleepy and fell asleep again. The sun and moon compete, and the valley is lonely. I had a very solid sleep this time. I didn't have to worry about my stomach, and I didn't have to worry about wild beasts attacking me. This was the best sleep I had ever had since I was reincarnated as a turtle. I don't know how long it took. Yu woke up. It was dark, and it was night. But Suhi saw clearly. This time the sleeping eyes have evolved. And the night is like day. The sky was overcast, and it was raining lightly. The pitter-patter is a bit desolate. The sand covering his body has long since fallen away. He has grown up again, and the hole he dug has become smaller. Based on the comparison of familiar things around him, Suhi estimated that the turtle L alone was at least the size of a double bed at the moment. And with the turtle's head and limbs, it was even bigger. Suhi wanted to fight 3 of the previous green giant crocodiles. Suhi looked around and saw that the willow trees in Snake Valley were withered and yellow. And there was a pool of fallen leaves. I have been sleeping for at least a month. And it is already late autumn. A giant green python lay lazily at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Suhi looking at it, it said faintly, "You're awake!" Her voice is mature and charming. It speaks human language. Chapter 22. You quietly evolve without taking me with you. Language is the embodiment of spiritual wisdom. And clear language means that the green snake's spiritual wisdom is completely opened. Suhi looked at it in surprise. I also ate tiger meat. And I also ate tiger heart. Why have you evolved more? Mao. No matter how great the physical improvement is, it is not as good as the spiritual enlightenment. This is a qualitative leap. On. Suhi weakly shouted. Congratulations! You didn't even take me to your evolution. But you can speak human words. And I'm still roaring like a beast. Fortunately, this time, I woke up and my scream was no longer Grandma's. It became rough and bold. Worthy of his dark style. Skin color. Huh? The green snake raised its head. Its lazy breath perked up. And the whole snake became energetic. You still can't speak? Suhi blinked. Why are you so excited? The corners of green snake's mouth curled up. And he opened his intelligence and even learned to laugh. It has always believed that it is no match for Suhi. This is not just a matter of evolution. The nature of species is too different. It is not poisonous. And the entanglement of the python has no effect on Suhi. Spraying fog, water arrows, and making waves can't do anything to the turtle. This grandson is like God coming down to punish him. Tianka. Although we are friends now. But your progress in transforming into a demon is not as good as mine. Which is great. The green snake patted its tail, spit out the snake letter, and almost laughed out loud. Seeing Suhi gnashing his teeth with a smile, he felt a little sorry, coiled up his body, and asked, Didn't your inheritance teach you how do you talk? Enlightening the spiritual wisdom, refining the crossbones, and speaking human words. These are the basics of demonic practice. Right? A turtle has evolved to the point where it should be able to talk by now anyway. Suhi looked up at the drizzly night. The demon-transforming fruit I ate was fake. It had no inheritance. Seeing Suhi's disappointment, the green snake came over with its tail swaying and coiled itself around Suhi's turtle L. I'll teach you. Suhi's eyes sparkled. Green snake asked softly, Can you look inside? Suhi nodded. The green snake coiled up and recalled the inheritance in the dream. In human cultivation, the first stage of transformation is divided into heart aperture, divine object, true blood, mind aperture, bone sacrifice, spiritual enlightenment, 7 steps of gathering energy, and nothing else. Let's just talk about the first 2 steps. Mind apertures and divine objects. The body is tempered to the extreme, and the heart orifices are blasted with huge energy and blood. This is the first step to transcend mortals. Then cultivate the heart orifices, and then condense the divine objects in the heart orifices, swords, guns, swords and halberds, wind, fire, thunder and lightning, to name a few. Due to different people and different cultivation methods, the condensed spiritual objects in the heart orifices are also different. When the divine objects in the heart orifices are condensed, the practitioner will also have magical powers. He can spit water from the mouth, control thunder and lightning, and can practice Taoism. Although demons and humans are not the same, they are similar. The green snake swam down Suhi's back and coiled itself on the withered willow tree. Just like the female master on the podium, A mature and charming voice came slowly. From the moment the beast swallows the demon fruit, it unconsciously eat a lot and start to evolve until you break your limits. Just like I grew from a little green snake to a giant python, you grew from a little turtle to. She made a big shape with the tip of her tail. When we break our own limits, our heart apertures are already opened. But we are just ignorant and don't know it. Until the demon transforming fruit is completely digested, an illusory figure is formed in the heart aperture. This figure is the demon's heart aperture fetish. So, all demons' mental objects are the same. They are all a human figure. The magical powers possessed by demons have nothing to do with the mental objects, but are related to the demon's own race. For example, my spitting fog and making waves. You kid of waterbending. The tip of her tail pointed at the water strips that had gathered unconsciously under Suhi's forepaws. The human figure in the heart orifice is the essence of the demon transformation fruit. And it is also the basis for beasts to transform into demons and adults. To practice demon-like cultivation, you must first solidify the human figure and survive the thunder tribulation. And then you can cultivate the human body. If you want to be able to speak, you must first transform the human figure into a human body. The 12-story building of the human figure in the heart orifice condenses the entity, reflects the true body, and naturally speaks human words. 3 question marks appeared above Suhi's head. He closed his eyes and looked inward, his eyes rushing all the way to his heart. As expected, his heart was open, like a dense space, ethereal and magical. In the center of the heart orifice is a divine turtle as black as ink. There is no person and no inheritance, just a big turtle. The tortoise is not a serious tortoise either. The dragon head and tail are not as cautious as tortoises. They are domineering and ferocious. At first glance, he looks like a tough guy who only knows how to be reckless. Where is my figure? Suhi's whole turtle was in bad shape. He didn't know how he left Snake Valley, and he didn't dare to look at Green Snake's sympathetic eyes. I saw the magical turtle with a heart aperture in my sleep. I forgot about it when I woke up. It wasn't until I looked inside the aperture that I suddenly remembered. If I am gone, what will happen to my body? How to turn a demon into a human? Suhi climbed out of the Snake Valley step by step. The green snake behind him absent-mindedly spat out the snake letter. She hopes her friends are not as good as herself, but she doesn't want her friends to fall into the dust. The better your friends are, the better, as long as they are never as good as yourself. A turtle's heart is a turtle, and she doesn't know what to do about it. There is no inheritance memory. Suhi returned to the crocodile beach in confusion, where a crocodile in the crocodile group was challenging the entire group. This crocodile can barely be called a giant crocodile. Its body size of 2.5 feet is close to 3 feet, and it has almost caught up with the former green giant crocodile. Suhi didn't come back for more than a month, and the group of crocodiles rebelled. What's more, just like this giant crocodile, it is greedy for Suhi's life of getting something for nothing, and also wants support from other crocodiles. It imitates Suhi and wants to penetrate the crocodile herd. At this moment, he was being held down in the water and beaten to death by 4 crocodiles. King, boss, the most vicious. A group of crocodiles looked at Suhi and screamed. Although their bodies had changed, they still had the aura of the king. That was right. The king was back. The big crocodile that was pinned in the water broke out of the water and roared. The general meaning is that the other crocodiles have recognized me as king. So stop it! He heard the cry of the crocodiles. But before he could finish his roar, Suhi pushed him under the water with his paw, roared and struggled out, and looked at Suhi. The king grew larger. Now you can easily kill a crocodile with one bite. Right? It quietly put its head under the water, caught a fish and placed it in front of Suhi. Then it swung its tail and quietly blended into the crocodile group. It never mentioned the matter of fighting through the crocodile group to fight for the throne. On, Suhi hummed, telling the crocodiles that the king was hungry and needed to eat. The crocodiles spread out to hunt, and Suhi laid down in the water and began to carefully examine the evolution brought about by this sleep. As for the turtle in your heart, since it can't solve the problem, don't get stuck in it and be unable to extricate yourself. This is the wisdom brought by Suhi's 2 years of turtle life. If there is trouble that cannot be solved, avoid it. This is a world of spiritual practice. As long as you practice enough, there is nothing that cannot be solved. If you can't solve it, then it means you don't have enough Taoism. If you can't turn the demon into a human being this time, the worst thing you can do is grab the demon transforming fruit again 60 years later. At most, I don't eat fruits that improve the quality. I only eat the most common transparent fruits. It's only been 60 years. Are you still afraid that the turtle won't survive? If one fruit doesn't work, then use two. If one fruit is not enough, eat a few more. You can always transform the demon into a human. If it doesn't work, just be a turtle. Having been a turtle for 2 years, He has somewhat adapted to it. The drizzle was hazy, and the clear lake water flowed into the chest and lungs along the nose, leaving behind oxygen that was spit out again. He can breathe in the water. Chapter 23. There is a turtle in the north. Its color is mysterious. I hadn't noticed it in Snake Valley just now, but when I returned to Crocodile Beach and sank underwater, I realized that he could breathe normally underwater, not using his cloaca, but breathing normally through his lungs. Although it was not as smooth and full as the air, after getting used to it, the oxygen he inhaled in the water was enough for him to survive. There's nothing wrong with strenuous exercise either. It is also faster because of the scales on its limbs. They are not densely packed fish scales, but full and sharp like those of unicorns and dragons. Not only is the defense amazing, it also makes a clanking sound when knocked on. These scales seem to have the natural ability to resist water. In conjunction with He's waterbending magical power, He's mind was moved and water flowed around him, making him as fast as a sharp arrow in the water. He can even control the flow of water away from his body. He can smash a water balloon with his hands like a brick. Although it doesn't have much power, is it still a long-range attack? Even if I can't beat you, I can piss all over you. Now He looked at it, except that the head did not turn into a dragon's head, and the tail was still a turtle's tail. It was already 70% similar to the dragon turtle in his heart. That's it. No need to evolve. Transformed into a dragon head, with such a big head and horns, it feels insecure if it cannot be shrunk into a SHL. The dragon tail is fine. Judging from its shape, it should increase swimming speed. The crocodiles are returning from hunting one after another. At this time, autumn fish are fat, and there is no shortage of prey. Occasionally, those who caught land beasts would bring them to He with howling noises. After evolving this time, He could take in even fewer things. Ordinary fish and beasts can no longer be imported. The sense of taste has been enhanced so much that you can taste the fishy smell of wild beasts, making it difficult to swallow. Moreover, the energy content of ordinary mammals is too low, and eating cannot keep up with digestion. Even a beast that rolls 2 points of quality feels average. Fortunately, the crocodile group is huge, and each one can always throw out 3 or 4 points of quality. He simply threw the prey with 2 quality points back to the crocodile group. He only ate food with more than 3 quality points. Even food of 3-point quality can be digested within the next day. He maintained the frequency of eating once a day. As time passed, he was adapting to his evolved body. Keen hearing, sensitive sense of smell, and suddenly enhanced physical fitness left the turtle at a loss. It only takes 3 or 4 months to grow from the size of a dinner plate to the size of a double bed. This sudden and rapid growth requires a long time to digest. Fortunately, turtles never lack time. He received offerings at Crocodile Beach at night, and crawled back to Snake Valley to sleep during the day. The weather is getting cooler day by day, and the number of venomous snakes in Snake Valley has decreased by more than half. Different species have different cold tolerances, and some snakes have already entered the cave to hibernate. Even the green snake only comes out to move when the sun is sufficient every day, and the rest of the time it is lazy and motionless. At this time 2 years ago, He was almost looking for a place to hibernate. This year, he had grown scales, and his cold tolerance was significantly improved. He felt that he could still be active outside for a while, and it would not be too late to hibernate after a light snowfall. The sun was shining lazily. The autumn wind blew by outside the valley, and a trumpet-like sound came from the mouth of the valley. A small boat dropped from the clouds and headed straight for Snake Valley. The lazy green snake immediately cheered up and jumped onto He's turtle SHL. He watched the flying boat slowly retreat towards the small lake. No matter who comes, it is the instinct of animals to leave a way out. There is a tunnel under the lake, and you can escape if things go wrong. The flying boat stopped above the Snake Valley, and a transparent barrier appeared on the Snake Valley. It should be the restriction that Fat Taoist said was protecting the green snake. Fellow Taoist Ching Snake, the poor Taoist Ching Yuamin Gulin, I know that your spiritual wisdom has been enlightened, so I especially invite you to go back to the mountain to practice. Standing on the bow of the boat was a female nun dressed as a Taoist nun, with a pleasant face and no makeup. Her tone of voice was neither urgent nor slow. giving people a sense of calmness. This is a Kun Dao who practices the true Dao. Su He and Qing Snake subconsciously thought. Before Green Snake could speak, a mischievous voice came from the flying boat. Big Turtle! Big Turtle! Open the door quickly! It's me! A little kid dressed in red was jumping up and down on the flying boat, waving his lotus-white arms. It's Feng Yaya. Big Turtle! I'm coming to find you! Gulin pointed his halberd a little, and the forbidden hole opened. If he wanted to speak, Feng Yaya had already jumped down. Gulin's expression changed instantly, and the fairy sword suddenly came out of his body, pointing directly at Su He and Qing Shi. The green snake looks like a powerful enemy. However, Feng Yaya screamed and hit Su He on the head. The hard scales hurt her, but she burst out laughing. The turtle is so big! The taste hasn't changed. It's still the same. But he went from the plate to the big bed. Ong, Su He hurriedly growled, telling the green snake that he was a friend. At the same time, he protected Feng Yaya under his body to prevent the green snake from being provoked and attacking suddenly. As neighbors and friends, and having been sheltered in Snake Valley for so long, Su He had the obligation to protect Green Snake from being hung up and beaten by Feng Yaya. The image of Feng Yaya wielding a crocodile and whipping a wolf 2 months ago has always been deeply engraved in Su He's mind. Even though she is young, she can form a magic talisman mark with her backhand. This is a little Rakshasa with magical power to protect her body, so she cannot be messed with. Gu Lin hurriedly fell into the Snake Valley. The fairy sword had been sheathed, but his defense was not lowered. After all, there were 2 beasts in front of him. In particular, the green snake has already opened his spiritual wisdom, but it is unknown how much knowledge he has gained from the inheritance. Generally, the inheritance is only about magic and Taoism, and rarely involves the sophistication of people and the rules of life. If it's involved, then you have to be careful. The way the demon left behind the inheritance may not be so satisfactory. Fellow Taoist Green Snake, the heavenly secret mirror shows that you have opened your spiritual wisdom. As the elder of Qingyuan sect, Ping Daoan should test your talent for the fellow Taoist and lead him to become a master. The ancient rites are comprehensive. Su He and Qing Shi tilted their heads to look at her at the same time. The green snake spit out the snake message and swam down from Su He's turtle SH.L. Okay. Born in the realm of Qingyuan, she could only become a disciple of the Qingyuan sect when she transformed into a demon. It was impossible for the Qingyuan sect to let her go out and wander around. Green Snake has known about it since the day when spiritual wisdom was opened, when someone set up a restriction in Snake Valley. Don't worry, Taoist friend. I'm just testing your Taoist attributes so that I can recommend various meridians and techniques in the sect to you. The green snake spit out the snake letter to express understanding. He stretched out the snake's tail and poked at the token Gu Lin took out. There are cyan and black mist billowing inside the golden token. 2 attributes of water and wood. The talent is superior. Congratulations to fellow Taoist. Gu Lin said congratulations to the green snake. I suggest that fellow Taoist can worship in Zijianshi or Evergreen Peak. Both of them focus on water and with skills respectively. The side business he runs is also very popular among his disciples. A demon clan with superior talents. Demons are naturally blessed with the ability to enter the realm of demon transformation. It is also an excellent talent, and he can take a big step forward in the realm of demon transformation. If there is a great opportunity, he may not be able to pursue the highest realm of stepping on the sky like the master and his wife. Such a snake demon would probably leave her far behind in 300 or 400 years. The green snake coiled its tail, with human pride in its eyes. She confided in Su He. Friend Gu Taoist, maybe you can help me test the talents and attributes of this little turtle. Although this little turtle is unlucky and cannot transform into a demon, even if he knows the talents and attributes of a strange beast, he can still if you know the direction of evolution. You can get twice the result with half the effort. Yeah. Feng Yaya nodded immediately. Aunt Lin, please help the big turtle test it. They say the big turtle is a mythical beast. And I think so. Wrong. Halfway through her words, she looked at the green snake fiercely. This is my big turtle. What a disgusting big worm. Big turtle and I haven't seen each other for only 72 days. And you want to steal my big turtle? I'll beat you to death for eating meat. The green snake spit out the snake and didn't understand why. She just wanted to help her friend, who was so pitiful that he couldn't even cultivate his body. She thought that the quality of the demon transforming fruit she ate was too low, or her talent was too low to absorb all the demon transforming fruit. After 2 months together, I was leaving. Help him if you can. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you can come back and take him as a subordinate or a pet. If you don't care about his food and clothing, it will be considered worthy of getting along with him during this period of ignorance. Gu Lin smiled and pointed the token towards Su-He. Su-He tilted his head and thought for a moment, then stretched out his paw to press the token. Surprise flashed in Gu Lin's eyes. This turtle is so spiritual. He has never taken the demon fruit. But he seems to be very intelligent. Could it be that he really has the blood of a mythical beast? The moment Su-He touched the token, the golden token turned black as ink, and the sound of waves could be heard. Chapter 24. I will take you to find your mother. There was silence in Snake Valley for a moment. Even Feng Yaya's mouth was stunned. Her 2 big eyes flashed and she gasped. Green Snake didn't know why, and turned his head to look at this and that. How talented is this little turtle? How can I improve it? Everyone said nothing, but looked at Su-He in surprise. The green snake's tail was flapping and trembling. These humans are really troublesome. Just say whatever they are. I know that little turtle has poor talent. But what can't be said about this kind of thing? A newly enlightened snake demon cannot understand the rich emotions of human beings. I heard that the Qingyuan sect has a lineage from the beast-controlling valley. If so, if I ask for less resources, maybe I can bring him into the beast-controlling valley? Qing Snake's heart was twisted like a knife, and she made a decision while holding back her heartache. Feng Yaya screamed and jumped up, hanging on Su Hugui's head. Big turtle! Big turtle! I knew you were the most talented beast I have ever seen! Gu Lin also came back to his senses, his face full of joy. He didn't expect that he would encounter a bigger surprise when he came to pick up fellow Taoist green snake today. Question mark. The green snake coiled up into a question mark, and she realized that something was not quite right in the atmosphere. Aunt Lin, do you want to learn from a master too? Apprenticeship is so annoying. Once you become a master, someone will take care of you every day. If your posture is wrong, you will be spanked. If you don't memorize the Taoist scriptures, you will be spanked. If you don't do your homework well, you will be spanked. The big turtle is a turtle. How do you spank it? Hang it up? Feng Yaya laughed when she thought of the scene of such a big turtle being hung up and struggling. Gu Lin smiled and shook his head. The little girl didn't know what bad idea she had thought of. Since the founding of our Qingyuan sect, there have been only 2 people who can make the test token sound. One is the ancestor, and the other is your mother. Kiss. This turtle is the 3rd to have such a gift. Don't worry. No one can be a master for beasts. Besides, your mother is of the water attribute. You can ask her how to cultivate this big turtle. Okay. Feng Yaya was very happy. She sat on Su-He's head and swung her legs. Jiao Dagui, I will take you to see your mother. I know where she is. Let's hide her quietly. It's a surprise for her. Gu Lin fondly touched Feng Yaya's head. Go and take good care of the big turtle. It is impossible to become an eclipse-level beast with such a talent. The eclipse corresponds to the realm of monks stepping on the sky. The location of any eclipse-level beast is absolutely forbidden. Qingyuan sect has been prospering in the past few decades, and has a faint tendency to become the #1 sect in Dongyan Mountain. This is because there were 3 corpses of eclipse realm beasts in the forbidden area discovered underground by the sect. The Qingyuan sect draws out the spiritual power of corpses, making the sect full of spiritual energy. And treasures of heaven and earth emerge from time to time, making cultivation more effective with half the effort. The green snake's head twisted around frame by frame. What did she hear? One of the 3 most talented people since the Qingyuan sect was founded. The 3 best. Most. Her feelings of distress and sympathy were stuck in her throat, making her feel uncomfortable. There is a dull pain in the 7 inches. That is the heart. Gu Lin suddenly came to his senses when he saw the dull expression on the green snake. I'm sorry. I was shocked by this turtle's talent and ignored fellow Taoist green snake. Did fellow Taoist green snake speak just now? She hurriedly apologized to green snake. My fellow Taoist, please forgive me, but I am rude. If green snake hadn't heard anything, he stood there silently. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and turn to Gu Lin. Fellow Taoist Gu, if I follow you back to the sect, can I become a disciple to practice and choose your own techniques? Being a disciple requires the willingness of the master and the disciple, and the exercises can be chosen at this moment. A green shadow flashed past, and the green snake was already coiled on the flying boat. The tip of its tail slapped the side of the ship. Let's go! Didn't you come to pick me up? What are you waiting for? Gu Lin chuckled. Everyone had to go through a lot of trouble to transform into monsters and beasts. Whether it's promising benefits or showing off its power. This green snake is quite agile. Gulin probably saw the reason. So he jumped onto the flying boat without saying anything and looked at Feng Yaya. If Feng Yaya follows her, this turtle will be a burden, and she will have to activate the second form of the flying boat. Feng Yaya waved to her, patting Suhi's head. Big turtle! Let's go! Let's go find mother. Suhi didn't know why he left with Feng Yaya. Maybe it was Xiang Dao's heart? If you stay here, you can only hang out with crocodiles all day long. And Qingyuan sect is a training sect, with countless possibilities. Besides, Qingyuanmen is only 100 miles away from Tinghai Lake. At his current speed, it only takes half an hour to travel along the river. Tinghaihu looks like a stomach pouch, and the water-like shape connects its esophagus and intestines. Xiangshui is in Tinghai Lake, Hubei Province. 180 miles downstream is the boundary of the Qingyuanmen Royal Beast Valley. The Qingyuan 7 Meridians, Royal Beast Valley, Huayang Peak, Yijiang Pavilion, Zijianji, Changqing Peak, and Tianji Pavilion. There is also the Sword Residence, where the leader is located. In fact, according to Qingyuan sect rules, there is no such thing as a main vein and branch veins. The 7 current veins are all direct descendants regardless of each other. It's just that the 7 ancestors had different priorities in recruiting disciples, and gradually formed 7 inheritances with their own styles. But to this day, the Qingyuan sect does not have a so-called main line. The head of the Qingyuan sect can compete among the 7 lines. It's just that I don't know from which generation onwards. The other 6 meridians have been unable to compete for the sword position. The heads are all from the Jianju lineage. And gradually it is said that Jianju is the main lineage, especially in this generation. The current head Feng Yiju and his wife Su Huanyan have raised the Qingyuan sect from the middle reaches of the Dongyan Mountains to the leading position in just 300 years. Feng Yiju and Su Huanyan have also become respected by all the disciples in the sect. He was about to meet Su Huanyan, the second talented person in the Qingyuan sect to touch the existence of the test token. Qingyuan mountain towers into the clouds, reaching straight into the sky, making it beautiful and delicate. A stubborn stone at the foot of the mountain has a sentence engraved on it, which is neither a poem nor a couplet. Qingyuan Gate on Qingyuan Mountain, and the immortal cultivator in Qingyuan Gate. He came on the waves and went ashore to climb mountains. But instead of going to the mountain gate, Feng Yaya directed her to a water pool in the mountains. Su Huanyan is a water person and rarely lives in the mountains. He often lives by the water, which is tranquil and elegant. The formation outside the water pool is shrouded, and when you look from the outside in, you can only see a thick fog. If you don't have a way to break the formation and suddenly break in, you will fall into confusion at best, or die in the worst case. But when the mist met Feng Yaya, it automatically backed away, allowing her to enter with Suhi. The scenery inside the formation is beautiful. Mountain streams and pools, with grass dwellings beside the pool. A white coat was scattered on the vines outside the living room. The person undressing was in a hurry, and the clothes were piled up in a mess. Shoo! Keep it down! Big turtle! Feng Yaya whispered on Suhi's head. My mother is injured. She needs to go into the water to heal her injuries. We don't want to disturb her. After saying that, she thought of something again and said nervously, You are not allowed to tell others. When Suhi nodded, she said with satisfaction, Let's go into the water carefully and see how mother is doing. Suhi slowly climbed down into the pool. The water was cold, several notches colder than Tinghai Lake, and almost frozen. In the middle of the pond, a stunning woman, wearing only a small dress, floated on the bottom. The graceful figure is outlined by the pool of water. As the water in the pool ripples, the clothes float like gauze clouds. The distant mountains are looming in the mist. Suddenly the wind blows away the fog, revealing the true appearance of the mountains. The wind and fog came again, covering the mountains and rivers. Suhi breathed rapidly. The water in the pool he breathed surged. The clouds and mist drifted more urgently, and the mountain peaks flickered. Suhi took a deep breath and set his ultimate goal, to transform into a demon. Suhi made a vow. I vow to turn into a demon and become a human being in this life. No one can stop me. This is a world of spiritual practice. In this world, there are female generals who conquer the sky and look down on all the heroes. There are charming and delicate fox demons who are bold and unrestrained. There are fairies who are as cold as frost and pure and flawless. How can I be a turtle for the rest of my life? Transform into a demon. Suhi's breathing became more intense, and the water flow alarmed the fairy. Su Huanyan suddenly opened his eyes, and the fairy sword almost stabbed out, but stopped in front of Feng Yaya, looking at her daughter. A smile appeared on her cold face. This smile had magical power. He felt that his eyes suddenly turned dark, and then the light returned. The fairy had already put on her clothes and floated on his back. Chapter 25 Formation Lecture 1. He is so angry that he is even wary of a turtle. He carried the two of them to the surface. Feng Yaya danced and showed off the results of her big turtle talent test to Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan Gujing Wubua's eyes flashed with a little surprise. A bluestone pendant around her waist lit up with light. Su Huanyan flicked it with his finger. The bluestone floated in front of him, and a silhouette of a figure was projected in a flash of light. He was an elegant middle-aged man with a strong scholarly atmosphere. He guessed that this was a Taoist technique such as water mirror technique, which could allow people to communicate remotely. The middle-aged projection appeared and Yaya's eyes became majestic. You ran away from the prison again. Who exempted you from confinement? Feng Yaya made a face at him and shrank behind Su Huanyan. Another annoying father who never sees her once a year and always criticizes Yaya when he does. Snort. No one exempted me from confinement. It was Yaya who behaved well and was released early. This middle-aged man is the head of Qingyuan sect. Feng Yiju. He looked at Yaya who was hiding, with a bit of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Madam, Elder, he just came to see me and proposed that my daughter go to Linan to listen to the lecture with the new disciples tomorrow. I agreed. The little girl hiding behind her mother immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at her father with a fierce look on her face. You are the only one who wants to go to school. The whole family should go to school. She jumped up and asked the little tiger teeth to bite the bluestone, interrupting the call. But Su Huanyan pushed him back with a green finger. Su Huanyan frowned slightly and looked at the unfamiliar husband whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Why? Feng Yiju sighed. This time, there was chaos in the Beast Control Valley. If she was the one causing the trouble, it would be nothing. Just punish her. But she fell into Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming could have planned for her to overthrow the Beast Control Valley. It would have been better if someone else had done it. He can plot against her to shake up the entire Qingyuan sect. Feng Yiju will never allow this kind of thing to happen. What disappointed Feng Yiju the most in this incident was not the fact that the dignified number one true successor of the Beast Control Valley plotted against an ignorant child. But Yaya can't even understand this little calculation. Just two handymen said, as they passed by her, Yaya is just waiting in vain. There are too many beasts and pets in the Beast Control Valley, and the people who are waiting are too afraid to come. Then this rebellious woman opened up the Beast Control Valley and let go of most of the beast pets. The coldness in Su Huanyan's eyes flashed away. As the head wife, she rarely interferes with the disciples of the sect, and only fights external battles to ensure that the disciples have a safe external environment in which they can develop with peace of mind. But he dared to plot against Yaya and touched her skin. Feng Yaya shrank her neck and hid behind her mother. She is young but not stupid, and Aunt Lin has told her that she has been taken advantage of. But Lu Ming, who plotted against her, was bitten to death by a big turtle. Feng Yaya then asked Gu Lin to take her to find Suhi. Suhi didn't know why, but he could guess a little bit, and it should have something to do with him. Feng Yiji looked at his wife and daughter and said, You and I will always be negligent, but she is special. 100 years can last but a blink of an eye. Rather than letting her be plotted by thieves, it would be better to start contacting new disciples now. The new disciples are like flies and dogs, and there are not only big things but many calculations. He should let her suffer a few losses to gain more knowledge. In terms of age, Yaya is already dozens of years old, but growth is slow and innocent. And I was so well protected by my mother that I didn't even have any friends in these years. That's why I know a turtle and regard it as a treasure. Feng Yaya gritted her teeth and protested in a low voice. Mom, I don't want it. I don't want it. I have a big turtle with me. No one can bully me. Su Huanyan ignored her daughter and stayed quietly for a long time. Her chaotic breathing indicated that she was uneasy in her heart. Feng Yiju didn't urge him, and after a long while, Su Huanyan softly uttered one word. Okay. Feng Yaya, who was muttering in protest, fell silent for an instant. She stared at her mother with big beautiful eyes and looked at her mother in disbelief. At this moment, she felt that the whole world had betrayed her, and she was the only one left. She hugged Su Hugui's head and felt depressed. One day without incident, Suhi lurked in the pool to rest. Feng Yaya was disappointed because she was going to Linan to listen to the lecture starting tomorrow. and she forgot to ask Su Huanyan to give Su He some practice guidance. Things happen for a reason, and Su He was generous enough to forgive her for one day. At night, Su He crawled by the pool and looked at the mother and daughter in the middle of the grass. Feng Yaya complained that she was tired and fell asleep early. Su Huanyan sat cross-legged and meditated, his chest rising and falling slightly, and his proud figure caused the white clothes to sway, making people think. The turtle is also daydreaming. It also strengthened Su He's determination to transform into a demon. Unknowingly, the moon was in the sky, the autumn wind was blowing slightly, and Su He also fell asleep. Then he felt a pair of small hands pulling out his scales. When she opened her eyes, she saw Feng Yaya holding up her fingers and making a silent sound. Go away. Let's skip class while it's still dark. I'll take you to Jing'an Hall to steal health porridge. When you're full, you take me to catch fish. We'll be self-reliant and never come back. Are children so tired of studying now? They all ran away from home. He quietly climbed out of the formation with Feng Yaya on his back, followed the little girl's instructions, and ran rampant through the mountains, all the way into Jing'an Hall. A group of disciples in Jing'an Hall looked at them sideways. Feng Yaya covered her face with a handkerchief and shouted at a Qingyuan disciple. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a girl stealing anything? Tell me, what medicinal food was cooked today? The disciple looked helpless, and was forced to act horrified. Cooked assorted deer antler soup. Very good. Feng Yaya nodded with satisfaction, laid down and whispered to Su He. Big Turtle, go to the window over there. There are fewer people there. We can steal things without fear of being discovered. Su He rolled his eyes, pushed away from the crowd and crawled in the direction Feng Yaya said. After a while, a huge turtle carrying a large vat rushed out, followed by a little boy, followed by a restaurant lady carrying an iron spoon and chasing him. The ant was so brave that when the iron spoon hit the turtle Su He could feel the pain from the inner palace. Finally, I escaped to the foot of the mountain and saw the big river, picking up the wind in one mouthful. Yaya climbed into the river and floated down the river. Feng Yaya screamed and smiled happily. The ant returned in vain, and when she returned to Jing'an Hall, she saw the master lying leisurely in the morning sun, basking in the sun. Suddenly, he was so angry that he knocked him off the couch with a spoon and shouted, That little girl took the turtle and stole a jar of medicinal food. Are you blind? The hall master looked confused. Mrs. Su sent spirit stones and paid for the meals before dawn. Why should I care? Are you reluctant to part with a jar? Auntie. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you paid? You are still reasonable. Boom! 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 On an island in the center of a small lake, Feng Yaya was lying on the grass laughing, her mouth covered with medicinal food. His eyes were full of light. The stolen medicinal food is great. Much better than usual. After drinking it, my stomach felt warm. Su He gulped down the medicinal food, but there was a worried look in his eyes. I was so crazy playing with my kids today that I almost forgot about the existence of dice. Fortunately, this time I lost 3 points of quality when I grabbed it. If the quantity is increased by 3 points, and 1 tank of medicinal food is carried, it suddenly becomes 3 tanks. He will probably be sliced and studied by the Qingyuan sect. No, we can't do this kind of thing anymore. Robbery can only be done in the herd. Feng Yaya turned over and patted Su He's turtle Big Turtle, let's not run away from home today. Let's go to Tianji Pavilion and ask Grandpa Hu to help you make a Qianquan ring. You are so good at eating. Let's steal it with you. If you move too much stuff, people will find out. Su He's eyes lit up. A voice from the side came. What do you want from the Qianquan ring? If you know how to use formations and carve a formation on the turtle you can pretend to be a god. Feng Yaya and Su He turned their heads at the same time. I saw a middle-aged man walking up from the lake with 7 or 8 teenagers. Are you Feng Yaya? The middle-aged man looked Feng Yaya up and down and nodded. I received a letter from the leader yesterday. It's good that you want to come to attend the lecture. I know that I will inquire about the teaching venue in advance and come in advance. Feng Yaya. Chapter 26 Formation is the world. The middle-aged man ignored Feng Yaya's astonishment. I found a stone and sat cross-legged. Some of you know me, and some don't. I am Li Nanyuan's formation instructor, Xiao Tong, and I was born in Huayang Peak. In addition to Qimai, Qinjiwanmen also has places such as Law Enforcement Hall, Jing'an Hall, and Foreign Affairs Hall. It is not a separate branch, but a department formed to manage the sect. It is composed of disciples of the 7 branches, each performing its own duties. Leinanyuan specializes in teaching new disciples, covering everything from reading and literacy to the basics of spiritual practice. Only after passing the Leinanyuan exam can you choose a certain lineage to become a disciple based on your expertise. After Leinanyuan graduated and joined Chimai, he was the official disciple of Qingyuan sect. Yu Lin, who taught Su He the basics of talismans for 2 days, was Leinanyuan from Tianji Pavilion. Xiao Tong's introduction was very simple. After announcing his name, he motioned for the other junior brothers and sisters to sit down, looked around at everyone, and nodded with satisfaction. There is no thorn in the side this time. Originally, the lectures in Leinanyuan will not start until the first snowfall. But this year the weather in Qingyuan is abnormal, and I don't know when the snow will come. In order not to delay you, I have mentioned the course to the frost. Speaking of which, you can study for an extra 10 days. But it is what a great opportunity. He said a few opening words, then went straight to today's lesson, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "The formation is the world. Everything you can see is a formation. Every mountain, water, grass, and tree forms its own formation. The wind blows the mountains. The water falls, and the rocks come out. In this world, there are forbidden places and death places, places where dragons thrive, and places where caves and heavens are blessed. They are all formation. Common people are ignorant and call it feng shui." Xiao Tong was very good at giving lectures, and Su He fell into it as soon as he opened his mouth. He talked and talked from the infinite starry sky all the way down to a plant, a tree, a person and a beast, flowers, plants, fish, birds and animals. Each life itself is a collection of exquisite formations. The mouth is the door of life. If you can enter it, you will live. If you cannot enter it, you will die. The kidneys are closed doors. If the water is strong, it will overflow. And if the water is lacking, it will be lost. After a set of theories, it seems that the world is really composed of formations one after another. Su He always felt that he was talking nonsense, but it sounded quite reasonable. Feng Yaya's eyes were dull at her feet, and after a while, she bit her lip and pounded garlic one after another. She knocked on Su He's fingernail and woke up suddenly, looking at Xiao Tong, who was still talking. He shook his head to wake himself up. "No, this good time can't be wasted here. Let's go to Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion is best at making magic weapons. So go get a storage bag or something like that." She jumped up and silently skipped class, stumbled across half of the island, and bumped into Xiao Tong's thigh. Xiao Tong had already blocked her way. "Hey! Who dares to block my way with your thighs?" Feng Yaya clenched her little fists to strike. Xiao Tong laughed loudly. He had long heard that the little princess of the head family was extremely powerful and a natural-born child who practiced body forging. Today, when he saw her, it turned out that the rumors were true. This little girl dared to shake her fist at anyone. "Little girl, bodybuilding is not a panacea. She can't solve all problems by just shaking her fists," Xiao Tong said seriously. Feng Yaya tilted her head and looked at him. "Nonsense! Grandpa said that the body is the world, and power is omnipotent." Feng Yaya's grandfather was the first person to take office in Zhijianqi. Zhijianqi was very passionate about swords, but the old man didn't practice swordsmanship and would fight with people all day long with his fists waving. This little girl must have inherited his hobby. Mrs. Su is really a sword fairy. How could she give birth to such a fist-smart girl? Xiao Tong chuckled. "In that case, break out of the formation." Xiao Tong took a step back, threw out a few small swords, formed a formation, and trapped Feng Yaya inside. "Since you think fists are more useful than formations, I will use formations to trap you. If you have the ability, come out." This is a fantasy array. Su He could see it inexplicably. These eyes seem to have some special abilities after evolving during their last sleep. Inside the magic array is a mortal neighborhood, filled with all kinds of delicacies: steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted suckling pig. The aromas hit your nostrils. Feng Yaya fell. Xiao Tong looked at the students and raised his chin. How? Just a few small swords created a small illusionary formation, trapping the daughter of the leader inside. Feng Yaya ate all the way from the street to the end of the street, touched her round belly, and shouted outside, "I've eaten! Thank you for the treat! I want to come out!" Wasn't she confused by the magic array? Then you ate there for a long time? I saw Feng Yaya looking around in the neighborhood, but she didn't know where to start. Xiaohu shook his head and said to the other students, "This is the beauty of the formation. Even if you know you are in the formation, you can't break through it or get out." Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Yaya in the illusion formation sighing at her little fist and punching the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, and half of the island collapsed. The phantom formation was resolved with fists. When Feng Yaya came out, she was faced with the stunned expressions of her classmates, who were staggering around. Xiao Tong was confused. Feng Yaya raised her face and said, "I'm coming out." See, fists are omnipotent, right? Xiao Tong was confused for a while. No, wait. This is an example. There are so many formations in this world that you can't break with just one punch. What will you do then? Feng Yaya tilted her head and thought for a moment. 2 punches? Bah! Who told you about punching? What should you do if you encounter a formation where you can't use your fists? For example, now! He pointed his halberd, and the small sword flew out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he formed a formation to surround Suhi. A cloud of white mist rose, and nothing could be seen from the outside inward. This time it's not just a phantom formation. There is also a murderous intention within the formation. If you can't unlock the formation in half an hour, your turtle will be damaged. How are you going to break the formation? Still using fists? Then use your fists to bombard the formation. If the formation fails to break the big turtle, it may be killed by you. Xiao Tong stood with his arms crossed and a smile. Feeling refreshed and happy, he smiled and saw Feng Yaya clenching her fists and staring at him with evil intentions. If you can't break the formation, then kill the person who set it up. They're all pretty much the same. Xiao Tong. He drew 2 spiritual talismans in the air and threw them into the formation, connecting himself with the formation. Look! Now I am the formation. Hitting me is like attacking the formation. The turtle inside will probably be punched by you. Die. Before the word death could be uttered, thick fog rolled in, and a giant turtle climbed out of the thick fog calmly. Xiao Tong's eyes almost popped out. What's going on with you two? I can understand why Feng Yaya smashed the island with 1 punch and broke the formation. Why are you, an old turtle, walking out so lightly? The students behind him looked at him wrongly. Are these guys doubting his ability as an array mage? Suhi blinked, feeling wronged. This time it was still a phantom formation, and the phantom formation couldn't block his gaze. This time evolution is obviously no longer about strengthening the body. Evolution has begun to develop in a miraculous direction. Looking at the phantom array through the turtle's eyes is like looking at a ghost. In other words, it was like looking at the world through patterned glass. Although he could see the patterns on the glass, he knew that the world behind the glass that was obscured by the patterns and could not be clearly seen was the real world. The harder you look, the clearer the real world becomes. Can you see clearly that stepping out is not a matter of course? As for the patrolling flying swords, just avoid them, or your formation is too weak. Look at the formation that Su Huanyan arranged around the pool. Sui can't see through it. The road is long, and he doesn't dare to slack off at all. Xiao Tong breathed heavily, and it took him a long time to say a few words through his teeth. School is over. Chapter 27 Negative Mountain. Yeah, Feng Yaya jumped 3 feet, patted Suhi and shouted, Big Turtle! Let's go! Tianji Pavilion! Tianji Pavilion is one of the 7 branches of Qingyuan sect, and is good at refining weapons. Suhi didn't know where Tianji Pavilion was, so he just followed Feng Yaya's instructions and rushed into the elephant water, breaking through the waves. When you enter the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, you turn into a tributary, take a deeder, and enter a small market. Tianji Pavilion is not like the other 6 meridians, who act as immortals in the clouds. Instead, each of the disciples is like a pawn, doing their own business. Those with good means can open a store, but those with average craftsmanship and no knowledge of business can set up stalls on the street. Some even put stalls on the backs of strange animals, so that they can be moved to crowd centers at any time. Feng Yaya took Suhi to a small courtyard in the east of Fang City. Before they arrived, she shouted, Uncle Smelly, Yaya is here to see you. In the small yard, an old farmer who was forging iron was dressed up in a bad way. He dropped the blacksmith's hammer on the ground, but he couldn't pick it up in time. He rushed into the house and shouted in a low voice, Quick! Quick! Get my new Qingmingshan. Put the gold away. Don't let that little ancestor see it. I'm going to kill you! A yellow flame like light flashed through, and Feng Yaya had already rushed in. When Suhi ran into the small courtyard, the little girl had already pulled the old farmer out of the house by his beard. Uncle, can you give me some storage equipment? Feng Yaya pointed at Suhi. It hurts. It hurts. My dear. Let go. The old farmer slapped Feng Yaya's little hand away. As long as he didn't come to steal my Qi Ming true gold. He could say anything. He circled Suhi twice and said with a click of his tongue. This turtle is good. What do you want? A saddle? There is space under the saddle, which can hold a lot of goods. Feng Yaya clenched her fists and shouted. I don't want it. The big turtle is my friend, not a mount. Then, the collar? It's very convenient to put around your neck. It hurts. Don't pluck my beard. The turtle is not a pet. Feng Yaya shouted. Okay. Okay. The old farmer raised his hands to admit defeat and looked at Suhi seriously. The rolling water ball in Suhi's mouth slowly disappeared. After this evolution, the waterbending magical power is not only able to condense lake and river water. Suhi can create water balls out of thin air and then bombard them. The power depends on the weight of the water balloon. Although it can't hurt anyone, if the bad old man dares to say anything about pets again, he will be hurt. The old farmer looked at Suhi, pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Since you are a turtle, how can you not hump something? I have a mountain here, which is a custom-made cave for casual cultivators. He was killed as soon as he started building it. It's gone. It's not even a semi-finished product. It's just for your big turtle. He rummaged in the warehouse for a long time and found a rockery as big as a basketball, which looked like a small mountain ornament in a fish tank. Look here. The old farmer pointed to a cave on the rockery. This was originally a cave designed by the casual cultivator. There has not been much worship yet, and the space has not yet been expanded. When unfolded, it is 10 feet in size. It is just for you. How about it? Does your uncle care about you? Feng Yaya was satisfied and kept nodding. She saw a bird's nest-shaped building on the hill, which must be the animal pet that Nazan cultivated. If she were enlarged and carried on the back of a big turtle, this bird's nest would be just the right place for her to sleep. The old farmer's craftsmanship was very good. It only took half a day to transform the hill. It was enlarged and stuck on Suhi's back. It was not too big or too small. Just right. Suhi's lip was pricked by Feng Yaya, and a drop of blood was taken to identify the master on the mountain. Feng Yaya happily climbed up the rockery and curled up in the bird's nest. To express his gratitude, Suhi helped him fertilize the fruit trees in the courtyard when he passed by. But the bad old man was screaming and wanted to hit his turtle L with a hammer. Fortunately, Feng Yaya is even more fierce. I don't understand good people's hearts. Suhi has been eating high-quality food since she hatched and rarely excretes food. The excrement is used to water plants and is definitely the best farmyard fertilizer. Suhi carried her back to Su Huanyan's pool. Suhi felt his own shortcomings. This hill was at most a storage magic weapon, which could be easily used by any Qingyuan disciple who had concentrated the divine object in his orifice. However, he found it difficult to connect the hill to the cave. Is the turtle in the heart aperture not considered a divine object? Or do we need to solidify the turtle like a demon solidifies its inner aperture? But what to do? He is just a turtle without inheritance, and he can reach this point only because of the power of dice. There are too few things that I know, and there are too many things that are lacking. Not even a green snake. Return to the water pool and see if Su Huanyan can give him a clear path. Feng Yaya curled up in the bird's nest, shaking and shaking. Big turtle, you are so stupid. You have trouble loading a stone into the cave. Let's go back and steal Mother's token. I will take you to the scripture library to steal the secret book. If you start practicing with the secret book, you will become more powerful. You won't be afraid of other strange beasts. Suhi raised his limbs in agreement. He crawled slowly. It was getting colder and colder, especially on Qingyuan Mountain. The higher the altitude, the lower the temperature. Suhi wanted to hibernate. Turtles hibernate for a long time. Feng Yaya kicked her little feet and suddenly thought of something. How about we go to Grandpa G's courtyard first? Grandpa Ge created a set of exercises specifically for his turtle friends. Let's steal it. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Grandpa G's turtle must be a turtle, so he won't mind. I'll introduce you to him in the future, even though I haven't seen him before and don't know him yet, she said, making herself laugh and giggle. He smiled and fell asleep. When Suhi crawled back to the pool, Su Huanyan had just emerged from the pool. His slightly moist hair fell from his shoulders and rested gently on his chest, because the moisture did not float as the fairy jumped onto the turtle's back, but instead vibrated with the mountains. It was bounced high, and when it fell, it was knocked away by the mountains. Suhi didn't move, and Su Huanyan fell down with Feng Yaya in his arms. The little girl felt her mother's breath and curled up tightly in her arms, squeezing the mountains together. Su Huanyan flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot into Suhi's eyebrows, and he carried his daughter into the grass house. Light exploded in Suhi's mind, representing various waterbending skills, representing Su Huanyan's hundreds of years of experience. There is no inheritance of techniques, just various ingenious means of controlling water. For example, Suhi's water polo is too weak and can only hurt ordinary people. However, if the water polo is made to rotate at high speed, the lethality will be increased to a higher level. If you add gold sand to the rotating water ball, even ordinary alien animals will have to shed their skin when encountering it. How to control water to increase speed in water. How to condense water flow armor. Suhi looked at it very seriously as if he had found a treasure. In the middle of the grass, the moonlight was pouring down, and there was a beauty who was awake and reading at night by candlelight. There was no words all night. The sky was bright and Feng Yaya didn't get up. Suhi tilted his head and looked into the room. Su Huanyan hadn't slept all night either. In her realm, it didn't matter whether she slept or not. She held the book in one hand and stretched out her green jade fingers to twine her daughter's hair with her other hand. When she saw Suhi looking at her, a smile appeared on her face. Yaya is special. She wants to sleep for 6 or 7 days. You can go alone. Regardless of whether he is a human or an animal, as long as he truly loves Yaya, Su Huanyan will always have good intentions. After thinking for a while, I wrote the word Su on Suha Mountain. Seeing words is like seeing people. With this word around, the looming incident will never happen again. Suhi understood. Did Feng Yaya not get enough sleep yesterday? No wonder he fell asleep in the formation class. He turned around and left the pool, climbing all the way down the mountain. Since Feng Yaya can't go to class, he can't steal his skills either. Time to go foraging. Even if it evolves this year and has improved cold resistance, hibernation is almost here. It's time to eat more to store energy. It would be better if it could save enough energy for one more evolution before hibernating. There are many beasts on the mountain, but they all have owners and cannot be eaten at will. Suhi thought for a while and crawled towards Jing'an Hall. The medicinal food there is good. Just throw 3 points of quality, and it will keep you warm in your stomach all day long. If you can steal a jar and throw quality points every day, you won't have to worry about food in the future. Chapter 28 Cooked Snake. The lazy sunshine in autumn paints colorful colors in the set of Jing'an Hall. From time to time, disciples come to have meals. Jing'an Hall is in charge of Chimai's meals. The most talented disciples of Chimai's cooking are gathered in the hall, and the medicinal meals cooked every day are in short supply. It was already high in the sky, and there was still an endless stream of disciples queuing up to get food. But the queue was in an orderly manner, and there was no such thing as queue jumping or bullying. Apart from, "Grandson Turtle, how dare you!" A roar broke the tranquility of Jing'an Hall, and a giant turtle carrying a mountain was seen escaping from the back hall of Jing'an Hall, followed by an ant carrying a rice spoon and chasing after it with claws and teeth. Everyone looked at each other. Was this Ant Chio who was in charge of serving meals? What happened? Those who had opened their eyes yesterday whispered, "This is Feng Yaya's turtle. It must be here to steal food." Everyone was stunned. A turtle stole Ant Chio's meal? Tired of living? Could it be that you want to give everyone an extra meal? Suhi ran as fast as he could, with Ant Chio chasing after him. Ant Chio is just an ordinary person, relatively strong. Suhi can be knocked down by an ordinary water balloon, but he feels guilty and dare not. Ding-ling clang. Bang clang. A rice spoon hit Suhi on the back and rolled down the turtle mountain. "Grandson Gui, you have the ability to steal medicinal food. But if you have the ability, don't run away. Stealing 1 tank is not enough. You have to steal 3 tanks. Ant Chio scolded. Ant Chio didn't think much about it when this bastard stole the first tank. She thought it was the madam who paid for it again and bought food for the little girl and the turtle. As a result, the hall master asked her confusedly why the turtle stole food today and ignored her. Only then did Ant Chio realize that no one was paying the bill today, and this guy was just freeloading. When he came after him with a rice spoon, the turtle had already stolen 3 tanks. So he kept his head down and ran wildly towards the tributary of Xiangshui. It was not his fault. The dice was not strong enough, and he only rolled out quality points on the third cylinder, which was only 2 points. I also want to get at least a 3 o'clock one today. And Chio was just an ordinary person. But she was extremely fast. Seeing that she was about to catch up, Suhi's mind moved and the hole in the Turtle Mountain flashed. A medicine jar was thrown out and landed in front of Aunt Chio with a thud. Aunt Chio hurriedly held on, fearing that the medicinal food would be spilled. When we set up the medicine tank and started to chase him again, the turtle had already plunged into the elephant water and swam to the bottom of the river. Aunt Chio was so angry that she stood on the shore and cursed loudly. She didn't curse enough, but could no longer see Suhi's shadow. Then she returned to Jing'an Hall angrily and hit the hall master on the head with a rice spoon. The hall master looked at her confused. Knowing that I don't know how to teach, why didn't you go after me with a sword? He stole 2 jars of medicinal food, and it was a disaster. The hall master touched the bulge on his head and said with an aggrieved face, Why should I chase after you? Can't you see the word Su written on the Turtle Mountain? This is Madam's turtle. It stole the medicinal food. I will go back to Madam for it. It's money. I want even the money from the vat back. Why should I chase customers after such a great deal? Aunt Chio. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you could give money? You are still reasonable. Boom! 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 Suhi was lurking in the water, with the dark water beneath him, like water that is too deep and too wide. Even a giant beast in the water like Suhi is in awe of it. The water was so deep that no sunlight could penetrate the bottom, making it pitch black. The water is too wide, so wide that Qingyuan Mountain is visible on one side, and the river bank cannot be seen on the other side. Fortunately, the Guishan cave can be used as a storage device. Things that Suhi did not collect on his own initiative cannot enter the cave, and the river water cannot spread in. Otherwise, without Feng Yaya to protect the medicated food, Suhi would be reluctant to carry the medicated food in to feed the fish. Turtle Mountain was originally a cave for people to perform sacrifices and refining, but the refining stopped just after it started. Now it only has 2 functions: storage and recording images. Because it was a cave, the casual cultivator requested the function of recording the images of the cave, which could remotely monitor and record the spiritual values and spiritual pets of the cave. Suhi can't use this function. Climbing out of Xianshui, I found a deserted place and swallowed a jar of 2 quality medicinal food. I was full and had nothing to do. Yo-Yo Dada returned to Suwanian Water Pool and met a group of familiar Ying Yin Yin on the way. They are a group of new female disciples who have just started. One of them boldly waved to Suhi. Hey, Big Turtle. Where is your violent little girl? This is the new disciple who took the formation class together yesterday. Everyone looked at Suhi curiously. After not seeing each other for a day, this turtle becomes even more handsome. A mountain on its back looks majestic, like the mythical turtle carrying the world. The violent kid in your family doesn't want to go to school with us? Why didn't you come today? There is a lecturer teaching the Dharma today. Someone was teasing Suhi. This was probably because he saw a dog walking him on the road and had to go up and tease him. Suhi turned around and followed them towards the class. Isn't it time to get down to business? It's better to be a tortoise than a tortoise. At least no one will be wary of a tortoise. No one will care if Suhi steals lessons. Are you coming to school for the master? The female disciples were curious. This is a good idea. Feng Yaya has helped him a lot, and it is foreseeable that she will help him even more in the future, if she uses Guishan to record the teacher's lectures and play them back for her. Is this considered repaying kindness with hatred? Feng Yaya would definitely be itchy with hatred, but her fairy-like mother might reward Suhi. Okay. The Taoist teaching class is in Linanyuan Dojo. The white marble ground of the dojo is connected with a group of swifts flying north and south, which means that embarking on the road is like abandoning the warm and comfortable swifts in the south and about to usher in the severe cold in the north. Linanyuan also means the same thing. This group of new disciples are these swifts. From then on, the path was lonely, and there was no ease. Suhi recognized today's lecture as the fat Taoist priest who stole his white tiger. When the fat Taoist priest saw Suhi, he was startled for a moment and smiled gently. He pointed to the dojo to show Suhi. Suhi looked around and saw a green snake coiled neatly on a futon in the dojo, and there was an even more neat goat next to it. Seeing Suhi, the goat shrank in fear, but the green snake raised its head and spit out the letter quickly, looking very happy. You're here! Her voice was mature and somewhat charming. Suhi was also happy. I didn't expect to meet a green snake here. It seems that the Qingyuan sect really doesn't care about their origins and treats monsters equally. Su-he greeted softly. I'm fine, Green Snake replied. The Taoist fellows in the sect are very friendly. I have my own small courtyard and special meals. The sect also provided me with a Nana ring. How about you? Although this turtle is extremely talented, it cannot transform into a demon after all. When he joins the sect, he will become a beast pet. He will even be squeezed out of his talent, or his soul will be imprisoned and become a natal beast. Thinking of this, she felt sorry for Su-he. I have a very high talent, and I ate the demon transformation fruit. But I can't transform into a human being. That means the quality of the demon transformation fruit is too low. And fate is playing tricks on me. Make animals. She sympathized as she pointed at the ring around her neck with the tip of her tail. It is not the standard Wendo space ring for entry into Qingyuan sect, but the advanced version. The 3-foot ring that can only be obtained after graduating from Nanyuan and joining the 7 meridians. There is a 3-foot square space inside the Neji, which is very convenient for storing sundries. Su-he shouted loudly and took out a jar of medicinal food from Gushan. When I stole the medicated food before, I was very lucky and got a 6 in the first tank, and a 5 in the second tank. Now there are 11 tanks of ordinary medicated food in the Gushan cave. No turtle can eat them all. The exquisite medicinal smell permeates the air instantly. All the disciples in the dojo raised eyebrows. Even the fat Taoist priest who taught him looked over. The tip of the green snake's swaying tail seemed to have been cast a restraining spell. It was this medicated meal. She had eaten a small bowl of it for 2 days in a row. The fellow disciple who delivered the medicated meal said that Jing'an Hall couldn't cook much of this medicated meal in a month. There were 30,000 Qingyuan sect disciples. Only the elders and disciples with sufficient grades. Only then can we eat. Ordinary disciples can't buy it even if they want to. Can't buy it. 1 tank. And this medicine jar suddenly appeared. Is it also a storage magic weapon like the Neji? This tank is more than 3 feet tall. Her ring can't fit in it at all. Green Snake looked at Su-he aggrievedly. Damn the pity of a turtle. Do you call this a pitiful life? I'm the one who deserves mercy. Jealousy makes the snake look hideous. Chapter 29 Divine Beast. Forget about storing magic weapons. They are things that the owner can take back at any time. Who supplies medicated meals by the vat? This will always be eaten into the belly of the stupid turtle. Right? And to eat the white tiger. The turtle wanted to fight with her. Looking at the posture now. Did the turtle want to treat her to a medicinal meal? So this turtle is in more than 1 tank? The snake's heart aches. The tip of her tail trembled rapidly, and her voice trembled. Where did the medicinal food come from? Hold head high. Su-he said, of course. I stole it. The trembling snake raised its head in confusion and quietly retreated. Is this thing up for grabs? Aren't you afraid of being struck to death by a senior in the sect? But she stepped back 2 positions without being punished. The green snake's eyes lit up. So, robbery can also be done in the mountain gate? Like listening to Hai-Hu? Just when she was about to give it a try, a voice came over. Friend Green Snake, don't listen to his nonsense. The fat Taoist walked down from the high platform. Pointing to the word, Su, on the turtle mountain of Su-he, he said, that is the message left by the head's wife. Try someone else and go to Jing'an Hall to rob someone. If you dare to go there, you can't even get out of the kitchen door. What's next? The medicinal food is snake soup. This turtle is really lucky. Not only did it eat Lu Ming's white tiger, nothing will happen to it, but it is also protected by the head's wife. Even a strange beast can run rampant in Qingyuan sect. Green Snake nodded, with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and suddenly realized, can you understand animal language? The fat Taoist laughed, looked around at the students, and went straight to the topic to start today's lecture. I'm Gufeng. You can just call me Senior Brother Fatty. The name of the Taoism I practice is transformation of beasts. There is 1 beast body for each realm. You can get a beast body in each great realm, so you can understand the language of beasts. He took a step forward and transformed into a wild boar with sharp manes and ferocious tusks. One head smashed the 3-foot-high boulder in the dojo into pieces. He rolled around in the flying dust and turned into the fat Taoist again. Looking around, he took in the shock of the students with satisfaction. He did not disturb everyone until they gradually came to their senses, then climbed up to the high platform and began to teach. You have already embarked on the path. How can you know the state of cultivation? A simple and honest student raised his hand. I heard the old Taoist priest at my doorstep say that there is refining to transform into qi. refining chi to transform into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness. And there are other things I forgot. Everyone laughed loudly, and another academy laughed and said, "No. A master once said that there are many realms along the way to Taoism, such as chi training, foundation building, golden elixir, one realm after another. Endless." Everyone listened with longing. Another student retorted, "But I heard that there are no leaks, relics, nirvana, and so on." Confronting did not interrupt, and waited for them to speak freely before saying, "What you all said is correct, but it is also incorrect. Some are made up by storytellers, and some are ancient realm divisions that have been abandoned by monks long ago. The journey of spiritual practice has lasted for thousands of years, from ancient times to the present. It is renewed every day and constantly changing. How can there be a fixed state? Perhaps when you and I were chatting, great power has already opened up a realm unknown to our predecessors in that cold place." He put down his teacup and said passionately, "The world is not what it used to be, and the divisions of realms are naturally changing. Nowadays, the divisions of realms are completely different from those in ancient times, and are beyond recognition. But no matter what, cultivating the Tao is the process of eliminating the false and retaining the true, and seeking the great road. No matter what kind of realm divisions, the Dharma leads to the same destination through different paths. Just find your own path and walk on it without hesitation, even if your path has never been traveled by anyone. The road ahead is long, and you don't know where it is. Just like the Chapter 1 compiled on transforming beasts. It was in the ancient times when the path was cut off. There was a powerful person who imitated the divine beast with great perseverance and talent. Create. Mythical beast? Someone exclaimed. These people are all new disciples. They only saw the world after entering Qingyuan sect. Floating fish, water-dwelling birds, and monkeys hiding from the ground were unheard of. Is this a mythical beast? Everyone looked at He subconsciously. Confronting smiled and shook his head. The mythical beast can no longer be seen by ordinary people. Strictly speaking, our current practice is inspired by divine beasts. He pointed at his heart and projected his heart orifice. It was a dark and yellow space, and there were things floating up and down in it. But they were marked by him, and could not be seen clearly. In ancient times, people did not cultivate the mind. The division of realms at that time is no longer testable. I only know that there was a crisis in the world of spiritual practice, that the path was cut off. At that time, there was a powerful person who discovered the way of purifying the blood of divine beasts and returning to their ancestors to practice. Introducing human cultivation has led to the current state of cultivation. Transforming from the mortal world, transforming into a demon, and stepping into the sky are the three major realms of practice now. Needless to say, the last two levels are still far away from us. The realm of transforming from the mortal world includes heart apertures, divine objects, true blood, mind apertures, and bone sacrifices. Qi-Ling, Yuan gathering 7 steps. Needless to say, the state of the heart orifice needs to be done by everyone. Cultivate your health and temper your body. After tempering it to the extreme, you can use your qi and blood to explode the heart orifice. The most important step in the journey of cultivation is the second step after blasting the heart orifice. Condensing the spiritual objects of the heart orifice. He pointed at the coded object in his mind's projection. Based on different skills in Xinqing, different people can condense different divine objects in their mind orifices. This is the foundation of spiritual practice. It is also the most important knowledge that humans can learn from divine beasts. He pointed at the green snakes and goats in the field. In fact, the same is true for demons. By swallowing the demon-transforming fruit, they condense the human form in their heart orifices. Strictly speaking, this is not a human being, but an innate Tao body, which is the most suitable for cultivation in the world. One of the forms. It just happens that the innate Tao body is in the shape of a human being, and human beings themselves are Tao bodies. There is no need to take this extra step. In practice, we must condense the Tao that suits us best in our hearts: water, fire, thunder and lightning, swords, guns, swords and halberds. Everyone in the audience was extremely quiet, for fear of missing anything. He had already turned on Gishin's video recording function to record everything. Confronting said leisurely, this method of condensing Tao in the heart orifice was first used by the divine beasts. They condensed the perfect form of their ancestors, or divine beasts, in their heart orifices, and purified their own blood with the charm of Tao. In one step, step by step, we return to our ancestors, and even go beyond our ancestors. So if a beast with the bloodline of a divine beast can open its heart orifice, there will naturally be a shadow of the divine beast from the source of that bloodline in its heart orifice. Occasionally, there are beasts in the world that swallow the demon-transforming fruit, but they cannot transform into a human being, because the bloodline is noble. Its heart orifice, the innate Tao body in it, is not in human form. It is a divine beast. The human form is the most suitable and versatile Tao body, but it is not the only one. Snakes and fish have the shape of dragons. Birds have the shape of phoenix. And animals have the shape of Lin. Such beasts are rare. Green Snake turned his head to look at the sluggish Suhi frame by frame, with undisguised envy in his eyes. Turtle. Turtle. I thought you had eaten a defective demon-transforming fruit, and you were too pitiful to be unable to transform into a human being. It turns out that you quietly embarked on the path of the second-generation ancestor. Although Gafeng didn't say it clearly, but Green Snake also realized that the Tao of a divine beast like Su, he who is in his heart, is the most suitable for them. The Green Snake just didn't have a divine beast that suited him, so he settled on the most versatile innate Taoist body. The snake can also transform into a dragon, but obviously her bloodline is not enough to activate the heritage of the mythical beast. Mythical beast. Green Snake murmured to himself. Gafeng said with a smile, "Friend Green Snake, you don't have to worry about it. It doesn't matter whether you are a human or a divine beast. The one that suits you best is the best. Besides, there are only a handful of beasts that can turn into monsters. This has never happened in thousands of years. Rather than messing up your mind, it is better to practice solidly and consolidate your own path." No! Green Snake raised his head slightly. His eyes were blank, and his tail pointed at Suhi. Turtle. Gafeng smiled. I know this is a turtle. Or a rare big turtle. A turtle. He reacted suddenly, and his voice broke instantly. Chapter 30 His Preserves and My Arsenic. The new disciples are still ignorant. Ignorant and fearless. And do not understand the majesty, holiness and power of the divine beasts. It just sounds mighty. In their eyes, there may be no difference between mythical beasts and strange beasts. Gafeng has been practicing for 40 years, and knows that the two are as different as clouds in mud. One is the highest above the 9 heavens, and the other is a crawler in the mud pit. Not comparable at all. What is a mythical beast? The infinite and mysterious ones are called gods, and the ferocious and keen ones are called beasts. Divine beasts are the beings closest to immortals and gods. There are even rumors that adult mythical beasts have killed gods and immortals. Perhaps these are too illusory, and the stories circulated cannot be relied upon. But the reality is visible. Xiantian clan, one of the top 10 immortal sects, has a blue dragon with the highest combat power. And the Suzaku sect is named after the sacred beast in the sect. The Suzaku. Combat prowess is not the most enviable thing about mythical beasts. Human beings have inherited it for thousands of years. And there will always be a chosen one who can subdue the blue dragon or subjugate the white tiger. But when those monsters who subdued dragons and tigers have been annihilated in the long river of history, the green dragon and white tiger that they subdued are still alive. Divine beast. Immortality. This is what really makes Gafeng suffocated. No matter how talented a divine beast is, they must at least be in the heaven-treading realm when they reach adulthood. An immortal heaven-treading realm can suppress the fate of the sect and protect the sect's inheritance. Gafeng's breathing was rapid, and he walked towards Suhi with trembling hands. Under Suhi's surprised eyes, he stretched out his finger and touched his heart gently. Projection of the mind orifice. In a dark and yellow space, a dragon turtle raised its head and roared. Powerful and divine. Gafeng took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Divine beast. What a mythical beast. Although it is not a natural divine beast like Xiantian clan and Zhuke clan, it has a divine beast Tao body in its heart. Having a Taoist body means that this turtle has a slight chance of becoming a real divine beast. Perhaps this thread may be countless times slimmer than a mortal's ability to achieve the heaven-stepping realm. But it is possible after all. It was not a purebred mythical beast. But Gafeng breathed a sigh of relief. Great. If it is a purebred, the destruction of the Qingyuan sect will be just around the corner. The Qingyuan sect may be the king in the Dongnan Mountains, but compared to the top 10 immortal sects, it is too weak. She was so weak that Mrs. Su had a fight with an elder from the Xiantian clan a few months ago. And she was only slightly better. So all the sects in Dongnan Mountain shut up. And everything followed the Qingyuan clan's lead. Don't dare to have second thoughts anymore. The Xiantian sect is still slightly embarrassed among the 10 sects, because their sect's supreme combat power comes from divine beasts, not from the training of disciples who have inherited the sect. A divine beast that has the blood of a divine beast, but is not yet a divine beast, is the most suitable for the Qingyuan sect. This matter was too big. Gufeng couldn't suppress it. And he had to tell the leader, and the leaders of each lineage. He turned to his disciples and said, "No one is allowed to spread the news." Several disciples looked at him awkwardly. It's too late. They have already spread the news about such a good bragging opportunity. They were two juniors and juniors from Yushu Valley who were sitting in. They were disciples who had graduated from Nanyuan and wanted to consolidate their foundation, and came back to attend the class again. The news has been spread to the outside world through animal pets. Damn it! This kind of half-baked disciple who is not very sophisticated but knows a lot is the most capable of doing bad things. They know the status and preciousness of the mythical beast. But they don't know what kind of trouble it will cause if the news spreads. There is something going on here. All junior brothers and sisters, please go back to the school. You can only leave after being notified by the teacher. Many students also vaguely knew that the matter was serious and did not dare to stay for a long time. They looked at Suhi with rare eyes and left in an orderly manner. The goat was just envious and curious. But the green snake was so jealous that he went crazy. When he passed by Suhi, the snake tail whipped him bitterly. People often feel uncomfortable when people around them suddenly become rich. However, the green snake is wise and innocent. Not too dirty. Just jealous. After the students retreated, Gufeng immediately took out a few small swords and passed the message with flying swords, reporting to the leaders and heads. There is also Madame Su. She raised this turtle. But Madame Su probably doesn't even know that this is really a divine turtle with the body of a divine beast. After all, Mrs. Su came from the sword washing pool and was very passionate about swords. So it was impossible for her to understand this like the disciples of the Beast Control Valley. More than 10 flying swords were shot out. But one jingled and fell to the ground, which was the one issue to the master. Damn it! Master has cut off the communication channel between him and me again. Gufeng gritted his teeth and complained. Picked up the flying sword of passing the book, and shot the book toward his junior brother one by one. He could only ask his junior brother to deliver it to him. Gufeng wrote more than 10 letters in a row. After writing, he looked at Suhi excitedly, with an expression like a stock investor holding a lottery ticket with the first prize. He turned around and saw that the courtyard was empty, and the huge turtle was gone. Gufeng. Under a small stream. Suhi dived under the water and swam quickly. Quick! Quick! Things have gotten serious. Judging from Gufeng's reaction, he might have to meet many of the top elders of the Qingyuan sect later. They even have to inspect it carefully. Suhi didn't care about the identity of the divine turtle being exposed. Nor did he care about being the guardian beast of the Qingyuan sect. But there are 10 jars of medicinal food in Gushan right now. They are exactly the same. Even the shape of the medicine residue and the pattern on the vat are exactly the same. As long as the inspection will inevitably reveal it. The bud-like magical power of this turtle has the ability to copy items is enough to make anyone jealous, even surpassing expectations for the turtles. By then, Suhi might not be facing a staffing position like Mountain Guardian Beast. Sly's study? It's not impossible. After all, the mythical beast has strong recovery power and is not afraid of being sliced into pieces. Hurry up and swim to Xiangshui before they arrive. Xiangshui is bottomless, and no one will notice if the medicine vat is broken and thrown in. In a small courtyard of Tianji Pavilion, a woman looked at the letter in her hand. Her face gradually turned cold. Mythical beast. What Lu Ming was planning was really a mythical beast. A guy who fails to succeed but fails to succeed. She twisted her hands, and the letter burned instantly. Kill it! The mythical beast will never survive. It is said that all mythical beasts have normal intelligence. And it is foreseeable that the status of this mythical beast will not be low in the sect. At least it will be treated as the first one. The higher its status, the more dangerous it is for Lu Ming. Even to the point of death. Turtles hold grudges. But Lu Ming cannot die. Lu Ming is related to her path. The two are bound by inheritance. If Lu Ming dies, her path will be cut off. Kill it! Immediately. While the leaders are not around it yet. The woman acted resolutely. Stood up. And called out. Junior sister Yulin. A half-grown girl poked her head in. Senior sister Xiaoling. Are you looking for me? The woman smiled gently. I'm going to take a nap. If master asks, you have to hide it from me, and don't allow master to run in and find me sleeping. The little girl nodded wildly. Senior sister. Don't worry. Master will definitely not be able to come in. She exited and thoughtfully closed the door for Xiaoling. Xiaoling sat cross-legged, her face shrouded in mist, and her appearance completely changed in a moment. Completely different from before. This is a disguise technique that she got from a ruins that she and Lu Ming discovered together. It was the place where a pair of powerful ancient Taoist couples were enthroned. She and Lu Ming each had a chance, and each received an inheritance. Only when they come together can they open the ruins. Xiaoling stepped out, and at the same time a swarm of bees flew out of her arms and scattered in all directions. Xiaoling was born in Tianji Pavilion. She was the best at crafting weapons and had a special inheritance. This bee was a special craft beast for exploration. The bees dispersed and quickly occupied Li Nanyuan, but no trace of the turtle was found. Chapter 31 First Seat. Qingyuan Gate. Hall of Eternal Life. This is where the head of the Qingyuan sect is located, and the real core of the Qingyuan sect. At this moment, Feng Yiju was sitting at the head of the Hall of Eternal Life, looking at the elders on both sides. Everyone, according to Gufeng, a divine beast appears in our Qingyuan sect. What do you think? What a good thing! A bearded man said with joy. Brother, the leader, this is our opportunity. It's worth throwing a big banquet and celebrating for 3 days. The presence of mythical beasts is enough to ensure the Qingyuan sect's peace for thousands of years. One day it could even turn into pure blood, and the Qingyuan sect might not be able to squeeze into the top 10 immortal sects. Everyone agreed. Although Feng Yiju looked indifferent, there was also a hint of joy in his eyes. But at this moment, someone said, the birth of a divine beast from Qingyuan is naturally great news. But senior brother, the headmaster must not forget the Taoist temple 300 years ago. The speaker was a young man dressed as a scholar. The joyful atmosphere was silenced. 300 years ago in the Dongyan Mountains, the leader was not the Qingyuan sect. At that time, Feng Yiju and Su Huanyan had just emerged and took charge of the Qingyuan sect. Taoist Temple in Dongyan Mountain is the well-deserved overlord. But the mythical beast of Taoist Temple went crazy and destroyed Taoist Temple overnight. The Qingyuan sect also made a lot of money from the ruins of Taoist Temple, which gave it the foundation for its rise. So, the scholar said solemnly, the top priority is not to celebrate, but to quickly set a slavery restriction in Eternal Yuanling so that it can no longer resist Qingyuan. Everyone was silent for a long time before someone said, but have you forgotten? Divine beasts cannot be humiliated. Back then, Taoist Temple wanted to set up a slavery ban for their sacred beasts, which caused the beasts to go crazy and be destroyed. The scholar looked at him. Then we should set up a ban on slavery when our sacred beasts are still young and can be suppressed with a single palm. This is the foundation for eternal peace. Taoist Temple thought too well, and was afraid of setting up restrictions to restrict the development of the mythical beasts. It didn't think about banning the mythical beasts until they were almost mature. How slow was it? Only when the mythical beast is still naive and ignorant at this moment, and sets restrictions, can it be truly controlled after it is easy to have children and raise children. The weak scholar's voice was sonorous and powerful, and the entire Hall of Eternal Life was overwhelmed by his momentum. Everyone looked at the leader. Feng Yiju looked calm, and could not tell what was in his mind. Master! An urgent shout came from the air in the Beast Control Valley. Boom! A sword light smashed into the small courtyard of the first building. It was the thin Taoist priest who took away Suhi's white tiger that day. He was thin in stature but powerful. He smashed a deep hole in the ground and immediately jumped out without caring about his gray face. He shouted to the leader of the Beast Control Valley, who was drinking in the pavilion. Master! It's a divine beast! The name of the leader of Yusho Valley is Xia Dali. He was not from Yusho Valley, but from Evergreen Peak. However, the previous leader defied all opinions and passed the position to him. In just a moment, everyone was amazed by the vision of the previous leader. It only took a moment for this fat man, with an unattractive appearance, to unknowingly raise the Beast Control Valley from the lower reaches of the 7 meridians to the middle reaches. And the upward trend has not even weakened at all. Xia Dali held the wine glass and looked at the thin Taoist priest. His limbs were intact, and his soul was intact. It was not a life-threatening matter, and no one was chasing him. The mana condensed in the wine glass was quietly removed, and the wine that had turned into ice returned to its original state. Bah! You are the beast! Xia Dali snorted dissatisfiedly. I have told you to be prudent in doing things. How can it be unbecoming to go on a rampage while yelling? He has only accepted 2 apprentices so far. One of them, Gufeng, is mature, steady and has a figure similar to his master, which makes Xia Dali very happy. The other one is Guan Shan in front of him, with hairy hands and feet like a monkey. Master, don't make trouble. Guanshan waved his hand and said urgently. There is a mythical beast. The big turtle that senior brother Lu Ming plotted the day before yesterday is here. It is really a mythical beast. Xia Dali put down his wine glass and looked a little more serious. How did you know? He came too fast just now. Guanshan gasped, took the master's wine bottle, drank tons and tons of wine, and then said, Senior brother Feijian told me in a letter. Addresses of the same sect are usually preceded by Taoist titles or surnames. Only brothers who are brothers of the same master can be called senior brothers directly. The senior brother in Guanshanku is Gufeng. Guanshan calmed down for a few moments and said, Senior brother left Nanyuan to teach today. The big turtle went there. Senior brother mapped the big turtle's mind and found a mighty and domineering dragon turtle inside. Xia Dali narrowed his eyes and suddenly widened his eyes. Bastard. There is a magical turtle who doesn't pass the message to me Feijian first, but instead passes it to Guanshan? Could it be that my master is not as good as your junior brother? Ah! I remembered that I lost a bet with Gufeng's grandfather a month ago, so I beat up Gufeng. As a result, the guy sent me flying swords to send letters to me every day to express my grievance. It made people upset, so I banned the channel for him to send letters to me with flying swords. Xia Dali stood up. The fairy sword came out of his body, and he wanted to use the sword and walk away to Li Nanyuan. Master, what are you doing? Guanshan was surprised. Xia Dali said without any doubt. Of course it is to bring back the divine beast. Regardless of whether the divine beast or the strange beast enters the Qingyuan sect, it should naturally belong to my beast control valley. How can we let him wander outside? Do you still need to ask? He looked at his second disciple. He didn't even have this awareness. How could he do the true story of the beast control valley? Master, don't make trouble. Guanshan pressed down his fairy sword. That turtle is Yaya's turtle. Uncle Su has left a message on the back of the turtle. Do you want to fight for the turtle with Uncle Su? You can't beat him. Xia Dali's face twitched. God Turtle has a master. Why did you come back in such a hurry to say something? Are you kidding me? The unfilial villain is looking for a beating. He kicked Guanshan on the butt, knocking him to the ground. Guanshan didn't take it seriously and jumped up laughing. Seeing that the master wanted to leave with his sword, he asked curiously, Master is really going to fight with Master Su? You will really get beaten. Bah! Xia Dali spat, and his grandson couldn't think about it. I'm going to give you a copy of the key to advance the divine beasts. Although there have never been any divine beasts in Qingyuan Mountain, how can others know as much as I do in the Beast Control Valley? Guanshan hesitated. What about senior brother Lu Ming? Senior brother Lu Ming was really imprisoned in the town prison because of this turtle. He was not confined as a jailer, but he became a real prisoner. There was a rift, or even hatred, between the number one true successor of the Beast Control Valley and the Divine Beast. This was the reason why he came to see his master. As the leader of the Beast Control Valley, shouldn't master handle this? Xia Dali's expression turned bad, and he was unabashedly stern. Who is Lu Ming? What does it have to do with my Beast Control Valley? Ignorance is not a fault. It's okay to want to conquer a mythical beast, and it's okay to want a natal beast to devour a mythical beast. But he shouldn't have done this dirty trick and let Feng Yaya destroy the Beast Control Valley. There were countless beast pets that fled in fright, and at least 70 of them were beasts that the disciples of the Beast Control Valley had communicated about their origins and were about to be adopted as their natal beasts. Several pet beasts were injured or even died, and those disciples were completely disabled. For his own selfishness, he treats his fellow disciples as nothing. Such a disciple Xia Dali will not recognize him. You can be stupid, incompetent, or even bad, but you should not be heartless, no matter who your master is or what his background is. Xia Dali, the chief of the Beast Control Valley, has driven him away. Let's just keep mining in the prison. Being held in prison to mine the underworld stone is the most severe punishment in the world, and it is even better than being obliterated. Xia Dali stood up with his sword and headed towards Li Nanyuan. Along the way, he discovered that the news of the appearance of the divine turtle in Qingyuan Gate had spread like wildfire, and was discussed from time to time. It is indeed something worth celebrating. Monsters are destined to reach the realm of demon transformation, while the realm of divine beasts transforming into demons is just the starting point. Chapter 32 Assassination. No! Where have you gone? Xiao Lingsby searched in a circle, but couldn't find the turtle, and she became anxious. Could it be that it has been hidden? It is very likely that if a mythical beast appears in the door, it must be regarded as a treasure, and it is normal to hide it. If this happens, it will be a big trouble. The bees flew faster, and suddenly a bee reported back that a giant turtle climbed up from the elephant water. She actually saw an expression of relief on one of the turtles. Found it. Xiaoling crouched on the ground and came towards Xiangshui. Suhi climbed out of the elephant water, shook off the water from his body, and returned to Li Nanyuan with ease. This place is deserted and has a primitive style. Qingyuan Mountain is very large and endless. Although it is divided into 7 veins, there are not only 7 mountain tops. There are at least hundreds of peaks in the vertical and horizontal directions. The 7 veins only occupy the 7 blessed places with the richest spiritual energy. Although the Qingyuan sect has at least 200,000 people including servants, they are scattered over a huge area and are still sparsely populated. As far as the eye can see are pristine mountains and rivers. Suhi climbed ashore and climbed out only a mile or 2 when he saw a woman standing quietly on the hillside, her eyes falling on him. Suhi felt a faint threat and stopped. When he stopped, the woman came over. As they got closer and closer, Suhi's alarm bell sounded loudly, and he suddenly slapped his 2 front paws on the ground. Standing up, an afterimage flashed by, and the woman stabbed directly without saying a word. Xia Sua stood up with his strength, and his dagger stabbed into his belly armor, causing him to bend over. Suhi took the opportunity to smash down, and the giant tortoise, which was more than 10 feet tall, crashed down. Xiaoling immediately retreated after missing the hit, narrowly avoiding it. He rolled on the ground and threw away the curved sword in his hand. As expected of a divine turtle, the tortoise SHL is indeed tough. But it's a pity that he can't assassinate with his own face. And he doesn't dare to use his own fairy sword. The quality of the temporary sword is too poor. Need to prick the neck. She took out another sword and stabbed it straight at the base of Suhi's neck. Suhi couldn't dodge, and couldn't hide in his SHL to avoid it. In desperation, he roared, opened his mouth, and threw a water ball as big as a water tank at Xiaoling. Boom! A huge amount of water was sprayed out by Suhi with great force, and hit Xiaoling head-on. Xiaoling's slender body was immediately sprayed out 2 feet away. Water globs spilled. Suhi looked at her with full caution. 2 skin face? At this moment, Suhi looked and saw 2 faces on top of Xiaoling's face, as if they were double images. It is the ability of the divine turtle to break illusions. Suhi's turtle eyes can see through illusions, and the water ball condensed in his mouth also has the effect of breaking illusions. Under the double effect, Xiaoling could no longer maintain her disguise. Even when the water ball was soaked, Erpy's face gradually recovered, allowing her to return to her original appearance and magical powers. Xiaoling's eyes narrowed, and she clenched her dagger tightly. The illusion was broken, and she wanted to fight quickly. Xiaoling braced herself. This turtle didn't feel powerful to him. It was roughly equal to the aura of a monk in the true blood realm. But its combat power was not low, and the style of play is unexpected. Is this a beast? She raised her sword and charged again. In an instant, she rushed to a foot in front of Suhi, but at this moment, a sword light flashed across the horizon in the distance. Somebody is coming. She will be found attacking the divine beast in the door. On! Suhi roared. When he saw the woman in front of him, he made a quick decision, sheathed the rapier in an instant, took out an animal tooth from somewhere, and stabbed the root of her neck, causing blood to spurt out and splash into Suhi's mouth. Xiaoling turned around and ran, as if being chased by a giant turtle behind her. Her hair was messy. Her body was soaked and stained red with blood. She clutched her neck in misery. As she ran, she shot a sword light into the sky. Save me! She screamed and fell to the ground, blood staining the ground red. Suhi was stunned and had a bad premonition. Is this woman going to make a show? Hearing the sound, the sword light from the horizon turned back and quickly came towards this side. Someone on the sword shouted, "Don't hurt anyone!" It's Gufeng. He accidentally lost the turtle and has gone crazy. Searching in the sky, I could vaguely hear shouting, and saw that Suhi was furious. It looked like a junior sister had been bitten through the neck. Xiaoling fell to the ground and pointed at Suhi with a bloody finger, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak. There was a trace of regret and a trace of happiness in her eyes. The visitor didn't see the specific situation. Fortunately, Suhi narrowed his eyes. This woman seemed to be seeking death. Gufeng's face changed again and again when he landed. What happened? This turtle had been so docile during class all day. Why did he suddenly leave and kill people when he was found again? Did you leave suddenly just to hunt Qingyuan disciples? Illogical. Confronting quickly took out the elixir, turned it into powder, and applied it to the wound on Xiaoling's neck. He then took out the flying sword and reported the situation to the door, with the divine turtle on one side and the Qingyuan disciples on the other. This matter was beyond his ability to handle. After a while, a fairy sword rushed out and hit the ground, turning into a panicked middle-aged Taoist nun. Master Shui Jing! Confronting saluted. This is the uncle of the same generation as the master, although he only controls a small medicine mountain in the sect. He is senior and must not be rude. Shui Jing seemed not to notice him, staring straight at Xiaoling with eyes full of disbelief. How could this happen? How could this happen? Aren't you sleeping in the house? Why were you injured by a strange beast here? She was hysterical and turned to look at Suhi. Evil beast! Die! Suddenly a sword thrust out. Confronting's expression changed drastically, and his body shape changed instantly, turning into a ferocious wild boar that bit into her fairy sword. After blocking the sword light, he returned to his human form, vomited out a large mouthful of blood, and stopped Master Shui Jing. Uncle, this turtle is extraordinary and must not be lynched. I have informed the master and the law enforcement hall, Uncle you, that no matter what happens to this matter, this kind of punishment must go through the law enforcement hall and even the headmaster. Master Shui Jing was angry. A turtle has to go through the law enforcement hall. Whose turtle is this? Who is so powerful? She saw the word, Su, on the turtle mountain, was stunned for a long time, and burst into laughter. Tears of laughter flowed out, and the body was trembling. It turns out that the turtle who is that one has to go through the law enforcement hall. I want to see how the law enforcement hall will judge him. The law enforcement hall was overcrowded, and Confronting's flying sword message had arrived early. The head of the law enforcement hall is as tall as a thick jujube, with a silkworm eyebrow and a righteous look. He sat quietly in the main hall with his eyes slightly closed. Confronting and Zhao Lai stood in the hall with strange expressions on their faces. It was true that they had never dealt with cases of pets hurting people before, but they were all exotic beasts. As long as the animals were not released maliciously and hurt people, whoever owns the beast would pay compensation. Interrogating a mythical beast? How to judge this? Do you want to beat it until it utters human words? There is no animal language in the law enforcement hall. The leader is not allowed to go to the beast control valley to invite people. But at this moment, several elders came together. The leader of the beast control valley, the master of the Jing'an Hall, the sword slave of the sword residence. They are all people of great status. The person who understands animal language is here. Originally, they all went to Li Nanyuan to look at the curious beasts. It was rare that they met each other, so they sat down and talked. Suddenly I heard that if a mythical beast hurt someone, it would have to go to the law enforcement hall. So I simply came over to see what was going on. A Dharma boat lifted Suhi into the law enforcement hall. The rope was untied, and the water on the boat was still. Several people got out. After Confronting Feijian passed the letter, the first law enforcement hall specially sent someone to pick it up by boat. With Shui Jing and Confronting's ability, they couldn't afford such a law boat. Shui Jing landed on the ground and looked at the heads and hall masters in the law enforcement hall, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. She was the same generation as these people, but from the time she started, others were the proud ones of heaven, while she was one of the many humble disciples. Having been in the same sect for hundreds of years, it is hard to say whether these senior brothers recognize her. Are these people here to put pressure on her? After all, that turtle belongs to that one. She smiled miserably, and had given up hope for today's court appearance. But instead, he straightened up his back after breaking the jar. So what if he couldn't fight? I will seek justice for my disciples. Even if I die, I will spray blood in your face. The fish is dead, and the net is broken. Why waste your life? She was proud and awe-inspiring. But the eyes of all the hall masters in the hall lit up. They looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This is my older generation disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Even if his talent is average, and his skills are limited, he has infinite pride. The law enforcement officer at the head of the hall stroked his beard, looked at Suhi, and said solemnly, "This young turtle, can you understand human speech?" Suhi was quiet for a moment and nodded. The eyes of several people in the hall lit up. It turned out to be a magical turtle. So magical. Most alien beasts are no more intelligent than a 7 or 8-year-old child. But none are as spiritual as this. The leader of the law enforcement hall opened his eyes and said coldly, "Since you have spiritual wisdom and understand human speech, why did you hurt my Qingyuan disciple for no reason?" Suhi raised his head. "On!" After thinking for a while, he shouted again, "On!" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing why. Xia Dali, the leader of the Beast Control Valley, coughed strangely. "He said that he sued this female disciple for attacking him for no reason. If the assassination failed, he would bite her back." Chapter 33. Take a photo. Shui Jing raised his head quickly. "I thought you would use some clever moves to protect this beast. But it barked twice, and you came to this conclusion? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. You are the leader of the Beast Control Valley. And of course you care more about the superior wife. You might as well stab us two to death with a sword. I admire your moral character and courage. But you do such a petty act, which makes people despise you. I even doubt that what happened to Lu Ming is that you sanctimonious people did some dirty thing to make him resist the crime." She smiled miserably, but a pair of weak hands grabbed the skirt. When he lowered his head, he saw Xiao Ling getting up from the carriage with a pale face. He grabbed her clothes and said sadly, "Master, let's go back. It wasn't the beast that bit her. It was me who threw it myself." She bit her lip and turned her head slightly, feeling pitiful. Divine beast? Shui Jing was stunned for a moment. She was of low status and lived at a remote place and had not received any news yet. There was an explosion in the law enforcement hall, with shouts and shouts happening one after another. The disciples who were watching stopped. What kind of attack? Assassination. Crazy? The news has spread that this turtle is a mythical beast. Who can't think of assassinating the mythical beast? Listen to what this fellow disciple said. He fell. How can you throw yourself into the turtle's mouth? Didn't Xia Shouzuo look at the blood stains on the turtle's teeth when he was talking nonsense? They are all cultivators and have a keen sense of smell. They can tell whether the blood belongs to this fellow disciple. Xia Dali was confused. He was just a translator. What did he mean by glaring at him? If you are not satisfied with this rhetoric, go find a turtle. And the wind in the law enforcement hall is a bit louder today. Even if the divine beast is interrogated, so many disciples should not be gathered in the first place. Xia Dali looked around the crowd, his eyes lingering on a few disciples for a moment. A hint of amusement arose, as someone wanted to set the pace. The person behind Lu Ming? Is a disciple who is deposed because of his own fault worthy of this? I vaguely heard that Lu Ming had another chance to obtain a strong inheritance. Is someone concerned about his inheritance? Shui Jing's heart was as sharp as a knife. It was because he was too weak and had nothing but seniority. So his only disciple could only suffer injustice in the court. She took Xiao Ling's hand and said angrily, "Nonsense! Just tell me how this turtle can hurt you. The Qingyuan sect not only has black-hearted maggots, but also tens of thousands of enthusiastic disciples. This sand can't blind you." She looked around at all the gentlemen in the hall. This Qing Yuan was so depraved that she couldn't bear to look at him. He was plotting all kinds of tricks. But it was as if a blind man couldn't see these people. "Master." Xiao Ling was about to cry and begged Shui Jing. If it wasn't the disciple who fell, what else could it be? Our Qingyuan sect has been established for thousands of years. And this is the only divine beast. The disciple is just a humble Tianji. Ordinary disciples of the pavilion. She didn't say much, but her eyes seemed to be able to speak, vividly expressing her own humbleness and the nobility of the mythical beast. The expressions on the faces of the disciples who were watching became strange, and some of the young men of the same generation had even more angry expressions on their faces. Are the disciples of Tianji Pavilion humble? Do you deserve to swallow your anger? Bastard. Leader, you shouted. Right and wrong have their own laws. You should speak out if you have any grievances. It is not your turn as a young disciple in this law enforcement hall to bear the responsibility. What does this mean? Are we people who don't know right from wrong? Xiao Ling bit her lip and lowered her head without making any excuse, and a tear slipped down her face. Someone in the crowd whispered, "I know that junior sister Qiao is Lu Ming's Taoist companion. This turtle has a grudge against senior brother Lu. He attacked and killed junior sister Qiao when he couldn't defeat senior brother Lu. But he bites her back. How shameless. What's going on?" Someone who didn't know the illusion immediately asked. And in an instant there was a buzz, making a scene about a turtle taking revenge on his relatives as lifelike as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Xia Dali looked at those people with a smile on his lips, and then turned his head slightly to look at Yu Hosheng. Yu Hosheng looked at Su He. "Let me ask you, Do you have any evidence that Xiaoling assassinated you? I have. But I'm deleting the video and can't answer your question. Sui closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on the deletion of Gishan's photos. Gufeng had just turned on the photo-taking function of Guishan during class. He wanted to leave a piece of information for Feng Yaya, but the photo-taking function was never turned off. But the photo also recorded him throwing away the medicine jar like water. This must be deleted. Sui's realm was too low and his spiritual consciousness was insufficient, so it was extremely difficult to delete. Seeing that Sui didn't answer and even closed his eyes to resist, the head of the law enforcement hall turned cold and took out a token from the public case and was about to throw it down. This is the interrogation order from the law enforcement hall and the execution order. Xiaoling's pale eyes were filled with fear. Uncle Yu, I don't want it. She bit her lip and shook her head. When the divine turtle first came to Qingyuan, it had no sense of belonging or loyalty to the sect. If Uncle Master continues to torture it, I'm afraid it will never be used again. If he is loyal to the sect, is it possible that he can place restrictions on his soul? It is a divine beast, not a pet. A tortoise is a tortoise, even if a mythical beast knows what acting is and what emotional contagion is. Xiaoling closed her eyes and knelt down. Disciple. He fell. I feel pity for you. Shui Jing grabbed the disciple's hand and gritted her teeth angrily, but didn't know what to say. A buzz rose among the people listening. Restricted? I don't know who shouted out first. Then a group of disciples shouted together. Place a ban! Place a ban! The whole courtyard was full of shouts demanding that He be placed under a Yuanling restriction. Xia Dali suddenly realized that this was the original purpose. His face darkened. Who is this idiot who wants to impose a ban on a divine beast? Divine beasts cannot be insulted. Even a beast that has taken the path of a divine beast cannot be insulted lightly. To have such thoughts is because of the lack of a beating from the divine beast. Xia Dali was about to get up. At this moment, there was a sharp sword cry, and a silver fairy sword came from the sky and stabbed straight towards Suhi's neck. Suhi was like a light on his back. In the critical moment of life and death, a golden light was seen coming, and Yu Hoshan shot the token and knocked open the fairy sword. The sword drew an arc in the air and stabbed at Suhi again, but Yu Hoshan held up a light curtain to block it. Madam, you have crossed the line. Yu Hoshan looked serious. Get out of the way! A cold voice came from the fairy sword. It was Su Huanyan. Yu Hoshan's expression was extremely grim, and he stood up with the sword. I know what Madam was thinking. The turtle bit Xiaoling's neck, and Madam wanted to shoot it through the turtle's neck as punishment. But then the case is closed. He suddenly raised his head. I don't agree. This turtle has noble blood and extremely high defense. The piercing through the neck is only a superficial wound, and it will take less than 3 days to heal. But it hurt Xiaoling with malicious intent, deliberately seeking revenge and murder. How could it be avoided so easily? If the rules are like this, where is it? Since Madam is the wife of the head of the house, she should be impartial. How can she abolish the official position for personal gain? The power of the fairy sword weakened, but it did not leave, and was still in a stalemate with him. Yu Hosheng knew that she had a guilty conscience. Otherwise, with his wife's conduct, even 10 of him wouldn't be able to stop her. Just when I didn't know how to admonish him, a vague and majestic voice came from above the law enforcement hall. Madam, it's over. It is Foniju, the head of the Qingyuan sect. The immortal sword didn't move or speak. It just stood there in a stalemate. Xia Dali raised his hands to the sky and said, Brother, this tortoise is only 3 years old. Although he is intelligent, he is inhumane. Not to mention that the case is still doubtful. But it is just his animal nature that really hurts the disciple. He should be educated rather than punished. If he is punished, I will definitely feel jealous. So what should I do? He looked in the direction of the Palace of Eternal Life, concentrating on it. The sky was silent for a moment, and the master did not speak. But the scholar's voice came. Then set up a ban. As long as there are restrictions, even the most rebellious beast can be brought back. Xia Dali's expression changed instantly. Some of the disciples who were watching felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, as if something was wrong. But immediately some people clapped their hands and shouted, no matter whether it is a mythical beast or a strange beast, the one with restrictions is the good beast. Is there any beast that is not forbidden? Su Huanyan's fairy sword suddenly released a fierce sword energy, which suppressed the screaming disciples and fell to the ground. The clamor was instantly annihilated. Previously, I was healing my wounds at the bottom of the pool and was not sensitive to foreign objects. When I got the news, I hurriedly came to the sword. I thought it was really a turtle biting someone. But now it seems that may not be the case. By the pool, Su Huanyan looked towards the palace of eternal life. Shui Jing lay on the ground, her eyes full of humiliation. She and Su Huanyan were of the same generation, and even started earlier. Now Su Huanyan had not even appeared, and she only had a sword. But she didn't even have the moral skills to stay standing. The sword energy was flowing freely, and the voice of Feng Yiju from the sky came over. Madam, if this is really a mistake, we can set up a restriction to make the disciples safe. Before he finished speaking, the turtle mountain on Su He's back suddenly emitted light, reflecting a shadow. A black turtle carrying a mountain came ashore from Xiangshui and met a woman 2 or 3 miles away. The woman approached it step by step. Xiao Ling's expression suddenly changed as she was lying on the ground. The unfamiliar-looking woman on the screen approached Su He step by step and suddenly drew her sword. Fighting, breaking illusions, people coming, self-mutilation, asking for help. The scene was played from Xiao Ling's meeting with Su He to the scene synchronized with reality. The air in the law enforcement hall suddenly became solid, and you could hear a needle drop, until a disciple whispered, "Is this thing fake? This is a photo of the cave, and cannot be tampered with." Xia Dali chuckled. Yu Hosheng was silent for a moment, then flew a little higher, and an animal horn fell from Xiao Ling's body. The horn was dripping with blood, and everything was self-evident. Xiao Ling's face was already pale when the video was played, and now she didn't even have the slightest reaction. Feng Yiju's voice in the sky disappeared at some point, and he didn't even say "Lo," which was very rude. Yu Hosheng looked at Xiao Ling with a face as heavy as wood. "Why did you attack the divine beast in the door?" Xiao Ling lowered her head and said nothing. "Why?" Yu Hosheng asked. Xiao Ling looked up, her face full of madness. "Ha ha! Why? He harmed Senior Brother Liu. That was Senior Brother Liu, the #1 true successor of the Beast Control Valley, and the first person to discover that it was a divine beast." She muttered to herself like she was crazy. "Why? Naturally I can't tell the truth. I will be sent to jail, and I will try and sentence you again on another day. Yes." Someone from the law enforcement hall took the order and escorted Xiao Ling away. Su He was the only one left lying on his back with his eyes closed. Feng Yiju's voice echoing in his mind. "Put a ban on him. Put a ban on him." Next to him, Shui Jing stood sluggishly. Everyone watched silently. The sword slave looked at the giant tortoise in the hall. After this incident, he must have a grudge against the leader. Right? He is a sword slave, the one who helps the master wield the sword, no matter whether they are humans or beasts in the Qingyuan sect. As long as they have 2 minds about the master, they are all his enemies. Su He closed his eyes, unable to tell what he was thinking. The sword slave sent a message to Xiang Xia Dali. "Can a divine beast be banned?" When it comes to taming beasts, Xia Dali is the leader of the beast-taming valley, and no one from the Qingyuan sect can surpass him. Xia Dali glanced at him like an idiot and said nothing. He knew what the sword slave was thinking. But nothing can be done. The leader has received the inheritance from Taobai Temple. Maybe he can do this kind of thing? That would have to be done by gathering the strength of the whole sect to suppress the bloodline of the divine beast. Can't do it? The sword slave narrowed his eyes and held a fairy sword at his waist with one hand. In the sky, Su Huanyan's fairy sword suddenly screamed, and the sword energy filled the surrounding areas. The sword slave's sword was only pulled out an inch, and then it couldn't be pulled out anymore. If he dared to pull it out even more, he would be dead on the spot. The gap was so big that he was not even qualified to draw a sword in front of Su Huanyan. Even if Su Huanyan was not here, there was only a fairy sword that carried her sword energy, suppressing the sword slave. The fairy sword no longer paid attention to Xiao Zhao's generation, and stabbed down sharply, inserting itself on the top of Gushan Mountain. The word Su on Gushan Mountain seems to come alive, shining like a phoenix dancing and a dragon swimming. Qingyuan Gate, Hall of Eternal Life. Feng Yiju opened his eyes and looked at the scholar in the hall. Past. The law enforcement hall disciples were obviously inside it. The scholar saluted and admitted his mistake. He raised his head and said with stubbornness in his eyes, "Senior brother, I am not the only one who has passed." "Madam." Feng Yiju glanced at him, and the scholar was speechless. Senior brother still restricts himself too much. A gentleman is waiting for the opportunity to act. It doesn't matter if the method is rough. If senior brother can make a decisive decision when the opportunity arises, he can directly set a restriction. Even if there is a mistake, What if we pay 10 times the compensation later? Anyway, the ban is set, and it's a foregone conclusion. The sect is in great need of an absolutely controllable divine beast at the moment. How do Xiaodali and others know about the dilemma in the sect? After hearing this, the turtle might have the intention of quitting, and would most likely think of leaving the sect. The scholar bounced the armrest with his heart in a state of excitement. 300 miles away, there is an unknown pool. Su Huanyan looked at his daughter sleeping soundly on the bed. This time when her daughter fell asleep, she clearly felt the difference. My daughter ate a treasure from heaven and earth. It is not the spiritual value of top-grade elixirs. She never lacks top-grade elixirs. But her daughter is too young and her Taoism is still weak to absorb them. What my daughter eats is ordinary ingredients, but of extremely high quality. To use an analogy, an apple with 1,000 gold leaves and 1 leaf? It's still the same thing. But it's not that thing. On the contrary, such a treasure is better for Yaya. This should have been brought by the turtle. This kind of aura is stronger on that turtle. As long as he is sincerely good to Yaya. No matter he is a human or a turtle. Su Huanyan will do his best to protect her. The crowd in the law enforcement hall dispersed. Su He had left long ago, and was swimming leisurely in the elephant water, heading towards Su Huanyan's pool. The entire Qingyuan sect gave him no sense of belonging, except for the water pool. Among everyone just now, Xiaodali was the only one who still had a good impression. As Su He swam, he thought about the instructions Xiaodali gave him just now. The divine beasts in the heart orifice are the foundation of spiritual practice. Don't just be greedy for food and drink. If you have nothing else to do, study the divine beasts in the heart orifice. Su He floated on the surface of the water. His limbs and glands retracted into the SHL, letting the water carry him around. Closing his eyes, and looking inside to land on the mind aperture turtle. This is the first real inward look after knowing that he is a mythical beast. Chapter 34: A strange combination of circumstances. The inner sight searched the mind aperture divine turtle inch by inch. The dragon head, turtle body, and dragon tail are really like the dragon turtle in myths and legends. It would be more like a dragon turtle if it carried a stone tablet on its back. But Su He couldn't see anything. There was no inheritance and no skills. The dragon turtle was like a black jade statue, untouchable. Su He was patient and watched quietly. On the river bank, Xiaodali looked at Su He, who was shrinking into the turtle SHL and swimming down the water. With a flick of his finger, he quietly left a spell on the turtle SHL. It has no other effect. It is just a protection for the turtle. If there is any hostility approaching the turtle, he will notice it immediately. He pondered for a moment and broke off a branch. With a slight tap, the branch turned into a wooden kite and flew into the distance. In any case, the Qingyuan sect is biased today. Except for Mrs. Su. Everyone, including the leader, owes this turtle an explanation. In particular, everyone in the Palace of Eternal Life was too eager to take the opportunity to set restrictions on the turtles. Perhaps the turtle's intelligence was still lacking, and he failed to see it. But this lack cannot be permanent. Maybe 100 years or 1,000 years. The turtle will always have its wisdom expanded. At that time, if he recalls everything today, he may feel resentful towards the Qingyuan sect. If you make mistakes, correct them, and give you the compensation you deserve. Uncle Gu, as the oldest monk in the Beast Control Valley who practices the transformation of beasts. His second body is a turtle. He has great affection for turtles. He saw a spiritual turtle at Tinghai Lake last summer, and he started thinking of taking a disciple. It took him a year to create a set of turtle exercises, just in time to compensate the turtle. Law enforcement hall, prison town. In an ordinary prison, Lu Ming, dressed in bloody clothes, quietly looked at Xiao Ling, who was escorted in and imprisoned in the prison. His expression calm and neither angry nor angry. There was a small insect on his collar, which softly told him what was happening outside. When he came to the prison, he discovered that the guards in the prison were extremely lax. He, a small true disciple, can contact the outside world in the prison without even being imprisoned or sealed. Is this the state that a normal sect should have? The sect is so lax. No wonder there are so many monsters. Therefore, this sect is unreliable. And it is only true that it is possible to take advantage of the opportunity. Xiao Ling was locked up next door. She knocked on the wall and smiled at Lu Ming through the cage window. I lost. Lu Ming shook his head. You're so stupid. That's not how you kill a turtle. Huh? Xiao Ling tilted her head, waiting for him to finish. To deal with that turtle, we can't take action directly. It's a divine beast. How can we just let it go if it dies unexpectedly? Even if you succeed today, you still can't avoid the sect's investigation. To kill it, we can only borrow the power of the sect. Let the sect rules and the leader implement them, so that no one will doubt it. Moreover, it is a mythical beast. Why kill? Wouldn't it be better to accept it as your natal animal? In the past few days in the prison, Lu Ming's attention to Su he did not decrease even a little bit. Junior brothers from outside kept using little bugs to pass in news. He thought the turtle was too simple before. In just over a month, he was able to grow from the 8 immortals table to a size larger than a millstone, and even grew dragon scales. This was definitely not something that could be achieved by swallowing half of a white tiger. That turtle's bloodline may be purer than everyone imagined. It is impossible for a divine beast with a certain level of bloodline to be adopted as a natal beast. At least not by conventional means. Divine beasts cannot be humiliated. The natal beast just has a nice name. But is it actually not a beast slave or a beast pet? In name, the natal beast and its master share weal and woe, seemingly equal. But if the master dies, the natal beast will die. If the natal beast dies, the master will still have a chance to come back. You can even avoid harm. If fate is not equal, how can we speak of fairness? Divine beasts cannot be humiliated and cannot be accepted as their natal beasts. Unless the divine beast is an incomplete Yuanling. Monks have souls, and mythical beasts have souls. Pretty much the same thing. It's just that the divine beast is special. The spirit and body are integrated and cannot leave the body. But they are not afraid of the strong wind. The intact soul resists all surrender. Moreover, the turtle belongs to Su Huanyan, and no one can easily handle it. Only by letting the turtle make a mistake first can the leader have the opportunity to place a ban on its spirit. The mythical beast cannot be insulted, and the turtle will definitely resist. At this time, with a little guidance and help, the turtle can cooperate to break up the small piece of contaminated soul. Lu Ming can take advantage of the opportunity and sneak in. Of course, it would be best to let the turtle whose spirit was damaged swallow his original natal beast, the white tiger, so that the aura of the white tiger can be completely integrated into the turtle. Then Lu Ming can use the formation to turn the turtle into his natal beast. These methods are not available in the Beast Control Valley, but they are included in the inheritance he received. The little bug on the shoulder interjected doubtfully. Senior brother, how do you deal with a divine turtle according to the sect's rules? Lu Ming is not the first true successor of the Beast Controlling Valley, but he can become the #1 true successor of the Beast Controlling Valley. How could he not do it without some means? And without a few die-hard loyalists? The ban can only be given to alien beasts. This little bug used special methods to contact his junior brothers outside who were loyal to him. Xiao Chong was not a Qingyuan sect magic. He accidentally discovered it in the place where he and Xiaoling inherited it. I don't know what period of time it is a relic, but the formations and restrictions in the current practice world are almost unstoppable. Lu Ming smiled and said, It is natural that the mythical beast should have privileges. Small mistakes will naturally not be punished. But if the crime is big enough and the person offended is strong enough, the leader will definitely not miss the opportunity to put a ban on the mythical beast. If it weren't for Su Huanyan's existence, the leader would have taken the opportunity to put a ban on it today. Even if he knew it was unjust, the most he could do was to redress it after placing the ban, apologize in person, and promise never to use the ban. But the ban will never be lifted again. Who? Xiao Chong asked curiously. Elder Ge. Xiaoling thought for a while. The patriarch of your Beast Control Valley. The elder whose second body is a turtle. Not bad, Lu Ming said with a bit of a smile on his face. Elder Ge is addicted to alcohol and is also extremely stingy. I heard that he spent a year last year to create a tortoise technique. You said that if this tortoise, what should I do if I break into Elder G's dojo and steal the secret book? Hearing the theft secrets, Xiao Chonger shivered subconsciously. Yes. Will he be beaten to death? The most important thing in practicing a sect and being a wealthy couple is this dharma. This is the foundation of the sect's inheritance. Stealing secrets is a capital offense in any sect. Lu Ming shook his head. It won't die because it is a divine beast. But the leader will not let this opportunity go. Outside the boundary of Qingyuan, in a special space in the Dongyun Mountains to the west of Anyang City, a slovenly old Taoist held a wine gourd and gnawed on the butt of a chicken. He suddenly waved his hand and grabbed a small wooden kite in the air. The wooden kite made a low chirping sound. This is the special sound transmission method of Qingyuan sect's Royal Beast Valley. Even if the wooden kite is intercepted, no one can decipher the bird's song. The little Taoist boy next to the sloppy old Taoist blinked and asked curiously, Grandmaster, is this the message from the leader? What did he say? When will we be transferred back? As soon as the patriarch received Muyuan. His expression was very strange. What happened? It's a pity that he can't understand the bird song of the wooden kite. The sloppy old Taoist had a weird look on his face. Has our Qingyu insect stabbed the turtle's nest? He only discovered a very spiritual little turtle last year. And this year another turtle with a descendant of the god turtle appeared? Or an extremely smart turtle? If it weren't for the huge difference in body shape, I would have thought it was his little turtle that came to him. The sloppy old Taoist took a sip of wine and said with a smile, Your first master uncle wants me to pass on the secret of turtle life and long breathing. Tao Tong's childish face immediately became full of excitement. Do you want the patriarch to teach you Taoism? Is the leader out of his mind? When had Grandmaster ever been so generous? The founder had been regretting for several days that he had left a stone turtle for the little turtle who had broken the promise, which contained 30% of the magic arts. What good thing did the first uncle think of? Does the patriarch want to reply to him and reject him? After all, he is the leader, so I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to just ignore him. Right? The sloppy old man waved his hand. If you can't refuse, Fatty Xiao will stalk you. He knew the fat man very well. As long as he decided to do something, he would definitely do it. Without shame and without fear. I don't know how the turtle got into Xiao Dali's eyes, and couldn't wait for him to leave Sanha Wasteland. Are you afraid that the turtle might catch you? The old Taoist laughed heartily. Xiao Dali did not leave any reason in the wooden kite. He just asked for the truth sincerely. Judging from the tone of his voice, he sounded like he was being caught. Give it to him. However, the Tao should not be taught lightly. The art of turtle life and long rest is in our courtyard. Let the turtle break through the formation. If he can pass through the 3-level formation, give him the technique. You can't blame me if he can't pass through it. The sloppy old man took out a token from his arms, threw it into the sky, and the token turned into a golden light and flew away. Law Enforcement Hall, Prison Town. Lu Ming looked serious and said to Xiao Chong, Remember, Elder Ji's dojo is a 3-entry courtyard. Once you enter a group of spells, the first 2 arrays do not kill people. They are used by Elder Good to warn the disciples who enter by mistake. Even then it's no big deal if the turtle breaks in. He won't be punished. The 3 of you must force that turtle into the 3rd courtyard no matter what. And that will trigger Elder Ji's true protective formation. Anyone who sneaks into this formation must have bad intentions. And the rules of the sect will not be merciful. Xiao Chong said solemnly. Senior brother, don't worry. You won't make any mistakes. Lu Ming nodded. I believe you, fellow juniors. But the formations in the first 2 courtyards of Elder Gu are not easy to break through. If you want to force the turtle into the 3rd formation, you have to break through 2 formations. My Qianquan bag is buried in the white tiger. There may be something useful in it. Go and fetch it. Xiao Chong did not refuse. He responded, and with a flash of light, he regained his composure. With a squeaking sound, the junior brother connected to Xiao Chong left. Xiao Chong looked like just an ordinary little insect. Next door, Xiao Ling closed her eyes and rested. Her performance was over, and Lu Ming's stage was next. Outside the prison, guarding the disciple's office, the scholar slowly put down his wine glass. His expression extremely exciting. I wanted to design something to attract Lu Ming. Although this disciple has great ambitions and little talent, he is quite lucky and has 2 or 3 powerful elders behind him. As long as you make a little effort and tweak it, a lot can be done. But he didn't expect that there was no need for him to move at all. Lu Ming had already made a calculation. That little bug was not ordinary. It seemed that the news that Lu Ming had obtained a senior cave was not groundless. But my brain is still a bit weak. After what happened today, how could I not guard the turtle in the door? How can a few ordinary disciples do it? Today's Qingyuan sect is not what it was just a century ago. There are many factions. There are those who want to enslave the turtles. And there are those who want to protect them. But he had to find a way to push him. The scholar shook the teacup, and the tea in the cup ignited flames in an instant. A smile appeared on his lips. His race is special, and what he needs for cultivation is not the aura of heaven and earth, but the special aura generated from conspiracies and wars. No matter what kind of exercises you practice, there will always be changes after you practice them. There are always some special functions that ordinary people cannot think of. It would be difficult for others to block the test that fell on the turtle. But it was not a big deal for him. The scholar looked at the prison again. The prison guards are still too strict. And it is still a bit of a hindrance to the head brother. You have to relax a little more. Chapter 35 Trial. There was a crisp sound, and he was interrupted to look inside. He opened his eyes, and saw a golden token in front of him. There are 2 words, Trial, on the front of the token, and the back is bright and shining. The immortal sword on Guishan Mountain issued Su Huanyan's voice. Go and take part in the trial. If you can pass the inheritance of effective skills, try the 3 levels and do your best. There will be rewards for each level. Just now, Su Huanyan was meditating, and Xia Dali's flying sword message arrived, bringing Elder Ji's token. This gave Su He an opportunity to practice Elder Ji's tortoise-like Taoism, which was regarded as compensation from the sect. After the sound was played, Gishan's sword flashed, taking the entire Turtle Mountain into the air and breaking away from the turtle SHL. Since she was going to participate in the trial, naturally she couldn't use her fairy sword and Turtle Mountain. Be true to your abilities. The fairy sword took Guishan away, leaving only Su He and a turtle on the water. I don't know how long I have been looking inside, but it is already dark now. There are clouds but no moonlight tonight, and the token shines brightly in the night. Su He felt a bit expectant and a bit nervous, just like before the blind date in her previous life. Swallow the token into your mouth and wait for the trial to come. The night was getting a little darker, and the deep forest was like water, so quiet. I don't know how long it took, but in my hazy sleep, a gust of wind seemed to be blowing gently on the turtle SHL, which made me feel warm and comfortable. Su He tried hard to stay awake, but couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep completely. I don't know how long it took, but a trace of murderous intent flashed past. Su He woke up and followed the feeling. A man walked out of the forest on the shore. The man was wearing a black mask and holding a fairy sword in his hand. He stared at him with evil eyes. Su He had been awakened by the intention to kill, but the warning device Xia Dali left on his turtle I had not been activated. The masked guest has murderous intentions. Is he a vicious guest like Xiaoling? Or is it part of a trial? Su He did not dare to draw a conclusion lightly, but he was leaning toward the latter. The Qingyuan sect was a well-known and upright sect no matter what, and it was a bit conceited but not too much, especially when there was a big fuss today. Su Huanyan's sword pressed against the law enforcement hall. Everyone knew that this turtle had a backer, even those who coveted the flesh. Blood and blood of the divine turtle should think twice before acting, unless other sects don't want Qingyuan sect to get a divine beast. The killer was sent, but this possibility is very small. If this is the case, what is the difference between Qingyuan and Civ? No matter what it is, the water is Su He's battlefield. Su He gently moved the water and swam toward the center of the elephant water. Suddenly, there was a sword sound behind him, and a sharp sword pierced the root of Su He's tail. Despicable rooter! Su He quickly turned sideways and blocked the sword with his turtle SHL skirt. At the same time, he flicked his claws and picked up a hose and whipped it behind him like a whip. The man did not achieve any success with the blow, and immediately pulled back. Su He's whip came first, whipped out with a crack of thunder, and swept the tip of the whip across the man's lower back. With a scream, the man in black was flung away. He bounced twice on the water like a water float, turned over and disappeared into the night, hiding in the woods, holding his back and gasping for air. Killing intent suddenly arose in the night. 1, 2, 3. Connected with the assassin he whipped. There were 3 killing intents in total, 2 on the shore and 1 in the water. Su He narrowed his eyes. If this is a trial, the trial officer takes it more or less personally. Su He asked himself that he didn't offend anyone and came with emotions. Maybe he stole the trial that belonged to them. Or maybe it was someone like Xiaoling. Let's fight again. Su He dived into the water with a sudden movement. The water belt wrapped around his body, and he sneaked quietly. The water flow, the night, and the dark turtle form a perfect lurking state. Turtles don't need training. They are born knowing how to hide themselves. Second brother, come ashore. It's underwater. The first man in black on the shore shouted urgently. It's too late. Boom! A huge water column shot up into the sky. Su He dived 30 feet under the water, then suddenly accelerated and rushed up. The turtle SHL hit him like a mountain. The man in black who was lurking under the water waiting for a sneak attack was immediately knocked away, while the person was still in the air. A water whip as thick as a bucket was swung in the air, and it came down in an S shape. Snapped. The second guy didn't even have a chance to react before he hit the water again. A mouthful of blood spit out. The eyes of the other 2 men in black on the shore changed drastically, and they suddenly attacked the water. Suhi turned around and left. Although he took advantage, Suhi could feel it. With one man in black, he can win steadily. With two, he can be invincible. But with three together, he will take a beating. Especially the person who shouted just now. Suhi felt a faint threat from him. After 2 years as a tortoise, Suhi has developed an instinct. It doesn't matter whether he catches the prey or he is hungry. But he must not be injured. The three of them gathered together and headed straight for Suhi. There was something wrong with these three people. They knew that they could suppress him by joining forces. But they spread out and carried out sneak attacks. Instead, he killed 2 of them. It's a pity that he doesn't have excellent attack methods. Otherwise, he would dare to fight against 3 people. No. Suhi suddenly realized. Never think of your enemy in a stupid direction. It is impossible for 3 monks, who obviously have actual combat experience, not to understand the art of combined attack. This is a trial. Only in trials will people with similar combat power to him, but slightly above him, be used. He can handle the 3 of them with ease when they are separated. But they cannot defeat them when they are together. The content of the trial is to escape to safety before the 3 of them meet up? It should be like this. Judging from the positions and movements of the 3 of them at the beginning. Are they safely in the west? Or do you want to rush to a certain place in the west within a specific time under the interception of 3 people? When Suhi wants to leave, none of the 3 men in black can stop him. But when the 3 of them get together, they will cause him a lot of trouble. It's really insidious. This trial is extremely simple. But the trick is to make him understand the rules of the trial. In fact, this is the real trial. Right? Test his understanding. This is a trial related to inheritance. It is meaningless to test combat strength. Accepting inheritance and understanding is the foundation. After thinking about this, Suhi turned around and left. Head west. All the way west. The man in black must not be allowed to hinder him in the slightest. Suhi slapped the water and walked away, using his water-bending powers to the extreme, as fast as galloping. Behind the scenes, the 3 men in black looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. The Turtle Mountain cave where the turtle can take photos is not there. So there is no need to waste the restriction. Just pursue him. Force him into Elder G's courtyard. It's best to take the opportunity to avenge those 2 whips. Anyway, as long as it doesn't die. 1 turtle and 3 people. 1 chasing and the other escaping. Have surprisingly the same goal. All in the west. The dark clouds dispersed. And the moon on the willow trees left the xiangshui without realizing it. Elder G's small courtyard was clearly visible. It should be here. And for some reason Suhi had a vague feeling that this was the destination. Surrounded by wilderness, there is a small courtyard alone. Which makes sense if it is not the destination. Suhi ran headlong into the small courtyard. The token shook slightly in his mouth, and he spat it out. The words, trial practice, on the front of the token remained unchanged. But there was an extra line on the back. First level. Suhi smiled. Will it be displayed on the token after passing a level? Sure enough. He was trying to escape into the small courtyard when the man in black blocked him. In the special space, the sloppy old man's eyes lit up. Here he comes. The token reported that the turtle has entered the trial and started the first level. Are you so anxious? You should have received the token soon. Right? The space he was in was called the 3 Rivers Wasteland. It was so special that it seemed as if he had left the mysterious wilderness. Divine consciousness cannot be transmitted. You cannot watch the specific conditions of the trial in the courtyard. You can only rely on the methods left in the courtyard to slightly perceive, and adjust slightly. At this moment, the turtle should be crushed to the ground and being beaten wildly by the puppet. Right? As soon as Suhi entered the small courtyard, he felt that his limbs suddenly sank, as if a huge mountain was pressing on his back. The whole turtle lay on the ground. It's gravity. The gravity in this small courtyard is at least 3 times that of the outside. There are puppets dancing with hammers and sickles coming from all directions. Their agile movements are completely unaffected by the gravity of the courtyard. Is this the second trial? No rewards first. Suhi was a little disappointed. 3 men in black had rushed into the small courtyard with swords in hand. In the special space, Lao Dao vaguely sensed that 3 more powers suddenly appeared. It should be the magical water-bending power of the turtle that Xia Dali sent a message to? But this, and the 3 forces seem to have intruded from the outside world. The turtle cannot generate water by itself. So it must be mobilized from the outside world. Although this is not enough. It is still a good magical power. As if it is really condensed into 3 incarnations. So flexible. Go Lao Dao did not doubt him. The trial was conducted by Xia Dali. Although Xia Dali was shameless, he could not cheat, and would not let anyone assist the turtle in creating the formation. These three powers can only be the abilities of the turtle itself, or at most the dependence accepted by the turtle. It is natural for monks to have beast pets, and for divine beasts to have dependents. If there is no accident, this level of trial cannot stop it. But if it is so simple to let it pass the test, doesn't it seem that my Taoism is too cheap? The formation in the small courtyard becomes stronger when it encounters a strong one, no matter how hard it is. As if to agree with their master, the moment 3 men in black broke in, the gravity of the small courtyard suddenly increased 5 times. He had just adapted to triple gravity when he was pushed down again. He did not fight in a hurry, but stared at the 3 men in black fighting with the puppets with his tortoise eyes. The 3 of them were suffocated by the sudden increase in gravity, and were pushed back by the puppet. However, they quickly adapted and moved forward with their swords. One of them secretly sensed the bug and reported to Lu Ming. "Brother, we have forced the turtle into Elder G's courtyard, but the gravity here is increasing, and there are countless puppets. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on." He split a puppet with his sword and gasped. Lu Ming sent a message through the grasshopper in his arms. "There is a light body talisman in my Qianquan bag. No need to save. Break the formation. Force the turtle into the 3rd formation as quickly as possible. You will retreat immediately after pretending to be the scene." In prison, Lu Ming clenched his hands, showing the unrest in his heart. This feeling of strategizing and winning thousands of miles away is really great. I was in the prison, but my battlefield was hundreds of miles away in the Beast Control Valley. The leader, the law enforcement hall, the divine turtle, and Elder Gu are all pawns on my chessboard. This feeling inexplicable excitement. This strategizing will never fail. In the small courtyard, he had a strange feeling in his eyes as he watched the man in black fighting with the puppet. The reward for passing the 1st level is that the boss of the 1st level helps me clear the 2nd level? It's a new gameplay. But doesn't the existence of the 2nd level mean nothing? Defeating the puppets is not the assessment content of this level. He came to his senses. He stared at the man in black and the puppet carefully, and as he watched their fight, a sense of clarity gradually rose in his heart. Yes, these puppets were using all kinds of moves, but the 3 men in black only used one set of swordsmanship from beginning to end. Is this set of swordsmanship the 2nd test? Do you want him to learn swordsmanship? He doesn't have a sword, but he has claws. A mortal can still call him a sword. So why can't a turtle? The aura here is rich. The gravity is doubled, and there are 3 men in black demonstrating it personally. It is a good place to practice swordsmanship. Not surprisingly, this is the real content of the 2nd level trial, and it is even the 1st level to pass. Award. He squinted and watched the 3 men in black fighting with the puppets carefully, focusing on the fairy swords in their hands. A dice fell from the sky and started spinning. 5 o'clock. In an instant, it was as if he was enlightened, and he understood the swordsmanship that he couldn't understand at all. He suddenly understood it a little bit. The waving of his claws was unfamiliar at first, but after a while, it became familiar. 5 points of learning efficiency. The 3 men in black fought hard and whispered to each other. "Hold on! There is no way this puppet will be endless. After cutting it, force the turtle into the 2nd formation. After passing the 2nd formation, our mission will be completed." In the special space, the sloppy old man closed his eyes and sensed the trial situation in the small courtyard. Tomer was itching at the side. "Master, what about the turtle? Can it pass the 1st level? Didn't you pretend to increase the gravity 1,000 times and send out stone men or even bronze men?" The sloppy old Taoist waved his hand. "Nonsense! How could the patriarch do such a thing?" Across the wasteland of 3 rivers. If you want to cheat, you have to be able to control it before you say it. Besides, cheating is at the 3rd level. A majestic turtle cannot pass the 1st level. If word spreads, others will think that I am a malicious person and do not want to teach Taoism. But why is this stupid turtle fighting with a puppet? Wouldn't it be okay to just rely on the turtle to push through the puppet attack? There are endless puppets. If I really can't pass the 1st level, it will ruin my reputation as a veteran. Chapter 36 Turtle. The sword came out like a dragon tossing and jumping. This sword technique was not very suitable for Suhi. After all, it is human swordsmanship, and Suhi's turtle claws cannot be so flexible. But I have barely learned it. The test should have been completed, but the 3 men in black were still fighting the puppets, with no intention of stopping. Every time a puppet was broken, the pieces would roll to the corner and reassemble. There is a stone tablet next to it, and the trial information is updated in real time. Gravity, 5 times. Puppet, true blood realm. Quantity, 18. Isn't this 18 more puppets? This is the number of puppets that exist in the small courtyard at the same time. There were only 8 puppets at the beginning. But the more they were killed, the more they were. It should be matched according to the combat power of the men in black. If we continue killing, there will be more puppets. Right? He looked at the door in front of him. The test site was an ordinary house, but much larger. We are currently in the outer courtyard, and after passing the 2 gates in front, we should be in the inner courtyard. That should be the location of the 3rd level. There are more and more puppets in this level. So the test is not only to learn the swordsmanship, but also to learn it as quickly as possible. The longer it takes, the more puppets there are, and the more difficult it is to enter the 2nd gate. Thinking of this, he stopped staying and rushed through the group of puppets and crashed into the 2nd door. When the 3 men in black saw he moving, their expressions changed, thinking that he was going to escape and try to force him away. Then, they saw the big turtle crashing into the 2nd door, and his body was no longer visible due to the formation. A man in black said anxiously, "You 2 and 3. You follow in. That turtle can't break through the 2nd formation and will be thrown out of the yard. Go help him. I'll leave traces of treatment." The 2 men in black pushed away the puppets, rushed through the 2nd door, and entered the inner courtyard. They saw he lying motionless in the center of the inner courtyard. His body was trembling. In Sanha wasteland, a Taoist boy tore chicken legs to a sloppy old Taoist. "Grandmaster, I know about the 1st level. Many seniors pass through it quietly. What is the 2nd level?" Although the sloppy old Taoist was stingy, he was kind to his younger students. Many of his disciples used the puppets in his courtyard as a proving ground to test the results of their practice. The old Taoist did not prohibit it, and even set up a stone tablet for the courtyard to let the testers know what level of opponent they were facing, and how many times the gravity they were fighting against. Have a clear understanding of yourself. Of course, ordinary disciples would have to pay for breaking the puppets, and they would have to provide the spiritual stones to increase gravity themselves. The sloppy old Taoist chuckled and said, "No matter how you change your practice, it will never deviate from its origin, which is the advancement of essence, Qi, and spirit. Essence is the body, spirit is the soul, and Qi is the Taoism. Since this turtle wants to know my Taoism, I will test its spirit and God. If it can pass through the puppet array under 5 times the gravity in the 1st level, it will be considered a physical pass. In the 2nd level, I have the power of a thought that I have refined. If he can walk into the backyard despite the pressure, it will pass." This thought is refined, not a clone of the thought. If the veteran is in the outside world, he can use this idea to detect and control the small courtyard formation in real time. But in the 3 Rivers Wasteland, it can only have a slight influence. Wasteland? So special. Not only the 3 Rivers Wasteland, but other wastelands are like this too. What's more, it can directly cut off all contact between the monks and the outside world. The small courtyard is self-explanatory, and the formation is adjusted. What he went through was just a trial. If the enemy forced his way through, the gravity of the 1st level would not be 3 to 5 times greater, and the puppet would no longer be a harmless puppet. The 2nd level won't just be coercion. "Where's the 3rd level?" Tao Tong asked curiously. The veteran waved his hand. "Don't even think about the 3rd level. You can't pass it. After passing the first 2 levels, there is a reward in the inner courtyard. Just take it and it's done." Do you really want to get the old Taoist technique? The old Taoist skills can be taught, but only to direct disciples. If the tortoise wants to learn, just wait for the old Taoist to return. If you are right, accept him as his disciple and teach him all his skills. I am stingy as a Taoist, but I never hide my secrets from my disciples. In the inner courtyard, Suhi's entire tortoise sh. I was trembling. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he felt invisible pressure pressing on him. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Cowardice, fear, and all kinds of emotions came over him, making him unable to even take a step. In 2 years of turtle life, I saw a lot of blood and experience fighting. The braver you are, the more cautious you are. This level of trial pierced the hearts of all beasts. In particular, the more sensitive one is to danger. The clearer one can sense the pressure. Wild beasts ahead. It's not a description. In Suhi's eyes, there was a colorful python as thick as a water tank 3 feet away. The snake's head was high up, and he was looking down at it while spitting out words. This is not an illusion. If the mental pressure is to the extreme, illusions will naturally occur. Two men in black came from behind with swords in hand, their murderous intent blending into the illusion. There was a cliff behind the giant python in front of him, and He had no way to retreat. He dug his 4 claws on the ground, held up the pressure on his body, and roared at the giant python. Ong! The spirit is uplifted, and the blood is flowing. A phantom of a dragon turtle came out of the body, 3 positions larger than Suhi, and stood behind him and roared at the giant python. Roar! This phantom does not look like Suhi, but has the head and tail of a dragon, and its 4 claws are even more ferocious and sharp. The dragon turtle is domineering. The giant python was provoked and narrowed its eyes and let out a roar, spreading a pair of wings behind its back. The momentum suddenly rose, completely suppressing the dragon turtle's momentum. The dragon turtle roared unwillingly, but to no avail. The lack of power had nothing to do with his bloodline. It was because Suhi himself was too weak. How can a toddler tiger offend a hyena? In the special space, the slovenly old man twirled his beard. Something was wrong. This turtle can use 3 clone-like magical powers in the first level. The control is extremely exquisite, so its spiritual consciousness should be very powerful. That's why he released a few more rays of telekinesis in the second level. Why does it feel like the turtle can't hold on even before he exerts any force? Where did this go? At most, it's just the state of mind. And there's something wrong with that turtle? The main body has entered the second level. What is the clone doing in the first level? The old Taoist was deeply puzzled. In the small courtyard, the 2 men in black could not see the illusion. They could only perceive the giant turtle in front of them, and fell into great fear. It's a battle of consciousness and telepathy. We can't help him. He can't get through the second round. They are not qualified to intervene in the war in the spiritual world. A voice came from behind. He must be allowed to get through. The eldest of the 3 is here. He more or less guessed what senior brother Lu was thinking, although he didn't know the reason. He guessed that senior brother Lu wanted to use the power of the sect to set up a ban and subdue this turtle. Are you crazy to steal the boss's wife's turtle? Could it be that the senior brother is planning to betray the school? Even if the sect sets a ban, the only one who can control the divine turtle is the leader. I wonder how senior brother Lu can snatch the divine beast from the leader. However, senior brother Lu has deep luck and a special inheritance. Maybe he has a method that he can't understand? Senior brother Lu's Chinquan bag contains the spirit enlightening pill. Let this turtle swallow it. The second and third children turned around and looked at their eldest brother in disbelief. Crazy? The 7 steps of the mortal transformation stage are heart aperture, divine object, true blood, mind aperture, bone sacrifice, spirit enlightenment, and yuan gathering. Among them, the sacred object is the sacred object that condenses the mind and is the beginning of spiritual practice. But Qi Ling truly divided the immortal world. Qi Ling needs to condense his mind beads, and then he can control objects, fly with swords, and practice many magic techniques. There are 30,000 disciples of Qingyuan sect, but only a few thousand can reach the spiritual realm and fly with a sword. Needless to say, those monsters who did not rely on the spirit Qing pill to condense their mind beads. There were less than 10 people in the entire Qingyuan sect, and the remaining 1,000 people all relied on the spirit Qing pill to help condense their mind beads. How many disciples have worked hard for decades and accumulated a lifetime of accumulation, but still cannot buy a single spiritual pill? It was Qiaoling's master, Master Shui Jing, who had been practicing for more than 300 years, but could not condense the spirit pearl. It was only after Qiaoling and senior brother Lu became rich that he gave her a spirit enlightening pill. Give the Qiaoling pill to a turtle? Boss, are you crazy? Besides, we are enemies. If you feed it to him, it will eat it. Do you think he is stupid? Senior brother Lu's order, the boss said solemnly. He gritted his teeth and took out a gourd from his arms and threw it over. Alchemy water is an excellent aid for monks to take elixirs. It can make the elixirs melt in the mouth and help absorption. This turtle is caught in a battle of consciousness, and its control over the body has weakened. If you pop it into his mouth, there will be no mistake, the boss said in a commanding tone. The second child breathed heavily, gritted his teeth, and opened the Qianquan bag. He carefully took out a porcelain bottle as if holding a treasure, poured out a pill, hesitated several times before popping it into Suhi's mouth. As Suhi roared, he felt something suddenly shot into his mouth. But he didn't react yet. That thing had already melted away, like a stream of clear water entering his stomach first. And then a refreshing and cool breath rushed straight to the spiritual platform. The phantom of the dragon turtle behind Su-He suddenly became excited. And his figure suddenly expanded. The turtle sh. I was 3 feet in size. He raised his head and roared at the giant python. Roar! The momentum is like a rainbow. Chapter 37 Inheritance. The python was suddenly taken by the dragon turtle's momentum and flinched slightly. Is this also a level reward? Su-He didn't have time to think too much. But his animal instinct told him that the elixir was harmless. Su-He took the opportunity to crawl forward. The 3rd level of the trial should be like the 2nd level. Passing through the door in front would count as passing. I think the 3 levels of trials are all divided by doors. In the 1st level, you are chased by the men in black, and you rush through the gate to pass. In the 2nd level, you have gravity and puppets, and you rush into the 2nd door to pass. The 3rd level should be the same. Su-He roared and rushed towards the 3rd door. The giant python, which was shouted back by the dragon turtle, felt as if it had been touched against its scales. A hint of human anger flashed in its eyes. The snake's tail slapped the ground, roared, and lightning crackled on its wings. The momentum is even better. Su-He's progress was forced to stop. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the python, anger flashing in his eyes. Is it because you can't afford it, and you want to increase the difficulty in the middle of the trial? This electric light and the sudden rise in momentum are clearly cheating. In the wasteland of Sanha, the sloppy old man nodded with satisfaction. The little turtle did not know what he had done, and his consciousness suddenly surged. He must have taken the pill. Then it's no wonder that the old man secretly increased his power. He slowly put down the wine bottle in his hand. Across the 3 rivers wasteland, although it only slightly affected the level, it was already a bit difficult for him. At the entrance of the inner courtyard, the expressions of the 3 men in black changed at the same time. They also sensed a pressure, cold and evil. It's like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Even those who were watching were under this pressure. What kind of pressure did the turtle who was breaking the formation bear? Being able to hold on to this without retreating is indeed extraordinary. The turtle roared and tried its best to move forward, but could not move forward. Obviously reached the limit. The eldest man in black looked at the 2nd oldest man with slightly focused eyes. The 2nd child was breathing rapidly, and he understood what the boss meant. Give him another spiritual pill. You are so crazy. He poked the grasshopper cage in his chest and reported to Lu Ming. But he heard a cold voice in the grasshopper cage. Give it! Give it the remaining 2! Let it pass at once! Block the retreat! Don't allow the turtle to take even 1 step back! The 2nd child was panting heavily, his eyes full of madness. It's just revenge against a turtle. Why does it need to cost so much? You give me the chilling pill, and I will kill it and betray my master. And I will be on the run from now on. His hand holding the chilling pill trembled slightly, as if he guessed what he was thinking. Lu Ming's voice in the grasshopper cage became even colder. Give it! Like a basin of cold water pouring down. The 2nd child wakes up with a jolt. Crazy. All crazy. He grabbed the 2 remaining chilling pills and threw them into Su-He's mouth. Give it. Give it all. We 3 brothers worked hard for you and broke the sex rules for you. But we didn't even know you had the spirit Qing pill. And you fed a turtle 3 spirit Qing pills in 1 night. Give it. The dragon turtle roared behind Su-He as the elixir entered Su-He's belly. Water gushed out from under his feet, forming a river in a flash. Big waves rolled in. Lightning and thunder thundered above his head. When the dragon turtle met the water, it grew 10 feet long in the blink of an eye. With 1 claw, he knocked the giant python down and trampled it under his feet. Then opened his mouth and tore off its wings. Then he tore the giant python into pieces bit by bit. In the special space, the sloppy old Taoist's eyebrows hurt, and he was stunned. The thought he had refined was shattered. The dragon turtle erupted, crushing the divine pressure that turned into a giant python. However, it did not disperse and return to Su-He's body. Instead, it roared into the sky, one sound after another. After being fed 3 Ling Chi pills one after another, Su-He felt his mind roaring, as if a thunderbolt was struck. Crack! There was a loud noise, and the scenery in front of me changed drastically. It was no longer a trial courtyard, but an endless ocean with rolling waves covering the sky. In the boundless sea, there are mountains rising into the sky. No, it's not a mountain. These are claws. A dragon turtle, with no horizon visible at a glance, lying in the ocean with the sky on its back and the sea on its feet. In Su-He's eyes, the mountain holding the sky was just a claw. This is inheritance. Suhi, who had experienced the green snake inheritance, immediately recognized it. This was the inheritance space. And the dragon turtle belonged to his inheritance. When I was in the green snake space, I was shocked by the majesty of the white snake, making waves and wreaking havoc in the ocean. But compared to this snake, there was no big difference between that snake and this turtle. This is the inheritance of the turtles. The man in black had fed him some elixir just now, which made his momentum soar and his consciousness powerful. He actually crashed into the inheritance space. It's not that he has no inheritance. It's just that he didn't have the ability to come in before. Suhi roared and screamed excitedly. He could be called a giant turtle. But in front of this dragon turtle, he was worse than a flea. Hold head high! Suhi raised his head and roared. The dragon turtle above his head seemed to hear it, and lowered his head slightly. The situation changed in an instant. The dragon turtle was so big that just one movement of lowering his head caused huge changes in the sky. It looked down, and saw that a pair of tortoise eyes represented the entire starry sky. Within it, stars were formed and stars were destroyed. And the starry sky was constantly disillusioned and destroyed. Boom! Suhi's mind roared. This was not the scene he should see. With his current state, he couldn't bear the dragon turtle's glance. The scene in front of him was shattered. And Suhi suddenly woke up. In the small courtyard where he was still training, the giant python in front of him had disappeared. And everything was calm as usual. Behind the three men in black, one stood as usual. The two seemed to have lost their souls. And their eyes had no energy. Shieling pill. Gone. Ong! Suhi nodded to them and thanked them. Even if this trial fails, it is worth it. Dragon Turtle did not give Suhi any inheritance. At this moment, Suhi couldn't bear Dragon Turtle's inheritance. But he knew where his path was. That faint glance was a hint of guidance between Suhi's brows. The Dragon Turtle is actually not a dragon turtle. Its real name is Turtle, without any other prefix. Just like a dragon is a dragon. And other green dragons, white dragons, and yellow dragons are just prefixes. A turtle is a turtle. A turtle with pure blood and the supreme turtle. Its head is not a dragon's head. It just looks like a dragon's head. There are countless Tao bodies in the world. And dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns are all Tao bodies. But they are not as versatile as the human form. Human beings are innate Tao bodies, and are an interpretation of Tao. The same is true for the shape of a dragon's head and tail. Just like a unicorn. Doesn't it look similar to a dragon's head? If you insist on naming it, it doesn't matter if you call it dragon turtle, divine turtle, or black turtle. Well, Suhi thought it was bragging. Maybe it was just the bully's backbone, and it didn't recognize the dragon father. Moreover, Suhi hasn't figured out what the inheritance space was just now. Is there really such a turtle that captured Suhi's thoughts? Or is it just a legacy engraved in the blood that will be activated when conditions are met? Suhi has not yet reached the inheritance requirements. The practice of beasts with the blood of mythical beasts also has 3 realms. Or it has to go through 3 steps. The first step, purify your bloodline and truly transform yourself into a divine beast. Just like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. It is the dragon who leaps over the dragon gate and the dragon's heritage. Before it leaps over the dragon gate, it is just a fish. And it is impossible to obtain the inheritance belonging to the dragon. Probably because you are not my cub. Why should I pass it on to you? Therefore, the first step is to become the cub of a mythical beast. Even if it is adopted. Only by truly transforming into a dragon turtle can one obtain the dragon turtle's inheritance. This first step has no name. Perhaps it can be called transformation. Just like the first state of human cultivation, get rid of the mortal body and become a divine turtle. After transforming from the mortal world, one is completely transformed into a divine turtle, without a trace of mixed blood, and is a young dragon turtle, able to accept the dragon turtle's inheritance. That's a story for later. Before that, what Suhi should consider most was how to transform from the ordinary. He falls into sleep and evolves again and again, which is a process of transformation in itself. But not enough. His body evolution has now been completed. His color has changed. The turtle SHL has turned black. Dragon scales have grown out. And his teeth and vocal cords have come out. The next step is to evolve the dragon head and tail. Simply devouring high-quality food is no longer enough. After waking up from this deep sleep, I also ate a lot of good things. And even ate 2 medicinal meals with improved quality. But there was no sign of evolution. Suhi guessed that his evolution might be very similar to the monk's transformation state. Gufeng said that the realm of monks is to imitate the mythical beasts, and there are similarities between them, so it should be taken for granted. The 7 steps of transformation are the heart aperture, the divine object, and then the true blood, the mind aperture, and the sacrificial bones. So he is now probably equivalent to the monk's divine object realm, which is to condense the divine objects in the heart orifice. His fetish is the little dragon turtle. Next, you should use divine objects to condense the true blood. Every drop of blood in the body is true blood with Taoist charm. If it is a monk, the difference in attributes will be apparent now. The divine object in the heart orifice is made of fire, and the divine object in the heart orifice is the condensed true blood of water. Condensing true blood does not just require holding a magical object in your mind. Condensing true blood requires skills. Suhi didn't have any skills, but here he did. Suhi opened his eyes and saw that the giant python had disappeared, and there was no longer any obstacle in front of the door. Suhi climbed towards the door step by step. Chapter 38 Dice. The 3 men in black looked at each other and immediately retreated along the same route. Their mission accomplished. While in prison, Lu Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He has escaped from this plan, and the remaining leaders will take care of it. Now it's time to get to work. Being imprisoned in a jail is not a place of rest and relaxation. While you have to mine Hades stone, the earthly evil blows from the dark stone mine, softening the bones and bones of the bad guys. Only serious prisoners are required to enter. In the special space, the sloppy old man came to his senses after a while. His thoughts were shattered and his consciousness stung like a needle. He sensed something was wrong. It was reasonable for the turtle to pass the 2nd level, but it is absolutely impossible to kill his thoughts directly. Is it enough for a veteran who has been practicing cultivation for thousands of years to feed a dog? But the Sanha wasteland blocked his spiritual consciousness, so he could only rely on the formations and tokens in the small courtyard to gain some control. It is not possible to fully understand the situation inside. Yu Xia Dali saw that the turtle couldn't do any harm. Could it be another magical power of a mythical beast? Like those 3 flexible waterbending? The inheritance of talent is extraordinary. But it's a pity that he can't pass the 3rd level. The corners of the sloppy old man's mouth raised slightly. The 3rd level is a paradox. Grandmaster, the little Taoist boy shouted in a low voice. You smile so sinisterly. Did you stumble at the 3rd level? Nonsense, the old Taoist priest said coldly. How can a cultivator be called a stumbling block? Cultivation. What matters to a cultivator is a test. The Taoist boy rolled his eyes. Then, Patriarch, what kind of impossible test have you set to show off to me? Is there any test that cannot be passed? The sloppy old man coughed and argued. I just set a threshold. The 3rd level is not a level. It just requires those who participate in the trial to have a heart. To put it simply, you are a turtle. But you have to be recognized as a human being and think that you are a human being from the bottom of your heart. This is the restriction that the Taoist set for his successors. If you don't have a human heart, how can you be accepted as a disciple? I wanted to take in the little turtle before because I thought it might be possible for the little turtle to obtain the demon transformation fruit. Is a beast that turns into a human being still called a beast? Speaking human words, eating human food, and doing human affairs. What is the difference between this and a person like Lao Dao, who has the body of an animal? But the turtle is different. The turtle can never transform into a demon. Demons and mythical beasts are 2 completely different species. Divine beasts must be proud of their own race. So how can they develop a heart for humans? There are only 2 kinds of turtles that can pass the 3rd level. One is a turtle that transforms into a human being, and the other is a person who, like him, practices the beast transformation chapter and has a turtle body. The turtles are not included. If you want to practice the skills of the old Taoist, you can only wait for the old Taoist to return. If it is suitable to accept you as a disciple. He suddenly screamed strangely and jumped up. Immortal, you are blessed with longevity. Feedback came from the array in the small courtyard. The turtle passed the array trial and entered the backyard. The old man is confused, carefully recalling the set conditions for passing the level. I can't think of any loopholes that can be exploited. It is impossible for a divine turtle to have a human heart. And it is impossible for a person to cultivate a divine beast by practicing the beast transformation chapter. In the chapter on human cultivation of beasts, one can only cultivate ordinary beasts, and then advance into exotic beasts step by step. This is the only way. What's the explanation for this turtle? Could it be that he has been adopted since he was born and treated like a son? And deep down he doesn't know that he is a turtle? How can anyone raise a beast as his son? It won't be possible for tens of millions of years. Where is the mistake? The old man doesn't know why. He pointed his halberd several times, trying to remotely close the quiet room door to prevent the exercises from leaking out. You can be stingy, but you can't be untrustworthy. Having already promised to go through 3 levels to obtain the method, it is not the behavior of a gentleman to change his mind before the battle. He lived in the backyard. So he pushed open the quiet room door and squeezed in reluctantly. The inheritance of the Kung Fu method that passed 3 levels in a row is here. The doors of the alchemy room and the utensil room next to it are all sealed, and only the quiet room door can be opened. The meaning is self-evident. The quiet room was empty except for a jade turtle the size of a millstone in the center, and a futon next to it. Water foam jade is extremely transparent, and you can see the meridians and acupuncture points inside the turtle body made of gold and silver. Animals also have meridians and acupuncture points, but few people have studied them. The bone sacrifice in the mortal realm is not only about the bones, but also includes blood vessels, meridians, internal organs, etc. The meridian acupuncture points in this jade turtle are worth tens of thousands of dollars to Suhi. Remember it. A dice fell from the sky and rolled around on the jade glands. 4 o'clock. There was light flashing inside the jade turtle's body. The meridians remained unchanged, but there were more than 300 more acupuncture points, which were as dense as the stars. Suhi's eyes lit up. This indicated that the jade turtle's meridians and acupuncture points map was not Suhi's prize for passing the level, but a windfall. Suhi suddenly remembered that the sword skills of the 3 men in black were unexpected. Suhi was a little skeptical, but now was not the time to think about this. The 300 newly added acupuncture points in the jade turtle would be extinguished at any time. This was a temporary mark just for his memory, and would not exist for long. Suhi stared at the jade turtle intently. Just now, the man in black didn't know what kind of elixir he had given him. He fainted and his mind became clear, and he could never forget it. Suhi didn't give up until he saw the light spots on the acupuncture points extinguished. He closed his eyes and recalled, confirming that he had memorized all the more than 400 acupuncture points, before turning his head and looking away. Next to the futon lies a piece of jade slip. The owner here sits facing the jade turtle, exploring the turtle's meridians and acupuncture points while creating exercises. Suhi couldn't grab the jade slip, so he simply knocked his turtle's head against the jade slip. He knew how to use jade slips. He met a drunken and sloppy old Taoist on the island a year ago. The old Taoist taught him the Tao for 3 days. When he talked about the wonderful points, he directly put a jade slip between Suhi's eyebrows and guided him to watch by himself. It was also because of this that the old Taoist discovered that he was extremely intelligent after he sobered up, and made a promise that the lotus would bloom on the 7th day of July. It's a pity that the old Taoist has never left his name. However, he has obvious characteristics of an old man. He is slovenly and addicted to alcohol. He also has a camel in the Xianyi realm. If he is not an unknown person, he can find someone who understands animal language to inquire about him. The sloppy old Taoist was Suhi's first teacher in Taoism. Since he came to Qingyuan sect, he should pay him a visit. Guided by his spiritual consciousness, the skills in the jade slips flowed into Suhi's mind. Turtle's longevity and breathing Ju. This was the name of the technique. As soon as he wrote down the contents of the technique, a dice fell from the sky, and a 5-point number was thrown above his head. The secret book about turtle life and long rest in my mind changed. Advanced? Suhi. He had a question mark on his face. This cheat should be the reward for passing the level. But why are there dice? The dice only appear when you get a windfall that is not yours. Could it be that Su Huanyan deceived him, and there was no trial at all? Did he become a burglar and steal people's skills? Suhi spit out the trial token. The token had changed and it clearly said, "Pass the trial." That is, the master of this technique didn't want to pass it on to him at all. Was it snatched away by Su Huanyan? Or maybe there were levels set up in the trial that he couldn't pass at all. He could have been stopped, but he was able to pass them inexplicably. Is it the man in black or the striped python? Among the 3 passes, Suhi was only confident of passing the Murin Pass, and the one with the greatest suspicion was the man in black. Looking back now, I always feel like the man in black was letting off steam. The man in black clearly had the intention to kill him, but he didn't take any action. He just wanted to drive him away. That's all. Not only did he help Suhi resist the wooden man, but he also gave him pills to help him survive the spotted python. This was no longer as simple as releasing water, but feeding him food. Only a real mother would do this. Chapter 39 Protector. Was the man in black sent by Su Huanyan? It would make sense if there were dice for the swordsmanship in the first level. But it was not a reward at all. Su He was a thief. In other words, he has not received the rewards for the first and second levels yet. Su He looked around and made sure that nothing was left in the quiet room. Then turned and left. There was nothing in the backyard. And none of the doors could be opened. Even the door to the quiet room was completely closed, making it impossible to get in. Returning to the inner courtyard, after a little exploration, I found a small box where the colorful python was. I opened it to reveal a bottle of elixir and a handful of fine sand. As soon as the trial token touched the box, he immediately made a sound. You can pass the first level of Wooden Man and the second level of Divine Pressure. You are a good little turtle. Take the elixir and golden sand and retreat. The third level is not yours. If you can get through it, my skills have no chance with you. This is a recorded sound, triggered by specific conditions. Is it similar to the role of the fixed talisman in a talisman? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but the speaker was pinching his throat to sound serious, which made his voice slightly out of tune, making it difficult to distinguish for a while. Suhi's turtle face suddenly became exciting. The man in black is not a level. Carefully recall that the trial token vibrated 3 times in total. Once to enter the door, once to enter the second door, and once to the backyard. Suhi thought it vibrated once every time he passed a level. But actually it vibrated once every time he entered a level. He entered the third level, but the level was gone and erased. Past the level directly. It couldn't have been Su Huanyan who did it. Su Huanyan couldn't do such a dishonorable thing. With her status, she really wanted to give Su He a set of exercises and just ask for it. So why bother with a nondescript trial? There's something fishy in the trial. Su He picked up the small box and immediately left the trial site. Go quickly. Fear of change. No matter what tricks there are in the trial, if you return to Su Huanyan immediately, all problems will be solved. Moreover, this is the Yusho Valley, and the name is inconsistent with him. Su He doesn't want to stay for a moment longer. The Yusho Valley is next to Xianshui, and more than 100 miles to the west is Tinghai Lake. Su He headed east, traveling down the river as fast as speed. It only took him half an hour to reach the peak where Su Huanyan was. He climbed halfway up the mountain and ran into the thick fog. The dense fog envelope gave Su He a great sense of security. "Ong!" he groaned. Gushan flew over and landed firmly on the turtle SH.L. The fairy sword on Gushan groaned softly, and the mist separated automatically, just like Feng Yaya's treatment. Crawling inside, Su Huanyan stood by the pool dressed in snow, like a fairy in the clouds. Su He gently placed the small box at her feet, containing gold sand, elixirs, and tokens. The sound of urging people to quit was still playing on the token in a loop, and the sound became more and more familiar. Su Huayang chuckled softly. Elder Gu is such a person. His skills will not be passed on to others except his direct disciples. You don't need to think too much. If you miss these days, I will create one for you. This is the realm of the big boss. If a heterogeneous method says to create, it must be created. Suhi's eyes were full of stars. Then he stretched his neck like a whale sucking water, and swallowed a long breath into his belly. This is the Guisho long breath technique. Su He hasn't practiced it yet, but is just demonstrating it. Su Huanyan frowned. Have you passed the third level? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Su He. Ong! Su Huanyan shook his head. I can't understand animal language. But she could see from Su He's eyes that Su He was not trying to show off, but was talking about something. Su Huanyan stretched out a green jade finger and tapped it gently, and a paper crane flapped its wings and flew away. You should probably find an interpreter who understands animal language. You just run the technique, and I will protect it for you. Su Huanyan waved his hand and used a light curtain to cover the grass house and protect Feng Yaya. It's just an ordinary trial. The biggest problem is that someone is tampering with the technique and wants to tame this turtle. Practitioners are brave enough to compete with God for their destiny, but they will not be obedient and dare not take action against Su He just because she wrote the word Su on Gushan Mountain. Not to mention the word Su. There are still many people who want to seize the throne of the leader. It's just that some people know how to be patient, and some are reckless and lack wisdom. A mythical beast is enough to make people take risks. If he can be tamed, what if he betrays his master? Otherwise, she wouldn't need to stick the fairy sword on Turtle Mountain. Su Huanyan wants to protect the Dharma, and Su He naturally agrees with it. First, close your eyes and recall the turtle meridians and acupoints. And then go through the exercises again to make sure there is nothing you don't understand. Then you slowly clear your mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. Relax your limbs and enter the state. He was cautious when practicing for the first time. The turtle's longevity is divided into two parts. The first part uses special breathing methods to absorb the spiritual energy from all directions. The second part uses the spiritual energy to nourish the demon stars to generate spiritual power, which circulates in the meridians. Yes, it's a demon star. Elder Gu created the technique based on his own second body. When a monk cultivates a second body, he can only become an ordinary beast and can only follow the path of an alien beast. But when the dice fell, the skill advanced. He's current skill was based on the divine object in the heart orifice. He closed his eyes and breathed in a huge amount of spiritual energy into his belly, and then spit it out. Only a trace of spiritual energy was trapped in his body and integrated into his heart orifice. In the heart orifice, the phantom of the dragon turtle swallowed the spiritual energy and spit out the spiritual power. Spiritual power is different from spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is everywhere and can be expelled from the body when it is inhaled. Spiritual power is Suhi's own power. To make a comparison, spiritual energy is food and spiritual power is the power contained in muscles. The tumbling clouds in Suhi's heart were his spiritual power, which was automatically generated in his previous state of ignorance and did not understand how to operate or practice. It is only consumed instinctively when using the waterbending magical power. Suhi used the newly generated spiritual power as the hub to drive the spiritual power of the heart orifices to flow out of the heart orifices and flow into the meridians. The route taken by Guisho Changsiju is not simply a combination of serious and strange scriptures. Suhi could vaguely understand that this technique made the acupuncture points on the whole body form a circle of stars, and the movement of spiritual power connected the stars to form a star map. In other words, a formation of spiritual power is formed in the body. Chiao Tom, the formation instructor that day, said that everything is a formation. People are formations. Grass is formations. Birds and animals are also formations. And it seems to be true at this moment. The Guisho Changshiju originally connected only 65 acupuncture points. But the connection turned out to be a star map similar to the 7 constellations in the north. The image, after being advanced by the dice.su, he couldn't recognize it. Perhaps it was due to lack of knowledge. Or perhaps this was not a star map at all, but just the most suitable path for the operation of Suhi's technique. The spiritual power circulates in the meridians, returns to the heart, and is guided out again, taking another route to recast a complex network. There are a total of 7 network star maps, and all of them must be run through to create a great cycle. The spiritual power has returned to the heart and has grown slightly. Suhi slowly opened his eyes, and the sky became dark again. A big Sunday has passed. Suhi opened his eyes and saw Su Huanyan's hand stamped on his turtle SHL, and his other hand stirring up a refining furnace. Refining treasures. Su Huanyan spent the whole day busy refining weapons while observing the operation of Suhi's technique. Seeing Suhi wake up, the catkins that were holding on to Suhi's turtle SHL loosened up. At the same time, the refining furnace also stopped. Su Huayang gently opened the furnace cover, and a group of inch-long ox hair needles flew out of it. He pointed at Suhi's prize box for passing the test and said, "What you brought back is gum gold sand. It is the dregs formed by mixing too many precious golds of various colors during the refining process. Although it cannot be used to refine magic weapons, it contains hundreds of metals. Divinity, I will help you practice 72 silver needles and mix them with your waterbending magical power to increase your power. Suhi loves me so much. As expected, you need to hold your thighs when doing turtle work." Su Huanyan pointed to the elixir Suhi brought back. This is the Four Lords elixir. It is made from more than 500 years of Angelica sinensis, Chuanqiong rhizome, white peony root and Rehmannia glutinosa. It will be of great benefit to your bloodline. Chapter 40 Dojo. Nice one. It's a pity that it wasn't stolen. Otherwise the quantity could at least be doubled. No problem was found in the technique, but the effect of absorbing spirit is a little weak. I help you make modifications. Su Huanyan pointed at the center of Suhi's eyebrows, and a spell was imprinted in his mind. After a little trial, it was the same as Guisho. Long breath Ju can be a perfect fit. It's just that the spiritual power it draws doesn't seem to have increased. It's still the same amount, and breathing is a little difficult. Suhi looked at Su Huanyan in confusion. Su Huanyan seemed a little tired, and his voice was a little softer. You are a water-based divine beast. There is no need to absorb other spiritual energy. This spirit-absorbing method will only absorb water-based spiritual energy. After 1 day of observation, Su Huanyan discovered that Su He's technique was of a high level. This was by no means something Elder Gu could create in just 1 year. It must have been at least a decade of hard work. Otherwise, there would be another source. Fairy is awesome. Su He was about to shout pain. 1 day! It only took 1 day to create a technique that suited him and only absorbed water-based spiritual energy. Should I say that I am worthy of Su Huanyan? Su He's eyes were full of admiration, and Su Huanyan's mouth had a smile. As expected, the fairy looks better when she smiles. She is usually too plain. The turtle's eyes became more humane, and Su Huanyan asked in a low voice, "Can you breathe underwater?" Su He nodded. "Then practice underwater. The water spirit is abundant underwater, and the effect will be better." It's a pity that she doesn't understand the structure of turtles. Otherwise, the normal spirit-absorbing method is not just about breathing through the mouth and nose, but also through the pores of the whole body. This turtle has no pores. So how can it absorb spiritual energy through its skin with its LS and scales? Would you choose a dojo? Su Huanyan asked. Practicing a dharma is the foundation of a wealthy couple. Dharma is the foundation. Without dharma, there is no way to practice. Wealth is an external thing, but it can provide help in times of need. And elixirs, magic weapons, spiritual stones, etc. can all make up for one's own shortcomings. Couples advance hand in hand. Enemies, masters, and Taoist friends are all Taoist partners. Ya, Su Huanyan, Elder Gu, and even Lu Ming are all Su He's Taoist partners in practice. The dojo is the earth. When monks practice, especially animals, they absorb the energy of heaven and earth to change the surrounding environment. And the environment also affects their practice. The places where strange animals often live have become various forbidden places. Those strange beasts that cause severe droughts and floods are all like this. Su He is a mythical beast, and is no exception. Su He was silent, his eyes a little dim. You want to leave? Su Huanyan asked. Su He really wanted to leave. But the Qingyuan sect made him feel insecure. Especially Fengiju. Su He didn't mind joining a certain sect and becoming a guardian beast for thousands of years. Even until death. But mind the ban. No one likes to be a slave. Don't you see that among the gods and Buddhas in the sky, no one wants to be included in the list of gods? Su Huanyan doesn't understand animal language, but he understands people's hearts. She stretched out her green jade finger, touched Su He's Gushan fairy sword, and input a burst of magic power. This sword is with you. It can cut 3 swords with your thoughts. All of them have the power of my full blow. If you want to go through the Qingyuan sect, no one can stop you. Su He took a breath, and he believed it. A woman like Su Huanyan can make people trust her unreasonably and disdain to lie just by looking at her. It's funny to say that he actually believed that a fairy would defend him against her Taoist companion. If you don't have a dojo to choose from, you can listen to the advice from the leader of the Beast Control Valley, Su Huanyan suddenly said. The thick fog opened outside the woods, and Xia Dali tidied his clothes and walked in. Xia Dali was still very confused when Su Huanyan informed him that there was a change in the trial in the morning. He just gave the trial token to Su Huanyan, and the trial has not yet started. He knew Elder Ji's temper, and he wanted to be a cheat for a while. So he really asked for the technique. It only took 1 night. But the trial was actually over? The person he was hosting the trial had no idea about. Elder Gu doesn't like red tape and doesn't want to have too much contact with other people. He prefers all kinds of exotic beasts that he can raise and eat. His Sanjin courtyard was built outside the valley, and there was no surveillance from the Beast Control Valley formation. It was not easy for Xia Dali to spy on his senior's dojo. It wasn't until Su Huanyan's paper crane flew that he knew that the trial was over and something had happened. It was unreasonable for him to stay on the turtle and detect the protective spell, but it was not activated. If he doesn't do his job properly, he shouldn't make such a mistake. Senior Sister Su. Xia Dali bowed to Su Huanyan with a correct attitude, changing his usual carefree and unkempt manner. In the entire Qingyuan sect, he admired Su Huanyan more than Fengiju. Well, when I was a kid, I was beaten for not following the rules. Is there any result? Su Huanyan asked. If you send a message in the morning and arrive in the evening, there should be results. Although Xia Dali is slovenly and doesn't care about red tape, he is at least very reliable. Xia Dali nodded. It's Lu Ming. He hasn't repented in the prison. He has been expelled from the Taoishing. Xia Dali didn't say anything about the detection technique. Don't act rashly until it's discovered. On? Suhi raised his head. It's him again. What did I do to offend him? He was the one who planned it last time. The grandson seemed to be thinking about his flesh and blood of a mythical beast. Several times. For no reason. The idea of abolishing Taoism and expelling the master sounded so familiar. Suhi narrowed his eyes, as he would have endless troubles. This time its calculation must be extremely insidious. Otherwise it would not be abolished. This thief must die. On? Suhi asked. Xia Dali replied. Since he was expelled from the master, he naturally found a place to recuperate. He didn't dare to go back to the Beast Control Valley. So he had to go. He suddenly stared at Suhi. What do you want to do? Do you want to eradicate the weeds? His voice was a little more serious. Did you know that he is now at Jingshui Mountain? Where junior sister Shui Jing is. Even if junior sister Shui Jing is not at home these 2 days, it is still a dojo for masters of the Qiling realm. Although junior sister Shui Jing is not very good at Taoism, she is good at formations. Especially the mountain protecting formation is a combination of a magic formation and a sword formation. And you can't get through it. Even if you break through. What will you do to kill Lu Ming? Although his moral character has been ruined, his tempered body is still there. You can't attack him secretly. Can you? You are so big. Could you possibly be lurking in the water? If you can't do it, I advise you to do it yourself. Thanks for the advice. Suhi turned around and left, but was stopped by Xia Dali. Don't leave. It's like I'm teaching you how to assassinate. Someone wants to see you now, and you can't leave. Suhi turned around and looked at him in surprise. Wasn't it? Now I don't see anyone. I just want to kill people. No matter what. You have inherited Elder Ji's skills, and his people come to see you, but you ignore it and leave. Isn't that bad? If word spreads, it will damage the reputation of your divine beast, and it will be said that you are an ordinary beast that is ungrateful. Xia Dali said leisurely, looking directly into Suhi's eyes. Suhi groaned for a long time and groaned in frustration. Su Huanyan watched quietly, and then asked, Who is it? She had long sensed a strange aura outside the formation. The aura was wrapped in a special space. Unless it was split open, she would not be able to sense who it was. A strange look appeared on Xia Dali's face, as if it was difficult for the man to speak. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. Master Zhuang! Su Huanyan was startled. His cold face showed a bit of playfulness. He laughed. His green jade fingers flew a little higher, and the formation mist separated. Then, a sturdy camel walked in with a step that it didn't recognize its relatives. The smell of alcohol hit his face. Suhi's turtle eyes widened. He knows this camel. Chapter 41 Seeking Revenge. Suhi shouted loudly. It's you! De Zhuang! Luo Tuo stared at Suhi with wide drunk eyes. Chirped a few times. Where did you come from? Turtle boy. Who is not brave enough to dare to call Master Tuo by his name? Who are you? Its chirping sound can actually express complete sentences, instead of just a simple pile of words, like other beasts. On, Suhi chanted. Me. 1 year ago. Ting Haihu. I peed on your face? A year ago. The sloppy old Taoist said that this camel was drinking with him until he got excited, and played with Suhi as a ball in midair. At that time, he was hit in the abdomen by the camel, and Suhi couldn't hold it back. Luo Tuo was stunned, threw his head, and fell to the ground, looking at Suhi blankly. A pair of front hooves stretched out and made a small circle as big as a plate, and then made a big circle that could not be enclosed. A pair of big bright eyes seemed to be saying, My little tortoise is so cute, but you are such a big ugly monster. Why are you lying to the camel? Suhi's eyes were clear, and he nodded seriously, still not convinced. The camel opened its nostrils and sniffed hard, taking out the sacred scent of the dragon turtle, leaving the earthy smell of the turtle. Something familiar. Very familiar. After peeing on his face, the smell of Suhi was imprinted in his mind. It's really you. The camel stood up in shock, stood on its hind legs, took a few steps back, fell to the ground again, and looked at Suhi in disbelief. Hangchi! Bangchi! The sound is meaningless, but the eyes are talking. How did this thing grow so big in 1 year? The picture looks slightly familiar. Very Disney. What a wise camel. After being shocked, it squeaked proudly at Xia Dali. The general meaning is, no need to investigate further. This is my turtle. It jumped up and walked up to Suhi with arrogant steps. It raised a hoof to pat Suhi's shoulder. It raised it in the air and realized that Suhi had no shoulders. It seemed a little bad to step on the glands. And the hoof was dangling. There is nowhere to put it. Suhi extended his paw and patted it thoughtfully. Yeah. Luotua was satisfied and looked at Suhi with a look that said, "You are very sensible, little brother." It bumped against Suhi's turtle L. Chirped twice. And told Suhi that he had something to do today. And would treat him to a drink later. Or take him to steal Lao Dao's wine. The animal language is not so clearly expressed. And the meaning is not much different. It raised its eyebrows at Xia Dali and chirped, telling Xia Dali that he recognized the turtle, and would leave if he had anything to do today. It glanced slightly, wanting to look at Su Huanyan, but not daring. It was beaten by Su Huanyan 2 years ago. It took Feng Yaya to the Evergreen Peak to steal wine. Feng Yaya was drunk for 3 days. And Su Huanyan hung her up and beat her for 3 days. He took a peek and saw that Su Huanyan had no intention of beating him. So he shouted at Chao Ju at the top of his lungs. The general meaning is, "Little kid, let's steal somewhere else someday. Evergreen Peak won't let us. But we can always do it elsewhere." After shouting, he turned around and ran away, for fear that Su Huanyan would catch up. Su Huanyan frowned. She couldn't understand animal language. But she always felt that the camel didn't have nice things to say. Looking at Xia Dali, he saw that Xia Dali was carefully studying the Mandarin duck buckle on his chest. "It's great not to steal the Beast Control Valley. I'll send you off," Suhi shouted loudly, chasing the camel out of the formation. The camel turned around. "Chi, I'm going to find the old man. The place is special, and you can't get in." Suhi shook his head. "Ong. I'm going to kill people." The camel's eyes lit up. "Bang Chi. Bang Chi, bang Chi. Kill the old man? Can I help you look after the wind?" "Suhi, Ong? No. I'll go. Wait. Who are you going to kill?" A turtle and a hunchback blinked at each other. And the air became silent. The camel felt guilty when he saw it, and quietly turned his head to study the flowers under the tree seriously. This flower was really strange. It was still blooming in this season. Within the formation, Xia Dali and Su Huanyan were silent for a moment. Su Huanyan asked, "Did you know that this turtle was the one Elder Gu encountered last year?" Xia Dali smiled. "Although I don't know, I can guess pretty much. I heard that the sea and the lake are so big in total. It is a great blessing to have a spiritual turtle. How could there be 2 in a row? There are also mythical beasts among them. The most likely possibility is that the 2 are the same one. Although Elder G's description showed that the 2 turtles were very different in size. Xia Dali had seen Suhi's age, and found that he was less than 3 years old. He was able to grow to such a figure when he was less than 3 years old. He must have awakened the blood of the divine beast after meeting Elder Gu. And he grew up in 1 year. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the spiritual world. Except for this turtle. Everyone in the know has probably guessed it. If Elder G's third body wasn't so special that people would subconsciously ignore him, I'm afraid this turtle would have thought of it already. You can't hide this kind of thing from senior sister Su. Right? Didn't you ask about the turtle? Oh, by the way, you don't understand bestiality." Xia Dali suddenly became proud. He looked at Su Huanyan and heard Su Huanyan ask again, "Why encourage him to take revenge? How could I? I was blocking." Su Huanyan stared at him. "Not only did you point out Lu Ming's location and situation, but you also specially introduced the camel to him. Is the camel a good thing?" "Okay, I have it," Xia Dali said. "It's a divine turtle, and it belongs to the Qingyuan sect. But the Qingyuan sect's performance was so bad. They plotted against him over and over again. Even the head brother wanted to give him some money. It has put a restraint on him to prevent him from venting his resentment. I'm afraid that sooner or later this turtle will feel resentful. So it would be best if he fled to another country. Not only did he instigate him, according to the sect's rules, Lu Ming should be killed directly, but he was the one who released him, abolished his Taoism, and threw him there. Why not let the turtle do it himself if he wants to suppress the killing? Some revenge must be avenged with one's own hands, so that the grudge in the heart can be relieved. Has the head brother lost his mind? Why is he always doing some inexplicable things recently? Completely unlike the Feng Junzi, who has been admired for 300 years. In just this short period of time, what did senior brother do? The sect that was finally led up has such a bad atmosphere with just a dozen disciples? Where has the atmosphere of respect and respect between brothers and brothers gone? Everywhere you look, there are all kinds of schemes and schemes. Su Huanyan didn't say anything. She didn't like this kind of thing. But she wasn't tired of it either. No support or objection. I just hope that Turtle will not be immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Su Hua was young and gentle, and 72 silver needles flew out of the weapon refining furnace like fish and jumped out of the formation. The atmosphere between Su He and Luo Tuo was a bit awkward. Just as he was about to say something to calm down, a row of silver needles flew over and stuck on the Turtle Mountain. A bit of light fell into the center of Su He's brow, which was the control method of the silver needles. What an insidious magic weapon. Luo Tuo shuddered and looked at Su He in shock. Huh? Are you really going to kill someone? This magical weapon was obviously made for Ying people. It's simply a hidden weapon. Su He nodded. The camel kicked its hooves twice. It also likes to fight, but it has a mission and can't leave it, which makes it a little itchy. It turned around and took off a handful of camel hair from its body, spat it on Su He's Turtle Mountain, and then stamped its hoof on Su He's forehead. Su He understood. This was the magical power of the camel. The spiritual power detonated the mark on the forehead, and the camel hair would release the camel to strike with all its strength. This camel is a mysterious moon beast, equivalent to a monk in the demon transformation realm. It can knock down mountains with one strike. Another life-saving trump card. Wealthy couples love each other. Su He feels that the most important thing is actually a romantic partner. The world of spiritual practice is not only about fighting and killing, but also about worldly relationships. If it weren't for Su Huanyan, he would have been banned from being a pet by now. The camel knocked its hooves against the L of the Suha turtle, gave it a cheering look, let go of its hooves, and ran away into the distance. As it ran, it disappeared out of thin air. It was originally in the special space where Gu Laodao was. Gu Laodao couldn't get out for the time being and was eager to get his secret book. The turtle used a special technique to send the camel out. This camel is very smart and can help him control his eyes. If he masters our skills, he must be our turtle. Su He watched the camel leave, turned around and headed towards Xiangshui. Jingshui Mountain. Jingshui Mountain. Where is it? The jade slips that Gu Laodao showed him last year contained a map of the Qingyuan Gate. But Jingshui Mountain was just a small mountain, and Su He couldn't remember it for a while. Diving in the water, trying to remember. Wanan Mountain. Lunri Mountain. Tiangu Mountain. Jingshui Mountain. I remembered. Chapter 42 Delusion. Su He opened his eyes, confirmed the direction, and paddled towards Jingshui Mountain. Qingyuan Mountain is very suitable for aquatic animals. There is a big river like water flowing through it. It is blocked by mountains here and branches out into countless branches. The network is generally connected into one, with mountains and rivers connecting mountains. And the waters extend to all parts of Qingyuan territory. Basically, there is a river under every mountain. There are also lakes where the rivers meet. Jingshui Mountain is far away, but fortunately Su He's speed has doubled, especially after using spiritual power. At this moment, there was a ribbon-like section of water under Su He, carrying him through the waves. Su He paddled and swam in the current again. It's like walking on a conveyor belt. While the speed soared, it became a little easier. Su He was doing 3 things at once: paddling, controlling the hose, and thinking about the 72 silver needles Su Huanyan gave him. Silver needles are just ordinary magic weapons. They are extremely hard and easy to control. You only need to control one of them, and the rest will dance like a swarm. Su He's claws couldn't hold an embroidery needle, but his water-bending powers could. After taking 3 Ling Chi pills in a row, his mental power skyrocketed, and he could control the water flow more meticulously. In particular, the water flow condensed by the water-bending magical power is like a part of the body, such as an arm and a finger. It can even input spiritual power into the water flow, and its power suddenly increases. If you bury the silver needle again, the killing will be invisible. After about an hour, Jingshui Mountain loomed in sight. Outside Jingshui Mountain, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged by the river, with a glass of wine beside him and a guqin in his arms. After the song ended, he said loudly, "Since the divine turtle is here, why don't you show up and see it?" Su He hasn't arrived yet. Even though the turtle didn't show up, Lu Ming was not disappointed. He drank a glass of wine and played another song. At the end of the song, he smiled calmly and said, "We have a distinguished guest coming. Why don't you show up? Could it be that my piano music is vulgar and hard to reach your ears?" Su He was still on his way to swim. The bright moon was shining brightly. The night was like jade. Jingshui Mountain was quiet and peaceful. Only Chiochonga responded to Lu Ming's inquiry. Lu Ming shouted into the air for a long time, not feeling embarrassed. Ever since he was thrown into Jingshui Mountain by Hu Daoxing in the afternoon, he knew that the turtle would definitely come for revenge. His Taoism is gone, and he has no confidence compared to the physical body of a divine turtle. After a brief recovery, he played here for most of the day with a wine flask and guqin. After every song, he would say an enigmatic sentence, trying to calm Suhi out of thin air, since he may not be able to defeat him. Then with his sharp tongue, he can make this turtle put down his hatred, and even let me control him willingly. The turtles have not yet arrived, but the night is still long. Lu Ming played the piano again, and the sound was as refreshing as water. After playing the song, he took a sip of the wine, and was about to open his mouth, when suddenly the river spurted out, and a water column as thick as a bucket suddenly hit his chest. Coming! Lu Ming was overjoyed, then a little depressed. Bah! Come sooner or later. Just 2 breaths later. By the time I finish reciting the words, I will be able to calm this turtle, and the initiative will be in my hands. Pity. But it doesn't matter, as long as you come. He picked up his guqin and twirled it to block the water column, and burst into laughter. Fellow Taoist turtle, we don't know each other even if we don't fight each other. So why bother to retaliate? So eager? I can't run away. Why not sit down and have a drink? You all talk freely. Wouldn't it be nice to wait until the full moon rises high and then fight under the moon? Without saying a word, Suhi opened his mouth and smashed the water ball. But Lu Ming picked up the piano and smashed it to pieces. Show off! If you were elegant, would you be able to do things like smashing your piano? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. This grandson is pretending to be aloof, so he must have a conspiracy. If he ignores him or doesn't listen to him, he will be beaten to death. Suhi rushed towards him with another water column, but was pushed away by his dulcimer. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist turtle, although my Taoist practice is gone, my physical body, that has been tempered for 40 years, is still there. Taoist friends can't hurt me, so why waste your efforts? Why don't you sit down and talk? Suhi threw another water balloon at him, but he punched it into pieces. A beast is a beast, and only equal strength is the condition for negotiation. If you don't show your strength, this turtle will never end. A trace of cruelty flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Seeing another water column coming from the opposite side, Lu Ming threw the guqin aside and hit the water column with his chest raised. The water column, as thick as a bucket, seemed to hit a boulder and exploded on his chest. But it could not hurt him. Beasts are simple and can only be frightened with tools, but can only be tamed with bare hands. Lu Ming laughed loudly. Seeing that Suhi still didn't let go, another water column rushed towards him. He simply tore open his clothes and bare his chest, letting the water column hit him. A turtle is a turtle, and even revenge is cautious. If you rely on physical defense and strength to fight with me, I will still take care of the 3 points. But what is the difference between a water column and a bath? Be tamed by me. Lu Ming was so proud that he blocked the water column with his bare chest, and 72 silver needles passed through his body. There was a stabbing pain in his chest and back, and Lu Ming spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face changed drastically. Magic weapon. Silver needle? Mean! Deliberately paralyzing me with a few ordinary water jets. And then the silver needle struck. This turtle really wants to kill me. His face instantly looked horrified. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will never truly transform into a divine beast. Lu Ming roared. He turned around and ran towards the Jingshui Mountain Protection Formation. The water column that he had previously smashed was scattered on the ground, and the clear water suddenly rolled up and immediately enveloped him, forming a water ball that wrapped around him and spun up into the air. Then it crashed down. Lu Ming spit out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. He looked at Suhi in horror. Don't kill me. I have a special inheritance that can help you purify your bloodline. He tried his best to breathe and said quickly like a barrage. Your divine beast bloodline was activated by the demon transformation fruit. Right? The demon transformation fruit condenses the dragon turtle Taoist body in your heart. Right? I tell you, this Taoist body is incomplete. Su Hibao paused slightly towards his water ball. Lu Ming gasped. The Qingyuan sect has never produced a divine beast. They don't understand. Only I know that if an incomplete Tao body cannot condense the true blood of a pure divine beast, then you will never be able to transform into a real dragon turtle. Only the divine beast Tao body condensed by the cyan demon transformation fruit can truly transform you into a divine beast. At least it must be green. He looked at Suhi. This time the 18 demon transforming fruits of the Qingyuan sect are all colorless. Believe me, my inheritance has a way to help you make up for your innate deficiencies. He huffed and looked at Suhi, with beads of blood coming out of his body. Stopped. I knew these words could move this turtle. Lu Ming tried his best to use a gentle voice. As long as you help me escape from the Qingyuan realm and obtain the inheritance, I promise to make up for the missing parts of your heart and body. Suhi shouted loudly. Red? There is no red demon transformation fruit. It is a legendary thing. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. If you can help me get all the inheritance, maybe I can help you improve to a red state. Lu Ming's inheritance is special. The greater his potential, the higher the inheritance he will get. He whispered, as long as you are willing to do my job. Wow! The water suddenly rolled and enveloped him. Lu Ming was instantly frightened and roared. Don't. Gulyaladot don't want this beast anymore. Gulyaladot send me away. Boom! The water ball flipped around and hit the ground head first. There was a crisp crack. Lu Ming's struggling sound stopped abruptly, and his neck was broken at a strange angle. Is this person perhaps losing his mind? I'm killing you, and you're asking me to help you get the inheritance? Do I care about your heritage? What heritage is better than dice? It used to be too weak to rob without restraint. Things are different now. Take the time to find a place to seriously study the rules of dice. After traveling through time for 2.5 years and killing someone for the first time, Suhi didn't feel any discomfort at all. 2.5 years later, I struggled to survive every day. I was afraid of hawks during the day and snakes at night. They dig into the mud to eat carrion, compete with toads for food, and fight with rats. After 2.5 bloody years, Suhi became more and more respectful of life, but also looked down upon death. Humans are no different from toads. Everyone struggles to survive in their own way. Each uses his own method to desperately seek death. Chapter 43 Night Fishing. Suhi dived into the water and looked at Lu Ming's body quietly. The dice had not yet been lowered, so the man was not dead yet. Or there might be another Oriole behind him. Otherwise, even the clothes on Lu Ming's body should have a dice roll. A hand suddenly reached out from the ground, grabbed Lu Ming and ran away. Sure enough, the Oriole is behind. Earth escape. Knowing the magic method, at least open the mind. The speed is staggering. Suhi couldn't catch up. This man wanted to steal Lu Ming's inheritance. Suhi roared. The camel hoof prints on his forehead shattered, and the camel hair suddenly shot out from the turtle mountain, turning into a huge cactus in the air, turning into a green light, and hitting Lu Ming's body. Spare my life. A scream was lost in the green light. There was no sound, no explosion or loud noise. The entire Jingshui mountain collapsed and turned into desert in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's body fell to the ground, and there was a female corpse next to it. The two corpses were dehydrated and dried in one go. Suhi opened his mouth wide, stunned. Is this the power of a single blow from the Xianyu beast? Is this the attack of the crazy camel? Strong man! Suhi had an intuitive feeling about Tao Xing for the first time. A mysterious beast like this. What about Su Huanyan, who is said to have entered the heaven-stepping realm? He suddenly felt that the fairy sword on his back was heavy. If the three swords came out, the sky would collapse. Right. A touch of green sprouted from the hearts of the two corpses. They were two plants, sprouting buds and extending their stems, intertwined and blossomed into a parallel lotus. A dice fell on the lotus. 3 o'clock. The flowers fell and formed a pair of Tai Chi jade pendants. Suhi crawled over curiously. The jade pendant yin fish and yang fish can be combined or separated. Suhi touched it lightly, and a piece of information fell into his mind. Affirmation. This jade pendant is called Ding Qing, and it is the key to a cave. The jade pendants are divided into yin and yang, and men and women each hold half. If the jade pendants are combined, the men and women will have the same mind, and they can open a cave to inherit their inheritance. This should be the inheritance, Lu Ming said. Suhi put away the jade pendant. He has no use for this thing anymore. He can't find a female turtle to fall in love with for the rest of his life just to open a cave. Suhi shuddered and shook his head. You can turn into a human being, but you can't turn into a female turtle. Now Suhi has been able to accept that he is a mythical beast, and it may be difficult for him to transform into a human being. He took the jade pendant and turned around to leave. There was nothing of value on the two corpses. As the sand changed, Even their clothes were weathered and torn to pieces. Xuanye's move is too overbearing and has the potential to be a prodigal son. There is no gain at all from one move. Especially the mountain of elixir on Jingshui Mountain. Thinking of this, Su He felt heartbroken and uncomfortable. He took revenge and took another revenge. The person who snatched Lu Ming's body just now was undoubtedly Qiao Ling. They are Taoist couples. I'm afraid that woman escaped from prison. She probably wasn't the one who abolished Taoxing and was expelled from the school this time. The feud with Master Shui Jing has become serious. That is a woman who is not very smart and is very petty. This kind of little woman is the hardest to mess with. She doesn't care about family rules or even life and death. Next time she meets the strong man, she will have to ask for a handful of camel hair. Su He returned to the river and rushed to Su Huanyan's Wuming Mountain. If you destroy Jingshui Mountain, you will probably be punished. And you have to let the fairy tell the truth. Autumn is high. The air is crisp. The moon is bright, and the stars are few. After swimming for 70 or 80 miles, I heard only one voice. Whoosh bang. Someone is fishing with a pole. It is easy to live in the wind. Su He's turtle scales exploded and immediately connected with Su Huanyan's fairy sword. Feng Yiji was waiting for him specially. The Qingyuan sect is so big, and the leader has so many things to deal with. How could he fish at night on the road he must pass for no reason? Feng Yiji was wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat, dressed like an old fisherman. When he saw Su, he stopped and waved to him. Is he being killed? The calm tone sounded like a muffled thunder in Su He's mind. Su He's spirit connected with the fairy sword. And he quickly called out in his heart, Fairy! Fairy Su! Say something. Aren't you able to connect to the fairy sword and speak? Say something. Fairy Su's 3 swords were very reliable at killing others. But Su He didn't know if they would be able to kill this leader. Don't be nervous. Feng Yiji smiled and said, I'm just here to apologize to you. Su He, a few days ago, I wanted to take the opportunity to set a ban on you. It's me, the villain. Feng Yiji was fishing with a pole, and said in a magnanimous tone, I'm not afraid of being too careless. Even now I want to set restrictions on my subordinates. Who wouldn't want to be able to control a magical turtle? This is not what an apology should say. Su He squinted his eyes, wondering what kind of medicine this man was selling. However, there are things that can be done and things that cannot be done. Just as Mr. Xia said, if you have spiritual intelligence, you should be treated as a normal Qingyuan disciple. It is also natural for the divine beast to be promoted to a higher level. Seeing Su He's suspicious look, he shook his head and smiled. You don't believe me, and I don't believe you. The Qingyuan sect has been safe for thousands of years. How could a divine turtle suddenly appear? If the Qingyuan turtle has the blood of a divine beast, or is it powerful? Perhaps it has been weak for thousands of years, and should have been revealed long ago. Su He was silent. He didn't know where his turtle bloodline came from. As Feng Yiji said, if the turtles in Haihu had the bloodline of turtles, they should have at least had some reaction for thousands of years. Right? But how do you want him to explain this thing? Is it possible to suggest that Qinji Wanman try feeding turtles with high-quality flesh and blood? Feng Yiji closed his rod, threw another shot, and looked at Su He. You are not from Qingyuan. You are from outside. But it doesn't matter. Mr. Xia said that you are only 3 years old. A 3-year-old tortoise. And your roots can be traced back to a year ago. Moreover, it was only in my Qingyuan that I started the path of divine beasts. I will admit that you belong to the Qingyuan sect. Let's make a deal. He stretched out a hand to Su He. As long as you have not betrayed Qingyuan, I will not set any restrictions on you. And I will give you the treatment that a divine beast deserves. But you also have to take on the responsibilities that a divine beast should have, suppressing luck. It is said that the tortoise mythical beast that guards the mountain gate can predict danger. Can you? Su He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. It seems not possible. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to bump into me. That's it. You do your thing and I do mine. How about we try our best to get along well? Su He remained motionless and pondered for a long time. Nodded. Okay. Feng Yiji clapped his hands and said, in this way, all the previous things have been revealed. I heard that you have obtained Elder Ji's skills and want to start practicing. Can you choose a good dojo? Su He was silent for a moment. He wanted to follow Su Huanyan, but it was not realistic. Su Huanyan is recovering from his injuries. If he sinks into the pool, it will subtly change the environment of the pool. Su He looked towards Tinghai Lake. Tinghai Lake. Feng Yiji pondered for a moment. Okay. Then designate Tinghai Lake as your dojo. Tomorrow the sect will send a yellow scarf warrior to build a dojo for you. Just go ahead. Sui turned around and left. This leader doesn't hide his malice. Or is he just above board? Is this considered an agreement with Fengiju? Tinghai Lake has truly become his territory. But for some reason, Sui didn't like the feeling of being plotted or complimented when talking to others or doing something. It was as if these people saw him as a human being. Sui didn't like this feeling for some reason. Instead, he missed the past 2 years of struggling to survive in Tinghai Lake, fighting for food with giant salamanders, hiding from goshawks, and swimming among crocodiles. Chapter 44 Taking the Bait. Sui wandered away. The air around Fengiju twisted, and a figure appeared. He is a young man who looks like a scholar. Brother. Head. Why not take this opportunity to put a ban on it? Private revenge to annihilate Jingshui Mountain is reason enough. Fengiju shook his head. The method just now belongs to Uncle Ji's camel. Right. The scholar was silent. This indicates that Uncle Gu is also standing behind his turtle. Why does a person from the Beast Control Valley not want to surrender and control, but instead takes the initiative to have a good relationship with this turtle? The only one who wanted to control it had just been beaten to death by him. It makes people feel unwilling to have a dragon turtle under their control. Fengiju smiled and patted the scholar on the shoulder. To convince people, you can't just rely on restraint. Which mythical beast have you seen that was subdued by restraint? Fengiju even suspected that the divine beasts had their own purification. Perhaps they were now putting all their efforts into placing restrictions on the divine turtles. When the day comes when the purified blood of the divine turtles truly transforms into the dragon turtle, the restrictions are likely to be purified by the dragon turtle's blood. At that time, the dragon turtle and the dragon turtle will definitely not die endlessly. The destruction of Taibai Temple 300 years ago cannot be said to be like this. 300 years, as the leader made him understand the truth that only interests can maintain a relationship. No emotion can remain unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. Only interests are eternal. Why can the Qinglong of the Xiatian Gate and the Suzaku of the Suzaki Gate stay in the gates for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years? The elders of the sect, who were originally related to them, have long since become immortals. Isn't all they can maintain are profits? The mythical beast suppresses the destiny of the sect and protects the sect's continuous inheritance. The sect worships mythical beasts and takes care of every detail in terms of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. It's a win-win situation. Everyone gets what they need. In the face of interests. What does a little discord mean? No disciple in Xiatian sect has ever thought of Qinglong? So where did the Zuanshanman's true dragon control technique and dragon divine armor come from? Tell Pengzai that Tinghai Dojo is built according to the Hall Master specifications. If it can purify the bloodline and advance to the second level, it will be upgraded to the first level. If it can condense the complete dragon turtle bloodline when advancing to the second level, it will achieve the dragon turtle Dao body. It's okay to treat Master Chao according to the standards of a master, as long as he decides to support. Fengiju is not stingy at all. The scholar frowned slightly. He wanted to speak, but did not say anything. He bowed and accepted the order. It's senior brother. Senior brother will listen to their suggestions. But if senior brother makes an order, it cannot be changed. In fact, in the past 300 years, senior brother fans' decisions, even if they sounded unreasonable, were later proven to be right. Light the divine turtle life lamp and notify the whole family. Fengiju said again. Only those disciples of the Qingyuan sect who have reached the spiritual enlightenment realm, condensed their mind beads, and can fly with swords will light the life lamp in the Siming Hall. And they are the true disciples. Lighting the life lamp is a true recognition of the turtle's identity. Anyone who has unwarranted plots will be regarded as fighting against each other. There will be no mercy when the sect rules are lowered. The scholar bowed in response, and Fengiju waved his hand to indicate that he could make arrangements. The scholar stepped back, took 2 steps, and finally asked his doubts. Brother, the turtle is feeling grudge at this moment. What should he do if he leaves Qingyuan Mountain immediately? Fengiju shook his head. That turtle is smarter than ordinary people. Maybe he doesn't like Qingyuan sect, but he will never leave. Why? Qingyuan sect does have various problems. But no matter what, Qingyuan has rules, and even I can't act arbitrarily. But if you leave Qingyuan, the various monks outside will no longer follow its rules. Dragon turtle flesh and blood, bones, and turtle LS are all treasures. For those casual cultivators and cultivators from other sects, are divine beasts comparable to 1 inch of progress? The scholar suddenly realized it, and gave him a few compliments. He saluted Fengiju, turned around and walked away with his sword. Fengiju laughed. Junior brother, why don't you understand this? This is a nod to him. Since the turtle can't leave Qingyuan, why not try to figure it out? Junior brother is still young. The most taboo thing about people is the head and the rat. Either do it or don't do it. Since there is no guarantee that the ban will be successful, it will also make Su Huanyan unhappy and offend Elder Gu. Then simply don't do it. Be more generous. And ease the relationship with Dragon Turtle. You don't need to offend anyone if you don't want to make friends. The fishing rod in his hand sank. Fengiju put it away and started fishing. Even more happy. I'm hooked! 2 herrings jumped wildly on the fishing line. But they were actually double hooks. They bit the hooks at the same time. And the 2 herrings fell into the urn. These turned white with a touch. And he returned to Su Huanyan Water Pond. The cold autumn feeling has become more intense as we go up the mountain. In previous years, he has hibernated at this moment. And this year it is time to prepare for hibernation. If you really don't want to hibernate, you haven't taken in enough food. And the next evolution hasn't come yet. So hibernating at this time is a waste of time. Especially since he had just obtained the technique. He wanted to find a place to practice quietly. He groaned unwillingly. You still have to hibernate in hibernation. Xia Dali came out of nowhere. And he heard the meaning of Suhi's long chant. Beast language is a wonderful thing. Beast language has nothing to do with cries. It is not a big problem if a donkey's lips are wrong and a horse's mouth is wrong. It is normal for animals to communicate across races. The sounds of animals contain certain ideas that can only be communicated among animals. Monks who have not practiced the transformation of beasts chapter will not be able to understand the language of beasts. However, those who have practiced the chapter of transformation of beasts will have the body of an animal. There is no need for special training, and they can understand the language of beasts by themselves. Suhi looked at him puzzled. Xia Dali said, You have evolved too fast. It took 1 year to reach what you are now from a young age. Your body has not yet adapted to the previous wave of evolution. The next wave will come. You must know that divine beasts are different from monks. Divine beasts themselves have magical powers. You, the tortoise SH, LS and scale should all have their magical powers. But you have not awakened yet. You need to hibernate once to completely relax your body and allow your body to adjust automatically. Suhi blinked. Is there any other idea? Is there a place to hibernate? Xia Dali asked. If not, bring it back to the Beast Control Valley. The beast should be returned to the Beast Control Valley naturally. Suhi groaned in the direction of Tinghehu. Xia Dali was silent for a moment. Really? The leader went to you personally to apologize? The head brother is finally normal again? Xia Dali shook his head and stopped thinking about him. Xiang Su, he said, completely master the turtle beast long breath technique before hibernation. And keep running the technique during hibernation. In this way, the heart orifice Taoist body condenses the true blood, which will cooperate with the body's recovery and make your bloodline go further. I wonder how talented this turtle is. If the talent is high enough, 1 winter is enough to take off. However, the way of heaven has its own justice. 1 peck and 1 drink. A blind person must be able to hear, and a lame person must be clever with his hands. Since he already has the bloodline of a divine beast, his talent cannot be any higher. If not, where is the justice? Are you going to let people live? Innate thunder sound. Su Huanyan's cold voice sounded from the side. Huh? Xia Dali was stunned for a moment. Su Huanyan said again, This turtle has an innate thunder sound. The so-called innate thunder sound means that the mere appearance of the test token is not enough to describe its high talent, and it is already accompanied by sound vibrations. The sound is often related to the tester's own attributes. Only Qingxi, Gu Lin and Feng Yaya knew about Suhi's test. In order to stabilize Su Huanyan, he directly suppressed the test results. But now that Suhi is a mythical beast has been made public, those with evil intentions should have taken action long ago. There is no need to add another talent. Thunder sound. Lice are not itchy if there are too many. Xia Dali didn't react for a moment and looked at Suhi and Su Huanyan. Talent, Lane? Su Huanyan nodded slightly. Xia Dali's breathing suddenly became rapid. Talented thunder sound. How long have you not heard this word? It was their generation that started 300 years ago. Su Huanyan had it during the test. At that time, 6 of the top 10 immortal sects came and wanted to take Su Huanyan away. If Su Huanyan's father hadn't been the leader of the sword-washing pool of the previous generation, the Qingyuan sect would have had no reason to keep her. His breathing became more and more rapid. And he suddenly looked up at the bright moon. How unfair is this thief? How can all kinds of benefits fall on a turtle at the same time? Fortunately, he is a turtle. If he were a human being, wouldn't he be matched with a perfect fairy? No. I have to leave. Leave immediately. This turtle must be from the Beast Control Valley. Go back and contact Elder Gu immediately. He can accept this turtle apprentice. Or not. The leader of the Royal Beast Valley said. It's useless even if Fengiju comes. Chapter 45. Ha ha. Wow ha ha. In a strange forest, Gu Laodao waved his palms one after another like crazy. The mountains and rivers collapsed and the rivers were cut off. The mountains here are white, but the trees are black, and even the water is like kerosene. This is a deformed world. An indistinguishable male and female voice came from the opposite side. Gu Laodao, don't bully others too much. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Gu Laodao laughed loudly. People feel refreshed when happy events happen. Crazy Yao comes out to fight. Fatty Xia just sent a message from Mu Yuan. Talented thunder sound. As expected. I have a sharp eye. Otherwise Qing Yuan's territory is thousands of miles away. So why would I choose to listen to Hai He drunk? A lake of turtles and turtles preached on the island where the little thing was? What a wonderful fate. It's hard to say that that little thing can awaken the bloodline of a mythical beast. But that's just what the old man said. According to the tradition of the cultivation world, he was the first to discover the turtle. And he was the one who led it into Taoism. So he also practiced his technique. Naturally, he is a disciple of Gu Laodao. Only if Gu Laodao made it clear that he would not accept it, others could get involved. But no fool will accept it. A divine turtle with the blood of dragon turtle. Gifted with thunder sound. My character is not bad. If you don't accept me as a disciple, do you think I am that junior from Fengiju and my brain has become abnormal? Thinking of Fengiju, Gu Laodao was angry. Junior, the old Taoist worked hard for his sect in Sanha Wasteland. But you bully my apprentice at home? Is there anyone in my lineage who can deceive me? When the old Taoist returned, he demolished the Palace of Immortality. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He punched out, and with a roar of a tiger, the mountain peak 10 miles away collapsed. The yin and yang voice came angrily. Good Jian-san! Does your Qing Yuan sect want to monopolize the wasteland of Sanha? The Sanha wasteland has a special space, and is rich in strange ores and spiritual plants that have never been found in the outside world. There was no Qing Yuan sect here originally, but in the past 300 years, as the Qing Yuan sect's size has increased dramatically, not only has it stepped in, but it has even become the biggest beneficiary. Now you are taking action for no reason, and you still want to monopolize it? If you can swallow it, can you hold it? The reason why the wasteland is called wasteland is because it is not developable, and no one can develop the wasteland. The geography of mountains and rivers in the wasteland is changing all the time. The mountains you see today may never be seen again when you wake up, as if everyone has been transported to another place. Moreover, there might be an evil creature born at some point. Can the Qing Yuan sect family be able to defend it? How many masters at the first level of the 7 meridians is the Qing Yuan sect willing to throw in? Gu Laodao laughed and said, Why are you so stingy? You won't die even if you hit him. The little Taoist boy huddled in the corner and trembled. The one who beat you is the Grand Master. If you want revenge, just take revenge on the Grand Master. Don't look for me. The little Taoist priest. The camel on the side nodded in agreement, then took out Gu Laodao's wine gourd from nowhere, and secretly poured it into his stomach. Gu Laodao was furious and kicked him, causing his hump to tremble. What are you doing here? Why don't you go back to the door? If the old Taoist is not here, someone will dare to take advantage of my disciple. Go back and protect me. Calculating the time. The time for turtles to hibernate has arrived early. Then it's time for the little turtle to hibernate. Right. Let this silly hunchback go back to protect the Dharma, so that the little turtle will not be plotted during hibernation. Zhuangyi looked confused and pointed his hoof at his head in disbelief. I have just been here for a day and have fallen out of favor? So turtles live in water. Okay? How can you bear to let a camel go into the water to protect the turtle? Zhuangyi doesn't like the environment of Qing Yuan Mountain. There is too much water, and it is too wet. He prefers the desert. But since he followed Gu Laodao, he has never seen the desert again. Homesick. After you go back, go for a walk in Shuifu. The stupid crocodile next door is crazy and beats me every day. The 3 courtyards of Yushu Valley are just the place where Gu Laodao stayed. His real dojo is in Xiangshui. Under. Gu Laodao's second body is a turtle, and he is more comfortable underwater. Good Lao Da took out a token from his arms, and threw it into the camel bag. This is the time to really send the camels away from the Three Rivers wasteland. Yesterday, the camel left, but it did not essentially leave the Sanha wasteland. Although it went out, it was still wrapped in the power of the Sanha wasteland space. So Su Huanyan could not sense that it was it. The Three Rivers wasteland is special. It only opens once every 3 years. If you go out, you won't be able to get back in. You have to wait 3 years. Yesterday, Lao Dao used special means to tear off the space in Sanha wasteland, wrapped him in a camel, and threw him back to Qingyuan Gate. Therefore, the camel will suddenly disappear when he leaves. That is the fusion of space. And the space surrounding him is directly recalled by the Three Rivers wasteland. Going out this time is not so magical. The camel cannot appear directly at Qingyuan Gate when going out. It has to run all the way back from the exit. Quite far. Mr. Zhuang was sad for a moment, then immediately became happy, jumping and running towards the exit of the wasteland without looking back. I've had enough of this place. And I don't even want to give him a drink. So I go back and take Turtle Boy to Chongqing Peak to steal the wine. Evergreen Peak is good at spiritual planting. And the wine they make is also excellent. I haven't had anything to drink for several months, and I'm so hungry. Let's go! It chirped several times. Little Taoist. I'm gone. You can serve the old man here. Next time you roast chicken, put 3 handfuls of salt on it and kill him. At this moment, Tihai Lake is very lively. 18 2-foot-tall yellow scarf warriors are carrying mountains, diverting water, filling ditches, digging canals, and are building a dojo in Tinghai Lake. Qinji Wanman's construction of the dojo was not to help Su He build a palace or attic, but to transform Tinghai Lake into a geographical environment that was very suitable for his practice. In other words, I was listening to Hai who arranged the Feng Shui formation. The formation diagram was drawn up by Su Huanyan and Xia Dali personally, and the material consumption was more than 3 times that of Feng Yiju's decision yesterday. Outside the Hall of Eternal Life, Feng Yiju stood on the rooftop with his hands behind his back. This is the highest point of the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, with thousands of feet of mountains at its feet. You can see all parts of Qingyuan Gate from here. Feng Yiju let out a long breath. He now somewhat regrets his forbidden words that day. If the divine beast bloodline has a chance to suppress the Qingyuan sect's luck for thousands of years, and with the talented thunder sound, it is basically a certainty. Even if the turtle cannot purify its blood and turn into a real dragon turtle, this talent has a chance to allow the turtle to reach the realm of stepping on the sky. It's almost the same as the mythical beast. As soon as he received the news this morning, Feng Yiju issued an order that Tinghai Dojo would not comply with the Hall Master's specifications. But depending on Su He's needs, whatever needs to be built can be built without considering the cost of materials. The formation diagram was made by Su Huanyan and Xia Dali. Su Huanyan understood the needs of his martial arts, and Xia Dali understood the needs of turtle life. There are 28 sunbathing platforms in Bailey Tinghai Lake, arranged according to the 28 constellations. The hibernating sand, the ditch where shrimps are raised. If it weren't for the pitiful green snake coming through the back door, Snake Valley would have become Suhi's villa. Even so, Snake Valley also built a basking platform and a rain-listening corridor specially for him. When Luo Tu rushed to Tinghai Lake with murderous intent, he looked at the busy construction site with a confused look on his face. Is the promised turtle brother living in dire straits? What's the deal? But you're still scared and afraid of being banned? Aren't you hungry and full, and always worried about being plotted against? As soon as it left the Three Rivers wasteland, it sensed that the camel hair given to Su He had been activated. What kind of H.L. on earth was this living in? So that the life-saving magic power that had just been sent out could be used immediately? It didn't even think it was a waste of time to even pant. So it ran more than 100,000 miles in one go and rushed back to support the turtle brother. In the end, it saw the turtle lying on the stone platform, enjoying the filial piety of the crocodile and looking at the yellow scarf with interest. Rikishi built a dojo for him. What? Chapter 46 Like water. Suhi turned around and saw Master Zhuang looking at him with a resentful look on his face. Suhi blinked. Want to eat? He handed over a young deer lamb. The camel is like a mouse crawling on its feet, screaming and jumping to the Suha Turtle Mountain to avoid the bloody deer, lamb and crocodile hunt. You can't expect this thing to be very elegant. It stepped on Suha Guishan with its hooves and screamed. But it's probably a curse. Damn it. Damn it. Have you ever seen a camel eat meat? Camel couldn't bear to see such a bloody scene. Don't want to eat? This one still has added quality. Suhi swallowed the deer lamb in 2 mouthfuls, opened his mouth, and let a few small silver fish clean the residue between his teeth. It's only been 2 months since teething started, and it's always inconvenient to use. It always seems like there's more or less of something. The camel stomped on his back. Stomping. Stomping. The sound of the hooves became rhythmic, and accompanying the rhythm was the camel's chirping sound. It seems to be singing, but actually it is talking. It was asking Suhi what he was doing here. The little whitebait cleaned up the residue, and swam away with its tail swung. Suhi turned around and replied, "On. Supervise work. Eat. Practice." The camel squeaked twice in disbelief. "How can I practice cultivation when there is all water here?" Suhi was stunned for a moment and realized that this camel was so spiritual and so smart that Suhi ignored that it was actually just a strange beast. Alien beasts do not develop intelligence, and their IQ is not much higher than that of ordinary beasts. This camel is already an accident. There are always exceptions to all living things. Suhi screamed a few times, "I am a turtle, born in the water." The camel blinked his big eyes and was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shrank back, as if he suddenly realized something. It nodded, jumped off the turtle SHL, and walked on the water. He turned around and shouted to Suhi, "Come with me. I will take you to a good place. If you need water element practice, then just follow me. It's generally safe in Kinjiwanmen now, especially with Master Zhuang." Suhi turned his head and groaned to Elder Su Hua. The fairy came to help him design the formation, but he ran away halfway. It was unreasonable not to say H-Lo. Su Huanyan glanced over here, and his voice directly rang in Suhi's mind. "Don't imitate him in drinking. Go quickly. Go quickly." The camel screamed and jumped up and down on the water, making them angry. The waves stirred up by the yellow turban warriors are tamed and well behaved under its feet. Although the camel is a strange animal in the desert, it walks on the waves as if it were on flat ground. As a divine beast in the water, Suhi had to use all his strength to keep up. The strength gap is too big. Hundreds of miles of water was left behind in the blink of an eye. The camel led Suhi to the xiangshui. It stood up high with its front hooves, slammed down into the water, and rushed directly to the bottom of the xiangshui. Suhi was born in Tinghai Lake. He often swam into xiangshui, but never dived to the bottom of xiangshui. It was impossible to do this before. 3 months ago, Suhi couldn't even dive into the water in Hai Lake, which was 30 feet deep, not to mention like water. Now it's all of the unknown. I don't know what's under the elephant water, so I dare not enter lightly. But if you follow a camel, you don't have to worry. Like water, it becomes wider as you go downwards, with a convex shape and cross-section. The water surface is only a little over 100 miles wide, which was not even the widest on Earth in previous lives. The width increases geometrically as you go downwards. After diving 70 or 80 feet, the sunlight could no longer penetrate, and it was pitch black. Looking up, there was a dark water belt. Suhi followed closely behind the camel with great caution. A camel cannot breathe underwater, but the nose ring it wears continuously delivers air to the nasal cavity, and at the same time prevents water from flowing back, causing strings of bubbles to roll upward. Another 200 feet down, my eyes suddenly opened up. The sunlight cannot penetrate, but the bottom of the water is crystal clear. Glowing grass, shining fish, fluoride like street lamps. Take a breath of river water and feel the coolness in your lungs. The water element's spiritual power here is more than twice as high as above. He also heard that Haihu had become his dojo, and he had arranged formations. Now that his spiritual power has increased sharply, he has a tendency to exceed the limit. Suhi was like a silly road deer entering the city for the first time. Dizzying. Most of the creatures here were things he had never seen before. When I turned around, I saw a camel lying on the bottom of the water, teasing with a prawn, and apparently wanted to take a bite. Are you crazy? That thing is poisonous. One bite can spit out the bile, Suhi shouted. The camel reluctantly spit out the prawns and showed off its swollen tongue to Suhi. The swelling has subsided visibly. The mysterious moon beast is not afraid of this poison. The camel jumped around and took Suhi around. After turning 2 canyons, a clear view suddenly appeared in front of him. A lush aquatic plant and swarms of swimming fish. There are also huge turtles swimming in 2s and 3s. Most of them have arrogant auras, and some even have stars on their heads. This is a strange beast. When all the turtles saw the camel, they quickly dispersed as if they had seen the god of plague. However, the camel didn't know it, and patrolled the territory like a king with his proud head raised. There is a stone platform in the center of the water plants, and a small temple on the platform. The temple is only half a person tall. The temple is covered with algae both inside and outside, shining with brilliance. A statue lying on its side in the temple. It's Golao. The statue is so lifelike that even the chicken drumstick in the old Taoist's hand is lifelike. The camel pulled his neck, took out a token from the bag on his back, and spit it into the temple. A flash of light flashed, and laughter burst out. Ha ha! I can go home and take a look. The stone statues in the small temple jumped out, grew when they encountered water, and became as tall as a person in the blink of an eye. They shook their bodies, and water plants and algae fell from their bodies. Golao was not a real person, but a stone statue in the temple that came to life. He circled Suhi 3 times and nodded with satisfaction. What did you, a dragon turtle, eat to grow up? You grow so big in 1 year? Suhi was stunned and finally recovered, lying on the ground and slightly lowering his head to the old Taoist. This old Taoist was the senior who led him into Taoism, so it was natural for him to give this salute. They originally agreed to meet on the 7th day of July, but by some strange combination of circumstances, it was postponed until more than 3 months later. The old Taoist patted the turtle sh. Ellen laughed loudly. That's right. He is really handsome. When the old Taoist comes out from Sanha Wasteland, I will give you a big gift. I had a fight with someone just now, and a mountain collapsed. There was a treasure conceived in the mountain, which was just the right gift for the meeting. We just met here, and I was just happy when I saw a green crocodile chasing a turtle running towards this compartment. The green crocodile has 3 stars on its head, while the turtle only has 1 star. Golao jumped to his feet and yelled, "Leave, son! How dare you hunt my turtle while Lao Dao is not around?" Chapter 47 Before Hibernation. The old man gritted his teeth, jumped out with a big body, smashed the green crocodile to the ground with a hoof, and turned over the body motionless. The 3-star beast is at the same level as Lu Ming's white tiger, and it can't even hold a powerful hoof. De Zhuang succeeded in the attack, but instead of returning, he waded down the river and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old Taoist snorted twice and said, "More than 300 miles from now on, it is the territory of the green crocodile. There is a 7-star crocodile king there. It is the pet of a former elder of the Beast Control Valley. After the elder emerged, the crocodile king was standing here. I missed my old friend and ignored him, but he actually harassed my turtle beast again and again." Suhi blinked, hearing the old Taoist's tone. Could there be meat from the 7-star crocodile king to eat today? That's really a great supplement before hibernation. The old man bared his teeth and said, "The crocodile has never been able to evolve to the Xianyu realm, and the position of the crocodile king cannot be kept. In the past, crocodiles still followed the rules and challenged them if they wanted to take over the position of the crocodile king. A few months ago, a little thief appeared somewhere. Instead of challenging him, he quietly tamed the crocodiles and killed a bunch of his green crocodiles. The crocodile king doesn't know what's wrong with him. He not only looks for crocodiles that threaten his status, but also drives crocodiles to my territory every day to attack and kill turtles." Suhi shrank his neck. The more he heard this story, the more familiar it became. It shouldn't be his fault, right? Tinghai Lake should not affect the bottom of Xiangshui. The old Taoist waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Just go and beat it up if it's itchy. If it wasn't for the sake of the face of my old friend, I would have killed him and had a drink. I have called you here today because I have other things, so you can run the turtle and live a long life." "Shiju, let me help you take a look." This is the fundamental reason why the old Taoist traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to condense his spiritual consciousness and let the camel bring it back. The idea of staying in the courtyard of Yusho Valley is just a mechanical procedure. Only this stone statue under the water can carry the spiritual power of the old Taoist. Strictly speaking, this is the real Taoist temple. There are no palaces and quiet rooms, just a clear body of water. The old Taoist's second body is practiced here. The hibernation period for turtles is coming, and many have already hibernated. Otherwise there would be more turtles here. We must hurry up and correct Suhi's skills before he hibernates. His turtle longevity and longevity are based on the demon star, and divine beasts don't have demon stars. Suhi blinked, not knowing how to continue. "Why are you standing there in a daze? My time is limited, so hurry up." Could it be that this turtle is so dumb that he hasn't learned yet? It shouldn't be. You have extremely high talent and good understanding. Are you too lazy to learn? In the suspicious eyes of the old Taoist, Suhi climbed down immediately, closed his eyes and concentrated on taking a long breath, absorbing the spirit into the body, and transporting the spiritual power from the great Zhou Tian. The old stone statue was attached to the turtle SHL, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated and observed carefully. Then, he opened his eyes in confusion. Is this an expert secret to longevity and longevity? Why don't I recognize him? He was stunned for a while, and then penetrated his consciousness again. For some reason, he withdrew again. There was another long silence while sitting on the turtle SHL. He didn't know this set of exercises, but he knew his father. This should be because an expert made special changes for this turtle on the basis of his turtle longevity and longevity technique. The level of people who modify the method is very high. If you want to do it with an experienced person, it will take at least several decades. And behind this turtle, the only real master is Su Huanyan. That little girl who was pampered 300 years ago has become so powerful. The old Taoist felt inexplicably depressed. He was proud of having such a mainstay in his sect, but also felt melancholy for himself. After all, he is old, and the next generation has surpassed him far. After the cycle of the great Zhou dynasty was completed, Suhi woke up. The camel had not come back yet, and the old stone statue stood quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. A crocodile jumped out of nowhere, grabbed a turtle, and bit it to death. There is a fish that slipped through the net with the camel. Suhi used his waterbending magical powers with one movement of his limbs, and his huge body knocked through the river water and rushed up. Fighting crocodiles is a job he knows well. This crocodile is also a 3-star. Suhi condensed the Taoist body of the heart aperture, which was equivalent to 2-star alien beasts in terms of realm. But when the size of beasts reaches a certain level, realm is often not the only criterion. A tortoise whose SHL is only 1 foot in diameter is already a huge creature. Suhi was as fast as a flying stone. The turtle's head shrank, and the turtle SHL crashed into the green crocodile. The huge body and the weight of Guishan immediately knocked the 3-star green crocodile away. The green crocodile's entire crocodile collapsed. The scene was familiar. The green crocodile didn't feel the pain, shook its dizzy head, gave up the pursuit of the turtle, and rushed towards Suhi. The green crocodile opened his mouth, and a ball of ice crystals condensed in his mouth. It was an ice pick, a javelin-like ice pick, extremely sharp and cold. He was about to eject, but at this moment, the giant black turtle opposite him roared, and a water ball smashed directly into its mouth. The water ball rotated and pressed the ice pick directly into its throat and into its belly. 72 silver needles are like a meat grinder. In an instant, blood mixed with intestines spurted out from the green crocodile's mouth. A 3-star green crocodile was pinned to death by Suhi at the bottom of the water before he could use his skills. The scene was extremely bloody for a while. Suhi shook his head and threw the crocodile carcass into the Guishan cave. After thinking about it, he also threw the camel's crocodile into the Guishan cave. A dice rotated and followed the Guishan cave. Suhi didn't check whether it was quality or quantity points. This is enough food for hibernation. Hibernation is coming. Just waiting for the dojo to be built. Suhi was looking forward to wondering what magical powers the turtle SHL and turtle scales would gain after hibernating. Chapter 48 Hibernation. The old man is gone. Suhi's technique did not need to be improved. The old Taoist preached the way of entering dreams, and the spiritual consciousness on the stone statue was dispersed. He was guarding the Qingyuan disciples in Sanhe wasteland, and did not dare to be distracted for too long. De Zhuang followed Suhi glumly, and swam towards Tinghai Lake. Lost money. Suhi snatched the exotic crocodile from it, but didn't give him any wine. The crocodile carried it to Evergreen Peak, and could confidently exchange it for a lot of wine. The key is to ask the turtle to accompany him to steal wine. But he still refuses. Not being willing to share hardships, and only wanting to monopolize wealth is not a good turtle. The camel was wronged. Suhi sighed. A turtle with a conscience really couldn't do it. In the past, who would dare to have an objection to the robbery of giant salamanders and crocodiles? It's just a crocodile that quietly took over a camel. It doesn't hit or scold it. It's a majestic moon beast, and it follows behind it aggrievedly. What kind of person is it? Why don't you give me a good beating, and let me enjoy this crocodile with peace of mind? At 4 points of quality, the camel was aggrieved. After all, Suhi couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. So he dragged out the 3-star green crocodile he had hunted from Turtle Mountain and threw it to the camel. The camel immediately became happy, carrying the crocodile on its back and ran happily towards the evergreen peak. Jumping and jumping. The yellow scarf warriors in Tinghai Lake are tireless. And the dojo will be completed in 10 days at most. There are fewer crocodiles in Crocodile Beach. The crocodiles that are ready to hibernate are digging holes in the wetlands. They are also going to hibernate. Tinghai suddenly became busy. Su Huanyan has already left. After designing the formation, he left naturally. Su found a rock and lay on it, lazily drying the turtle SHL and chewing the crocodile meat. The 3-star crocodile had 4 additional qualities. Su didn't even dare to take out the whole crocodile. He controlled the silver needle to cut it in Gushan Cave, eating one piece and taking out the other. It took 5 days to get all the crocodiles in his belly, and he didn't even let go of the crocodile's skin. After eating, Su laid down on the basking stone and remained motionless, except when he needed to excrete. I don't know when. Sui's excretion became less and less, and now he only has one every 3 or 4 days. The drainage area specially built by the powerful men in the lower reaches of Tinghai Lake was not for Sui, but for the entire Tinghai Lake. There are thousands of creatures and mixed spiritual powers in the lake, so it is not the most ideal place for practice. The warriors use formations to forcibly purify the spiritual energy of the water. Other spiritual energy, vitality, blood stains caused by hunting in the water, etc., became impurities. Those impurities were shunted here, scattered again and flowed into the elephant water. The construction of Tinghai Lake is not all under construction in the Bailey water area. In other places, only a few formations are arranged and islands are moved. There is only a 10-mile radius in the center, where sand, water plants, and rocks accumulated from the bottom of the lake are rearranged inch by inch. If Tinghai Lake is a cave, then these 10 miles of land are the quiet room where Sui retreats. After the array was deployed, the vegetation and rocks returned to their original state. From the outside, the sea and lake looked almost unchanged, with lush aquatic plants and numerous fish and shrimps. The construction of the dojo was completed on the 8th day, but it took another 5 days for Sui to reach the core of the dojo. At this time, the intestines and abdomen have been emptied. The temperature has dropped extremely low, and it is time to hibernate. Yesterday I went to the Suwanian water pool. It had snowed heavily there, and the mountains were covered with white snow. Yaya hasn't woken up yet. The little girl seems to have really hibernated. After saying hello to Su Huanyan and reporting to Xia Dali, Sui returned to Tinghai Lake, sank to the bottom of the lake, and lay down in the middle of the dojo. He swallowed the 4 Lord pills and slowly closed his eyes. No need to dig under the sand to hibernate this year. The temperature underwater is better. And Sui is not afraid of feeling bored. The crocodiles first sow the crops and then hibernate. Suho hibernation is an evolutionary need, and crocodiles hibernate as a survival need. Tinghai suddenly became quiet. Qingyuan disciples have received a ban. Tinghai Lake is the habitat of the sex divine beasts. No one is allowed to approach the dragon turtle during hibernation, except the green snake. The green snake had not yet transformed, but as soon as the heavy snow fell, it became weak and sleepy. Finally, it could no longer stand the cold, so it took leave and returned to Snake Valley to hibernate. She has an independent courtyard at Qingyuan Gate, but hibernating there is not as peaceful as Snake Valley. Sui slept deeply. The Tao of Dreaming taught by Lao Taoxin is not a skill at all, but more like a seed, allowing Sui to stay awake during hibernation. This trace of clarity is not enough to form a complete consciousness, but it can simply run the turtle longevity and long breathing art, absorb spiritual energy all the time, and use spiritual power to expand the universe. It was getting colder every day, and Sui lay motionless at the bottom of the water. The water energy of Tinghai Lake is getting stronger and stronger. Even in winter, there is a thin layer of mist on the water above Sui, which is the condensation of spiritual energy. The snow started to fall unconsciously. Qingyuan Mountain has abundant water vapor, which provides abundant rainfall and snowfall. After 3 days of heavy snow, the lake finally froze, and at first glance, the whole world was covered in silver. The ice on the lake is getting thicker and thicker. From time to time every day, a camel would run to Tinghai Lake drunkenly, shaking its head, stepping on Sui, kicking for a while to make sure Sui was fine, and then sauntering away again. Sometimes it comes on its own, but more often it is chased by Evergreen Peak disciples, shouting words such as wine thief and thief that the camel cannot understand while chasing. But as long as they reach Tinghai Lake, no one will dare to chase them anymore. This is a forbidden area in winter. Luotuo had a more reliable backer than Gulaodao. He stole wine outside and got very drunk. So he came to listen to Haihu and have a beautiful sleep. After he was full, he became a thief. The old Taoist is not here, and there is no one who can even control him. The disciples hated him so much that they had itching teeth. But there was nothing they could do. Can't beat, can't catch up, can't be offended. The steward of Evergreen Peak winemaking even set up a large vat at the foot of the mountain and filled it with wine every day. I just asked Mr. Zhuang to be satisfied and leave quickly, and not to go up the mountain to harm those spiritual plants. The camels were very cooperative. Another half-month later, when the camel came again, Feng Yaya was riding on its back. The little girl finally woke up. She swept away the snow on the ice above Suhi, lay on the ice and stared for a long time, then ran back screaming, "Mother! Mother! The big turtle has become smaller!" She made a big gesture, then huddled together, rubbing her index finger and thumb together to create an inch-long gap. "It has become so much smaller!" Su Huanyan looked at his excited daughter with a smile on his lips. "That proves that Dagui has gained something from seclusion." Suhi regulates the body and digests the progress of the year. Excess impurities in the body are slowly discharged, and the bone structure is adjusted, so that it will naturally shrink. Feng Yaya seemed to understand, but she only knew that Dagui was getting better. So that was okay. From then on, Feng Yaya would go to Tinghai Lake every day, sit on the ice, and look at the black shadow below, chattering for most of the day. When I got bored, I built a snowman on top, ran to the side and broke through the ice to catch 2 fish. Time passed day by day, and before I knew it, there were hundreds of snowmen, large and small, placed on the lake. "Mother! Mother!" The turtle turned around, but he didn't wake up. "Mother! Mother! The ice on the big turtle is so hard. Yaya can't even break it. Mother! Mother!" There is a small fish that was sucked into the nostrils of the big turtle and then spit out. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" As soon as Feng Yaya came back every day, she would report the results of the day's observations to Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan was as quiet as a fairy, listening quietly. The years are quiet. Chapter 49 Dragon Turtle. The rolling waves and roaring sound are like thunder piercing the ears. Suhi's consciousness slowly awakened in his heart orifice. Under his feet was a turbulent blood-red lake, and the dragon turtle Taoist body was walking on the waves in the lake. True blood. I don't know how long I have been hibernating, but the turtle long breathing art is running non-stop. At this moment, the first drop of true blood finally condenses in the heart orifice. The lake at the dragon turtle's feet is just a drop of blood. As a monk practices, the attributes of true blood are related to the divine objects in the heart. The true blood of the mythical beast is related to the Taoist body of the heart orifice. This is a drop of dragon turtle true blood. The blood rushes out along the river next to the heart orifice, which is the heart artery, as if a drop of water fell into boiling oil. Suhi's whole body made a sound like fried beans. A hot feeling surged from his heart to his limbs. "Hold head high!" A long and distant roar of a dragon and a turtle came from Tinghai Lake. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once the first drop of true blood is coagulated, it will become much easier from now on. Feng Yaya lay on the ice, her little face pressed against the ice, looking at the turtle shadow below, patting the ice and yelling, "Big turtle! Big turtle! Are you about to wake up?" Suhi did not wake up, but his true blood condensed in hibernation, and he instinctively let out a long groan. Feng Yiju, who was meditating in the Hall of Eternal Life, opened his eyes and appeared above Tinghai Lake in a flash. Feng Yaya's screams while clapping her little hands slowly subsided. She slowly raised her head while holding on to the ice, and saw her father standing aside with his hands behind his back. He glanced at her, with no waves in his eyes, and then turned to look at her. Suhi underwater. Feng Yaya swallowed and her breathing became rapid. She didn't like to face her father alone. Especially I don't like to see it in reality outside of the water mirror technique. Alienation. Silence. It's intimidating. Feng Yaya got up and timidly peeked at him. Seeing him observing the big turtle, she hesitated for a few times, gritted her teeth and bravely swept the snow onto the ice, blocking Feng Yiju's view. "You want it! You want it! Big turtle?" Feng Yiju looked at her and didn't answer. With a trembling voice, she asked again, "You want?" After those 2 words came out of my mouth, I was speechless and started to cry. Feng Yiju reached out to touch her head, but finally stopped in midair. He slowly retracted his outstretched hand and disappeared in a flash. Feng Yaya's petite body suddenly collapsed on the ice. This drop of true blood seemed to ignite the entire mountain. Even in hibernation, Suhi felt that his entire body was burning. Hot all over. But this hotness never interrupted hibernation. As if it was just an illusion. If you lie down on the ice and look, you can even see faint ice crystals forming on Suhi's entire turtle body. The scales and tortoise SHLS made a crunching sound under the freezing ice crystals. Just like trees shrinking in winter. Feng Yaya didn't come the next day. Didn't come on the third day. Until daybreak on the fourth day. Feng Yaya's bell-like cry appeared on Tinghai Lake. It was accompanied by the camel's whine. Wow! Look! De Zhuang. The turtle mountain on the big turtle's back is melting. Feng Yaya has recovered from the panic. And everything has returned to normal. Feng Yaya comes to observe from time to time every day. Sometimes carrying a bookcase on her back. Sometimes carrying a small sword. She woke up. And Li Nanyuan's class is resumed. But every day after school and before going to school, she would run to Tinghai Lake. After a heavy snowfall, Gu Laodao also came. In his true form. Without drinking. After finishing the matter in Sanha Wasteland, he brought back all the disciples he had brought with him. When the newly returned disciples started, they heard that the sect had a divine beast. A dragon turtle is hibernating. Suddenly the entire Qingyuan sect became lively again. There are even stone sculptures of dragons, turtles, and snow sculptures appearing throughout the sect from time to time. The sect has a mythical beast. No matter whether the beast is a child or not. Whether it is powerful or not at this moment. The face is standing up. Time is passing by Feng Yaya. Saying, Mother, the big turtle is shining. Mother, the big turtle has become smaller again. Mother, the big turtle has eaten your sword. Cross slowly. Winter passed unconsciously. Everything revived. And the ice and snow melted. Xiangshui is the first to be civilized. Followed by Tinghai Lake. The swimming fish are jumping for joy. And the water birds are returning. Suhi still didn't wake up. The green snake came out of the cave swaying. It has not yet transformed into a human form. But its behavior is even more charming. It can be predicted that in the future, it will be a troublesome witch. She stayed at Tinghai Lake for a long time. But did not see Suhi or enter. The green snake swam back towards Qingyuan Gate. After missing classes all winter, I have to get back in time. The crocodiles also crawled out of the cave. But they did not start hunting. After drinking enough water, they basked in the sun on the shore, waiting for their bodies to slowly recover. One winter there were actually 3 crocodiles, which grew to 3 feet long and became darker in color. Feng Yaya can't come, and she can't go into the water without ice. She doesn't know Taoism but only fists. The Jingzha has passed. The spring equinox has passed. The Qingming festival has passed. And even the grain rain is about to pass. Didn't something happen to the big turtle? Feng Yaya became more and more worried. It was pitch black outside the window. And Feng Yaya couldn't sleep without her mother. The camel stayed by the pool, sleeping deeply. Feng Yaya curled up her legs and looked out the window. Crack! There was a thunderclap, and the rain poured down. The pouring rain continued from midnight into the day, and still showed no sign of stopping. Li Nanyuan's class is about to start. And this year's disciples are about to leave. In the past few days, the instructor has been introducing the differences between the 7 meridians for new disciples to choose from. Feng Yaya didn't understand. She had grown up in Qingyuan sect since she was a child, and was very familiar with the 7 meridians. Why was her mother forcing her not to miss a lesson? Feng Yaya put on her clothes, ran into the rain curtain, let the rain wet her clothes, washed away her dullness, and finally shouted happily. The camel came running over, jumping and playing in the water with her. After having enough fun, Feng Yaya suddenly raised her head. Dazhuang, let's go find the big turtle. After the ice melted, I never saw the shadow of the big turtle again. I miss him. De Zhuang could obviously avoid the water, but he didn't take her down. Bang Chi. Bang Chi, the camel protested. Feng Yaya understood but didn't care. Feng Yaya was the only one in the Qingyuan sect who could understand the animal language without the need for an animal body. She jumped on the back of the camel, rode between the 2 humps, and shouted with a loud smile. Let's go! Let's go! Take me! I'll take you to steal wine! The camel's eyes lit up, and it galloped out with all 4 hooves, down the mountain and across the river. The target is Tinghaihu. The rain became heavier, and lightning flashed from time to time. Still more than 10 miles away from Tinghai Lake, I heard a long and distant roar of a dragon turtle. Ong! Feng Yaya's eyes lit up. Da Shuang! Run! Run! Da Gui woke up! The camel also became excited. Jumped directly into the elephant water. Walked on the water. And headed towards Tinghai Lake. When I rushed into Tinghai Lake, I saw a dragon turtle as black and crystal clear among the waves in the distance, roaring towards the sky. Feng Yaya smiled and said, "The big turtle has changed. He has become a dragon head." At this moment, high in the sky, within the billowing dark clouds, a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! It was hitting Su He's turtle SHL. A mountain shadow appeared on the turtle SHL, blocking the lightning. Su He looked up to the sky and chanted, "Ong!" Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck. Chapter 50 Magical Powers. Lightning struck down one after another, 9 in a row, striking Su He from the surface of the water to the bottom of the water, and then from the bottom of the water to the surface of the water. The fish and shrimps all around were dead, and Su He was floating among the waves. Feng Yaya and Luo Tua were already stunned. The camel ignored Feng Yaya's screams and jumped far away while carrying her. It didn't tentatively approach until there was no more lightning and the dark clouds overhead were beginning to disperse. "Big turtle!" Feng Yaya jumped up and fired from the camel's back like a cannonball, hitting Su He's back. An illusory mountain shadow flashed across the turtle SHL, sending Feng Yaya flying away. Su He reacted suddenly, hurriedly swam in the water, and caught the little one steadily. Feng Yaya was not afraid at all. She jumped up on his turtle SHL and laughed. Su He shook his confused head, having slept for too long and feeling a little unable to react. It is raining heavily when it wakes up from hibernation, which is a good sign for pure water beasts. But what do I mean by lightning strike? He kept asking. Did I do anything outrageous? Big turtle! Feng Yaya lay on his turtle SHL and rolled around. The big turtle hasn't gotten smaller. I thought that the big turtle would keep changing into a small one. Ong, Su He responded softly. As soon as I open my eyes, I can see Feng Yaya, which makes me feel inexplicably moved, especially on this rainy day. Big turtle! Feng Yaya suddenly jumped up, hugged his turtle head, and poked the 2 bulges above his head, which seemed to be growing horns. The turtle has turned into a dragon. Uncle Xia said that you will have new magical powers when you wake up. Have you mastered any magical powers? Can you fly? If you can fly, can you fly with Yaya? Yaya is most afraid of flying, but the turtle's back is so wide. I'm not afraid anymore. Su He shouted twice. I can't fly, but I'm not afraid of getting beaten. Acrodine? Feng Yaya's eyes lit up. She jumped up and punched Su He's turtle SHL with her small fist. Boom. There was a loud bell sound, and the phantom of the mountain peak appeared on Su He's turtle SHL. Feng Yaya failed to break the phantom and hurt the turtle SHL. Su He was frightened. Ancestors? Little ancestor? Your little fist can crush half of the island. So aren't you afraid of killing me with one punch? Feng Yaya's eyes were shining as she looked at the shadow of the mountain peak flashing across the turtle SHL. This mountain looked familiar to her. It was the turtle mountain of the big turtle, which melted away in winter. Big turtle! Big turtle! What is this? After Su He was frightened. The dragon's head raised proudly. This is the most important ability he gained during hibernation. One of the dragon turtle's innate magical powers, carrying mountains. Innate magical powers are not inherited. To use a metaphor, inheritance is the knowledge passed down from generation to generation by teachers. Innate supernatural powers are instincts, such as eating, drinking, peeing. The dragon turtle's natural defense is amazing. But this defense is not in vain. The dragon turtle can absorb many external forces and substances to form an external appearance outside the body. The foreign minister made the dragon turtle seem to be wearing a set of all-round defensive armor. Different things are absorbed, and the appearance formed is different. If the dragon turtle absorbs and carries the merits of humanity, the merits of heaven, etc., the appearance formed is a stone tablet, a city, or the like. If Su He directly transformed magic weapons, mountains, rivers and other objects into the foreign minister, the foreign minister would basically be a mountain. The external appearance is not broken. The dragon and the turtle are not injured. Even if you attack the eyes and mouth of the dragon turtle, the damage will first fall on the outer appearance. If the outer appearance is broken, there will also be the tortoise SHL and scales with even more amazing defensive power. Each dragon turtle absorbs different things when it first goes up the mountain to form its outer appearance. And the outer appearance has different additional abilities besides defense. For example, Suhi absorbed the former Gushan, and Gushan had cave space. Suhi's outer space can store things, and the space is about 1 foot in diameter. If you want to expand, you have to slowly improve it in the future. This is not the main thing. The most important thing is that Su Huanyan's fairy sword is inserted on Turtle Mountain. Suhi instinctively licked the fairy sword, although the grade of the fairy sword was too high for him to absorb. But the fairy sword contained Su Huanyan's sword energy. The sword energy was specially stored for Suhi and did not resist him. One winter, Suhi went up the mountain and licked a bit of Su Huanyan's sword energy. It was only a little bit, not very powerful. But the nature was completely different. Suhi's foreign minister will fight back. You thought you were hitting a turtle with a shrunken head. But the turtle's SHL suddenly stabbed you. Suhi's favorite SHL hammer also has a use. Do you think the person you bumped into was a huge turtle SHL? It's actually a sword. If Suhi learns swordsmanship in the future, he can integrate the sword energy and even the sword intention into the negative mountain appearance. And the power will increase with Suhi's realm. Suhi was very satisfied with the 2 extra abilities. There are also scales on this body. The scales do not have natural magical powers, or Suhi has insufficient blood and has not yet awakened. Just some interesting little abilities. For example, breathe. In the late stage of hibernation, absorbing spiritual energy is no longer just breathing through the mouth and nose. Every scale will actively absorb spiritual energy, and the whole body is breathing. And by sensing the water flow through the scales, the water seems to be alive and ready to listen to orders at any time. What pleased Suhi the most was the change in his mouth. He opened his mouth to show off to Feng Yaya. Look, I have a long tongue. It is not the original soft and senile tongue, but a dragon's tongue as powerful as a sword. Not only can you taste the deliciousness of food better, but you have also awakened another magical power, divine power. The roar of the running spiritual power is innate with soul impact. It can not only make all things surrender to the Tao, but do not perform as well as themselves. It can also be used directly as an attack method, but this cannot be demonstrated casually. Suhi's control isn't very good yet, and the divine power he uses is area of effect damage, regardless of friend or foe. Except for Suhi himself. Everyone who heard the divine power was attacked. You have to practice and master this slowly, just like people have to learn to eat. Feng Yaya was sitting on the turtle SHL, kicking her little feet, with a smile on her face. She was happy. Really happy. But as happy as she was, she couldn't be happy anymore. She suddenly jumped up and shouted in panic. Big turtle! Big turtle! It's not good! I skipped class! Li Nanyuan has been in class for a long time. Come on! Let's leave quickly. If mother finds out that I'm skipping class, she will definitely punish me. Suhi shouted loudly. Although it was not authentic, he was even happier. With a flick of his 4 paws, the water waves pushed him quickly towards the elephant water. After a hibernation, the waterbending magical power is completely different from the past. Powerful and fast. After crossing Xiangshui, the waves did not recede when they reached the shore. Suhi walked on the waves on land. The huge waves rolled over, but the ground was only slightly moist. One turtle and another howled happily. In just 1 stick of incense, he rushed across more than 300 miles and rushed into Linanyuan. On Tinghai Lake, Luotuo blinked his big eyes, looked around and looked at himself, with a confused look on his face. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just do? Oh, I brought Feng Yaya to find my friend. Angry. Where did this friend come from? My strongman has never done anything like this. Chapter 51 Transformation into a Beast. It didn't rain here in Linanyuan. The 2 people rushed in with high waves and disappeared on the ground amidst the screams of everyone, leaving behind a dragon turtle and an extremely happy little girl. Linanyuan suddenly exploded. It's the dragon turtle! What a mythical beast! See, I told you! I've seen mythical beasts! Shocks came and went. No matter how popular the rumors are, it always feels unreal if you don't see them. In particular, Suhi's dragon head, now as black as ink, was powerful without anger, directly striking the soul. The green snake was coiled on the futon, shaking the tip of its tail quickly. The snake rustled and snorted proudly. So what about the dragon turtle? I've beaten him. Although he had never been beaten, it didn't even move when it was coiled around him. Hiss. Green Snake's words immediately aroused exclamation. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Could this normally gentle and charming Green Snake be so fierce? No wonder there are words, like snake-hearted and green bamboo snake-mouth. Around Green Snake, several disciples silently moved away from her. No noise! The sound of a ruler came from the podium. The person teaching today was Confronting from Yusho Valley, who was considered an acquaintance. With a smile in his eyes, Confronting gestured slightly to Suhi, and then looked at Feng Yaya. You're late. Feng Yaya lowered her head and fought with her 2 index fingers. Let's continue today's lesson. Confronting put down the ruler and raised his voice a few minutes. Otherwise, there was a constant buzz in the audience from the moment Suhi and Feng Yaya entered the courtyard. There are 2 major schools in the Beast Control Valley, Beast Control and Beast Transformation. The Beast Control School contracts strange beasts into their natal lives. The monks and the strange beasts share wheel and woe and complement each other. And the lineage of transforming into beasts. He paused, stood up, and suddenly transformed into a wild boar. After showing the 5 stars between his eyebrows, he transformed again and returned to his human body. Anyone who had never seen him transform into a beast before. This operation immediately aroused everyone's amazement. The effectiveness of the class improved rapidly. Confronting nodded with satisfaction. The Beast Transformation School in the Beast Control Valley has been cultivating the Beast Transformation Chapter. The Beast Transformation Chapter has been circulated for a long time. It is said that in ancient times, there was a Beast Master, Master Ma. From time to time, dragons descended from the sky to seek treatment from Master Ma. Master Ma asked, can a beast transform into a demon and cultivate a human body? But can a human being cultivate a beast body? Shenlong replied, yes. The Beast Transformation Chapter was born from this time. All the sects and sects in the mysterious realm, Beast Transformation, all originated here. However, over tens of thousands of years, each sect has different understandings and practices. However, the different paths lead to the same goal, and the results are no different. Just talking about the Beast Transformation Chapter, the Qingyuan sect is no worse than the top 10 immortal sects. There was a hint of pride in Confronting's voice. In the chapter on cultivating beasts, in addition to our normal human bodies, we can also cultivate beast bodies. Just like demons, they have both animal bodies and human bodies. The difference is that the beast body of the demon is essentially the same thing, while the beast body cultivated in the Transformation of Beasts chapter exists independently. The animal body and the human body do not interfere with each other. Appearing in the human body is a real human being, and appearing in the body of an animal is a complete beast. Someone raised their hand. Confronting made a gesture of invitation. Speak. The disciple stood up and said, Senior brother Gu, since the body of a beast exists independently, if you give birth to an heir in the body of a beast. His big eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Confronting smiled. That is a beast with pure blood. The disciple's expression became weird, and he had a demeanor of not being a human being. He asked in a low voice, Senior brother, when the transformed beast obtains the second body, can a man transform into a female beast? If he becomes pregnant after transforming into a female beast, once the human body is restored, what will happen to the fetus in the belly? The air was silent for a moment, and everyone in Linan Yuan looked at him in shock. There were actually several male disciples, and their eyes lit up. Confronting looked confused. What the hell is this question? Why do you look so thirsty for knowledge? What's going on with each of the disciples this year? After a while, he smiled bitterly. If you have a strong desire to transform into a beast and condense into a second body, the second body can probably condense into a female beast. As for pregnancy, Confronting straightened his expression. This is a purely academic discussion. Absolutely. In the Beast Transformation chapter, the human body and the animal body are 2 completely independent bodies. Injury to the human body does not affect the health of the animal body, and vice versa. Even if the human body dies, you can still live as an alien beast. Of course, this can only be an accidental death. If you die of old age, it is a matter of the soul, and the human and animal bodies will die at the same time, since they are 2 independent individuals. If the animal body is pregnant and you appear behind the human body, the animal body will naturally gestate the offspring behind the human body without being affected. But when the term is reached, the animal body will appear and give birth. The disciple nodded seriously, as if he had learned a lot from the teaching. Confronting felt a little relieved. It was indeed an academic discussion. Then the disciple asked again, "Can the second body have an heir with a divine beast?" As he spoke, he glanced secretly at Suhi. The humming classroom fell silent for an instant. Gufeng looked at him in disbelief. Even the perverts with flashing eyes were dumbfounded. "Suhi? Suhi! I am going to bite you to death, and no one can stop me." Suhi roared and rushed over. But Gufeng dodged and blocked him. "Dragon Turtle, calm down. What a bastard. You don't even know the temperament of the sex mythical beast. So you dare to be so presumptuous?" Suhi stopped with a huff. Gufeng is the grandson of Gulao Dao, and he is one of his own. Suhi still has to give him this face. And it is impossible for him to bite someone to death just because of this. With a roar, his claws raised a wave of water and knocked the disciple to the ground. The disciple was soaked and stunned for a long time. Gufeng laughed angrily, shook his head and said, "Junior brother, what is your name?" "CZ. My name is CZ." The disciple blinked, looking a little embarrassed. "Junior brother CZ, you must remember that divine beasts cannot be humiliated. This is our own divine beast. Pouring water on you is a small punishment, but a big warning. If another divine beast were sent, it would not be so easy for you to pass." Moreover, he looked at this junior brother up and down, his eyes full of weirdness. "The questions you have today are very unique, none of which have been studied by seniors before. Even if these questions are studied in private, how can they be asked openly?" Gufeng smiled with some gloating. "As the first person to raise the issue of a male transforming into a female beast and giving birth to an heir, my junior brother is probably going to become famous. Well, we will learn about the history of cultivation." The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was at a loss. After a while, he quietly shrank to a corner and patted his chest in fear. "Fortunately, the name I reported was Senior Sister CZ. Senior Sister CZ, I've helped you become famous. You're welcome. Besides, Suhi." Feng Yaya suddenly raised her head, as if she had suddenly realized something belatedly. "Big Turtle, does he want to marry you?" Before Suhi could roar, Feng Yaya's little head had already shaken like a rattle. "No, he's too ugly." Everyone was silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter. For a time, Li Nanyuan was filled with a happy atmosphere. The class ended with laughter. Suhi just felt relaxed. He liked the air here. Compared with the monks, who had lived for hundreds of years, and were full of calculations, these innocent newcomers were more lovable. Chapter 52 Master and Disciple. "Mother!" Feng Yaya shouted in surprise after leaving the teaching courtyard. "I saw Su Huanyan standing quietly by the bamboo forest, waiting for Feng Yaya to come down from the hall." In the bamboo forest, Gu Laodao was leaning forward and making a big ball of mud. He was making a beggar's chicken. Gufeng greeted him with a speechless expression. He first bowed to Su Huanyan and then complained to the old man. "Old man, the chickens in Li Nanyuan are not. Don't get in the way!" Gu Laodao pushed him away and looked at Suhi with a smile. "This is the first time we have met in a real sense since hearing Hai Ho parting ways the year before last." He looked at Su Hishinwu's appearance and nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, this looks a bit like a dragon turtle. You should be my disciple." Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although Xiang's intention to accept a disciple was revealed the last time they met under the water, Dragon Turtle was also very happy. But when we actually met, I felt a little nervous and at a loss. After thousands of years of practice, this is the first time to accept a disciple. Still a dragon turtle. That. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to speak. Suhi didn't wait for him to say anything, and already bowed down and lay on the ground, with his head lowered in a salute. A mature disciple should know how to help his master. The old Taoist opened his mouth. His lips trembled, and his face turned red. "Kaizi, why don't you think about it again? You must know that I can't teach you." He suddenly felt a little disappointed, and even felt a little inferior. "You have already mastered the art of turtle life and long breathing, and you have even improved it, which is enough for you to use at this stage. When you reach the second level, the dragon turtle inheritance will come to you. It is impossible for the entire Qingyuan sect to find a higher quality inheritance than this dragon turtle inheritance. It seems that worshipping this master is useless." Suhi lay down lower. "Ong. Head. Boss. Father. King. This is probably the meaning. There is no designated proper noun for animal language, and one can only perceive the thoughts in the roar." The old Taoist opened his mouth. His eyes were a little dazed, and he murmured, "All I can teach you is common sense in the practice world. miscellaneous knowledge. And I will protect you for a while at most. The path of the mythical beast is too long. So long that it makes people despair. He was so desperate that one day he died. His bones were rotten and turned into ashes. And there was no trace left. This turtle could still watch the sun rise, and the moon set at Tinghai Lake, and watch the rising and falling of the Qingyuan. Suhi raised his head and took a serious look at the old man. Then lowered the dragon's head respectfully. He didn't understand the rules of the spiritual world. And he didn't know whether a sloppy old Taoist was qualified to accept a dragon turtle as his apprentice. But it was he who introduced Suhi to Taoism. And it was he who taught Suhi his skills. To be honest, the two of them haven't gotten to know each other well enough for Suhi to fall in love with him. But Suhi knew that the grace of preaching is greater than heaven. Since Suhi entered Taoism, he has only learned 2 exercises. The art of turtle life and long rest. And the way of entering dreams. Both of which were taught by old Taoists. The old man was at a loss and looked at Su Huanyan as if asking for help. Su Huanyan held his daughter's hand and looked at it calmly. With a smile on his lips, but did not make a sound. Feng Yaya, on the other hand, tilted her head and said, confused, Grandpa Ge, you want to accept the big turtle and worship me. Why are you being pretentious? Ge Laodao was suddenly stunned. What are you being pretentious about? What's so pretentious? Ge Laodao was stunned. Yes. Why do you and I want to be so pretentious? Thousands of years are worse than an ignorant child. He suddenly cheered up and laughed. The bamboo forest shook with laughter and burst into tears. After laughing, he said loudly to Suhi, Okay, I will accept you as my disciple. He suddenly became very energetic. If there is anyone in this world who can teach a turtle how to practice, who else can he teach him? His second body was a tortoise bigger than Suhi. But I have been practicing for thousands of years, and I can only accept one disciple. How can I do it casually? I should invite all my friends, inform fellow sects, and hold a grand apprenticeship ceremony. As an elder of the Qingyuan sect, he is the same generation as Su Huanyan's father and Master Feng Yizhu. And he is also the leader among them. He has only accepted one disciple for more than 1,000 years. How can he just do it so hastily? Suhi was overjoyed. On. The old Taoist burst out laughing. No hurry. No rush. I'll give you a name first. How can you scream dragon turtle all day long? My disciple, whose bloodline has not yet been purified, takes the name dragon turtle, which will damage his luck. Suhi blinked. On. You have a name? You want to name yourself? What? This problem is difficult for Suhi. For other things, he can roar like a beast and express his thoughts. How to express the name? It's not a big and strong name. Just something that expresses big and strong. He turned the dragon's head towards Su Huanyan and shouted loudly. The old Taoist was confused. Do you want your surname to be female? Fairy? Beautiful? Wife? Suhi shook his head anxiously. Su? Suhi nodded. What surname do you want for a dragon turtle? Shouldn't we have a Taoist name or something? Besides, why do you want to be named Su? Your master's surname is Ge. The old man suddenly looked constipated. Because Su Huanyan took care of him for a long time? The old Taoist has some taste. Su Hua was young and holding the fairy sword, standing quietly under the bamboo, with a slight smile on his lips and his beautiful hair. Suhi blinked, feeling that you guys had misunderstood something. But I'm a little turtle boy, and I don't dare to say anything nonsense. Ge Laodao took a breath and said, Now that you have a surname, I will give you a name. Suhi turned his head to the 2 rows of seedlings outside the bamboo forest. Ge Laodao was startled. Su Chao! What a stupid name. Suhi! Feng Yaya shouted with a giggle. The old Taoist was silent. This name is also bad. That's a bad last name. It's not a good idea to have a surname like Mr. Su's. I still wanted to show off my majesty as a master in protest. Just listen to the bell ringing in Linanyuan. The next class begins. The old Taoist waved his hand. You go ahead and follow the new disciples to class. We will talk about the rest later. What Li Nanyuan taught was basic knowledge and common sense in cultivation, which Suhi needed most. Feng Yaya pouted and waved her hand to Su Huanyan reluctantly, watching her mother's figure slowly fade and disappear. Then he followed Suhi to the teaching place. I haven't seen my mother for several days, and I feel like I'm cheating. But my mother would definitely disagree. The first few times she skipped class, wherever she escaped, the teacher happened to be teaching there. Feng Yaya is not stupid. In this section, there are 2 teachers standing on the podium at the same time. The one on the left is wearing Jinju costume, and the one on the right is wearing Jiangsuki Taoist robe. The two looked at each other with unkind eyes. This is where I come to steal my disciples. This session of teaching in Lingnan Yuan is coming to an end, and all the disciples will finally join the 7 meridians to formally practice. The teachers will use this opportunity to promote their own Taoism, hoping to attract more disciples. The senior brother in the sword-washing pool was the first to hold his hand, and said to the junior brothers and sisters below, "Everyone, long time no see. I'm here again. I'm here too." Senior brother Jinju interrupted. Senior brother Zhijianchi pretended that he did not exist, looked at the junior brothers and sisters in the audience, and said loudly, "I have said long ago that the sword is the world. Since you have entered the immortal sect, you should come and learn the sword. The sword of Jiuxi dominates all worlds. Wouldn't it be nice?" Senior brother Jinju took over the conversation. "Yes, the sword is the world. You should enter my sword residence and sacrifice to my sword box. 10,000 swords are hidden in one box." He slapped the sword box on his back, and the sword box fell to the ground. He pointed his halberd a little, and a fairy sword flew out from the sword box. "The sword is the world. It encompasses everything. The thunder sword." The lightning on the sword flashed and thunder roared. "Yinang!" Another sword came out, burning with blazing fire, as hot as the sun. "Blast!" Another sword came out, but the shape of the sword was not visible. But the wind was blowing, and flying sand and rocks were tearing apart everything. "Showers! Luoxue! Aoki!" Every time he shouted, a sword came out, with a unique aura, and the sword energy overflowed, really all-encompassing. The face of the senior fellow in the sword-washing pool turned gloomy. "Since the sword is a sword, why do you want to be so fancy? Where there is a sword, there is a world." This is the most fundamental difference between Jinju and Zhijianchi. Both schools are sword cultivators, but Jinju emphasizes that all swords come out at the same time, covering everything. The sword-washing pool is extremely passionate about swords. People are swords, and swords are people. He pointed his halberd, and a fairy sword came out of his body. There was no brilliance or sword sound. It seemed like an ordinary iron sword. Holding the sword and slashing, the wind stops and the rain stops. The thunder disperses, and the fire is extinguished, as if nothing happened. Chapter 53 Fist. The air in the courtyard was a little tense for a moment, and the two senior brothers looked at each other with awe-inspiring sword auras. The sword cultivator is not good at talking, and he prefers to speak with his sword than with his lips. Who is right, and who is wrong will be revealed in a fight. The two faced each other with swords, sword energy bursting out. At this moment, dong dong, there were 2 muffled sounds, and 2 chicken bones hit their heads. 1 hit for each person was very fair. The 2 of them immediately squatted on the ground holding their heads, and burst into tears. The fairy sword fell to the ground with a clanging sound. The old Taoist outside the small courtyard spit out a chicken bone, jumped up, and flew towards the main peak of Qingyuan. "It's nothing. Each and every one of them has a low moral character and a bad tone. And they always talk about the world. What is the world? Nothing is the world. The roast chicken in your mouth is the world." Guizire has become a disciple, and if he speaks out, he will throw water away. I will spit out my words and tell him that he will do what he says if he demolishes the palace of eternal life. My disciple, how can I let him enter the school with a grudge? The old Taoist has not wielded a sword, but when he reaches the realm of demon transformation, he can control the wind and fly with his true body. He was flying with lightning speed all the way, knocking away the clouds. In a moment, he was above the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, looking at the solemn palace of eternal life. He transformed into a giant turtle about 3 feet in size, and smashed towards the palace of eternal life like a meteorite. In the hall of eternal life, Fengiju opened his eyes and glanced at the roof, then rolled up his sleeves and rolled up the boy and walked out of the hall. Boom! With a loud noise, the palace of eternal life collapsed, rocks flying. The boy's mouth opened in astonishment. Who dares to attack the palace of eternal life? Has my Qingyuan sect fallen? Why doesn't the formation intercept? The smoke and dust dispersed slightly, and they saw Master Ji's uncle pressing down on the master and beating him. The other party is the uncle, the elder. Even if Fengiju is the leader, he only dares to dodge. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Uncle Gu, shut up!" Gu Laodao was unreasonable and unforgiving. "Don't admit your mistake. How can you beat someone if you admit your mistake? Uncle Gu, that's the leader. The scholar who came over shouted in shock. Go Lao Dao glanced at him. What about the leader? If the old man throws a tantrum, he will hit you. What about the leader? It's like no one has ever done it before. When the previous head of the generation was seriously injured and dying, it was when the Qingyuan sect was in turmoil. In order to reassure people, the senior brothers, who had similar moral standards, took turns to take charge of the Qingyuan sect as the old head slowed down. After regaining his footing, Feng Yiju succeeded him as the leader more than 20 years later. He, Gu Jiansan, also did official business in the Palace of Eternal Life and was the leader. Gu Laodao punched Feng Yiju into the ruins. This punch is for my disciple. I will beat you to the point where you are so stupid that you want to control the divine beast. Feng Yiju did not dare to resist. Gu Laodao had a high status and a special status. Not just seniority. Master Feng Yiju is Gu Laodao's younger brother, who was brought up by Gu Laodao, not to mention beating him. He had become a disciple back then, and his master always beat him as he asked. Not daring to resist, he had to endure it. Feng Yiju had just emerged from the ashes when he was punched by Gu Laodao again. This punch hits you, and you are not doing your job properly. How can you insult a scholar if you don't do your job as a good monk? Who are you sneaking around and plotting against all day long? When he spoke, he glanced sideways at the scholar, and the scholar suddenly felt like he was dead. Feng Yiju swept away the rubble and climbed out. Master. Boom! This punch means you haven't been doing your job properly for 60 years. What a good sect. What has it become now? It's like fighting for power and power. Boom! This punch is unkind to you as a father. The little girl is as afraid of you as a tiger, and is unkind to her own daughter. How can I trust you to treat your disciples well? Feng Yiju, who originally offered no resistance, suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Gu Laodao. Uncle Master, this is my family matter. Gu Laodao looked down at him with extremely serious eyes. As the leader, you have no family matters. Every word, every action you take is a major event for the sect. Feng Yiju said nothing. Gu Laodao yelled and punched out. He was smashed directly out of the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. This punch will bully you. Why don't you dare to resist after being beaten for so long? You are the leader. Even if the ancestors of all generations are resurrected, no one can beat the leader like this. Gu Laodao shouted hysterically. He originally just wanted to turn over the table and throw a splash to vent his anger on his apprentice. But for some reason, when he saw Feng Yiju who looked elegant, he couldn't help but take action. Where is the Feng Yiju who used to fight with swords and enjoy grudges in the end of the world? When did you think you were a scholar because of the reputation of being a gentleman? Just study. Why do you want to learn those bad habits? Deserve a beating? Enli Nanyuan. Su He was dumbfounded. Just now, a scene suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge tortoise smashed into a hall. The tortoise transformed into Gu Laodao, and then violently beat Feng Yiju. His first reaction, this is fake. After all, no one else saw this scene except him. Then Su He realized that this was a scene specially sent to him by the old Taoist. There was an inexplicable shock in my heart. And that was an old man who was careless and not doing his job properly. But he didn't bother to lie. He went to the main peak of Qingyuan and demolished the Palace of Eternal Life. Su He's heart suddenly seemed to be grabbed by something. His throat was choked, and an unexplainable feeling surged out of his heart. The last time I felt like this was in my last life, when I was scolded as a fatherless child. And then an older kid in the courtyard who bullied him every day took him and beat him back without saying a word. But he never got beaten back. That time, Su He burst into tears. He doesn't care about being bullied or suffering. But he can't stand people being nice to him. Such as Feng Yaya. Such as Su Huanyan. Such as Gu Laodao. Even for Xia Dali. He had a strong impression. It wasn't until Feng Yaya poked his turtle sh. Out that Su He came back to his senses. The class was over, and he had left class. Half of the disciples in Li Nanyuan have left, and the remaining half are looking at Su He from a distance, curious about the existence of the dragon turtle. Big turtle. Mother left again. Seeing Su He come to his senses, Feng Yaya poked his turtle scales and said gloomily, Mother left without me, and Aunt Lin is not here either. De Zhuang doesn't know where he ran. Gone. It must have seen that you were awake and no longer needed to take care of me. So it ran away. At this moment, a majestic camel was standing on a deserted hill with a depressed mood. It quietly looked at the rushing water beneath it, feeling a little disinterested. The eyes of the Xianyu beast were so good that it could see clearly through the heavy rain and hundreds of miles away. The old man went to be the leader and vented his anger on Wukue. Feng Yaya followed Wukue to class early, and no one noticed that he was gone. I really want to die here. So dead that I can't save him anymore. When they find out, it's too late. And I want them to hold his body and cry and regret it. On the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, the voice of the dead old Taoist came out sonorously and forcefully. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the old Taoist will hold a ceremony for accepting disciples at Tinghai Lake. I hope all of you will come and bear witness. The camel's heart was filled with despair. Dozens of golden lights shot out in all directions from Qingyuan Mountain. This was Gu Laodao inviting other friends to come and support him. He has never taught an apprentice in his life. And even his own son was thrown into the sword-washing pool to be accepted by his friends as apprentices. The little Taoist boys who serve him now are all nominally his son's Taoist boys. He has never taken on a disciple before. And he will never do so again. Only the dragon turtle is special. The first disciples, who have been recruited for thousands of years, are the junior disciples, who have closed their doors. Chapter 54 Soul Beast. Congratulations to senior brother Gu for finding a good disciple. There was a sound coming from the direction of Huayang Peak. Ha ha! Old man Gu also has a successor? There was a joking sound coming from the direction of Evergreen Peak. There were indignant voices in Tianji Pavilion. It's not that there are successors. It's that there are turtles. Old man Gu was unreasonable and quietly accepted Long Gui as his disciple. The congratulations suddenly turned into criticism. Gu Laodao's laughter echoed throughout Qingyuan. Su He trembled. It turned out that there were still so many seniors from the previous generation of Qingyuan sect. Su Huanyan's generation came onto the stage about 400 years ago and emerged 300 years ago. The previous generation was at least 500 or 600 years old. These people who are familiar with Gu Laodao are probably the same group who became disciples at the same time more than 1,000 years ago. To be able to live for such a long time, they must be people with profound moral principles. In other words, this is the foundation of Qingyuan sect. Su He carried Feng Yaya on her back and rushed to Tinghai Lake. The little girl said it was so pitiful that no one in the family was doing anything in the dark. So she was all alone. There are 28 newly built islands on Tinghai Lake, many of which have pavilions and pavilions built on the mountains and rivers. Not bad for a little girl to sleep in. As for eating, judging from the roar of the Jinglantong ant who was chasing them from behind, she probably stole the treasure today. In the space behind the mountain, 6 cages lie quietly. Su He had just ended his hibernation. His stomach and intestines had not recovered, and he had no appetite. Originally, I only stole a basket of steamed buns, but the dice was so powerful that I rolled a 6. On the first day after waking up, you should become a disciple, be the master, and throw 6 points, and your luck will definitely be prosperous this year. Listening to the heavy rain on Haihe Lake. It has been raining all night and day. The dark clouds on Qingyuan Mountain were divided into several strands, and the rain fell on the left and right, but it did not form a hole. Su He guessed that this was related to the formations arranged in each mountain range. In places like Tinghai Lake, where a large amount of water energy is concentrated, there is an extra abundance of rain. It seems as if half of the water in Qingyuan Mountain is coming. Fortunately, I heard that the sea and lake formation can drain away excess water. The formation was not just what Su He thought. Various natural materials and earthly treasures were used to lay out an area that could trap or kill people. I only know this after seeing Su Huanyan's formation diagram and seeing the formations laid out by the yellow turban warriors. The formation never leaves the sky. The same formation environment is arranged in different ways. Especially the formations of dojos, like Tinghehu, are built on mountains and rivers. And it is hard to see that a formation is a good formation. According to Chiao Tong's words, this world is essentially a formation. Maybe it's true. Feng Yaya was on the small island closest to the waters of Suha Shirley Retreat. After eating only a few steamed buns, she curled up on the couch and fell asleep. She didn't go to bed to sleep. She lay down by the window and could see Su He rising and falling in the water waves. The little girl is a little clingy. Su Huanyan didn't know what he was busy with. Feng Yaya said that he rarely saw her these days. The fairy sword stuck in the bottom of the water is also missing. Su Huanyan should have taken it away. Feng Yiji reconciled. Su He became a disciple, and the Qingyuan sect no longer threatened his existence. So there was no room for the immortal sword to be used. Is that woman going to fight with others? Is she healed? For someone with her level, wouldn't it take dozens or hundreds of years to recover from an injury? Su He didn't understand. Su Huanyan didn't talk to him about this. And Su Huanyan didn't understand animal language. As Su He came into contact with more and more people, it became more and more inconvenient to speak animal language. There are no fixed proper nouns in animal language. But the rhyme in the beast's roar is used to communicate. If you just want to communicate with beasts, this is enough. Stop. Pay tribute. Call the boss. That's fine. If the other party doesn't understand, just give him a good beating. But communicating with people is completely insufficient. Su He needed to speak. The green snake can speak because it solidifies the 12-layered building of the human body in the heart. The 12-layered building is the 12-section pipe. Dragon turtles also have this thing. But Su He closed his eyes and looked inside. In his heart, a dragon turtle was rising and falling on the lake of true blood. The originally solid dragon turtle became illusory at this moment, and the scene below could be vaguely seen through it. Su He knew from the moment he gathered the first drop of true blood that the advancement of a divine beast was different from the transformation of a demon into a human being. The demon has a heart orifice, and inside the heart orifice is the innate Tao body, human form. By consolidating the human figure step by step, the demon can gradually transform. The divine beast's Tao body in the heart orifice of the divine beast is the source of the divine beast's bloodline. The divine beast does not solidify it, but absorbs its power step by step to improve its own bloodline. When all the power of the divine beast's Tao body is absorbed, the bloodline of the divine beast has been raised to the extreme. In other words, if the condensed mind aperture divine beast Tao body itself is illusory, even if it is absorbed completely, it will not be possible to turn it into a real divine beast. Lu Ming didn't lie to him on this point. Fortunately, Su He ate the red demon fruit, so there was no need to worry about this. The only problem is that the heart aperture dragon turtle becomes empty as his blood leaps forward. So there is no question of which part to cultivate first. This road will not work. Moreover, Su He didn't feel that there was any so-called horizontal bone blocking him from speaking. In the past, he could only make the sound, ong, because he had no tongue and a special structure in his throat, making it difficult to change his voice. Now there is a tongue. Su He tried to pronounce ong, ong, roar. It's a bit difficult. Gu Laodao left the Changsheng Palace and headed all the way to Tinghai Lake. When he passed by Xiangshui, he saw that stupid camel lying motionless at the bottom of the water, as if dead. Are you pretending to be dead? When did this guy master this skill? Get up and follow me. The camel's eyelashes trembled slightly. Sorry, master. You are late. I jumped into the water and committed suicide before 2 sticks of incense. At this moment, I can no longer. Gu Laodao was just passing by, shouted and flew away. Camel. When Gu Laodao arrived at Tinghai Lake, he saw Su He lying on the surface of the water, screaming indiscriminately. It was at the bottom of the water at first, but Su He found that water flowing into his mouth would affect his vocalization, so he swam out again. Gu Laodao stood on the water. Heavy rain fell on his head, and naturally parted. My dear disciple, are you trying to imitate other people's speech? Su He turned around happily. Ong. Brother Gu laughed loudly. My good disciple, you are wasting your efforts. Beasts cannot speak human language, unless they transform into demons or divine beasts. If you want to speak, you can only do so after you have completely transformed into a divine beast. Human words are better said to be the words of the Great Road. Of all the voices, it is the one that tells the truth most directly. The words of the Great Tao cannot come out of the Tao body. Although there are too many magical instruments in the world that can store language, they can only store it. The root cause is what people say. If there is a magic weapon that can speak to oneself, or he has saved enough words and words, disrupts and reorganizes them, just like a mortal's movable type printing. Either this magic weapon already contains the Tao and has become a Tao tool. Tao tools can express Tao. As a disciple, he only has the blood of a divine beast and has not yet become a true divine beast. Of course, he cannot speak human words. On? Su He was stunned. The old Taoist smiled happily and simply sat cross-legged on the water. There are traces of soul beasts in Qincheng Mountain. Su Hua went to fight for the opportunity. If she can snatch the soul beast, you can ask for a soul beast to communicate through its mouth. Soul beasts are not beasts. They can sense people's thoughts and speak. There are also various abilities with endless wonderful uses. Before that, I can give you a psychic chapter so that you can communicate with people who don't understand animal language. Do you want to learn it? Su He nodded wildly. Chapter 55 Bond. The old Taoist laughed heartily. The happiest thing about being a master is that my disciples are eager to learn and I have something to teach them. Normally, the channeling chapter requires the consciousness to be opened and the consciousness to be condensed before it can be learned. However, you have taken Lu Ming's 3 spiritual enlightenment pills. Although the consciousness has not been opened, the consciousness has already begun to appear, which is enough. When he said this, there was anger rising in his heart. Was the chilling pill given casually? The soul enlightenment pill is a bone sacrificial masterpiece that needs to be condensed. When the strength and fluctuation of the spiritual consciousness are not enough, I swallow one and forcibly condense it. Cultivation should be like walking on thin ice, one step at a time, and never dare to make the slightest mistake. At that time, He could only be regarded as a divine object. He crossed 3 minor realms and swallowed the spirit enlightening pill directly, or 3 at once. Fortunately, the dragon turtle had a strong physique. Otherwise, he would not have known how he would have died. Should be killed. His body should be pulled out. His bones crushed and ashes scattered. Go Lao Dao snorted, stretched out his hand a little, centered on his eyebrows, and a circle of ripples spread out like water waves. This is divine consciousness. In its normal state, it is invisible and cannot be checked. To a large extent, spiritual consciousness can be understood as spirit, thoughts, etc. It is energy that actually exists, but cannot be seen. The ripples that appear in the circle are a special method. Just like adding dye to the water. You haven't opened your mind and can't control your spiritual consciousness. So your spiritual consciousness still needs to use its existing functions. For example, integrating your gaze can detect undetectable objects, such as formations and ghost objects. And integrating your voice can convey your thoughts and thoughts. Break the delusion. If you cannot use your spiritual consciousness to actively explore, you will not be able to use many of the abilities in the channeling chapter, such as mind communication. I will teach you how to introduce your mind into your voice or eyes. In the future, your roars and eyes are all means of communication. He was a little bit between Sui's eyebrows, and a spell was passed over. In fact, this is not a skill. It should be a tip for using spiritual consciousness. Sui closed his eyes and thought for a moment, humming from time to time. The mind has something to think about, and it flows through the mind and reaches the mouth. Ong, Sui groaned. Go Lao Dao chuckled. Don't yell at me. The language of beasts is too similar to the psychic chapter. I can't tell whether it's the language of beasts or the psychic chapter when you shout it. It's just a matter of words. The old Taoist is not worried at all. This little thing cannot stop this apprentice. He is of the bloodline of dragon turtle and divine beast and has strong spiritual consciousness. Even an ordinary beast like a camel can be learned after 2 months of teaching, let alone a dragon turtle. Sui closed his eyes and concentrated. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a pair of dragon eyes shot out 2 gazes on the old Tao. The old Taoist's joyful expression suddenly changed, and he jumped up and shouted, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Even if you are my disciple, I can give you the skills, the inheritance, and sell you my life. But if you want to roast chicken, don't even think about taking a bite. When you learn about psychics, the first thing you do is to ask for roasted chicken from an experienced practitioner. This apprentice and I don't get along well with each other, so I'd better expel him from the school as soon as possible. Really flirtatious. No wonder those big eyes can talk. And you can tell what they want to express at a glance. That guy can do this too. Right? Gu Laodao took out a lamp from somewhere, put it on Sui's dragon head, pointed his halberd, and a flame ignited on the lamp. The heavy rain cannot extinguish the flame like a bean. This is a lamp of destiny. It is lit with your consciousness. Normally, it can only be lit after condensing your consciousness. You little turtle is a bit special. If one day your consciousness is gone, this lamp will be extinguished, and there will be something in the door. I know you are in trouble. He threw his life lantern into the air and headed straight for Siming Hall. When you light the life lamp, you will be the true successor of Qingyuan sect. Are you ready? True legends have the treatment of true legends, but they also have the tasks of true legends. The students who taught in Linan Yuan and the disciples who followed Gu Laodao to hunt the 3 Rivers wasteland were all. The collapsed palace of eternal life has been restored. Feng Yiju stood on the rooftop and looked in the direction of Tinghai Lake. From here, Tinghai Lake was unreal and unreal. Su Huanyan added an anti-peeping function when designing the array. In fact, most of the elders' dojos in Qingyuan have this function. If the Changsheng Palace had not been smashed by Gu Laodao, No one would have seen this scene where Fengiji was beaten. In front of the Hall of Eternal Life. The scholar is kneeling. An old man with grey beard and haggard hair, dressed as a gentleman, stood beside Fengiji with his hands behind his back and his waist straight. This was Elder Qiao Chenglunkyo, the scholar's master. He started his career 100 years earlier than Gu Lao Dao. Fengiji was beaten, and all the elders could clearly see that the leader had really not done well in the past few years, and the scholar might have been partly to blame. Elder Qiao came here to punish the scholar. That's not what the chief military advisor does. In the eyes of the two people, a life lamp floated out of the sea and lake and flew towards Siming Palace. After lighting the life lamp, Dragon Turtle is on the right path, Elder Qiao said. Fengiji shook his head. It's early. He had promised to light the life lamp for Su He a long time ago, but he never implemented it. Lighting the life lamp is the true inheritance, and the true inheritance should go out on a mission. Now let the Dragon Turtle go out on a mission. How many times? There is no way to protect yourself. Elder Qiao was silent for a moment. In the opinion of the master nephew, what should we do? Fengiji smiled slightly. Uncle, you are joking. You have been cultivating Taoism for thousands of years. Don't you understand this? This turtle's bloodline is extremely pure. I am afraid that there is a 30% chance of actually turning into a dragon turtle. At least it should be kept in the door before the second realm. If necessary, our Qingyuan sect will shoulder the responsibility. Isn't this the role of sects? Let the chicks have a nest to grow in. Give them enough time and nutrients. And one day, they will be able to spread their wings and fly high. Since you have chosen to support, Fengiji will spare no effort. Let Dragon Turtle really see Qingyuan's sincerity. Let Dragon Turtle really see the benefits. And then its heart will stay here. Just like the blue dragon of Zuanshanmen. You must know that the green dragon was the powerful enemy of Xietian clan 10,000 years ago. And also had a fierce fight with a certain ancestor of Xietian clan. Now, if someone is detrimental to Zuanshanmen, Qinglong will be the first to refuse. Because everything about Qinglong is taken from Zuanshanmen. Elder Qiao looked at Tinghai Lake, seeming to be thinking. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. Have you ever thought, Master, that other sects can afford what Qingyuan sect can give? Or even more? Qingyuan sect is only the leader in Dongyun Mountain. And there are nearly 100 sects in Dongyun Mountain. And there are only 2 that are just one step behind Qingyuan. Not to mention Yunming's, which is close to Dongyun Mountain, is a gathering place for demons. And its strength is not inferior to that of the top 10 immortal sects. To the south is Qincheng Mountain, with 8 families on the mountain that are no less than Qinjiwanmen. Elder Qiao said earnestly, if you want Dragon Turtle to truly integrate into the sect, you cannot hold him in high esteem and stay away from the crowd. At least not in this generation. In 300 to 500 years, when the next generation of disciples grows up, and even the next generation of disciples grow up, he will gain another. It's good to show such respect. He looked at Fengiji. In the sect, when there are disputes, ties, laughter, distress, people who hate it, and people who love it, he will have a sense of belonging to the sect. He is afraid that the person he hates will take power, and he longs for the person he loves to advance. Only when Qingyuan has experienced a lot, cried and laughed, will Qingyuan come alive in his heart. Benefits are eternal, but the person who bestows them can change. What can hold a sacred beast is never profit, but the emotions of the beast and the sect itself. People will die, but the sect will not. Chapter 56 Head. Elder Qiao's voice gradually became louder. Moreover, a divine beast that never goes out on missions and never experiences battles, even if it turns into a pure blood, how can it protect Qingyuan? How can it be the guardian beast? He looked serious. Although I have never seen the Dragon Turtle inheritance, I think that more than 90% of it is related to combat. Whether it is cultivation or advancement, it must serve combat power. This is not a lie. Qingyuan sect has never had any divine beasts. It does not mean that after thousands of years of practice, he has never seen any divine beasts. All mythical beast inheritances are related to combat. Human inheritance may be for the pursuit of immortality, but purebred mythical beasts themselves are immortal. What they need more is the method of protecting the Tao. Its combat power. There is no existence that can master the supreme combat power without fighting. The ancestor of the mythical beast left a legacy in order to fight. When there is no need to fight anymore, this way will be protected. Is it possible that the leader thinks that we know more about Dragon Turtle than the ancestor of Dragon Turtle? Elder Qiao asked back. Dragon Turtle is not only Brother Ji's apprentice, but also the guardian beast of the sect. Dragon Turtle's arrangements are not Brother G's business alone. If the leader insists on stopping Dragon Turtle and only allows him to be a mascot, there is nothing anyone can do. The leader is, after all, the leader. Fengiji was silent for a long time, then nodded and said, "Okay, but the Dragon Turtle is not allowed to leave the Qingyuan realm." Elder Qiao shook his head. The leader had thought too much. Why should he not leave the Qingyuan realm? Brother Ge had already sent the message, asking him to be the Dragon Turtle protector. According to Brother G's stingy temperament, he would never let anything happen to Dragon Turtle, so he might not be the only one to protect him. The old man who came from the turbulent period of Qingyuan sect cared more about the sect's sacred beasts than others. Elder Qiao said low to Fengiji, glanced at the kneeling disciple, and turned around to descend from the main peak. A flying sword that conveyed messages was shot out from his hand and flew towards Tinghai Lake. "I agree to protect the Taoist. Check the leader. He is not right." Elder Qiao looked sick, but he was upright and proud. But his eyes were a bit desolate. Something is wrong with Fengiji. Not only did his handling of Dragon Turtle seem rough and fickle, they had talked about many other things before, but he didn't even have the structure, mind, and wisdom that a leader should have. It can't even compare to when he first came to the position of leader 300 years ago, when he was still young. Xia Chengluan even wondered if the leader had been replaced unknowingly, hearing that Gu Laodao on Haihe was erasing the traces on the letter-delivering flying sword. The letter from Elder Qiao shattered even his joy of gaining a good disciple. Something has been wrong with Fengiji for a long time. Years and decades of seclusion made the practice sect slow to respond. They had not noticed anything unusual about Fengiji before, but it was Xia Dali who faintly suggested it to him. Only then did Xiao Chengluan go to investigate. The ancestors of the Qingyuan sect were also very wealthy. There was an ancestor who was so powerful that he could not even defeat the 10 major immortal sections. Even Qin Long of Zuanshanmen admired him endlessly. The patriarch left behind the means, and the leader of Qingyuan will not be taken away or replaced by others. When something happened to the previous leader, their senior brothers appeared as stand-ins, and they actually took over the position of leader in private, so that they could stand in the palace of eternal life openly as the leader. In other words, according to the laws of the patriarch gathered in Qingyuan, he is a true abdicated master. This is also the fundamental reason why he attacked the palace of eternal life, but was not counterattacked by the formation. The leader cannot be replaced. This is the law that the founder condensed with his Taoist behavior and powerful body before he emerged. Even if the top experts from the top 10 immortal sects come, it cannot change it. There can only be something wrong with Fengiji itself. The technique went wrong. The consciousness was damaged. Or even the soul was injured? It shouldn't be that simple. It's normal for practitioners to go crazy or get injured. If so, Fengiji wouldn't hide it. There was nothing strange about your hand when you hit him just now, right? Gu Laodao was silent, feeling his heart heavy. He is very satisfied with Fengiji as the leader. He has done a good job in 300 years. Although he has the foundation laid by the previous leader, he can lead the Qingyuan sect to this point in 300 years. Gu Laodao is conceited and cannot do it. Su He tilted his head and looked at the old Taoist priest, whose face turned blue and purple. That messenger flying sword is poisonous. At the very least, the news it brings is poisonous. Just as he was about to speak in a low voice, Gu Laodao had already shaken his head and put away the flying sword with a smile. These things cannot be guessed by guessing, and must be investigated. He looked at Su He again. After I have passed the true story, I will go on a mission. I will preach in Linyanyuan, hire the elders, and go out to fight. Turtle Boy, are you ready? Su He opened her mouth. Old man, you just asked me if I was prepared. Is this what you were talking about? To be honest, Su He was not ready. It seemed like he was never ready for anything. He traveled through time without preparation, entered the Qingyuan gate without preparation, and became a mythical beast without preparation. I finally made friends, worshipped my master, and settled here. Even if the identity of the mythical beast is completely revealed, no one will dare to call his attention anymore. Even Fengiji was beaten by the master. Then you have to go out to do a mission? Su He didn't want to. Now there are techniques, dojos, masters, and dice, and there is no shortage of resources. It seems that he has no need to do the task at all. Rather than going on a mission, Su He wanted to stay in Tinghehu until he could at least completely transform into a divine beast and enter the second realm before talking about leaving. Moreover, Su He was a little timid towards the outside world. This was something he suddenly realized after this hibernation. After entering Qingyuan's sect for half a year. Except for hibernation. Half of the remaining time was spent being plotted against. And belatedly realized. Being able to get through was all due to luck and fighting with others. This feeling is very bad. He has always felt that his soul has passed through. And his emotions, IQ, and everything are still retained. After hibernating this time, he realized that maybe he was thinking too much. In the past, little turtles didn't have a brain as big as a finger. So how could they retain human emotions and IQ? Just the huge memory of his previous life was enough to bring him down. It was during hibernation this time that his head turned into a dragon's head. And his brain evolved a little bit. And he finally realized what he was doing. Realizing his own shortcomings. So he no longer had any yearning for the outside world. Especially when Su Huanyan's sword was taken away. So he felt insecure. He looked at the master quietly. Although Go Lao Dao didn't know what he was thinking. He could guess his thoughts. So he smiled heartlessly and said, I promise you that within 3 years you will only accept tasks within the Qingyuan sect. And within 10 years you will only accept tasks within the Qingyuan territory. The rain on Su He's head slowly turned into a question mark. Is there any difference between Qingyuan Gate and Qingyuan Realm? On the rooftop, Feng Yiju quietly watched Elder Qiao leave. Then turned and returned to the Palace of Eternal Life. Passing by the scholar's place. I couldn't help but laugh. If you don't get up, are you waiting for Master Qiao to spare you? The scholar jumped up immediately. Senior brother, the headmaster is teasing me again. Ever since he was a child. When had his master punished him by kneeling down and spared him? He had forgiven himself and quietly cancelled the punishment. Come in! The two entered the Hall of Eternal Life, and the store door closed automatically. Feng Yiju sat on the leader's seat, flicking the armrests with 4 fingers, and remained silent for a long time before saying, The news that Uncle Gu hit me should have been spread. Right. The Qingyuan sect is the leader of the various sects in Dongyun Mountain. I don't know how many detailed arrangements other sects have made here. Maybe it is not a detailed work. But just supporting 1 or 2 Qingyuan disciples can give first-hand information. Senior brother, is it worth it? The scholar looked up at Feng Yiju. Feng Yiju smiled, with a flash of green light in his eyes. And a sand table map of Dongyun Mountain rose up in the Hall of Eternal Life. Qingyuan Mountain is in the southeast. It is not the largest peak in Dongyun Mountain. Nor is it the most beautiful. The Qingyuan sect has reached its limit long ago. It is only so big. No matter how it develops, it will never reach the level of one of the top 10 immortal sections. 300 years ago, Qingyuan sect only occupied 3,000 miles of Qingyuan Mountain. Over the past 300 years, Qingyuan's sphere of influence has expanded, making Qingyuan's territory encompass thousands of miles. But this realm of thousands of miles is not exclusive to Qingyuan sect. There are also more than a dozen sections. They were all conquered by the Qingyuan sect and became subordinate sections. The so-called subordinates are like ministers, and the Qingyuan sect has to nod for their leadership. But this is already the limit. Dongyun Mountain, which had been in constant disputes for 300 years, was completely at peace. And other sects even had a tendency to join forces to curb the Qingyuan sect. Zuanshiman also obstructed the situation behind the scenes and promoted the Dongyun alliance. He did not allow another large sect to appear next to his bed. But the factions in Dongyun Mountain have been fighting for thousands of years. So it doesn't mean they can unite by joining forces. The conflicts will only deepen if they get together. But there is pressure from the Qingyuan sect, and they have to stay together. But what if the external pressure is gone? Qingyuan sect has fallen for a century. And other sects may be able to see it more clearly than Qingyuan sect itself. The head of Qingyuan was in trouble. And his prestige was even reduced to the point where he was beaten by the elders of the sect. Is it still necessary to establish the so-called alliance in Dongyun Mountain? Thousands of years of hatred and hundreds of years of accumulated conflicts. Just the slightest sign will explode. Right? If Dongyun is not in chaos, why should Qingyuan rise? Feng Yiju looked into the distance. It's not enough. We still need a fire. Qingyuan sect needs a big chaos. A big chaos that can shock Dongyun. Otherwise, Zuanshiman and Dongyun sects would not feel at ease. Chapter 57 Division Rules. The heavy rain in Tinghai Lake lasted for 2 days before it ended. And then came the continuous light rain for nearly a month. The smoke on the lake and the pavilions on the island are floating in the air. Unlike the human world, Feng Yaya fell asleep again. I don't know what happened to this little girl. She didn't sleep for 4 or 5 days in a row. And then slept for 4 or 5 days at a time. He had a very fulfilling month. doing tasks, and listening to lectures. The precarious tortoise life came to an end. It took this month for him to truly adapt to the life of Qingyuan. The Qingyuan disciples also gradually adapted to the presence of divine beasts in the sect. The only one who did not adapt was Aunt Chio of Jing'an Hall. In the past month, her gong-breaking voice has almost become a lion's roar. Although he is immortal, he is extremely powerful. An iron spoon smashing Su He's turtle sh. I can make the sound of Hong Zhong de Lu. It was heard 10 miles away. Now, as soon as Qingyuan disciples hear the bell, they know that Jing'an Hall is preparing delicious food again. Aunt Chio asked someone to file a complaint in Gu Laodao's name. Gu Laodao became furious and punished Su He severely. This little grandson stole Jing'an Hall's delicacies for a month and never showed any respect to him once. Gu Laodao was very busy this month, let alone investigating the leader secretly. It will be the 7th day of July in 2 months, and the wine and delicacies to entertain the guests are not yet ready. After practicing Taoism for thousands of years, he accepted his only disciple. He even invited the immortal chef from Shai Dingchuan demon transformation realm. For this reason, Su He was being chased by Aunt Chio with a kitchen knife. Aunt Chio seems to have learned psychic readings, and her eyes can kill people. She doesn't like my mother's cooking, and she wants to steal food, chop you into pieces, and make soup. Su He fled in despair. When Aunt Chio hit him before, he didn't care. With a foreign minister blocking the way, Aunt Chio couldn't even touch his turtle sh. Until one time, the foreign minister took the initiative to counterattack and almost injured Aunt Chio with a burst of sword energy. At that moment, Su He felt death approaching. The master of Jing'an Hall strangled his sword and stared at him. If Su He hadn't cowered early and apologized in time, he might have really been cooked that day. Even Gu Laodao couldn't save him. From then on, the first thing Su He did when he entered Jing'an Hall was to put away the foreign minister. Behind her, Aunt Chio was chasing after her with a kitchen knife. As she ran, Su He used a beast's roar to convey her thoughts. I won't steal. I have money today. I have been doing the task for a month, and I have money. Aunt Chio had never practiced cultivation, so even though the beast's roar contained Su He's spiritual will, she still couldn't understand it. Maybe you can understand, but you just want to kill him. Su He ran all the way out, plunged into the river, and swam a long way away. Aunt Chio was still making the roar of the Hedong lion on the bank. Su He was still frightened. Sure enough, women at this age are the most terrifying. Since Jing'an Hall could not go, Su He came to Li Nanyuan hungry. Upon entering the courtyard gate, boom, there was an explosion, and a young woman was seen chasing a male disciple. Several teachers in Li Nanyuan not only did not stop him, but also watched the excitement with great interest. The woman was dressed in red and carried a cast-iron gun barrel on her shoulders. The barrel was wild and rough, as if it had been removed from a mortal city wall. A row of animal-toothed cannonballs rested diagonally on her chest. It has quite a bit of the savage atmosphere of the Mountain King, and also gives people a sense of heroism and valor. She took off an animal-toothed cannonball, stuffed it into the barrel, and fired it out. Boom! The male disciple who escaped was blown away by her, and fell into a gourd rolling on the ground. Huh? Su He was surprised. It was the guide who wanted to cultivate the beast chapter to condense the female beast and give birth to him. I remember his name was CZ. Well fried. Su He gathered 2 sailors and clapped their hands above their heads. Next to him, Kufeng handed him a watermelon and quietly explained the reason to him. Su He looked back. My eldest nephew is very sensible. Kufeng's fat face twitched, and his gesture of handing melons was a little more respectful. This turtle apprentice is his own uncle. I have a dragon turtle as my uncle, which is great, but it was only 3 years old, more than 30 years younger than me, which was a bit bad. The woman in red fired out a cannon, put her hands on her hips and shouted, Zong Sunya! If you dare to take another step, I will destroy you. She just came back from the mission today. As soon as she entered the sect, she felt something was wrong with the way other people looked at her. She thought her climbing up the mountain was too ladylike and uncomfortable. After pulling a junior brother over and giving her a beating, she realized that her reputation had spread throughout the sect during the 2 months she had been away. The rumors were outrageous. Some said she was transforming into a beast, becoming a female turtle, and wanting to marry the divine beast. Some people said that she failed to transform into a beast, and she hid in the forest and did not dare to come out. There are also rumors that she was listening to Hai laying eggs. Degree. Damn it! Regardless of whether they are exotic beasts or mythical beasts, The only thing she is interested in is their teeth. The beasts whose teeth can be used as cannonballs are good beasts. Will I give birth to a child for a mythical beast? Born to play with teeth? Zonks and I. Die! CZ fired another cannonball. The animal tooth SHL exploded. But instead of exploding with fire, a bolt of lightning burst out, hitting Zong Sanai's head with a crackling sound. Zong Sunya screamed and ran away. Sister Zay, I was wrong. For the sake of our fellow villagers and our relatives, forgive me, senior brother Gu. Save me. He subconsciously ran towards the direction of teaching. How dare you escape? CZ gritted his teeth. Die. It's my business to forgive you. You just need to die. Loading and firing. Another SHL came. There was a roar and fire filled the sky, and the fierce flame swept towards Zong Sunya. The commander was stunned for a moment, with panic flashing in his eyes. No! She took the wrong fang, and this shot was aimed at the enemy. Zong Sunya was stunned. Senior sister really wants to kill me. After all, we are from the same village and are somewhat related. Right? He looked desperate. Just then, a wave of water hit him, slamming him to the ground and extinguishing the fire. The waves hit the ground and disappeared. Only the unconscious Zong Sunya was left. This wave is somewhat personal. The panic on CZ's face receded, and he rushed to Zong Sunya's side, making sure that he was okay. His anger returned, and he dragged him out by his ankles. Passing by Suhi, he just dragged Zong Sunya around Suhi. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and asked, Do you have a human body? Such a mighty and domineering dragon turtle pierced her heart. If this turtle had a human body, she would not be able to consider those rumors. Suhi shook his head with a dark look on his face. What thoughts do you have one by one? This is definitely a soil and water issue. Which village did these two people come from? Big points deducted. Suhi looked disappointed. Then please let me go. Thank you. Suhi dodged, and she dragged Zong Sunya away in large strides. There were stairs leading up to the hospital, and Zong Sunya was dragged along with his head bouncing on the steps. Boom, boom, boom. Li Nan Yuan burst into laughter and regained its calm. Suhi entered the Fulu teaching courtyard without getting stuck. Senior brother Yulin, who was teaching, seemed ashamed to see him and wanted to skip class as soon as he saw him. How can any teacher be absent from class every day? Is that true? Suhi has great enthusiasm for talismans. The talisman is omnipotent. This is not nonsense. Suhi is now eager to learn the talismans. After opening the aperture and concentrating on the mind beads, he can outline the talismans on the mind beads and make a panel first. This is not a fantasy, or even complicated. It doesn't need too many functions. Just can be used as a memo. This month, Suhi repeatedly tested the rules of dice. When is the probability of rolling a quality point high? Stolen? Get it? Tribute? When does secretly learning a skill mean accelerating learning? And when does it mean improving the level of a skill? This is so important. However, there is too much experimental data required, and it cannot be achieved through 30 or 50 experiments. Suhi's brain wasn't very good, and it had been almost 4 years since he had fully figured out the rules. First, create a panel where you can store records and roll the dice once to record it. As long as the data is large enough, the rules can be summarized. The method may be stupid, but it will never go wrong. Chapter 58 Panel. Suhi found his usual place to lie down, which was at the south edge of the classroom. His body was too big, and lying in front would block the view of others. After simply evolving, his eyesight is very good, and he can see clearly even at night. It doesn't matter where he is. The sun is fine here. Suhi does not fall out of the category of turtle just because he has a dragon head and tail and looks closer to a dragon turtle. They are still cold-blooded animals. They still like the sun, and they still want to eat shrimps. As soon as he lay down, a disciple came over quietly. Uncle Longgui, have you heard about it? The disciple looked like a thief. Something happened to Uncle Shui Jing of Jingshui Mountain. Suhi was stunned for a moment before he realized who this was. Xiaoling's master, the Taoist nun who had gone to court with him, was not very smart but still tried to protect others. After Lu Ming was deposed, he hid in her Jingshui Mountain. But Suhi used a camel's cactus to annihilate the entire mountain and turn it into a desert. Well, I suddenly remembered that I haven't seen a camel in a long time. That guy disappeared somewhere, and hasn't been seen for a month. Suhi lowered the dragon's head and looked at the disciple. Shui Jing was not on the mountain at that time, and later he was worried that she would come to take revenge. Could it be that she did something small, and was beaten by the master? Probably not. Although Go Lao Dao was unkempt, he couldn't do anything to bully the small ones. The disciple whispered. Master Shui Jing was discovered in the prison. Last year, she went to visit the disciple in the prison and then left. In fact, it was her disciple who imprisoned her in the prison. I don't know what means she used in exchange for two. She came out despite her appearance and identity. But she was not discovered in the jail until the day before yesterday. The souls are all imprisoned. The walking dead usually only eat, sleep, and dig for ghost stones. Some disciples made mistakes and were imprisoned. They only discovered this accidentally when delivering meals. Su He had a lump in his throat and didn't know what to say. The town prison holds many heavy-duty prisoners and even sect enemies. The result looks like a sieve. Lu Ming could command 3 men to attack Su He when he was in prison, and Xiao Ling could still come out in a dignified manner. When Lu Ming was killed that day, a woman snatched his body and was annihilated together. I thought that Xiao Ling was also deposed like Lu Ming, and that she could escape with the help of magic weapons or talismans. It turned out that she had escaped from prison. Are the guards at the prison so lax? Yu Hosheng and Feng Yiju had a brain convulsion? The Qingyuan sect attaches great importance to the law enforcement hall and prison suppression. Otherwise it would not have promoted the hall master to the first position in order to show the majesty of the law enforcement hall. Qingyuan sect from top to bottom. Head, first seat, hall master, deacon, true successor, ordinary disciple. The chief seat and hall master who have resigned are all respected as elders. He does not hold the position of head, but he has the power of supervision. Even in an emergency, the elders of the 7 meridians can remove the head. The elder of the 7 meridians is the leader of the 7 meridians who has abdicated. Feng Yaya's grandfather was the head of the sword-washing pool in the previous generation. There may be a hidden secret or other reasons behind the prison suppression. There are a lot of elders in charge, and it is not the turn of a mountain guardian beast who has not yet taken office to worry about it. But Shui Jing probably won't cause trouble for killing Xiao Ling. This is good news. On the podium, Yulin seemed not to notice anyone making small moves. In fact, Yulin pretended not to have seen what Su He was doing in his class. As soon as he saw Su He would remember the scene of giving a lecture at Crocodile Beach, forcing the crocodile to raise his hand for roll call, taking off his clothes and dancing unscrupulously, and peeing in circles around the stone platform. The stone platform was probably the turtle's basking stone. At that time, he was tricked out of the sect by Lu Ming's tempting mission. When he came back 2 months later, he heard that a magical turtle had appeared in Tinghai Lake. Yulin's whole body felt like he was struck by lightning. Lu Ming's grandson only told him that the turtle couldn't transform into a demon. But he didn't say it was a mythical beast. What is the difference between a mythical beast and a demon? The same society is dead. When Su He came to take the talisman class, Yulin didn't even know how the lesson ended that day. He only knew that Li Nanyuan was half blown up by his talisman. What we are talking about today is the strengthening and limiting of elemental symbols by descriptors under specific effects, from the simplest to the deeper. It's a great lecture. Li Nanyuan's courses do not teach real skills, but only provide new disciples with an introductory understanding of various types of practice. In July, Li Nanyuan entered the 7 meridians before he truly started practicing. At the end of the class, Yulin stood up and left, as if running away. Then he was stopped by Su He. Yulin's expression suddenly became extremely exciting, and his breathing became rapid. The day finally arrived. This turtle came to see me. What did it want to do? This terrible breathing rate. Su He complained in his heart and shouted loudly at him. Yulin was stunned. Panel? Is this the meaning of the divine thought that the dragon turtle just transmitted? Su He screamed in a low voice, like a whisper, and the expression on Yulin's face gradually changed from confusion to shock, and then to shock. He looked at Su He in disbelief. Is this the thinking of a mythical beast? Su He just told him the concept of the panel and briefly mentioned the system in the previous novel. Yulin was stunned by this thing. Let's not talk about systems that can directly improve human behavior or grant treasures. Nothing is created out of thin air. This is unrealistic. Even if there is, there must be a reason behind it. For example, Taoism already existed, but it was sealed or reincarnated. As long as the time is right, it will be promoted instantly. But what the turtle mentioned, the panel that can display attributes can theoretically exist. For example, it combines the water mirror technique, showing characters, as well as the exploration skills and pupil technique. Not only can it display its own attributes, but it can also peek at others intuitively. Yulin's breathing was rapid. Uncle Longdui's idea is fantastic, but my disciple's moral conduct is low. Can I hand over this idea to my master? Master Luochio of the Tianji Pavilion, the master of the Sutra Transmission Hall. He knew that this man could inherit the first seat of Tianji Pavilion, but he refused to do so. Tianji Pavilion is good at making artifacts and magic weapons. And to be the leader, you need to know how to do business. Master Luochio is devoted to seeking enlightenment and is not interested in doing business. Later, he became the head of the Sutra Chuan Hall, which was in charge of Qingyuan Taoism. As long as the merits are sufficient, all the Taoist teachings of Qingyuan sect can be redeemed in the Sutra Transmission Hall. You can even hire a Sutra lecturer to explain specifically. After leaving Nanyuan's teaching, the advanced goal is to become a lecturer in the Sutra Transmission Hall. He was convinced and nodded in agreement. Yulin was overjoyed. Master Longui, don't worry. If this Taoist technique is created, Master will get at least half of the credit. He apologized and immediately walked away with his sword. The idea of the dragon turtle is too good to pass by with a flying sword, lest there be an accident. He wanted to make a trip himself. In a pavilion 3 miles away, Xiao Changluan, dressed as a gentleman, slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Since he agreed to go Lao Dao to be the dragon turtle protector a month ago, he has never left He 30 miles away. He just hid quietly to prevent others from noticing. To him, there was no difference between being 30 miles away and being right in front of him. At this moment, they were only 3 or 4 miles away. And what He and Yulin just said fell into his ears accurately. Xiao Changluan looked in the direction of He. His eyes filled with wonder. This dragon turtle is so smart. This is not an idea inherited from the dragon turtle. It will only be inherited at the moment when it truly transforms into a divine beast. This is what Longgui thought of himself. Elder Gu said it was such a great blessing. Elder Qiao felt that the tea in his mouth was a little sour. After a moment of meditation, he stretched his fingers out into the air, and the water spread out like waves in the air, eventually forming a water curtain the size of a book. Elder Qiao moved his fingers continuously, and a series of talismans fell into the water mirror. Why? There are writings on the water mirror. Name, Xiao Changluan. Race, human race. Realm, demon transformation realm. 6th step, thunder tribulation realm. State, there is no writing yet after the status. According to what Long Gui just thought, the name should be connected with the Yuanshan and Yuanling. And if there is a problem, it will be displayed here. The state is connected with the physical body, and poisoning, injury, etc. will also appear directly. This is a very large project. It is best to allow the panel to operate on its own, rather than being controlled by the monks. This way, once the monks fall into illusions, poisoning, etc., they will not cause display errors due to their own misjudgments. This requires the use of talismans, exercises, medical methods, soul methods, physical methods, and many other methods. It cannot be completed by 1 or 2 people. We need a bunch of old guys to gather together and study it carefully. It happened that on the 7th day of July, Gu Laodao accepted disciples. So the teachers and brothers gathered together. Chapter 59 Bone Sacrifice. He watched Yulin walk away with his sword, a little envious, wondering when he would be able to fly. A flying turtle sounds a bit awkward. It should not be a normal flight. It is very likely that even if it flies, it will be carried by the water waves in the sky, and it will travel on the waves in the 9 heavens. The second class is Gufeng's Taoism class. Taoist classes do not talk about specific exercises, but about common sense of cultivation, many proper terms in the exercises, introductions to various exercises, and detailed explanations of each realm. He now belongs to the true blood realm. During hibernation, about 1/3 of the blood in the body is replaced by dragon turtle true blood. The speed of true blood condensation has obviously slowed down this month. He always felt that he might have gone astray. He is different from ordinary monks. The blood of ordinary monks flows through the heart orifice and is taken care of by the divine object in the heart orifice, changing from ordinary blood to true blood containing Taoist charm. And he wanted to actually give birth to the true blood of the dragon turtle, not just to make the original blood have the charm of the dragon turtle. Then this step should be fundamentally changed. Sacrifice the bone marrow first and then the spleen, so that the newly created blood in the body will directly be the dragon turtle's true blood. He had consulted his master, and Gu Laodao smiled and threw him a copy of Qingyuan Bone Sacrifice, and 5 emperors returning to Yuan dynasty, and told him if he had any ideas, he could boldly implement them. The dragon turtle was strong and could not resist death. He was confused. This is so unreliable. You should be careful every step of the way when practicing. How can you be casual? The 7 steps of transformation are heart aperture, divine object, true blood, mind aperture, bone sacrifice, spirit enlightenment, and essence gathering. After the true blood, the mind aperture should come. By condensing the true blood, if the true blood Taoyuan is enough, it can open the mind orifices and condense the spiritual consciousness. And the monks can practice spells, talismans, etc. Everyone needs different true blood Taoyuan to open their mind orifices. Some people can open their mind orifices by condensing only 3 points of Taoyuan, while others can do it with 6 or 7 points. It is not that the earlier the opening is, the better. The easier it is to open the mind orifice, which proves that the mind orifice is fragile, and the consciousness it can condense will not be strong. And even the consciousness cannot be condensed in the spiritual enlightenment state. It stands to reason that He Dragon Turtle's true blood should be equivalent to Monk Taoyuan's true blood. He had already condensed 30% of his true blood, but he didn't feel like he was about to open his mind. The true blood condensed and came to a standstill. On the stage, Ge Feng finished explaining the Ichu realm yesterday and started talking about the bone sacrifice realm today. From time to time, a few small advertisements are inserted to promote Yusho Valley. The bone sacrificial stage is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to bombard the acupuncture points with the power of true blood, making the acupuncture points like nails, nailing the flesh and bones together, tightly connected and irrespective of each other. The second step uses acupuncture points as points, together with the bones, to infiltrate the true blood into the bones and refine them. The third step is to temper the internal organs. At this point, the inside and outside are integrated, and the body, hair, and skin are all Tao. This step can lead to a lifespan of 300 years. Everyone listened with longing. The avenue is ethereal and cannot be looked directly at. Lifespan and magic are the pursuits of monks. By condensing the true blood, one can live 120 years. And by opening one's mind and consciousness, one can live 180 years. The bone sacrifice master can live for 300 years, which is completely beyond the boundaries of mortals. He listened to the class and thought about his own path. Before I knew it, I had already left the hall, and a waxy voice rang in my ears. Uncle Longue, do you have an appointment recently? He saw a girl of 15 or 16 years old, but she had never seen a new disciple who was not Li Nanyuan. I have 8 acres of spiritual land in Qingping Mountain. If my uncle doesn't have an appointment, can you help me water the land? According to your market price. Sui's eyes lit up. Becoming a disciple of Gu Lao Dao, one's status is equivalent to that of a true disciple, so the sect's mission cannot be left behind. There are 3 types of Qingyuan sect tasks: the sect's own tasks, entrustments from fellow sects, and external entrustments. There are no requirements for other disciples. Jinjuan must complete 3 sect tasks every year and achieve 300 meritorious deeds. Otherwise, the exchange of exercises and the monthly schedule of disciples will be affected. Simple and crude. He now doesn't need merit to learn the inheritance of his own lineage, but it does cost money to learn others. Moreover, true disciples have to earn the 300 merits themselves. He could not leave Qingyuan to do the mountain living mission with great achievements. So he had to think of another way. For example, water the ground. There is abundant rain in Qingyuan Gate, but ordinary rainwater cannot be used to water the spiritual fields. After enlightening the spiritual realm, you need to master the true teaching of rain and perform the rainmaking technique. The rain caused by mana contains spiritual power. He can't make rain, but the water flow condensed by his water-bending magical power and full of spiritual power will be more effective. Moreover, Sui's fee was not high, and it only took a merit to water an acre of spiritual land thoroughly at one time. Sui raised his voice. I have a mission today. I will take a rest in Nanyuan tomorrow. I will go to Qingping Mountain to find you. The disciple left with satisfaction. Sui left Li Nanyuan, climbed down Xiangshui, and came to Tihai Lake. After boarding the island and checking that Feng Yaya hadn't woken up yet, Sui swam westward. I received a sect mission yesterday, and a large number of crocodiles gathered in the shallows outside Heian City, 800 miles to the west. The people in the city were threatening fishing, farming, and even their own safety. The name of Heian City is Chung, but it is actually a small town with only more than 3,000 people. But their origins are unusual. Those who can build a city within the Qingyuan Gate are all descendants of Qingyuan. He Anqing is the descendant of Elder Luo of Changjingfeng. Elder Luo was more than 800 years old, although he only had one son. After 5 generations, his family had hundreds of people. But not everyone has the qualifications to practice. He settled down not far from Qingyuan Mountain, and hundreds of years later it became a small town. A few days ago, people in the town burned incense and contacted their ancestors to inform Heian of the crocodile time outside the city. Elder Luo directly sent the task, and Suhi quickly snatched it up with quick eyes and hands. Driving away crocodiles, he said. 800 miles along the Xianshui River. We were outside Heian City 2 hours later. Before we reached the shallows, we could hear the sound of crocodiles and frogs. And Suhi swam across. Crocodiles build nests here and gather in groups. According to visual inspection, there are hundreds of them, which is no worse than other crocodile beaches. Suhi raised his head and chanted, "On. From today on, I am the leader here. All crocodiles gather." The crocodiles looked at him, but no one paid any attention. On the contrary, the 2 teenagers who were peeping on the shore screamed and ran away. "There is a strange beast. A strange turtle-like beast." Suhi ignored them and only looked at the crocodile. These guys need to be dealt with. Suhi is considered a giant anyway. Standing in front of the crocodile, he is several times bigger than them. These guys don't even have any sense of crisis. One even screamed at him, "Solitary and widowed. Get out of here." Suhi came to the water, bit the crocodile's tail, rounded it, and threw it out. The crocodile hit the water and immediately rolled his eyes. It took him a while to recover. Then he screamed in pain and ran away. Suhi entered the flock like a lion and chased after the crocodiles one by one, swung them, and slapped them on the water. The crocodile that could compete with him half a year ago is now like a chicken. Suhi didn't use magical powers, and only naked hand-to-hand combat was most effective against wild beasts. This group of guys just needed to be dealt with. They had to beat them up to recognize their leader and rush back to Tinghai Lake to expand the crocodile group. Suhi fought all the way from the eastern end of the shoal to the western end, and then back again. A crocodile resisted and bit him, and even the foreign minister could not provoke him. Even if Suhi withdrew his appearance and opened it for them to bite, it would not hurt or itch. There were people in the distance and in the city sneaking around to observe. When they saw Suhi beating the crocodile, some people applauded and others were worried. I was afraid that the alien beast outside would drive away the crocodile, and that alien beast would occupy the shoal. Life is even harder. As Suhi was hunting the crocodile, he saw a Taoist nun standing on the shore. She was holding a fairy sword and looking at him quietly. Chapter 60, Prison Suppression. The water is calm. Want revenge? Suhi stopped beating the crocodile and looked at her. There was an indescribable look in Shui Jing's eyes, which were extremely empty, and she had lost interest in everything. After looking at Suhi for a long time, her eyes became focused. Looking at Suhi, he said quietly, "You killed Lingling." Can't tell if it's a statement or a question. She slowly drew out the fairy sword. "Take my sword and clear up all the grudges." Suhi was furious. "Come clean. Uncle, don't act like you are the victims. How dare you come clean if you are the one who brought it upon yourself?" Roar! There was a roar, and the shadow of the mountain appeared on its back. Suhi splashed the water and rushed toward Shui Jing. This woman had only gathered her thoughts at the age of 300. She was not a very good person, and had been detained in the prison for several months. She could fight. Roar! With a roar, the divine power was used, and the crocodiles around him rolled their eyes and fainted one after another. Shui Jing, who was in the middle of the roar, turned pale suddenly, and his feet felt weak, and he was about to fall over. Just at this time, Suhi was hit by a wave of water. With a crash, his whole body was blown away, and he was hit on the muddy beach far away. He was suddenly covered in mud and was in a miserable state, struggling but unable to get up. His face became as pale as paper. Conflict? This is their master's specialty. Suhi instantly raised his concentration and concentrated on alert. After all, he is a person who can fly with a sword by condensing his mind beads. How could he not be able to hold back his mighty roar? Shui Jing struggled in the quagmire, supporting her body with one hand and holding her forehead with the other. Veins popped out on her forehead, and she was experiencing tremendous pain. It's not pretending. Su He confirmed that there was no murderous intention in this woman. Only an inexhaustible will to die. She didn't want to live long ago. There was no malice around. No ambush. Su He approached cautiously. Shui Jing struggled to look at him. When he came to his side, he raised the sword with difficulty, and stabbed Su He with a trembling hand. The sword was so weak that it took all his strength to hit Su He's turtle SHL. But it didn't even inspire the foreign minister. The foreign secretary did not consider this an attack at all. The fairy sword touched the turtle SHL and made a slight collision sound. Shui Jing had a smile on his face and relief in his eyes. Liang Qing. Su He was silent for a while, then growled in a low voice. Ill. Shui Jing fell into the quagmire and laughed out loud. It is true that he is sick. How can he develop a good disciple into a ruthless and ungrateful person if he is not sick? She will never forget the bee that Xiaoling asked Lu Ming to bring. The bee contained Xiaoling's message, Master. It's cold. It's not about admitting mistakes. Not repenting. Or complaining and venting. Just a cry. Cold. Shui Jing couldn't bear it any longer. He was the apprentice she had brought up since confinement. In name, he was a master and apprentice. But he was no different from mother and daughter. Watching little Doubting grow up little by little. Watching her being taken to the town jail. She was helpless. I want to hate, but I don't know who to hate. I only blame myself for being incompetent and failing to teach well. She sold all the 500-year-old elixirs in Jingshui Mountain. Bought a set of shabby clothes and magic weapons. Bribed the prison guard disciples. And quietly sent them in for her. Result? She doesn't mind going to jail for her disciple. If Xiaoling asks, she will most likely agree to change her identity and go to jail for her. That place was too cold and miserable. Although she was angry with her, she couldn't bear to suffer there. However, the moment she bent down to take out the magic weapon and robe for her disciple, 30 silver needles condensed with true energy were inserted directly into her brain and controlled her whole body without even a trace of hesitation or softness. At that moment Shui Jing felt no pain. Only felt that the whole sky had collapsed. Shui Jing stayed in the prison. Not wanting to fight. Not wanting to leave. Not thinking about anything. She just went to work on time to mine every day. And then stayed there numbly until someone discovered the clues. She even resisted being released from prison. She didn't know how to face Xiaoling after she got out. In any sect, killing a master is a serious crime that will destroy the body and spread ashes. After leaving the prison, I didn't even know how I returned to Jingshui Mountain. When I arrived, I found that Jingshui Mountain was gone. Lu Ming was dead. And Xiaoling was also dead. Only Xiao Yulin, who was out for fun and went out for fun, survived and stayed alone in a desert. It's time to go back. Yulin is still waiting for her at home. Shui Jing struggled to get up from the mire and staggered back. After walking 7 or 8 steps, she quietly turned back and looked at Su He. I can't see all the leaders, nor the elders and heads. If I see those high-ranking people, tell them that something happened in the prison. After saying this, she said no more, forced herself to leave, walked 10 feet away, drew out the fairy sword and sat on it. The fairy sword carried her crookedly and floated forward. Just after flying 2 miles, he fell down, but was picked up by a breeze and landed lightly on the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw an old man dressed as a gentleman standing in front of him. He looked familiar. Xiao Chongluan was just a little bit between her eyebrows, as if water was soaking through her, and a hint of coolness poured into her mind. Another pill shot into her mouth. This girl was seriously injured. Her brain and soul were damaged by someone. And she was even more injured by the dragon turtle's roar. She didn't expect that the little dragon turtle had such an ability. Its roar could directly shake the soul. The elixir enters the abdomen and infiltrates the lungs. Shui Jing woke up, saw the old man in front of him clearly, and immediately bowed. Disciple, Shui Jing, I have seen Xiao. Xiao Chongluan waved his hand. You can avoid this false courtesy by looking like this. Why did you say something happened in the prison? Shui Jing showed a hint of doubt. Did Master Qiao hear what she said to Dragon Turtle? Yes. It is impossible for a majestic divine beast to be without a protector. Unexpectedly, it was Uncle Qiao who did it himself. She was quiet for a moment and said, I met senior sister Yu Yu and senior brother Guhong at the prison mine. Although I only glanced at them briefly, I am sure it was them. Xiao Chongluan's eyes suddenly flashed. Law Enforcement Hall. Prison Town. The jail is divided into 3 floors. The top floor is where erring disciples are imprisoned. The middle floor is not a prison. but a dark stone mine, where the imprisoned disciples have to mine. Mingxia is the Qingyuan sect's largest source of income. There is another layer below, where the Qingyuan sect's enemies and evil spirits for thousands of years are imprisoned. These people were imprisoned in a golden tower. The golden tower floated up and down, absorbing the true essence of the prisoners in the prison, and sealed a hole more than 10 feet below. Inside the cave, a gray-black mist filled with despair rolled around and tried to rush out, but was firmly blocked by the light curtain on the golden pagoda. Roaring sounds came from the cave. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. They looked at each other, and each took out a pill, swallowed it, and walked into the cave hand in hand. If Shui Jing were here, he would definitely recognize that these two people were Yu and Guhong. The master is really talented. Where did you get this elixir? It can drive away these H.L. ghosts. The speaker was Guhong, whose appearance was somewhat similar to that of Gu Laodao. Yu, who was walking with him, chuckled and said, I didn't find it here. Senior brother's perception is very poor. Can't you smell Yaya's breath on the elixir? Is this the elixir refined by Yaya? Guhong was startled, and there was a bit of affection in his eyes. What about Yaya? The last time we met, senior sister Su survived the thunder tribulation. Yaya was born only 7 days ago, but in the blink of an eye she was already 60 years old. Is that little girl grown up enough to make elixirs for us? Hurry, Yu said with a smile on his face. A period of time has passed by in a hurry. The head brother has said that in just a few days, we will see the light of day again. I wonder if my uncle and brother would be surprised to see me alive. Guhong's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yu covered his mouth and smiled sweetly. Elder Gu should be able to whip you.